the greatest of all time. I'm just going to be me, that sort of stuff. But he was listening.
Yeah, yeah.
He did the shrug last night, Bonte.
No doubt
he hit a three, he did the jumper, and he just did a little,
little shrug.
Maybe I am kind of like MJ. He is just on another planet right now. And this defense, which I know Anthony Edwards is getting all the love for the offense, Karl Anthony Towns, but the defense right now, whether it's Kyle Anderson, whether it's Karl Anthony Towns stepping up with no Rudy Gobert last night, who missed the game because of the birth of his son. Congratulations, Rudy Gobert.
Congratulations, baby.
And they didn't even need him. The game was over in the first half.
It's 61-35 at the half.
Night.
They were up 32 at one point.
And we were giving all the credit because, the heart of a champion, maybe they'll come back. They didn't.
No, they didn't.
Snatched their souls and their hearts last night, and they're going back to Minnesota now, up 2-0.
Yeah, it's hard for me to see them losing this series because, look, Denver is a very good starting five. But they only have two guys who can create shots for others. That's Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic. Mm-hmm. And they're playing Nikola Jokic straight up. No doubles. We're going to play you one-on-one. And look, Jokic got his double-double, nearly a triple-double, 16, 16, and 8. But they are making him work, whether it's Naz Reid, Karl Anthony Towns. And so, especially game one with Rudy Gobert. But last night, a lot of Naz Reid, a lot of Cat.
He's so sick. Naz Reid
off the bench plays so well. 14 points, 5 rebounds.
How many places is he a role player, Bonte? Naz Reid, real quick. Not a lot. He's starting in a lot of NBA lineups.
Well, he's the sixth man of the year. But looking at Denver's starting five, and you got Jokic there, and you have Jamal Murray, and they have multiple bodies that can throw at Jamal Murray, whether it's Anthony Edwards, whether it's McDaniels, whether it's Nickeil Walker-Alexander. You can still buy Collie Jr. on him at times. You throw length at him, and so you suffocate Jamal Murray, and you force him into a 3 of 18 shooting night from the floor, 13 rebounds with Jamal Murray, but no threes, 8 points. So you're shadowing him, you're suffocating him, and then you're closing out so well on Michael Porter Jr., knowing that he's a spot-up shooter at this point in his career due to all the back injuries he suffered young, and he's one of the best shooters in the league. But you're holding a 1-7 from the three-point line because you're contesting so well, closing out on shooters, showing your length, getting your hands up. So that is a recipe for disaster. Plus, you had the fact, Spinoni, that Denver has no bench. Their bench is dead.
They were exposed last night.
And you know what? They may have been exposed against the LA Lakers because they did not play well all series long. All they did was flip the switch, saying, we're the champs. We can just play what we want to play. Well, it's not working out against Minnesota. Now you're down 0-2.
It's funny you mentioned the Lakers because I saw it trending on X last night. By the way, you can follow me at Spidoni_Joe for all of the great Bay Area sports tweets I have out there. But 2020 Lakers was trending. And I actually was thinking about that when I was watching it because I know the teams are different now because the Lakers and the Nuggets faced in the Western Conference Finals back in the bubble run there back in 2020. But the Lakers did this to the Joker and Jamal Murray then. They had Dwight Howard. They had... who was it then? JaVale McGee. They had Alex Caruso, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. They had size and length, and that team was predicated on smothering you defensively. And that is what they did then, and that is what the Minnesota Timberwolves are doing now to the Denver Nuggets. But you're right. The lack of a bench, Bruce Brown, losing a guy like that.
That's a very underrated loss.
You were talking about it in Shasky last year when they did lose him, because there's always a pound of flesh that gets taken from a champion. No matter what, there's going to be role players that get paid. And, Christian Brown is a nice player. But you know what? He's not doing what a Bruce Brown can do, right? So just looking at the series now, going back to Minnesota, I do have a very hard time seeing the Denver Nuggets win. But I will say they are the champs. I will give them their respect because they have earned it. And let's see if this thing can go the distance. Because I said it yesterday, I liked the Nuggets in Game 7. I don't think anyone saw that happening yesterday, just getting blown out in the first half. But it's going to be very difficult to call back into this one. Just given how, Murray, 3 of 18, Bonte,
3 of 18.
From your second best player.
And now you're going back to Minnesota. And Minnesota they haven't hosted a second-round game since the mid-2000s.
Kevin Garnett?
Kevin Garnett.
Oh, my God.
That place, the Target Center, is going to be rocking Friday night. So,
Minnesota!
Think about Minnesota. They've yet to lose in these playoffs. They're 6-0. 6-0 in the playoffs so far. Going home, up 2-0. And they are as hungry as any team I've seen in recent memory. They want it. And they have the guy.
Hungry like a wolf.
Yeah, hungry like a wolf. Good job, love it. That was one.
I'll give you a 2.
Shout Duran Duran.
Anthony Edwards is that dude. Is that guy who can lead a franchise to the promised land. Then you got the complementary pieces. Karl Anthony Towns and Nas Reed and Rudy Gobert and Mike Conley Jr., your veteran on the team. You got McDaniels, who's a nasty defender who has bought into his role, like Kyle Anderson and Nickeil Walker-Alexander. This team is locked and loaded. They've got the coaching. They've got the defense. They've got the length. And their defense creates so much offense. Think about how much Denver last night, just watching them. Every set is going down to the last 5 seconds of the shot clock. They're playing late into the shot clock because they can't get anything offensively because this defense is so damn good and suffocating.
You're not going against D'Angelo Russell and Austin Reeves defense now. You're going 1 through 5. Everyone knows their assignment, knows their roles, and they are very well coached. The Lakers were not well coached, and they did not have the defense like the Minnesota Timberwolves do. Chris Finch is doing a hell of a job. He's doing a hell of a job, even with the torn patella tendon. Bonte just sitting down there. Who's my guy there? Nikolai, whatever the guy's name is, the assistant coach for the Minnesota Timberwolves. It's working. Whatever is happening right now in Minnesota is working. And I know we're going to play some sound because everyone's already talking. People are chirping. How long is it going to last for Anthony Edwards in Minnesota? Because Minnesota can't keep star players. One of the most ridiculous takes I heard this morning, so we'll get to that at a different time. But Anthony Edwards has the NBA in the palm of his hand right now, and that's just another guy, and it's just another team that we already knew was a problem, but now it's an even bigger problem if I'm a Warriors fan, if I'm a Lakers fan, if I'm a Suns fan, if I'm, any fan in the NBA. I'm looking at this team right now being like, who's stopping them?
Yeah, I don't think anybody's stopping them. I don't think anybody's
Not even the Celtics,
them. Huh? Micah Nori is the assistant
Micah,
coach.
there you go. That's what I say. Nikolai.
Yeah, so, you know what's funny? Boston's the team in the East, right?
Yes. You see that? How did you feel about the Pacers-Knicks game yesterday? It was
a very good game. We didn't even touch on that. Brunson just continues.
Four straight 40-point games?
The Villanova guys, Josh Hart, Dante DiVincenzo, former Warrior.
It's really cool.
Jalen Brunson, it's really cool. To see the Garden rocking like that. Mitchell Robinson. I mean, there was just some highlight plays in that game. OG Anunoby, Nembhard. I mean, guys just dunking on each other. Miles Turner making plays. Obi Toppin going through the legs in a playoff game.
Was sick.
East Bay Funk dunk at the Garden against his former team. Wow. Look at the athleticism there. Listen, Boston, I think would have a hard time dealing with the Minnesota Timberwolves because when it gets down to it, they love to go ISO. One-on-one. And they shoot an abundance of threes. They lead the league in three-point attempts. They're the best three-point shooting team in the league, the Boston Celtics. Well, Minnesota shuts that down. They contest. They close out very well. I just think the Boston Celtics do not want to see the Minnesota Timberwolves in a potential NBA final. That would be a bad matchup.
I just think Boston, they rely so much on their youth and length, but that cancels out against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Also, they're younger than the Boston Celtics. You got a guy like Al Horford out there. Porzingis has a lot of wear and tear on him. You know what Rudy Gobert's doing now? I know he missed yesterday, but he's bought in. Like, I haven't heard a peep about Rudy Gobert in a locker room or anything.
Nope.
Again, and I know we're going to play some Pat Riley sound talking about a culture that has been instilled in an organization. I'm seeing that top to bottom right now in Minnesota. And by the way, Bonte, that's not an easy thing when the whole ownership change dynamic is going on too, because you thought A-Rod and Co. were coming in to buy it, and then the owner got wet feet. Oh, wait, I actually have a good team right now. Maybe I want to keep it and I want to milk this thing. So it's very interesting what's going on at the very top there. But if you're going by the coaching, general manager, everything going from top to bottom, a culture has been set, and it's been fun to watch.
Oh, the players are locked in. The whole ownership group, the players are locked in. They know the assignment. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing you can do.
And you got a leader like a Mike Conley. I should say they got one old dude on there, the veteran.
Well, the veteran, Mike Conley.
But he just knows his role. And didn't he win like best person award or whatever? Yeah, best teammate, something like that. And that tracks right there. That stuff matters in locker rooms when you have a lot of egos. When you got a lot of young egos with the Karl Anthony Towns, whether it's Anthony Edwards, whether it's got like Nas Reed buying into his role this year, being the 6th man of the year. Again, just fun to watch.
Minnesota, one of the top 3 teams in terms of shooting the three when it comes to percentage. OKC's number 1, 38.9%. Boston, number 2, 38.8%. Minnesota, 38.7% when it comes to shooting threes. And they play at a slower pace. They play at the pace. But I'm just looking at Anthony Edwards here as a star is born. A star is born. The
Bradley Cooper.
The mid-post fadeaways. I mean, you see it last night, 27.7 assists, 11 to 17 from the floor. Did have the 3-ball rolling with 4 attempts and one make, but the mid-post fadeaways, the baseline fadeaways. It's so Jordan-esque.
It's just...
He doesn't like the comparison. He said yesterday, please don't compare me to him. He's the greatest of all time, and I get it.
And then he does the Jordan shrug, Monte.
Yeah, he does the Jordan shrug. He's 22 years old. He does the Jordan shrug. He's here. And you know, a couple years ago, I'd never forget that crossover, Spadoni. You're on the board. We're talking about some of the young up-and-coming teams. Oklahoma City, Orlando, Minnesota. Some of these teams that are now arrived now.
Oklahoma City, yeah.
Oklahoma City now. I can't wait to see what happens in this series between Dallas and OKC. Because can the Dallas Mavericks, who I think will win this series against OKC, they do have Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving. They are game wreckers. They are game wreckers. They will wreck your defense. How's that matchup go against Minnesota? How do they fare against Minnesota? I don't know because I'm with Charles Barkley. The Denver Nuggets are cooked. I have a hard time watching.
Is it a 20-piece with ranch on the side?
Yes, it is. Ranch, buffalo sauce, chipotle sauce, you name it.
Hot mustard.
I don't see the Denver Nuggets winning 4 times in 5 games. Not against this team. And this is what you're dealing with when you're going to stay Warriors. When you're building your roster now, you got to play tall, rangy, athletic defenders when you see the Minnesota Timberwolves. So that's what we're dealing with here when it comes to winning championships.
I'm looking at the 2023-2024 head-to-head between the and listen, it's early. The Oklahoma City Thunder could shut us all up. They could advance. But Timberwolves on 3 of 4 against the Mavericks, and all of them were pretty close. 1 by 1, 1 by 2, 1 by 3, 1 by like. So there's a couple. Actually, hold on. Let me strive for excellence here. A couple of them were blowouts. A couple of them were close. But the Timberwolves won the season series 3-1, but it's the regular season. We'll see. But to your point about, the Denver Nuggets, they played like front runners last night. They were doing a lot of stuff that's unbecoming of a defending champion to me, Bonte. And you got the head coach like a cannonball going up. Michael Malone, get to the bench. You're getting in guys' faces. And my favorite part of that, he's yelling at the official, I think it was Mark Davis, and he was just yelling and jawing and stuff like that. And you just see Anthony Edwards looking at both of them. He's right next to him just smiling. That's a tech. That's a tech. They didn't give him a tech. They didn't eject him or anything like that. They probably should have, but it was just looked like a team that was unraveling. It was sputtering. You have Jamal Murray
throwing heat packs.
Throwing a heat pack?
I don't get it.
Dude, that could have broken Karl Anthony Towns' ankle. I showed you an angle of how he slid that thing under there.
Yeah.
It could have hurt his own teammates doing something like that. So I'm very interested to see if he gets fined, if a suspension, I think that's a little heavy, but we'll see, gets levied down against him. But it looked like a team that was a front runner last night in the Denver Nuggets.
No, they haven't played well all playoff.
Well, they also
they haven't played well all playoff. The Lakers had them down 20, had them down double digits multiple times. I think they were leading that series
like 75% of it.
Right. So they didn't play well against the Lakers, even though it was a 5-game series. They did just enough to close because the inabilities of Darvin Ham, late game execution,
brain farts for 5 straight minutes.
It was just a total meltdown by the LA Lakers. But the Nuggets haven't played like champs in these playoffs. Maybe they're a little exhausted. Maybe their bench is thinner. Jamal Murray and a calf injury. I don't even think it would matter if he didn't have the calf injury because Minnesota's playing that well. So, no, we're all shocked at it. We're all shocked. Mike Malone said it after the game. Our spirits are broken.
Michael,
our body language is shot. And that's what happens when you run into a better team. The reality check that the Denver Nuggets got last night, scoring only 35 points in the first half, was that Minnesota's just a better team. And the future's now. The future is here, folks. The out with the old, in with the new, it's real. They're here. They're not going anywhere. So when you're going to play the sound, what was it, Craig Carton? What is his name?
Craig Carton, yeah. Craig Carton Live. You formerly of, WFAN. In New York.
The guy got caught up for the gambling ring or whatnot. Is already popping off saying, Minnesota's not going to keep Anthony Edwards. Here's a D, Craig. Can we just enjoy Anthony Edwards in Minnesota before you start trying to move it out of big market? We were just having this conversation last week.
He's also locked up for like 29, 2030 because just signed like a 5-year, $200 million max contract.
Not only that. Yeah, so he's got the max contract, but we were just having this conversation. In the NBA, you don't need to be in the big market to be a star.
Giannis is one of the biggest stars we have. Where does he play?
Milwaukee.
There you go.
Wemby.
Where does he play?
San Antonio.
There you go. How many years was Damian Lillard playing up Portland, right? Come on.
LeBron James.
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
Oklahoma City.
Yeah, Cleveland.
Kevin Durant.
Come on.
Kevin Durant.
It's
Russell
a player-driven league.
Exactly.
Yes.
So let's stop trying to already move Anthony Edwards out of there. I don't even know if we want to play this out because it's so damn dumb.
I also
Anyway.
think it's something more special about a market that's not known for winning a lot of titles and becoming the guy there. That means a lot.
That means a lot.
That like I know Chicago, they had the Bears title and stuff, but Michael Jordan is Chicago because of what he did with the Bulls in the 90s.
Minnesota hasn't won a pro championship since 1991.
Twins, right?
Twins, Kirby Puckett, Ken
Puckett.
Herbeck,
Man.
Jack Morris, Game 7, 10 innings. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Brought to you by First
You remember
NorCal
that?
Credit
I wasn't
Union
alive.
of Crazier Savings Dividend. Open at First NorCal First Class Money Market. Today they beat the Braves in 7. Steve Avery, Tom Glavine.
There you go.
John Smoltz.
Underachieving.
Those are the young baby Braves.
Yeah.
They were really good. That's when they were coming out to the scene. Shout out to the Xfinity Mobile Text Line. Shout out to our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. All right, we're going to get into more playoff stuff. Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame was last night. A lot of fun there.
Yeah,
Brian
that looked
Sabian got his due. John Taylor working the room left and right. Ginny Thompson, Chris Wondolowski, Patrick Marlowe. A great class in the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. A good time out there yesterday at the Hyatt Regency down the street here at the Embarcadero. Plus, you got the Giants. Giants going to win. One word, folks. 888-957-9570. If you had one word to describe the 2024 San Francisco Giants so far, what would that word be? What would that
I have
word
a noise, and I just made it. It's just, that's how I feel watching them. It's just, and I felt bad for Mason Black, and it was actually really cool. His dad was getting interviewed and stuff like that. They were talking to him. He had a couple Ks in his first inning, and I thought it was a respectable performance. I mean, you're going up against the best team in the National League. Against Zach Wheeler, the Phillies, and Bryce Harper goes Oppo Taco against you, 3-run jack. Like, you're going up against these teams, and maybe it's a slump buster for the Colorado Rockies. Although the Colorado Rockies, it's in Colorado. I never know what's going to happen there. You just never know.
The pressure is starting to ratchet up for Farhan Zaidi and the Giants. You got to make some stuff happen. Get to that on the other side. Plus, we got cousin Nick Fernell at 8:30.
Oh, I love
Here on
Nick.
the Morning Roast, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Edwards accelerates and takes it right down for two. Anthony Edwards catching a little bit of steam here in the fourth quarter. And the Wolves and their fans, and there are a lot of them here, can smell it now. With 3.5 to go, the Timberwolves in complete control.
Kevin Harlan on the call for TNT. T-Wolves in complete control. 2-0 series lead over the defending champions. The Denver Nuggets. Anthony Edwards, a special night. 27 points, 11-17. Lockdown defense, 7 assists. He had also Karl Anthony Towns. His best playoff game probably of the postseason. 27 points, 12 rebounds, 3 threes, 10-15. Played under control, staying out of foul trouble. And the T-Wolves go back home with the commanding 2-0 lead. They've got the bench. They've got the defense. They have the length. They have it all right now over Mike Malone and the Denver Nuggets.
You know the name of the song, Monte.
No, what's his name of the song?
Hungry Like the Wolf.
Hungry Like the Wolf. Who is this?
Duran.
Duran.
So
Wow.
does my
Durant.
joke
So
from
did
the
I-
last? Does my joke from the last segment make
Well,
a little bit more sense now?
Yeah, no, well,
Does it go up to a 2 now?
I gave you a 2. They gave you a 3, actually.
it's just the joke. You just cut me off to get it. You could have let it breathe a little bit. It just torpedo me to get a joke in. It's like, okay.
Well, that's what we do on the
More
show.
of a slip.
Yeah, apparently that's what we
Whether
do.
it's Shasky, whether it's Lubman or me. We have to be heard, Bonte.
You have to be heard.
I got 9 siblings,
I'm passing
brother.
the ball, buddy. I'm passing the ball. Like Anthony Edwards last night.
He was so sick, dude. Like, there is something about, and that's why I love Melo, and it's not for everyone. Kobe wasn't for everyone. You know, Michael Jordan was so dominant, though, so we were always trying to find the next Jordan, and no one's ever going to live up to that. But there's something about posting up and then just doing that back down, dribble,
That fade away.
dribble, that fade away, and nothing but net, and then he's just talking, smiling, shrugging. Like, he wants the smoke, Bonte, and that's why I love it so much. Like, I look at Jason Tatum, I look at Jaylen Brown, and I think they're nice guys and stuff like that. I look at Anthony Edwards, he's cocky in a good way.
Yeah.
But he's been like that in his pre-draft process. Do you remember the conversations surrounding Anthony Edwards? Because that was the James Wiseman draft.
Yep.
So we all were, and it was during the pandemic, right? We were all, who was it? LaMelo Ball. Are we going to get that guy? Is it Obi Toppin? Is it going to be Tyrese Halliburton? Guys like that. Or was Halliburton the Kuminga one? I forget. But those were the guys, right? And then Anthony Edwards.
No, Halliburton was a Wiseman draft.
He was. Okay, thank you.
Draft.
But
12th overall.
Thank you. But it was, Anthony Edwards was the presumptive and then the number 1. He was going to go overall out of Georgia. And the conversation surrounding him was what? Oh, does he really care about basketball? Does he have the work ethic? He worked out with Steve Kerr, and Steve Kerr said, if we had that pick, I don't think we would have drafted you because your work ethic.
Heck, I think he's lying.
Well, he probably was, but he was trying to motivate.
he was calling cap. He's basically said, yeah, no, I hear you.
No, he was basically saying, like, this is the workout that Steph does every day, and can you hang with that? And like and Anthony Edwards after, he said, you know what, I need to step my game up. And I think that was a good motivation from Steve Kerr towards Anthony Edwards. Kind of funny that he's going to be his coach in the Olympics this summer, by the way, too.
He was his coach last year.
He was his coach last year. And you remember what he said there?
He said he coming off the bench, Dwayne Wade, Kobe, and they came off the bench. And Anthony Edwards said, yeah, there's no Kobe's on this team.
Well, we might be seeing one in Anthony Edwards kind of now. So I kind of want him starting in this rotation, Steve, if you're listening. But the conversation in that pre-draft when he was coming out was he didn't care about the game. So, and we just had the NFL draft, and I'm saying all this to say, don't listen to any of that crap. Just because he loved the game of football and he loved the game of baseball and said he's really good at those sports, and that basketball wasn't his first love, doesn't mean he doesn't love the game.
Whoa.
He was just being truthful, and that was his truth. And he's damn good at the game of basketball right now, and he's showing everyone that.
No, he's balling right now. He is playing at a very high level. I'm looking at the YouTube chat. They're saying, why do you got to talk about the Giants for? Pardon me. There is nothing to talk about with the Giants. I'm just asking for one word to describe them all show long. And it ain't 957-9570. Because right now, they're 1-6 on this road trip with 3 to play in Colorado. 10-game road trip. They're 1-6 so far. They can't hit anything. And they are a quick tune-out. So right now with the Warriors at home, the Niners finalizing their draft, nothing's happening there. The spotlight is on the San Francisco Giants here in the Bay Area. Or is it on...
Well, we're trying to put it on there.
We're trying to put it on there, but is it on the Warriors offseason and Klay Thompson? And what's going to happen with him? Or what may happen with Wiggins? And what may happen with Mr. Joe Lacob and company? Playoff basketball has been awesome. And the Giants have given us no reason to watch them. Now we're watching because we're fanatics. But this lineup, I mean, come on. I mean, Matt Chapman, honest to God, Casey Schmidt, can he do what Chapman does?
Can I see all these young guys, right? Are we doing that on May 7th, 2024, a month into the season? We're already saying, can we just play the young guys? And I know you and Shasky were saying that prior to the season anyways, but when I saw this team and this lineup and the pitching staff, I was high on it coming into the season. I think we all kind of were because there was that late flurry of moves. Wow, very un-Farhan Zaidi-like. We actually got some names we're familiar with, right? We got an international, a stud in Jung-Hoo Lee. Okay, now we got something. We're cooking with some oil here. And then we get into the season, and it's just more of the, and you said it, what's the one word? uninspiring. I'm just not.
I'm deflated.
Like, exactly. There you go. Shout out Tom Brady in the roast. You're deflated.
Disheveled.
Bad.
Bored. Complacent.
I mean, it took
underwhelmed.
A month. You took a month, and Bob Melvin's already pissed off.
Oh, well, here's Bob Melvin. Do we have the
sound?
Here's Bob Melvin.
We got to clean it up. We got to play better. We left home. What were we, one game under 500? We weren't playing very well. I thought that might be a pretty good place for us, being that we hadn't played well, and now we're playing terribly. So we have to clean it up.
We have to clean it up. Matt Chapman yesterday, hat trick. 0 for 4, 3 strikeouts, can't catch up to the fastball. Now batting 209 on the season. 209. Jung-Hoo Lee, he went 2 for 4 yesterday, get his average back up to 252.
He's been hitting the ball hard. He's been seeing it well.
$100 million so.
Yeah.
Is that enough production for $100 million?
Probably not. No.
Conforto, he's in the slump. He's now batting 252. Yes, my boy, batting 219, struck out twice yesterday. Fitzgerald, he was hot. Now he's not. He's 0 for 3 last night. 2 strikeouts.
Give you a 3 for that.
You like that? You like how I played that?
Not bad.
Tyro Estrada, he's batting 248. He's showing some power on this road trip. Jorge Soler, not in the lineup.
Well, he's got that shoulder thing going,
He's got the shoulder.
Yeah.
So now you're down your DH.
You're
down catchers.
You don't even know what it is real quick.
You're down catchers.
He's dealing with the shoulder thing.
You're down catchers. 888-957-9570. Giants fans, you're trying to vent. I got no problem not talking about them because they're not giving us anything to talk about. This is their spotlight. This is their time to steal fans again. The A's are going to Sacramento.
I know.
The Niners are not playing. Things are done until OCAs. The Warriors are in all-season mode. The Giants have a chance to attract new fans and to get people to the yard. But guess what? You're 1-6 on this road trip. You play Colorado. You better win 2 or 3 in this series because now you come back home, you're playing the Reds and the Dodgers. 2 of the best teams in the NL.
Did you see what Shohei Ohtani did yesterday? Have you just seen his tear recently?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, he might win the Triple Crown this year. It's a month in. It's early. But he's projected to win the Triple Crown.
Man.
That's unbelievable for a guy that, you know what, he started off a little slump early on in the season. Oh, did they overspend for Shohei? No. You do not overspend for Shohei Ohtani. I mean, the revenue you're getting alone from the international viewers is just going to pay for itself. But what he has been doing in that Dodgers uniform and Dodger blue, it's got to make Giants fans sick to watch. Thank you, Nick in San Jose. I want to hear from him, 888-957-9570. But I'm watching the rest of the NL West, and I'm just looking at what the Padres are doing. They're trying to catch the Dodgers, right? You're looking at what the Giants are doing in comparison, and I liked what they did in the offseason, but now it's the regular season. It's just not translating. And that's just the rat on the table brought to you by Echo. It's just not translating from what we all expected this team that they could be. Now it is early. Can they go on a run, Bonte? They could. It's got to start. It's got to start in this series though against the Colorado Rockies.
Here, Tim Kirch joined. I'm guessing he joined Willard and Dibs. He joined Willard and Dibs. They get all the big S. He joined Willard and Dibs. And here's what he had to say about Chapman.
Did we talk to Terrell Owens yesterday?
It wasn't a shot at you, love. It was a shot at them. I wasn't taking a shot at you.
You want Timmy K on here? I'll hit him up. We're tight.
No, I was kidding.
All right. Well, Buster only, Bonte?
Yeah, I wasn't taking a shot at love. We get great guests on this show. So say, hey, Willard Dibs, get all the great guests. It was a joke in there.
You want Joe Horn? There's so many of them. I can't give you an exact name.
I'm not going to peel the curtain back anymore, love. Jesus, Louise. Tim Kirch on Chapman.
He's better than a 230 hitter. I think he's better than a 250 hitter. But last year with the Blue Jays, I know I checked with some people, and they said, look, if you throw the ball to this position, this spot with Matt Chapman, he can hit it out of the ballpark with anybody. But once you recognize that this is the ball that he crushes and you can avoid that, you can get him out. It's what people in the business call a collision hitter, that he swings a certain way like most of the time, and if you throw it in that bat path, he's going to do some serious damage. But if you avoid that bat path, not only can you get him out, you can strike him out.
Well, you better adjust there, Matt Chapman. You better adjust real quick before we hit the break. Tim Kirchin on the Farhan seat is heating up.
If you're asking me, is it really hot? I would say no. Farhan has been an excellent executive for a long time, but this is a frustrated fan base, and I understand why. And you can't look in this division without being exceptionally worried that the Padres just picked up a 333 hitter over the last 3 seasons. The Dodgers are really, really good, and they're only going to get better. Walker Buehler comes back tonight. So when you look at the job the front office has done with the Giants, obviously the job has not been done since the 107-win season, and this is where Farhan and his group has got to figure this out. And but I don't think he's on a hot seat at this point, but we'll see about that.
Tim Kirchin there. Tim Kirchin on that. We'll go to Jacob in San Francisco on the other side, and we'll get more into this. Should Farhan's seat be warming up for the San Francisco Giants? They're worse than they were at last year. They got more money built into the team. We bought premium players. Lineup supposedly looking better. But you're a lot worse this season than you were last season.
It only took a month.
It only took a month. How hot is that seat for Farhan Zaidi? We'll get to Jacob and the rest of you. 888-957-9570. That'll be brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Chapman to shallow right. Merrifield's got it, and that finishes off a 4-game sweep.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Boy, Dave Fleming going to call NBC Sports Bay Area. Giants lose to the Phillies, and they get swept. A 4-game set, and they get swept. 6-1 yesterday. They didn't score many runs in Philadelphia. You score 3 Friday night, you score 3 Saturday, you score 4 Sunday, and then 1 last night. And so far, you're 1-6 on this 10-game road trip. Spadoni in for Shasky, doing a hell of a job. It's Lubman and got Carter back there on the board behind the glass. Giants, where do you go from here? 15-21, 4th in the NL West. Nobody's hitting. Chapman 0 for 3, now down to 209. We're going to get to Jacob and Dan in just a second, but Tim Kirchin, Spadoni, joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday.
Love Tim Kirchin.
And he was asked, this right now is going to become the biggest topic, especially after last week, Christopher Russo, Mad Dog, was on with Laura Britton Chavez on Giants pre- and post-game live, and he said that how does Farhan still have a job? He's had 1 good year as an executive. How does he still have a job? Well, here's Tim Kirchin, Spadoni, on whether or not Farhan's seat is heating up.
If you're asking me, is it really hot? I would say no. Farhan has been an excellent executive for a long time, but this is a frustrated fan base, and I understand why. And you can't look in this division without being exceptionally worried that the Padres just picked up a 333 hitter over the last 3 seasons. The Dodgers are really, really good, and they're only going to get better. Walker Buehler comes back tonight. So when you look at the job the front office has done with the Giants, obviously the job has not been done since the 107-win season, and this is where Farhan and his group has got to figure this out. And but I don't think he's on a hot seat at this point, but we'll see about that.
All right, this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Spadoni, what's your thoughts on that?
It's hard for me to not think of him being on the hot seat. And I understand where Tim's coming from because he has a lot of league sources, right? So he's just telling you guys and all of us people what he hears from other GMs, other executives. He's probably still well thought of around the league because, you know what, his work with Billy Beane, David Forst in Oakland, and obviously with Andrew Friedman in LA. A lot of good players to come out of both those teams, right? And he was a part of that. But now he's the guy in San Francisco, and we haven't seen anything. Like, literally. Like, I haven't seen him one bat that I could be like, wow, this is going to be the next guy on our team for the next 10 years. Like, that's all we're looking for, right? I'm looking for that, that Donaldson find. Hell, that Cespedes find that you found in Oakland. And then obviously with the Dodgers, all the names you could think of that came through that system. And it's just like, I'm comparing him to the other GMs that we have here in the Bay Area. And maybe that's unfair to him because there's been a lot of great GMs, but I don't think it's unfair, actually. Because that's the standard of excellence that the Giants themselves have set. Who'd you induct yesterday?
Brian Sabian.
How many World Series was he a part of here?
3.
Took the team to 4, right?
4. Best era of San Francisco baseball, before the World Series. You go from 97 to 03. You look at what those Giants teams did, and you say, oh, they had Barry Bonds. Oh, they had this, they had that. But Chris Berman was Brian Sabian's presenter. Back. Prime time. Seriously, Chris Berman was his presenter last night in the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. And he mentioned how, wow, first-round pick Matt Cain. Wow, first-round pick Tim Lincecum. Wow, Madison Bumgarner, first-round pick. Holy smokes, you drafted Buster Posey, top 10. Wow. You signed Pablo Sandoval. Oh, whoa. You find Brian Wilson. You find the core of this team, and you put together a winner. That's an executive, a guy who knows how to work the room, who can shake hands and kiss babies. I watched Farhan Zaidi last night, and I don't know if he's comfortable amongst crowds. Maybe that's just not his thing. There's a lot of GMs, executives, coaches who are not comfortable in front of crowds, who don't know how to work a room. But in this market, I think it's a priority that you learn to work the room. When you're in that seat, you're the ambassador. You're the face of the franchise. You're the guy out there talking and speaking on everybody's behalf. You're the man. And right now, he doesn't look like the man for this job.
And
I'm trying not to be hard on Farhan Zaidi. I know how hard I went last season. May have tuned some people out. But I just don't see it, Spinoni. I don't see it with the guy.
In their last 11 games, Bonte, they've scored more than 3 runs once.
Yeah.
Once in the last 11 games.
Once.
That's inept. That's White Sox level. I'm sure the White Sox have scored more in that frame. Like, come on.
Not only that.
The A's scored 20 over the weekend.
I know.
Like, come on.
Dude, 408, Xfinity Mobile text line. And this is something I've touched on. And he's on it. 408. Anybody think that Melvin might not be that good? The Padres just let him go to a rival. And that's a question. We asked, who's our guy from San Diego Lubman? We had on. He was really, really good. We had him on that said, why all those guys who are in that on that team, all that talent, Melvin could get them right? Melvin could get them right and rolling?
I mean, he had talent with the A's. He just could never get past that hump. That was his problem too, and he was there for some of the rebuilds. Those A's teams also had really good players too. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like those, you had Matt Olson, you had Chapman. Before that, again, you had guys like Donaldson, you had Doolittle as the closer. You had so many names there, and now he's kind of given a team where the names are kind of not that great.
Yeah,
and we're going to try to see how good of a manager he actually is. And right now, I mean. He's mad. He's angry. He's frustrated. A month into the season, he sounds perplexed at the podium on what to do with this team, Bonte. And again, we were talking about leadership from top to bottom, instilling that within an organization. Pat Riley going at his guy, Jimmy Butler, trying to instill that heat culture that we think of in the NBA. There was a culture set with the Giants under Brian Sabian.
Yep.
What's the culture that's been set with Farhan Zaidi? No, seriously, what's the culture that is within this team right now?
I was told last night, it's so crazy that the Giants didn't show the history, whether it was the clubhouse or the dugout. But basically they took down all the Willie Mays stuff and all the championship stuff and all the history. When you walk into Yankee Stadium, you're going to see the monuments. You're going to see the pinstripe jerseys. You feel the ghosts. You feel the history. When you go in the Staples Center, Crypto.com, you see the banners. You see the jerseys retired. You see the championship years on the floor inside those stars. What Farhan has done with the Giants, oh my gosh. I didn't think it was going to start off this rough, but it's obvious. They whiffed when they didn't move off from both Kapler and Farhan, and they kept Farhan along for the ride and extended him. Let's go to Jacob in the city. Jacob, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, Jacob?
I just want to say, Farhan is, if he's not on the hot seat, I don't know why. The only thing we had to look forward to last season was cheap tickets. The only thing we have to look forward this season is really Jung-Ho Lee and our young pitching corps with Logan Webb, Harrison, and Hicks. We really need to bring up the young guys and just let them play. Put Luciano at short. Put Matos and Ramos in the outfield with Lee. Just let them run. It's not like we're going to do anything with this team. That Snell pickup was a reach. Last season, he had a terrible first half. This season, his first half is his spring training. So what is he really going to do? And then you can't really go at Bob Melvin. He has nothing to work with. Look at the lineup. There's nothing to go for. Within the season, we need to go after Jazz Chisholm. We need to go after Pete Alonso. We need to do something because none of these guys are going to hit. It's clear. None of these guys are going to hit.
Yep, Jacob. Hey, good call, man. Good call. Let's go to Dan in Belmont. We'll pick up what Jacob said. We'll get Dan in Belmont out here. What's up, Dan?
Hey, morning, boys.
Morning.
Hey, so, this team is exactly who we thought they were. You can't go out and your big spends on bats are two guys that hit 240 below that, and not to mention Jorge Soler can't stay healthy. 8 of his 10 seasons, he's been injured. And his one good season was last year in Miami. He's going to play 90 games for us. Matt Chapman's going to be the 220 hitter. Great defensively. Don't get me wrong there. I love him playing third.
Right.
But he's a 7-8 hitter now. Jung-Hoo Lee is your one good outfielder. There's nobody coming up. You can't say, we got Luciano. Well, he could be playing over Fitzgerald and Ahmed at short.
Mm-hmm.
There's nobody coming up anymore. You can't tell me that if you didn't get Ohtani, you weren't going to get Yamamoto.
Right.
And the penny pinching here is what's killing me because the Giants have the payroll. And you could have had both of those guys here in San Francisco to change the identity of this team.
Well, Dan, I hear you. I don't think they're penny pinching because they have a top 10 payroll.
No, they're spending.
They spent nearly $300 million or something.
Yeah. Right now the payroll's at $200 million. They spent over $3 this offseason. So it's not that they're not spending money because they spent money the last 2 years.
It's not spending it wisely.
How they're spending their money.
Poorly.
Exactly. And the whole thing that Shohei and Yamamoto was going to come here, they're looking at this team. They're not coming here.
It was never going to happen.
I mean,
just look, if you're Shohei Ohtani, you're the number one baseball player on the planet. You're looking at what the Dodgers have to offer. First, just Mookie Betts is more appealing than everything the Giants have
Freddie
to offer.
Freeman,
And then you got guys on top of that. So this whole notion of like, oh, maybe the Giants are going to get Shohei, like, it was never going to happen. Maybe they could have driven the price up for the Dodgers as if that mattered, but Shohei and Yamamoto were never going to come here.
Yeah.
And Yamamoto especially because that was Farhan's white whale. That was the guy he spent years getting ready to bring in, and then he finally puts his plan into motion, and it's just, you weren't even shocked they didn't come here. That's Farhan Zaidi.
It's a good point, Sam. Garlic Fries and Baseball guys, catch it wherever you get your podcast. Joe Shasky and Sullivan doing a hell of a job. Who'd you guys just have on? Kyle Harrison, right?
Kyle Harrison last week, yeah.
What Kyle Harrison? Any little nuggets you want to tease out there? He's a big Niners fan, isn't he? He had some Niners comments.
He was a Niner fan, yeah. He did not understand the Brock Purdy slander. I thought that was a fun conversation there. But I was not when we talked. We talked a lot about a lot of stuff. But one of my favorite things I really like to talk about with Kyle Harrison that we discussed and check out in the pod is he used to be a Giants fan. So he would, sit in the bleachers. He would heckle guys. Dexter Fowler was the guy that he remembered heckling. And I didn't want him to name too many players because it was going to show like the age gap between us because he's 22 years old. But yeah, we talked about just how cool it was that, he was one time in the bleachers heckling players and now he's on the field getting heckled by fans. So he kind of had that full circle moment there.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Garlic Fries and Baseball guys. But Dave Dombrowski, so he's the president of baseball ops for the Phillies, right? He's been doing this for a long time, 67 years old. And I'm looking at a guy like that because the Giants just wrapped up getting swept in Philadelphia. And I look at a guy like him and the standard that he sets wherever he goes. You can go back to when he was assistant GM with the Florida Marlins and they won a World Series with Jim Leyland back in 97. He was the assistant GM there. Think of all the great players that Marlins team had, Bonte. You can go to Detroit. He was there for 13 years. They made it to World Series, didn't win one. But think of the guys they had there. They brought in the Miguel Cabrera, right?
Yep.
They had Justin Verlander, Scherzer when he was young.
Brought in
Prince Fielder, right? Just think of all the names. Ian Kinsler. Like all those dudes that he helped bring in. And yes, they got to the mountaintop and they're there. They didn't finish it, but he got you there. Then with the Red Sox, he was there for 4 years. What'd they do? They won a World Series.
Yep.
And now he's with the Phillies and they've already been to a World Series. They've been to another NLCS. Like, that's what he does. And I compare Farhan Zaidi to a guy like that, and it's just, how is he not on the hot seat? It's just how I come to the, like, culture-wise, you know what you're getting with Dombrowski. Now, you might flame out, but he'll get you there. And right now, if I'm a Giants fan, that's all I want.
Let's be real.
Give me a taste.
Farhan inspires no one.
No, uninspiring.
Farhan inspires nobody. Here's Mad Dog on Farhan and how he's had his job this long.
He's been here now 5 years. How many good years has he had? One, correct? Now, if I'm on the radio for 5 years and I have one good year, am I getting a new contract?
Nope.
If you're a manager of a baseball team and you're there for 5, Belichick was in Cleveland. Belichick. He had 5 years. He had one playoff year. What'd they do? They fired him. That's Bill Belichick. Zaidi's not Bill Belichick. And they had Brady. Eventually, you got to win.
And here's Tim Kurchin on why the Giants haven't won because of the drafting and development.
In today's baseball, the best way to win is to draft and develop your own guys, get them signed long-term a la the Braves and several other teams. Otherwise, you're going to be in the market every offseason to try to get somebody to come in and fill a spot that you couldn't fill through your farm system. It just have to take another hard look and say, why isn't this happening? It's also cyclical, that things turn and suddenly here comes a player you didn't expect to be really good. But you're right. They need more production from their homegrown guys because sometimes it doesn't work when you just go get free agents and say, come on, let's join this team, big ballpark, tough place to hit certain days. We need you to produce right away. It doesn't always work that way either.
You know, Tim Kirchin on Willard and Dibs. That was Chris Mad Dog Russo on Giants pre and post game on NBC Sports Bay Area with Laura Britt and Sean Estes here. And Mad Dog basically saying, yeah, how does he still have a job? There's Tim Kirchin, the lack of development. We're looking at the lack of development. We're still waiting on Ramos. We're still waiting on Matos. We want to see more of Casey Schmidt. We want to see Luciano, for crying out loud. And we don't want to see Luciano get caught up, get put in the 9-hole in the lineup and then get pinch hit for it his first ever Major League game. It just doesn't make any sense. Joey Bart's in Pittsburgh. What happened there? The lack of Will Bednar. What happened to him? Hunter Bishop. What about that name? I mean, it's just, I thought this guy was a farm system guru. The farm is still ranked 19th. And we have no end in sight. Where's Winston? Show me something. Inspire me, Farhan. Show me something. I need a jolt as a Giant fan watching this team. These games are going 2 hours and 30 minutes, and they feel like 4 hours and 30 minutes because of the lack of hitting, the lack of situational hitting, the lack of speed, the lack of athleticism. This ain't baseball, man. This is starting to get frustrating again. And what happens if they continue to falter? Because it doesn't get easier. You're going to Coors Field. Then you got the Reds and the Dodgers, all right? You think those guys are going to let up? Dodgers been kicking their ass for years. Go ahead.
It's funny. No, not to cut you off, Bonte, because we're talking about the Warriors and how do they get better, right? How do they compete with what we're watching in the West right now, whether it's the Nuggets, whether it's the Timberwolves, the Thunder, stuff like they are trying to do everything they can. The Lakers, they're trying so damn hard to just keep what they got. And I know it's a hard comparison because the Warriors are the freaking Warriors, the Niners are the Niners, and right now the Giants are the Giants. But it wasn't too long ago, Bonte. It was the Giants setting the standard in the Bay Area, and then the Niners, and then the Warriors. How things have changed in a decade, and we have come to the point where we're being complacent, and a guy that's had one winning season in this many years is not on the hot seat. It's baffling to me.
That seat's heating up. That seat is heating up.
It better, because I'm looking at the rest of the NL, and they're playing their young guys.
That seat is heating up.
I'm looking at the Florida Marlins, who at least they see the writing on the wall early. They're trying to get young prospects and trying to do their thing. Now, you're not the Florida Marlins because you're going to go out and spend, but you know what? They're trying to do something. The Washington Nationals, they're 17-17 right now, but they've been playing some damn good ball.
Abrams will look like a star.
He's looking like a future star.
Here's the problem. And we had Dan Sander penny pitching, and look, they have a penny pinch.
No.
But in the way they construct their deals, I think Dan and Belmont will be frustrated. I think all these Giants fans would be frustrated with the way they spent their money. You gave Matt Chapman a player option. You gave Blake Snell a player option. You're giving out player options left to right like they're candy. What are we doing around here? We're signing all these 1-and-1 deals and 2-and-1 deals. You can't marry these guys if you're a fan.
Farhan loves the player option like my wife loves to get her nails done. Constantly. Every other week, dude. Like, it's just, to your point, it signals to me that either they're not going to be here for the long haul, or when they are here for the long haul, it's because it's a deal for them, not for the team. It's
because they're not good.
That's the problem.
Not good.
That's the problem.
And then I look at Farhan last night, and, look, I don't know what's going on through his head, but I just look at the way people work rooms. The way a guy works a room. John Taylor yesterday was working a room, right? Chris Wondolowski, working the room. I see Javi Lopez. I see Sabi Saves. Bullies in the building. Raymond Ritter's in the building.
It is part of the job. If you are a face of an organization and you are the guy making the decisions, you have to talk to people.
You got to be able to work the room.
Farhan
doesn't do that.
He does not have that swagger. I mean, we're talking about, what's the one word you'd use to describe this season? For me right now, it's predictable. And I don't mean predictable as in, Chapman, Soler, Conforto are coming up. Oh, here comes a 1-2-3 inning. I mean predictable as in, I kind of think this season's going as exactly how I kind of expected it to. I think that they could still get a little bit better. I don't think the season's completely cooked just yet, but therein lies the problem. Guys, it is year 6 under Farhan Zaidi, and coming into the season, the best he could give us in year 6 was, if everything goes right, we might have a shot to make the playoffs. In year 6 years, this is the best you have. So no, this whole thing about if Farhan is on the hot seat or not, he is absolutely on the hot seat. It is playoffs or bust for Farhan Zaidi. If the Giants do not make the playoffs, I don't care if they have a winning record and miss the playoffs. If they are not one of the 6 National League teams to make the playoffs, Farhan Zaidi, you're gone. The minute the Giants are eliminated from playoff contention, the pink slip needs to come in for Farhan so we can finally move off of this era of Giants baseball, because I think Farhan has completely turned fans off here. I don't get this team could actually be good this year. Fans, I don't know if they will accept this Giants team simply because of the Farhan Zaidi stamp that is on it.
Well, losing games at this point, that's well said, Lubman. Losing games at this point, Lubman. All right, you go to Colorado, you mess around and lose 2 or 3 or whatnot. You don't win a series.
They're the worst team in the National League. The Colorado Rockies are 8-26.
I would hope you can win a series
against the Rockies. They might be the worst team in Major League Baseball.
I would hope you can win a series against the Rockies. But if you don't, I'm nervous that if you come back to Oracle Park and you're taking on the Reds and you're taking on the Dodgers, first of all, it'll be Dodger home games. It's going to be 50% blue. Mm-hmm. That's going to happen.
And you're going to be facing a guy in Shohei Ohtani, who's the Triple Crown leader in the NL right now.
And I don't know, you may be avoiding.
Walker Buehler's back.
Walker Buehler's back. He's back. Hunter Green, Abbott. They've got some dudes in Cincinnati.
God, I love Ellie De La Cruz. He's so sick.
They got dudes.
Oh.
So we're going to pivot back to NBA. We're going to pivot to some Niner. We got a lot of stuff going on here. But the Giants, one word to describe them so far, deflating. I get deflated watching them on a daily basis, and it needs to change. It needs to change in a heartbeat, but it starts from up top. And right now up top, they're not getting the job done. All right, listen to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at AC1 San Francisco, Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open day First NorCal First Class Money Market today. What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by the Alameda County Probation Department. We'll get back into the NBA. Klay Thompson in the Big Three. Dub Nation. Let's get into it. The Big Three. Are you still here for the Big Three? Or are you ready for the Big Two? Are you ready to move on? What is going on with Klay Thompson and Orlando Magic? That's all coming up. 888-957-9570 is the number. Spadoni in for Shasky here on The Roast.
Lucky us.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
Not. No, Klay, I will never roast you. You're my guy. We'll get to you in a second. We got Nick Friedel coming up. We got Nick Friedel coming up at 8:30. 8:30, Nick Friedel, cousin Nick, Odyssey Insider. By the way, download the free Odyssey app and listen to 95.7 The Game wherever you go. Download the free Odyssey app directly from the QR code on our Twitch and YouTube channels. You can catch every Warriors game live on the app along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Catch amazing interviews you missed too, like when Tim Kurtz and Joey Willard and Dibbs yesterday. It spoke a lot about Farhan Zaidi. And now we're gonna hang tight on Klay Thompson for a second, because we'll get to Klay and the Orlando thing and the Big Three thing. And we got Spadoni in for Shasky. Shasky's on daddy duty. But now I'm thinking about Shasky going into this road trip to Boston, to Philadelphia, to Colorado. And Shasky's like, this is going to tell me who the Giants are. This road trip's going to tell me who they are. I'm like, you know what? I'm with you. Who are they? Can they play with the big boys? Well, you go to Boston, you get undressed, you get outclassed, you lose 2 or 3. You're lucky to salvage a game in that series. You go to Philadelphia for 4. You get swept. You lose Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And really, you weren't even competitive. You weren't even in these games.
I didn't believe they were winning any of those games at any point.
No, you just got outclassed. Logan Webb had a horrible road trip. But then you look at the lineup that Farhan has put together, and we're all excited about it. But you know what? We saw last year's lineup, and there was nothing to be excited about. This lineup right now, there's nothing to be excited about. Jung-Hoo Lee, sure, I'm signing me up for that. But Jung-Hoo Lee is the 7th hitter on the Phillies. He's batting 7th on the Phillies. He's batting 8th on the Dodgers. That's a guy we need to bat leadoff or 3rd. Think about that. Soler, not doing a damn thing. And so now, with Farhan being in year number 6, right? Year 6, 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22. This is year 6 of Farhan Zaidi. Now, at least by the time John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan got to year 6, there are Super Bowl appearances and NFC title game appearances and division championships. They've had 1 year under Farhan Zaidi. 1! And when I think about the one word to describe the Giants, and I'm saying deflated, because I'm out of answers. Tim Kurtz says that he's been a good executive for a long time, Farhan Zaidi. I would love to see it. What has he been good at? He's supposedly supposed to be great at developing a farm system. That hasn't been done. You're supposed to be able to court free agents, get them to play here. That hasn't been done. Instead, you rip on the city and blame the city on why you can't get free agents, which is a no-no. All right? You do that. You hire Bob Melvin, a manager that, you know what, let's be honest. Most Giants fans were not happy about that. They were not excited about that because we've seen Bob Melvin manage the A's. We've seen him manage the Mariners. We've seen him manage the Diamondbacks. He's been everywhere. The Padres. And then we all thought, well, damn, how come the Padres couldn't win? What is Bob Melvin doing? So you hire Bob Melvin, who was a lukewarm hire. Let's face it. Okay, he played here. He's from here.
Bay
That's
Area
all
guy,
good. Bay Area guy. Yeah. That's all great. I'm trying to win damn baseball games. I don't care what neighborhood you're from. I'm trying to win baseball games. Give me guys here who can manage this team and manage wins. Right now, you can't do that. You're worse than you were last year at this point. Your ERA is bloated. Your lineup's not hitting. Farhan Zaidi, look, the seat's got to be warming up at some point because he doesn't work the room. He doesn't look like he can lead a franchise. I'm sorry, but I'm long-winded here, but
you're passionate. You're wearing Giants gear from head to toe right now. Follow us on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter. You can see them all decked out. You love this team.
Carter, Matt, I'm trying to get excited about this damn baseball team.
How can you? They're not giving you an opportunity
to. Baseball or operations, Farhan Zaidi has not presented us with an exciting roster.
No.
It's sad.
And you know what? Again, I hate to just be comparing them to, but I have to. I have to compare them with what else is in the market right now, and they are playing live sports right now. And I would rather discuss and talk about the Warriors offseason and hypotheticals and what the Niners are going to do with Ricky Pearsall. Yeah. Is Brandon Ayuk going to be a 49er still? Debo Samuel, Brock Purdy, can he make that other jump? Is he going to regress? All that sort of stuff. Rather than watch an actual sport, a live sport. That is what we're talking about here. We are dying to get our audience captured by something something, even your Magic. Now it's done. That's done. That the whole thing always kind of pissed me off, anyways, because you insinuated that it took some sort of magic for your team to be good, rather than actual, just developing, drafting and signing players. No, that was what Giants baseball was. You had elite pitching from top to bottom. Yeah. You had timely hitting, but you had at least one aspect of the game that you knew you could always fall back on.
But you also had guys who you could approach. You had
guys that were faces. You had Tim Lincecum, Sergio Romo, Javi Lopez, who you were just talking to me about. A guy like that who's always just business mentality. Brian Wilson.
But even the guys in the front office, Spadone.
Yes.
Guys who can work the room. You don't think that's important? John Lynch working the room. Why is John Lynch universally loved? Just put on the presser.
Approachable.
Smiles, approachable. He may not say a damn thing for 30 minutes.
Pat McAfee last week. He was great.
Bob Myers, personable. Guys who work the room. Bob Myers could give you 10 minutes of fluff, and I love Bob. He may take a question, not answer anything, but he
Bob's
makes it sound good.
Bob's the best. Wow, that's actually a really good question. I haven't thought about it like that. I mean, yeah, when you do think about it like that, that's a great question, Bonte. How's your day going? Yeah. That's exactly what it would be half the time. But that's fine.
Room.
Yes.
They have a presence.
Yes.
They have a command.
Almost like a politician in a way, where you have to be able to, sell me, right? What was Wolf of Wall Street, Jordan Belfort?
Yep.
Sell me this pen.
Sell me this pen.
Hey, Farhan, sell me on the Giants. How do you sell me on this team right now?
Yep.
How would he even answer that?
Yep.
And I'm not going to do a Farhan impersonation because it goes to Krusty the Clown and all this other stuff. But it's just the culture. I keep going back to that word because I don't know what their mindset is.
The culture's broken. The culture's broken.
There is none.
When you take time out to not necessarily get rid of everything that's happened with the Giants organization, but when you hide away the Willie Mazes, you hide away the Pennett's, you hide away the Banners, that was a thing. Players told me, it's like, yeah, this was taken away.
Why would they even do that?
I don't know. Why? If you're a young kid, you're coming into the Giants clubhouse, don't you want to see the World Series?
So in the clubhouse, no.
I heard it's back.
Okay.
But I heard they basically got rid of that stuff for a while and covered it up. So basically, we're not going to show anything about that.
Why would they do that?
I don't know why they would do that.
Are they embarrassed because their level of play is not up to snuff?
I tell you what should be embarrassing for Farhan and the Giants is that the Oakland A's, who are literally not trying to win baseball games.
Major League Part 4.
They signed 3 of your former players at Ross Stripling, Alex Wood, and J.D. Davis, and they have a better record, and they're more entertaining than you, and they got one foot out the door. They're not even trying to win.
They don't even have a home. It's the Sacramento A's of Las Vegas playing in Oakland is what I call them right now. Alex Wood, by the way, I sent it to the chat yesterday, Crickets. Alex Wood against the defending champion Texas Rangers in Oakland yesterday. 6 innings, 2 hits, 1 walk, 3 Ks. It's just, even when they leave, they're doing better.
So I just asked, as we're, it is bad, but we're 36 games into the season. 36 games into the season, Giants fans. I think it's a good barometer right now. 36 games into the season. You're on this 10-game road trip. You're 1-6 on the 10-game road trip. Going to Coors Field. Where are we at with Farhan Zaidi? Where are we at? Is the seat warming up for Farhan Zaidi? Where are we at with Farhan? As we look at this line, look at the numbers Spinoni in this lineup. This is depressing. Looks like my fantasy baseball team.
Do I have to?
Oh yeah, let's go.
My fantasy baseball team is actually like the Giants right now. It's horrible. It's bad. The Giants right now are closer to the Colorado Rockies than they are to the Los Angeles Dodgers. That's where the barometer should not be, man, I want to get on the Dodgers level. So no, can I not be the Colorado Rockies? Is where they are at right now. I'm looking at the landscape of the National League. It's the Marlins who just traded their best player. They're tanking. They just fired their GM last year. They don't know what they're doing. You got them, then you got the Rockies, and then it's the Giants. The Cardinals, who have been awful for most of this year, they have one fewer loss than you do. They're 15-20, and they're in last place in the National League Central right now. So I'm looking at the landscape of not only baseball, but specifically your league and the National League. And I'm looking at the Diamondbacks ahead of me. They got young studs to be impressed about. Corbin Carroll amongst one of them. The San Diego Padres, they got a plethora of stars. Tatis, Machado, now Arias. And then the Dodgers, don't get me started on them. But even just in the National League Central, the Cardinals, I know what the Cardinals are about, Bonte. They're about developing, and they will find guys.
Well, but I'm looking at the Cubs and the Brewers, who have catapulted the Giants and all these teams that have developed. The Pirates. These guys are developing talent. The Cubs are a must-watch
Nationals.
team. The Brewers are a must-watch team. These guys are developing talent. But I'm just looking at the Giants lineup before we get back out to the calls. Jung-Hoo Lee would be the 7th hitter on the Philadelphia Phillies. He's a leadoff guy. Tyro Estrada, 0 for 4 yesterday, would bat 8th on the Phillies or the Dodgers. Okay? That's what we're talking about here. Lamont Wade Jr. is batting 3rd with the Giants, and he's having a stellar season. Batting .347, but he's your 3-hole hitter with 1 home run and 8 RBIs. He would bat 8th on the Philadelphia Phillies. All right, let's be real. That's our 3-hole hitter right now. And I'm not trying to rip on Lamont Wade Jr. Again, he's having a solid season, but he's also got 1 home run and 8 RBIs, and he's batting 3rd on the San Francisco Giants. All right, that's our 3-hole hitter.
Late night Lamont?
Late night Lamont. Matt Chapman, we talked about him with the hat trick yesterday.
How do you get a nickname when he had 1 good season? I'm sorry.
That's what we do in San Francisco.
What are we doing here?
That's where the Giants are at. Let's go to Richie in Queens. Richie, where you at with Farhan, man? 888-957-9570. Giants right now just look bad. Look really, really bad. What's up, Richie?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good.
Oh, I'd say you guys are so much on the money. I am just appalled what's happening. You know, we spoke before. We had our hopes up getting Salah, Chapman is a disgrace at this point. Huh. You know, I was listening to Hunter Pence yesterday, and I love those guys, listening, and Hunter's always so positive. And he said that Chapman fouled off a ball and just missed it, and maybe that can turn him around. You know, and I understand you've got to be positive when you're announcing these games, but I was with my brother. I said, you believe the highlight of that is what he just said. And like you mentioned, the lineup, I mean, our most consistent hitter up until yesterday has been Estrada. We're getting nothing from the shortstop. I'm very disappointed with Lee. You know, our pitching has not. We've got 4 guys in the bullpen that are decent. I love Miller. DeVal's been coming around. Yeah. Obviously, the Rogers brothers. You can't get to them.
Nope.
You just can't. When you're scoring 3 runs a game in this league, you know, they'll probably score 8 runs, 9 runs in Colorado and give up 11. So I don't know what's happening at this point. It's a free fall, but to watch them on a daily basis, it really is. And I mean, what is up with Chapman? You know, guys, we talked earlier, and, you know, when they signed him, Chapman had a horrendous second half. You know, he fell off the cliff like JD. I don't know what Chapman is at 31 years old. He cannot catch up to Walker the other day at 92 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying, what is happening here? So, yeah, totally agree. And look, you know, with 3 wild card, you're never really out of it until maybe later. But the way they're going, and to face, you know, teams like the Brewers, the Cubs, obviously the Phillies, and then you got the 2 teams in the West. Maybe the Mets come around. The Nationals are 17 and 17.
There you go, Richie. Richie.
So are you getting grief over there? And are they on the general manager?
They should be.
Yeah,
they should be, Richie.
We're trying to create that.
Well, we're not going to create. Look, I'm not advocating for anybody to get fired.
No.
I'm just assessing the job.
No, I'm advocating for the seat to get hot,
right,
Bonte.
Well, the seat should have been hot. It's year 6, Matt. But he get, by the way, on the board.
No, I'm just listening to you guys, and one of the things that, like, I'm hearing, they went 1-6 on that road trip. To me, if you win or if you lose these games and you're fighting and you're scoring 5, 6, 7 runs, I think the biggest issue is it's how they're losing.
Not competitive.
No, they're not even competitive. They're striking out, called third strikes left and right. They're not swinging the bat. I mean, it's just like, look at the last 5 games, Spadone.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the run production is just, they don't hit with guys on base.
Nope.
There's no life.
Their last 11 games, I'll say it again, they have scored more than 3 runs 1 time in their last 11 games.
It's not going to cut it.
It's not.
Not when you invest this much money into the lineup. Not when you invest that money into Chapman and Soler and I get the player options. But hell, if I'm Matt Chapman, I'm already opting in. He's batting 209, putting all the pressure. He's second in the league in errors. So you bring him in for defense, and he's not playing defense. You hope you get power, and I always thought, and I know he had the finger injury last year, but I was like, damn, he only hit 17 jacks and had 40 RBIs in that Toronto lineup.
Yeah.
Now he's being miscast as a 3 or 4 hitter in the Giants lineup. So now that's not going to work out. I mean, you got no shot. You got no shot at competing in this division if Matt Chapman is your 3 or 4 hitter. And I'm not trying to rip Chapman.
No.
He's a 6-hole hitter.
But you saw him when he was in the Oakland A's. And who did we say in that lineup was the guy? It was always Matt Olson. Matt Olson, Sean Murphy was that dude as a catcher. You had guys left and right that could hit, could smash. And Chapman was the glove, and he would hit occasionally. You had Marcus Simeon on that squad. like, of all the guys you wanted there, it's now come to the realization that Matt Chapman was probably on the bottom of that list.
No, he was.
And he fumbled the bag, by the way. I think the A's offered him like $150 million.
Well, by the way, if I got to see another Austin Slater at bat this season, I'm going to lose my mind. We all went crazy over Yaz. Austin Slater pinch hit again yesterday, struck out. Just wasn't even competitive in the at-bat.
Meanwhile, Heliot Ramos continues to crush lefties down in Sacramento. He's hitting over 400 against them. We're talking about how terrible this lineup is. Give us a spark of some sort. Like, call up Ramos. Like, could he really be any worse than what we're seeing from Austin Slater right now?
And that's a big league ballpark out in Sacramento, as we all know.
Well, we're starting to see, and then Jorge Soler. In a season full of disappointments, Jorge Soler, he gets signed because he hits the big, 36 home runs last year, and it's all fine and dandy in Miami. You know what, But really,
they were a playoff team last year.
Yeah. Really, Jorge Soler, you take away 2 seasons. 2019, when he hit the 48 jacks in Kansas City, nobody was watching the Royals at that point. And he hits his 36 last year. You look at his career, he's been hurt. He hasn't played he's only played more than 100. How about this with Jorge Soler? 3 times in his career. He's been in the big league since 2014.
Kind of crazy. He's been in the league that long.
He's played more than 100 games 3 times. 101 2015. 2019 he played 162. 2023 he played 137. Now he hasn't had starting roles. He's been benched. He's played over 100 games 3 times in his career. Now he's hurt again. And only twice in his career has Jorge Soler hit more than 14 home runs. Twice in his career, he's hit more than 14 home runs, Jorge Soler. 36 last year, 48 back in 2019.
The problem,
and that's what we're banking on. Spadoni is your cleanup hitter. Jorge Soler, who's hit twice, he's had more than 14 home runs in a season.
What would you do, Bonte, if I gave you the GM hat, the president of baseball ops right now? If I said you're the guy right now, what would be the first move you would make right now to try to better this roster and this team? What would it be?
Cutting Farhan Zaidi.
Okay.
I need a new philosophy.
Okay.
I need a shift in the philosophy. The philosophy of this baseball team is not working out. It's not going to do anything to beat the Dodgers, to beat the Braves, to beat the Diamondbacks, to beat the Padres. The philosophy stinks. The philosophy is broken. Why do mid-tier players come out and rip this team left and right? Rodon, he gave us all the tea leaves about what was going on out here.
J.D. Davis. Alex Wood. The list goes, Ross Stripling. The list goes on and on.
And I don't think those guys are major Hall of Famers or anything like that. But they're talking about it. And other guys are talking about it.
Remember before the season, or right when it started, there was that weird, and Sam, maybe you can explain this better to me, because there was that whole qualifying offer contract dispute with J.D. Davis getting skimped out of some money. You remember, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. I'm not really sure what was going on behind the scenes there that led to that. All I know is that basically they kind of, the whole arbitration battle, it was a matter of, I think, less than $1 million they were apart, and basically there's a deadline that both sides need to submit figures by, and the Giants submitted a number. They didn't get a response back from Davis's camp, and then Davis's camp eventually did respond, but it was after the deadline, so the Giants were like, sorry, we got to take this to arbitration. They let Davis win, essentially, but then they cut him to save some money, and basically what I boil it down to is they basically cut J.D. Davis to save $2 to $3 million,
which is not a becoming of an organization like the San Francisco Giants. And well put, Sam.
It's minor league-ish.
It is.
It's
small
Bush
time-ish.
League, and it's just, the fact you're going to nickel and dime a player like that, I'm not going to sit here and say that J.D. Davis is the greatest third baseman on the planet. Year. He had a great first half last year. I thought it was borderline all-star last year. He faded in the second half, but you didn't need to do him dirty like that. And it's just, other players noticed that. Other players noticed, the Giants, they are like, it was way too cold and calculating. They are a numbers team first. They do not care about the players. That's the image that I got from it. I don't know if it's that extreme, but contrast that to the Brian Sabian years where they were all about treating the players as a priority no matter what. And so, stuff like that, it does get around, and it does put an unfortunate stain on the Giants when Farhan's there.
And now Brian Sabian last night got inducted into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame as an executive with the Giants. Now, this is laughable with the way things are run by the Giants. Brian Sabian has yet to be put on the Wall of Fame. How's he not on the Wall of Fame yet?
That's a joke.
How is he not on the Wall of Fame? Because he is the best executive this organization has ever had. He's not on the Wall of Fame, so he gets inducted to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. And everybody universally loved Brian Sabian. Chris Berman was his presenter. Bob Sargent, what up, Sarge? Was down there. Great friends with Brian Sabian.
Is Save still working with the Yankees right now as a consultant?
Yep.
They're doing pretty well.
Yeah, Javi Lopez in the building. All right, you had some big shots in the building representing Jeremy Affeldt. You had Bobby Evans in the building. A lot of guys universally love Brian Sabian. Guy could work the room, which is what we talked about, but he did what he had to do as an executive, and he built some juggernaut teams out here in San Francisco, whether it was 97, 98, 99, 00, 97 to 03, or the championship seasons when you win 3 World Series in 5 years. And the contrast to Farhan Zaidi and the way he's put together this roster. Now, I don't believe he's signed his extension yet. I believe it's still on the table, right?
That's the last I heard, yes.
So it's some weird things going on with that.
If I'm the Giants, I do not bring him back at all. If there's an opening to get out of the Farhan Zaidi era, we want to call it, let's end that right now and start clean, start fresh. And if that means getting rid of Bob Melvin too and just tearing this whole thing down.
Well, how are we feeling about Bob Melvin, Giants fans, through 36 games?
Play that cut. I want to hear that cut again from Bob Melvin because it sounds like a guy that's a month in is already pissed off and frustrated and doesn't have an answer. And that's
we got to clean it up. We got to play better. You know, we left home. What were we, 1 game under 500? We weren't playing very well. I thought that might be a pretty good place for us, being that we hadn't played well, and now we're playing terribly. So we have to clean it up.
Can Bob Melvin clean it up? How are we feeling about Bo Mel? 36 games into the season. We see anything that inspires confidence in this team? We're so quick to dismiss Gabe Kapler. And I get it, Gabe Kapler probably wasn't the guy for this job. Hell, he wasn't. Let's just be honest. Probably should have never been hired, considering what had happened in Philadelphia. But Farhan hired him anyway. He had his puppet. And now we scapegoated Gabe Kapler for everything that happened last season. Well, we all know Farhan's writing out the lineup card. Why is it all on Cap?
I mean, Farhan Zaidi went to the Chris Carter school of Fall Guys. He got his one in Gabe Kapler and now potentially Bob Melvin.
Lubman, who's the guy we had on from San Diego? Who's a really good guest? We'll get him on again. Padres. He was a podcaster.
Was he 97.3?
Something like that. Okay. Yeah, he was a really good dude. But I'm trying to figure out for the life of me, why didn't it work out of San Diego with Bo Mel with all that talent?
Machado, Tatis, you get a rise now this year, but Soto last year. You have all those. Snell was a Cy Young last year. Like, how does that not work? Because conventional wisdom, when Bob Melvin left the A's to go to the Padres and everything was getting torn down, everyone knew the writing was on the wall. They had their last hurrah back in 2021. They didn't make the playoffs, but they traded for Starling Marte, Jan Gomes, a bunch of other guys there. They tried to do it, and it came up just short. So he said, Bob, you know what? You can go to the Padres, stuff like that. And what was the conversation like? Oh, Bob's finally going to be on kind of like a big league roster. He's finally going to have a say. He's finally, you know what? Mm-hmm. He can let his wings open up, right, and fly, right? And then I just think about that first playoff run he had in San Diego. And it was kind of apropos seeing him back in Philly this week and leaving him pitcher into the too long. I just have that lasting image of Shamanaya on the Padres getting absolutely destroyed
by Bryce Harper,
Schwarber, all those guys mashing him, and Bob Melvin just not knowing what to do because he never knows what to do with the pitching staff, never knows what to do with the bullpen. He's always had that whether it was with the A's, whether it was the Padres, now at the Giants. I just don't think he is the guy to take this team over the top. I never have, and I never will, because he hasn't shown that in his past.
Just really quick, in regards to just kind of what flamed out with the Padres there, just from conversations I had with people who knew, they pointed at the 4 superstars they had there last year: Soto, Tatis, Bogarts, Machado. The 4 of them really had huge issues getting along. You got 3 guys who were making $300 million, and then you also got Juan Soto. They all want to be the guy in that clubhouse. All that kind of led to basically a toxic atmosphere that kind of developed in that clubhouse. Remember, Padres, they were good that first year under Bob Melvin, just as they were that first year under Jace Tingler. A.J. Preller does a great job down there. He's been there for about 8 or 9 years. He's got about 8 or 9 managers in his time there. Yeah. I'm not trying to take the blame away from Bob Melvin why things went south down there. You just asked the question, why didn't things not work out in San Diego? Bob Melvin, a part of the equation. I don't think he's the entire equation of that whole issue.
Well, Farhan's working on his 3rd manager in 6 years. 3rd manager in 6 years. The Giants had 3 managers in like 20. when it comes to Dusty Baker, Felipe Alou, and Bruce Bochy, think about that. Dusty Baker hired in 93. Bochy ended up forced out the door in 2018. That is 3 managers in 25 years. Farhan's working on 3 in 6. 3 and 6.
And you know what? The Padres, Bonte, they were a doormat for most of my life. They were just god awful. They were horrible. They had the worst uniforms, uninspiring. And then things changed with AJ Preller. So I'll say that he gave a level of respectability. I know that first go around. What was it? They traded for the Upton brothers. They did all those big trades. Hosmer, all those guys. Yeah, Big Game James. Oh God, he was horrible. But they got Tatis out of that. They flipped that to Chicago. You remember that, to the White Sox? Ended up getting Tatis back in that, I want to say. So it ended up working out there. But Big Game James. God, what a horrible name for James Shields in his Royals career. Remember that in 2014.
It's like we call tall people tiny.
Yeah, it's the worst. But I say all that to say, as Guru likes to say, the level of expectations have risen to the point in San Diego where they're not going to handle one playoff run and then just not making it the next year. They're not going to deal with that anymore. And that should be the Giants' mindset. How do the San Diego Padres, who haven't won bleep my entire life, have higher expectations and standards than the San Francisco Giants, who have won 3 World Series in the last decade?
Because their front office is serious. Their front office is serious, and the Giants' front office is not.
And what was
serious.
And what was it, Bonte? The owner passed away, and his name is blanking on me, and I apologize because it's very serious. He passed away within the last year, and he wanted to see a World Series before he passed. He was very sick, and now there's new changes at ownership. They weren't sure if they were going to spend. Oh, they're not going to re-sign Snell. Are they getting cheap? What do they go out and do? They go out and get the best hitter in baseball last season in Luis Ariz and says, you know what? We're doubling down.
Well, how about this? Somebody's asking here, JW, panic meter on the Giants. Giants fans, is it time to panic? Look, let's be realistic. You're only 36 games into it. It's a rough road trip. There's a chance they come back at home and go 4-2, although it's unlikely against the Dodgers or Reds. But it's a long way to go.
Peter Seidler.
But where is your panic meter when it comes to the Giants? Are you concerned? Are you slightly concerned? Are you at, as we do on Warriors pre- and post-game live, everybody panic? Where are you at with the Giants? Are you panicking, Lubman? Are you panicking? Are you
I'm going to start this off. Do we want to do scale 1 to 10, scale 1 to Either way, it doesn't matter. My panic meter is very, very low right now. And the reason is
you're not panicking?
No, I'm not. I'm not panicking right now because, as I said, it was predictable. I expect this team to play just like this.
This team has hurt him so bad that he predicted this before.
Basically, all the panic's been beaten out of me at this point. No, and I still do believe that there is time for this team to turn things around. They haven't been fully together yet. They're not going to be fully together until Robbie Ray shows up. The thing I've always been saying, and I'm not going to start panicking until we get to this date, July 21st. If you could just be at minimum 3 games out of a playoff spot on July 21st, that gives us 10 days here on the Morning Roast and all the other shows to bang on the table like we're J. Jonah Jameson demanding pictures of Spider-Man saying, Farhan, go get me a hitter. We have 10 days to do that in that situation. And then when he inevitably does not do that, then that gives us 2 months to then panic and bang on the table and say, get Farhan out of here.
Well, I don't want pictures of Brandon Belt. I want pictures of Shohei Ohtani.
Well, it looks like this team is like 3 hitters away, not just 1. When you look at this lineup.
Well, if you're Farhan Zaidi, you're basically president of baseball operationing for your career right now. You have no excuse not to go all into the deadline. Otherwise, you're just not going to be back next year.
Well, seat's not hot, according to Tim Kirkchen, so he's chilling.
Well, Giants are chilling. She is saying that panic was sold 2016. However, she's in the grave at this point. Oh my God. Estimate Deas? I forgot what her name is. I'm sorry. But she's in the grave at this point on YouTube. Morelli, Bonte, the Giants season is officially done at the 35 games into the season. I cannot see the spirit within the team. Fozzie, 36 games with this roster, and payroll is enough for us to know. Aztec Pride, we have been on panic mode for 3 seasons, Bonte. JW, lifelong Giants fan. Last couple years, I've been out on them. I think it's the perfect time to panic. That's another one. That's from EB here. I think it's a perfect time to panic. I'm numb at this point in Jay LaFrey. It is what it is of Giants baseball.
That's the worst thing you could say. It is what it is like when your parents say something to you when you
Estimated eyes. Estimated eyes.
There
I'm
you
sorry.
go.
Estimated eyes. She's a good one.
That's the name?
Estimated eyes. Yeah, Estimated eyes. She told me before.
Okay.
Estimated eyes.
It is what it is.
She's in the grave at this point. She's in the grave.
I'm looking at the tenure of Farhan Zaidi, Bonte, and it's come clear now. I mean, we can just say without a shadow of a doubt, it was Billy Beane. It was always Billy Beane in Oakland. It wasn't Farhan Zaidi. It was never that. It was Billy Beane, and then with the Dodgers, it was Andrew Friedman. It wasn't Farhan. This whole thing that we were sold on, well, actually, the Dodgers have won all these divisions.
Oh, they gave Farhan all the credit.
Because it was Farhan Zaidi.
Yeah, no Andrew Friedman.
The A's won all those AL West titles.
Heard that for 4 years. Like, Andrew Friedman didn't build the Tampa Bay Rays, and he gets no credit. Farhan drafted these players. It was Farhan picks. It was Farhan this and Farhan that, Farhan this. And that is the most disappointing thing thus far of the Farhan Zaidi era, is that the farm system hasn't gotten better. Which one of these players are going to pop? Can I see Luciano for credit? Can I see Ramos and Matos? When are we going to see these dudes? Like Kyle Harrison, God bless his soul. It's been playing well. That's one guy who's popped. Logan Webb has gotten better under Farhan Zaidi. He has. Yes, I give him credit for that. Wilber Flores has been a solid pro with the Giants, although he's a platooner right now. Lamont Wade Jr.'s been okay.
That's just okay is the synonymous with the Giants the last 2 years. Yeah, they're just okay. Like, Marco Luciano is a myth at this point. He is George R.R. Martin's, newest book, The Winds of Winter. It's never going to come out. It's a myth, Bonte. It's not happening. We'll never have the end of Game of Thrones except that dumpster fire that was the last season, which is kind of synonymous with what the Giants are right now. The last season of Game of Thrones.
You know what?
It's not good.
Never go full season 8 of Game of Thrones.
No. You know what's funny?
Going Stannis, fighting all those guys at the north, and it's not ending well.
I already see what's about to happen too.
Hi, how are you?
With the Giants, I already see what's about to happen. They'll win 2 or 3 in Colorado. They'll come home.
They're back.
They might win 2 or 3 against the Reds.
They're heating up.
And then the Dodgers are going to come to town. And all their fans are going to take over Oracle Park. There's going to be nothing but blue in that stadium. And the Dodgers are going to do damage that weekend. And everybody's going to say, boy, look at the Dodger fans take over Oracle Park. It is Dodger Stadium North. And that's all happened. Let's see, over the last 6 to 7 years. It's all happened right here with Mookie Betts and Shohei Ohtani. And that, I feel like, will be a breaking point for Giants fans. Once they see that image and they're on the losing end of some big-time games against the Dodgers.
8.5.
Why now? Why this time did the Dodgers take? I've been to so many Giants-Dodgers games over the last 6-7 years prior to Farhan and seeing the Dodger fans take over this ballpark, and it's driven me nuts every single time.
Well,
Bruce Bochy's last game as a Giant was basically a Dodger home game.
Well, I tell you why. Because this is year 6 of Farhan, and I think people have had it up to here. They're fed up officially. You spend all this money, you bring in Chapman, you bring in Snell, you bring in Soler, you sell it to the fan base. Hey, man, we're an attractive destination. We're in on all these players. I think this will be it for feds.
Like, this next week is going to be finally when the message finally settles in.
I mean, when Shohei Ohtani hits a grand slam in the top of the 9th of Camilo Doval, I think that's when everyone's going to be fed up.
I bet you Brian Palazzo's fed up.
Oh,
I'm sure he's not happy with what he's saying for the black and orange, or orange and black.
Presence.
BPA, what's happening?
Needed this.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, I mean, look, year 6, guy's an unmitigated failure, and I don't hate Bob Melvin, but Gabe, I didn't love Gabe Kapler, but it was not a Gabe Kapler issue. It's not a Bob Melvin issue. It's a Farhan Zaidi issue. And I mean, the fact that you guys are the only ones that have the guts in this area to actually speak the truth on this, and all these other sort of beat guys and media guys covering the Giants are just basically too intimidated to tell the truth,
BPA,
I think it's,
What is it about that? Because in this market,
I think it's what the Giants do well is they terrify the people that cover the team, and they threaten, access for, favorable coverage, or at least, turning a blind eye to, organizational incompetence. I mean, Farhan, he did literally everything he believed in. He did a complete 180 on in the off season, right? Just to sort of, get himself another contract. But would Kapler be getting more out of this team? Probably, right? And that's not really an endorsement of Kapler, but they probably would win a couple more games because of all the things that he was doing that we hated. But it turns out that, that was really kind of necessary to get the most out of a terrible roster.
Yep. No,
right?
I'm with you.
Where's the farm system?
I'm with you.
System? Year 6.
Year 6, no farm BPA.
It's down in Hollister on the actual farm. It's cow pies out there is what it is right now. A bunch of doo-doo.
And honestly, BPA, I'll keep you on the line here. I'll admit this. I'll admit this to everybody out there. I try to be as open-minded as possible about this Giants roster. But I knew damn well when they signed Chapman what was coming. When they signed Soler, I knew what was coming. I mean, come on. Brian, PPA, you've been watching baseball a long time. Soler's had 2 years in which he's hit more than 14 home runs. 2 years. And we act like this guy's going to be the right-handed Barry Bonds for us.
I mean, again, it all comes down to the developmental system for the Giants, right? Remember, Marco Luciano was supposed to be the everyday shortstop, right?
Did he came up with that at night? He was supposed to be the everyday
shortstop. They don't even want to say his name anymore, right? Like, and so, you know, this farm with the hitters, you know, why the reason they're not calling these hitters up, in my opinion, I mean, obviously it's not everyone has to agree with that, but my opinion is that, you know they don't have the goods. And once they punt on all the veterans and bring the kids up and the kids flop, Farhan is dead man walking, right?
Brian.
That's why he's not calling them up.
Real quick. One more, Brian, for you real quick before you go. Is he gone? We got him?
No, he's still on.
Okay. More likely the Warriors move off of Klay Thompson or Klay Thompson moves off the Warriors?
God. You know what? I'm going to wait on the Warriors after seeing the Timberwolves last night.
Oh my God.
And we're so far away from being a contending team that like it's really Klay Thompson's irrelevant in that discussion, right? Like they need so much that they don't have that, you know, let's just see what they do. Hopefully hopefully Joey's left.
There you go. Hopefully Brian Palo Alto calls back because I love him. I think it's time for the injury report, though.
Yeah, let's go to the injury report. We get to Matt and Renda on the other side when it comes to Farhan, and then we'll get to Klay Thompson. There, it is funny. My boy Travis Irby, shout out to Travis Irby, and I'm a 49er. A lot of people were hating on Bonte when he was on Farhan's bumper. A lot of Giants fans hating on Bonte. Where they at now? Well, listen, it's not even about that. I just try to call it like I see it.
It's not hate either to just say what we see. It's just not good.
Well, no, it's just fans being so optimistic. Bonte, you're too hard on Farhan.
Well, no, and
Farhan's really good at his job. Farhan this. And I've been on Farhan since 2021.
Yeah. And I'll
I just
speak
don't
to that
see it.
because Bonte, you and I, we've gone back and forth this, and I know we're up against it here. But my whole thing of why I kind of want to push back on this, I did want to give Farhan some run to actually kind of see if he could turn this around. I think I gave him far more run than most fans, far more run than he deserved. It's at the point where that run is over. So there was once a time where you can maybe squint your eyes and try and convince yourself that it was worth waiting. That moment has long passed.
Yeah,
and with that,
I'm over it.
Ow!
And now you move off of Joey Bart, right? And now you have Tom Murphy. You signed Tom Murphy, who nobody knew. Tom Murphy, I mean, come on. Now he's going to miss 4 to 6 weeks with the left knee sprayed. So now your backup catcher's gone.
Not Sean Murphy.
Tom Murphy. Manager Bob Melvin said the severity of the sprain is between a grade 1 and grade 2. Good news is that the Giants do not expect the injury to be serious enough to require surgery. And Patrick Bailey right now is on the concussion list, IL. So the Giants will rely on Blake Sable, Jackson Reitz behind the plate for the next few days. We go from, this is just laughable.
It's unacceptable.
This is just absolute. As Brian Sabian gets inducted into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, a team and a franchise he helped build, this is what we're talking about. Blake Sable and Jackson Reitz.
Sable's a good kind of fish to eat. It's a white fish. Curb your enthusiasm.
We're playing baseball here.
There you go.
Injury report brought to you by Boxer Girls, your Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. We'll do a little more Giants, and we'll get to Klay Thompson. We got Nick Friedel. We'll go basketball. We'll start to laugh a little bit, talk about some sports that are hot right now. Giants are not hot. NBA playoffs, very hot. Injury report brought to you by Boxer Girls. And again, that's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bake, full-service baking, no compromises.
He ruined your zone.
Good morning here on a Tuesday. Doesn't feel like it. Favorite day of the week, Monday was great. Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. Got a couple great playoff games. Minnesota up 2 on the Denver Nuggets. T-Wolves look good. And Warrior fans, we were badly mistaken. It would have been a rough ride in the 7-game series with the T-Wolves.
Oh, my God. Those were the days, Bonte. Yeah, you know what? We could hang. You know, I think we could beat the Thunder. I think we can make a run if it gets the Timberwolves. Stop.
We can make a run.
Stop.
Knicks beat the Pacers, although the referees had a hand in it late in the game. Referees, it's not about you. It's about the players on the court. Let the players dictate the game, not you. I thought the Pacers got jobbed last night.
My guy Dante DiVincenzo.
Yeah, they got jobbed.
He's Italian, Bonte. We're known for flopping.
That offensive foul on Miles Turner was worse than Paige Beckers in UConn. When they got called for the offensive charge against Iowa. It was worse than that.
I thought Stan Van Gundy was very good on the call yesterday. Brian Anderson on TNT just going out. He's like, that is something that is never called late in the fourth quarter. Ever.
I dare Dan Dibley to defend the officials late in the game last night.
Well, they already admitted they were wrong. Because they admitted they were wrong after, what is it, the 2-minute report or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah, they admitted it.
They already admitted it?
Yeah, so it's okay.
Sad. Well, too bad for the Pacers. So you got that going on. The Giants are winning 600th road trip. We'll close the book off Farhan and pivot to the Warriors and Klay Thompson and what could go on there. But this Giants team is just bad. Let's go to Matt Rinda. Matt, what's happening?
Good morning, gentlemen. How you doing?
I'm good, Matt. What up, corner? What up, corner pocket?
Well, look. Nobody got a shout out this morning, so I'm going to shout out all the overnight sprinklers that came up saving water, people not watering their lawns during the day. So shout out the overnight sprinklers. I'd like to shout out all the Warriors fans who didn't want Karl Anthony Towns. You guys did a good job on that one. But, you know, Bonte, you got baby Chaz, and I know you're starting to see the world through her eyes, and what a delight that is. And as a father of 2, you see me with my kids at the Warrior game.
Yep.
Like, there's nothing better than going to an event and watching your children just enjoying it and seeing it and learning the players, man. You're going to get there with baby Jazz. And the access she's going to get, boy, woo, that's amazing. But I'll tell you this. Here's the referendum on Farhan Zaidi. I don't want to take my kids to the Giants game. I just don't. And my son last year, he's a baseball player. He's a pretty good baseball player. He's young, playing Pinto. But, you know, like, he would rather have gone to the A's games. And when I ask him, I'm like, hey, what do you want to do? He's like, the Giants are losing. And I would love to take him to a Giants-Dodgers game, and maybe it's a good thing because it would stoke the rivalry in him to see the Dodgers take over our park.
Yeah.
But, you know, if you don't want to take your kid, that's the deal.
Unbelievable. That's bad. That's where we're getting to. You don't even want to take your kid to the yard to watch this team because you're uninspired. By the way, shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union.
That's
Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. He's right. Matt Narin is right. Shout out to the overnight dancers. Shout out to all the cops, the BART.
I thought I said overnight sprinklers.
Oh, he said overnight sprinklers. I said overnight dancers.
Oh, okay. There we go.
And maybe business is booming. We had the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame down the road. Maybe some people in town, some stragglers, wanted to get a good meal. The Go Club. Who knows? But shout out to everybody out there. Uber drivers.
Got a great buffet.
Teachers, students. Like I always say, like the great Tony Soprano, crack them damn books, kids. Crack them books. All right?
Of all the people you could say, yeah, I'm quoting Tony Soprano on reading books. That's what it is. Not Plato, not Aristotle, not Socrates.
Crack the books.
Tony Soprano.
Crack the books.
God,
you know
please.
what? You know what? I'm with you, 650. Here you go. 650.
By the way, the Dodgers are coming to Oakland this year, August 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, so he can do both. There you go.
He can do both. 650.
Taking the A's in that one.
Bonte, the NHL draft lottery is at 3:30 today. Send the Sharks your best vibes.
Mac,
you know what?
Celebrini time.
Celebrini. Let's go, baby. Let's go Sharks.
Well,
let's get that number 1 pick.
Patrick Marleau, greatest Shark, right? San Jose
Inducted
Sharks.
last night. It's good vibes. Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. The vibes are starting to line up. It's all coming together.
The next franchise player here in this draft for the San Jose
Let's
Sharks.
go, baby. Hey, I'm locked in. 3:30 NHL draft lottery. This is huge. The tank.
I want to take Benny. Have you taken Baby Chaz to a hockey game? Because hockey is one of those sports for kids. It's just the child, like sharks are cool enough anyways.
Giant shark head.
Yeah, they love it.
We saw the mascot. Benny gave the mascot, whoever it is. I don't know. SJ Sharkey. We were at the Discovery Museum down in San Jose. Yeah. Very cool. I don't know if you've been there, Baby Chaz. Did the big fire truck, all the water playing and stuff. And he gave the shark a high five. Baby Nora, though, the 1-year-old, no, not about that life.
Understandable.
She is very scared of any kind of mascot. Like, just clings to me with those daggers of fingernails she's got.
Totally understandable. I'll say this, Sharks games, I think that crowd is probably the most spirited crowd of all the teams
hockey
here in
in general,
area.
right?
Hockey in general. Sharks fans, they bring it. They are the only fan base I've ever seen that was like cheering during the pregame highlight reel. Like when they scored the goal in the pregame highlight reel, like they would cheer. Like that's how fired up they get for their Sharks. So hopefully the Sharks can win that lottery today. Bring in Macklin Celebrini. They had Will Smith last year. He's coming along well. If the Sharks could get that going again, man, talk about filling a void.
It was great to see Patrick Marleau yesterday inducted. One of the greatest Sharks, if not the greatest Shark in franchise history. So the good vibes are there. Yeah, Brian Sabian. It was a who's who at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame yesterday. Guru came alongside me. Guru had a great time, even though he was in his bow tie all damn day. But he had a great time down there at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame.
Patrick Marleau played for 24 years.
24 years, dude.
24 years.
Yeah. Hey, look.
That's unbelievable.
49er rider.
It's not an easy sport, people.
No, it's not. 49er rider said, I've never been to a hockey game. Aren't the Sharks pretty bad? Yeah, they are bad right now. But now's the perfect time to go to a game.
Yes. Especially if you have kids.
Available.
See, we were just having a caller, Matt, saying he doesn't even want to go. The kid doesn't want to go to the Giants. I'll go to a hockey game that's bad. You know what? It's going to be fun at least. I might see a fight. I might see something like that. I don't know if Benny wants to watch. Actually, he might want to watch that. But like that's the thing we're talking about here.
I want to pick a fight.
Baseball on its own is very difficult to bring the children to anyways. Like the lack of attention span. There's not a lot of, the pace of play maybe a little bit. But even then, your eyes wandering. I'm not paying attention to every pitch. Like basketball and hockey and hell, football, those are the ones if you have a 4, 5, 6-year-old that you're kind of like, and maybe a little less so football because it gets a little rowdy if you're not in nice seats. But yeah, baseball's a tough sell right now for the little ones. And that's the thing the Giants have done so well on, I think, more so than any other team. In their heyday, Bonte, they sold the family atmosphere. Come out with your family. I used to go with my dad all the time.
You come out with the family, but you're also good. Let's not mistake.
No, but
you got to be good too.
No, but even in the down years, like I go to those games and go to the atmosphere of AT&T Park, then now Oracle Park. Like it was just a good time at the Yard, and now it's just.
You know what? Kids will have a good time because there's a lot of things to do at the Yard, especially at Oracle.
The Coke Slide still doing it for you?
Coke Slide. Well, they even behind center field, they got like skee ball. They've got an arcade down there.
Do
the 415 Club? Yeah,
it's a nice.
They have like a little beach when you walk in there. Now they like changed all the outside.
No, it's a great time out. It's just you're gonna go watch a team that can't score more than 3 runs. Let's go to Robin in the city. Robin, what's happening? Good morning, Sugar.
Good morning, Sugar. I'm so glad you took my call. I was able to get you. So there's not really to talk about the Giants. We were at the club yesterday. I'm serious. They were like, oh, they sad. So my question is, we all know Gabe Kapler was the scapegoat. Do you still think he should have been fired? The second thing I want to say is the guy who called in talking about congratulations, Warriors, you messed up on Carl Anthony Townsend. I just hate people and their revisionist history call. Anthony Townsend. And it took years, years for him. And dude, I'm good with y'all say. We always go on what's going on right now. Anthony Townsend, it's now. All of a sudden he's great. All of a sudden he's this because he's doing good. Like Ant is Michael Jordan. I mean, we need to just stop this stuff sometimes and let people grow. But Carl Anthony Townsend, in my opinion, Bonte, he's still soft. Bye.
Had a great game last night.
Carl Anthony Towns might be the guy they move on from because of the contract and because they have Naz Reid and Rudy Gobert. They fit very well together alongside Anthony Davis. He may be a guy that's expendable. He's still a really good player. Carl Anthony Towns' talent has never been the question. It's been the passion and the drive, and sometimes he's just not a smart player. You heard Anthony Edwards in that presser last week said, stop fouling, dude. You foul too much. Stop hacking.
I wouldn't use the word soft with Carl Anthony Towns. The guy has come back from a meniscus injury and he's looked like he hasn't skipped a beat.
He doesn't look soft.
I'm not using the word soft for Carl Anthony Towns right now. I mean, no Rudy Gobert, no protection in the paint. Okay. All right, Carl Anthony Towns, you're a 7-footer. Go play like one. And he did like that yesterday. Jokic did not play well. Murray did not play well. Again, we're talking about the NBA basketball. It's like 2 different sports. It is 2 different sports, but there's 2 different leagues we're talking about when it comes to like professional than AAA when we're talking Giants. But what's going on in the NBA playoffs right now is just, they're comparing right now. I'm seeing on TV. They're comparing Anthony Edwards to Jalen Brunson. Who's better right now? Who's having a better playoffs? That's the level. No. I know. I'm just saying that's the level of play we're talking about right now in the playoffs with some of these young guys. The future is now. That's what you've been saying, Vontae. I don't know when the future is and what the future holds for the San Francisco Giants. I don't know what it is, but it's not looking good. I'll just say that. Yeah. Just to try to put a bow on this conversation when it comes to the Giants and Farhan, because the route on the table is they're not doing anything right now with them. I don't know what they're going to do in the future.
Robin asked, should they have fired Gabe Kapler?
He was the fall guy.
He was the fall guy, Robin. But my thought was you should have got rid of both of them. It was a perfect time to say, you know what, 5 years, let's just go in a new direction. You're at a dead end right now. But instead, you allow Farhan, whether you like it or not, I always believed, and there's people around the organization believe that he did force out Bochy. Now Bochy was losing his fastball. I do think it was time for a change. With that said, it sucks watching Bochy win the World Series in Texas. You ran off the greatest manager in Giants history. Now, you do that, and then you hire Gabe Kapler, who had a very subpar tenure in Philadelphia. We had Howard Eskin on yesterday. He told us. Angelo Cataldi told us. You're hiring Gabe Kapler? You're come on now. And in the entire introductory press conference, read into Ann Killian yesterday. Shout out Ann Killian, San Francisco Chronicle. We were discussing that first ever introductory press conference with Gabe Kapler, where they basically were defending their actions in the Dodgers minor league system. That's all they did for the first 40 minutes of that presser. So you hired Kapler, an unpopular move with baggage, and then you allowed to fire him and treat him as a scapegoat? We have bigger issues than Gabe Kapler.
I always appreciated the transparency of Gabe Kapler, too. I think he was dealt a very unfortunate hand here with the Giants. I don't think he had much say in what was going on. I think he got the script, if you will, handed to him before the Broadway production and says, go do this. If you need to have a couple ad-libs here and there, well, just go through me first. Farhan Zaidi being that guy, the director, if you will, and then we'll see what goes on. But I have nothing but kind things to say about Gabe Kapler because I was the last guy who spoke to him at this station. So there you go. That's my claim to fame here, 95.7. Gabe Kapler and Joe Shasky tried to invite himself onto like whatever Gabe Kapler was doing. Going to eat at restaurants and stuff like that. And I had to tell him to relax.
Actually, I had a chance to catch up with Gabe on Friday night out at the Coliseum. So he's doing well. Miami is treating him very well.
He's probably doing
He's not big on the nightlife, though. We didn't have a huge conversation about that. But no, it was nice to see Gabe again.
About the nightlife.
Oh, that's true.
He's hanging out with Jimmy Butler at the F1.
There you go. Yeah, him and Jimmy Butler
are out. Sit down and spill his nightlife shenanigans with Sam Lovett. I'm sorry.
You might.
South Beach,
Miami.
I
need Kapler going to Cuba is what I need. Kapler in Havana.
He might.
You know what? He saw me. He had a big old smile on his face. He extended his hand to shake my hand. We chatted for a few minutes. It was good to see him. We had a fun little conversation catching up.
And did he trade rides?
Well, yeah, no, then I'm looking over. He's in the dugout like on his phone for like 20 minutes. I'm like, what's that all about? Then all of a sudden, Jeff Passan pops up on my phone. It's like, oh.
So as the Giants are free-falling right now, and I'm not shutting out Tom Petty. I don't know if it's R.I.P. Tom Petty.
Yeah, R.I.P.
Giants won a 600 road trip. This did break yesterday, and we didn't dive all the way into it, but we're going to start to do it, especially with Cousin Nick coming on as we shift back to NBA playoffs. Shams Charania, The Athletic, brought up something that we've been discussing all season long when it comes to Klay Thompson.
The Magic can open up in excess of $60 million in cap space this offseason. So they're going to be players, when you think about free agency and other moves that can be made. You look at scoring. In Game 7, obviously struggled a little bit to score the ball, especially in the second half of the game when the Cavs and Donovan Mitchell kept coming for them. So you look at the point guard position, but also shooting and scoring on the wing. And one name to keep an eye on, Klay Thompson. I'm told there is mutual interest between the Magic and Klay Thompson. Thompson, along with several other vets around the league, are looking at the Magic as a situation where if you plug in a guy like Klay Thompson, you plug in another veteran player, whether it be at the point guard position, the shooting guard position, this team can make a real jump around Paolo Banchero and Franz Wagner. Both guys, Paolo Banchero already a star, already a guy that's been a part of Team USA. Franz Wagner has the ability to potentially be an all-star as well. But if you plug in some more shooting and scoring, I think that's what can take this Orlando team to another level.
So we've been on this as Orlando's one of the worst shooting teams in the league, and we saw that come to fruition in Game 7 against the Cleveland Cavaliers. They couldn't hit a shot in the second half. Couldn't hit an outside jumper. Didn't have a lot of guys who could space the floor. Paulo Banchero's a star. I love Paulo Banchero. Think you could build around him. What he did in that playoff series, the youngest player to average, over 25, 7 and 5 or something like that.
He's the Italian stallion, man.
He is a baller. He is a baller. But you look at 3-point percentage this year in the regular season. Orlando, all the way at 24th, shooting 35% from 3. All right? 3-point makes per game. Orlando, all the way towards the tail end of the season. Now, they ended up, surprisingly, Orlando here. Where are they at, Orlando? 30th in the league. Dead last in 3-point makes per game.
Yeah, they couldn't hit anything. They had that 18-point lead, Bonte, and it was gone in a second because they couldn't hit a shot after that. They just need someone that is respectable on the outside to just, have gravity. That's the term we use here, right? The spacing.
Mm-hmm.
The spacing to have a guy like Paulo Banchero to do whatever he wants in the middle of that floor is what a guy like Klay Thompson could help with potentially if he were to sign there.
In this series against the Cleveland Cavaliers, Orlando shot 30.9% from 3. The only teams worse, the Lakers, the Cavaliers, and the Pelicans.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what?
Come on, Pelican.
3 of those 4 teams are home, and Cleveland will be home in about 5 or 6 games against Boston.
Yep.
So Orlando needs shooting. Now, Dub Nation, it's out there now. And the rumor's been catching steam. Klay Thompson, Orlando. They've got plenty of money to spend. They can sign Malik Monk and Klay Thompson and pair them.
That'd be a great offseason for them.
Wagner and Banchero.
That'd be a great offseason for them.
All right.
Specifically Monk, because he's still young enough to where it's like, okay, he could be a part of this. He can be a slasher for you too. Guy that could get a shot off whenever he wants to. I mean, he was unbelievable in that Warriors series last year. He was unbelievable.
Now, how about this? I think they also need a point guard, a veteran in the room.
Oh, no, not Cliff, Paul.
No,
His brother?
I'm talking Chris. I'm talking CP3. Ryan Russillo from The Ringer agrees.
It's funny because I actually think like 2 Warriors would fit the bill here. Where you go, all right, well, could Chris Paul play 20 minutes and unclog some of these? Because what I don't want them to do is I don't want them to bring in somebody so ball dominant that then it takes away from some of Paolo's possessions. It's one of the hardest things with all these talented players to be like who overlaps and then who complements with their skill set or really even their mindset of how they want to attack the game. So I think they need some kind of guard that's a little bit more deferential that could still shoot. But, I don't know what people think of Chris Paul now at this point. And I don't know if this team would be good enough for him to sign on for less money. And that's why I still think Klay is going to make a lot of money somewhere. Because on top of everything else, he's a great teammate. He's a good dude.
Yeah.
And I think despite the Sacramento game in the play-in elimination, he salvaged himself somewhat this season from the lows of him, almost having these open therapy sessions with the media after the game, which is not surprising for somebody like him and his stature to go through everything he went through.
So, my boy Sabo on YouTube, where's Sabo at? Because we got to bet that Klay's going to make at least $30 million per year.
He must be a One Piece fan.
Yeah, Sabo, talk to me. If Klay does sign for $30 million, what you got for me? Because we got to bet. I don't even know what the bet is. Maybe somebody on YouTube can remind me.
I don't know what bet? What is that?
He was saying, Bonte, Klay's not getting 25. I said, man, he's not going to get 25. He's going to get 30.
It's a lot of cash. I don't know if the Warriors would be willing to do that.
But our Warrior fans, I know we keep saying we need change. You may have to break apart the big 3. But are you really ready for the big 3 to be broken apart? Are you really ready for that? Are you ready to go into next season knowing that number 11, Klay Thompson, is no longer wearing a Warrior uniform? See, I'm not ready to deal with that reality. I'm not going to lie to you.
I'd say it's split. Shout out James McAvoy, great movie. M. Night Shyamalan.
Yeah, that was a great movie.
Right now.
That was a great movie.
The sequel sucked. It wasn't Mr. Glass or whatever. That one sucked.
Was that what Samuel L. Jackson and all those
Bruce
guys?
Willis. Yeah, they tried to merge it with Unbreakable, and it just didn't happen.
Yeah.
But I think the fan base is split. I think emotionally, half of them saw this past season, saw how it ended, and the writing was on the wall and said something needs to happen. And if that is Klay Thompson, I'm at peace with that. The guy's won 4 championships. If he can get paid elsewhere, that's fine. The other half, I think, are now in the run it back mindset, saying, you know what? I'm going to go down with this ship. I'm going with Klay. Pay him. We've already locked up Draymond. We have Steph. Let's just run it back with this core 3, the Splash Bros and Draymond, and let's see what happens. and we can make some tweaks elsewhere. I think the fan base is split, truly.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
I think they're split too. I do think this is a tough realization.
What'd you have? A Truly?
It's tough to just think that the big
Go for
three
it, truly.
might not be back next season together. And I think a lot of Warrior fans, we've all have had this illusion that they're all going to retire together in one uniform, which is really hard to do. It really is. And a testament to the Warriors.
Disney endings don't happen all the time.
It doesn't always, no, most of the time.
Yeah.
By the way, Burke of the Creek, what's Jamal Murray's punishment going to be? Burke, I do not know. He'll probably get a fine. At the minimum, he'll get fined.
And he's referencing Jamal Murray yesterday in the blowout loss. He had a heating pad that he slid out onto the court, threw it out there, and thankfully, and Karl-Anthony Towns, it was a Timberwolves possession, and he actually had a layup or like a little jumper, but I'm shocked no one stepped on it or slipped on it. I think he should be suspended, personally. That could have caused a serious injury, and I don't think he will get suspended because it is the playoffs, Bonte. They are the defending champions, but he should be.
Well, you know what? It doesn't matter. Warriors are defending champions. They pop Draymond anyway. You know what I'm saying? For a lot less.
Well,
I mean, I know
Jamal Murray doesn't have the history of
he had the
Draymond
flagrant
Green.
points up, but by the time LeBron teabagged him, that was, whatever.
Still,
I don't know what that series.
Still hurt you 8 years ago?
First of all, the Denver-Minnesota series is over. I'm sorry.
Really? You're not giving the defending champs any respect going forward? Really?
I gave them, no, they get a lot of respect. Minnesota's just a better team.
Wow.
This one is over. Over! I'm guaranteeing it.
I said it. Oh, you're going Charles Barkley.
I'm going full Barkley. Minnesota's going to the conference finals. They're going to the conference finals.
I'm still leaning on the Nuggets in 7. I still got to see it.
I don't see him winning 4 games in 5 nights.
Okay.
We'll ask Cousin Nick. Nick Friedell's going to join us on the other side.
Nick.
We'll discuss Klay's future, what's going down in Orlando, the NBA, Jimmy Butler. We didn't even get to Pat Riley yet.
We need to
Wait
get
till you
into
hear
that.
what Pat Riley said. Maybe we'll come back with the cut.
Yes.
We'll come back with it. We'll come back with Pat Riley, and then we'll bring in Cousin Nick.
And Cousin Nick is based in down in Florida, so he knows a thing or two about the Magic and about the Heat.
Oh,
yes.
yeah, Heat culture, baby. Spinoni here for Shasky. Carter, what up? What up, Carter? Love it. Coming in with some good takes today. You've never sounded better.
That's because we're talking baseball.
Oh, that's it. You're one trick pony? Damn.
I talk
Way
football
to
too.
limit yourself. Way to limit yourself. Should have said, that's when you come in. Well, I'm well-rounded. Said you limited.
No,
to
he's
some
keeping
punches in the box.
his NBA takes close to the vest.
No, I'm being humble in this one.
When we were filling in for you guys, he had a Trey Young to the Warriors take.
Oh yeah, you want to talk about lighting the YouTube chat up?
Oh boy,
they
Trey
did
Young.
not like that one.
Yeah, I don't-
man. You'd have thought I insulted all their
Yeah.
mothers at once or something.
I don't like
My
it. You just
God.
brought up Trey Young. I don't even know what the deal had.
I kind of want to lean in more to it just to enrage them even more.
Yeah, no, let's not do that. It's a Tuesday morning. We're all feeling good. We're all in a good mood. It is Cousin Nick. He brings us all into the good mood. He puts, maybe not Warrior fans, Cousin Nick knows how to ride a Warrior fans a little bit. But he's coming up.
He's coming.
But he's coming up. Brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
or is that Jimmy serious? You know, if you're not on the court playing against Boston or on the court playing against the New York Knicks, you should keep your mouth shut in your criticism of those teams.
What up? What up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to the morning motherfucking roast with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Big Pun, what up?
God, I love Big Pun.
Big Pun, by the way, sent me some takes on Farhan, but it's not even worth playing on the air because you would need about 900 bleeps on 3 messages.
Oh, he dropped F-bombs every other word.
Yeah,
it's great.
I mean, we can't even have him call into the show. Literally, he called into the show, and his first 3 words was an F-bomb. It's like, you know what, Big Pun, just don't call. You just send us Instagram messages. We'll listen to the voice memos. We'll decide whether or not we're going to play them. And these Farhan cuts that he had, he's out on Farhan Zaidi, and there's just too many bleeps to bleep in this message. It's not even worth it.
Big Pun Bonte has his finger on the pulse of every Bay Area franchise. He gets it, man.
He does
He gets it. He knows it. When he called in just hate talking the Cowboys last year, whether it's whether it's the Warriors and their future, or whether it's Farhan, Big Pun knows his stuff.
Listen, I'm with estimated eyes. F-bombs just happened.
What's that name? Estimated eyes.
Hey, listen, F-bombs just happened. They just happened. I mean, I almost dropped a couple S-bombs last week.
Oh.
I had to catch myself.
I may have dumped one on accident.
Yeah, did you? What were we talking about?
I don't know.
What got me so distraught?
It was an under the breath one too, which means you were really angry. It wasn't like a straight one. Right. It was one of those you say under your breath when you're really disappointed or angry. That's what it was.
I mean,
you might have been talking about the landscape of the NBA playoffs. And how it's not looking good for the old guard.
Yeah. Your boy was a little depressed.
Yes.
Like Lonnie Walker.
What do you want me to do? The Lonnie Walker game. That was the downfall. We all knew it was the Lonnie Walker game. The downfall.
Look at Espadoni saying, I am depressed. The
candle stays lit with Lonnie Walker.
Stays lit with Lonnie Walker. And somewhere Cousin Nick is laughing away.
You know what's sad in that series? We thought Darvin Ham was out-coaching Steve Kerr. What a time. Darvin Ham's now gone. And Steve Kerr is going to be the head coach of Team USA basketball.
It's going to be a chaotic offseason. And we knew LeBron James was going to make some things happen. But on the line is Odyssey NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider calls are brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe equipped for adventure. Listen, Cousin Nick. It's good to have you on today, man. First of all, let's start with this. Spadoni in for Shasky. Pat Riley. And I love when the Godfather speaks because he doesn't speak often. But boy, did he speak yesterday. Tyler Hero, yeah, he's a bit fragile. Jimmy Butler, probably should just play and not talk too much about Pat Riley was in rare form yesterday, Nick. Good morning to you, by the way.
B is Spadone. It's great to be with y'all, first and foremost.
What's up, buddy?
As far as Riley goes, he's basically the only person left in the league who would say that kind of stuff. And he has the respect within that organization specifically to get up at those press conferences at the end of the year and speak his mind. I remember it was either last year or the year before he was challenging Ira Winderman, who has been one of the writers down there for like 30 years. He challenged him to a push-up contest. So anything can happen as far as Pat Riley goes in the moment, and we saw another example of that. But specific to the Jimmy stuff, I thought it was really interesting because what it means clearly is that Riley was really pissed off at Jimmy for creating that video or having it be taped, and he's been upset that he hadn't been able to stay on the floor. Now, the Heat aren't close to the 2 finals appearances they made in the last few years without Jimmy Butler, but if you're trying to read between the lines, you wonder if Riley's saying that publicly, what is he saying privately, and does that factor into whether or not Jimmy is going to stay there at least for a couple more years?
Spadoni, I love that Riley went out there like that.
He's the best.
I love that.
That hair, the Gordon Gekko lifestyle. Yep. I love me some Pat Riley, and it's true, so true, Nick, that he's like a dying breed right there. Like, you don't see that I could not imagine any other GM going at their star player like Pat Riley did with Jimmy Butler there and putting him on notice, but he does have the respect around the league. I wanted to get your thoughts before we get into the offseason and what's going on with potentially the Magic and Klay Thompson. What has been your main takeaway or story right now in the playoffs, because it's me, Bonte and I have been talking about it. The young guard is here to take over right now, whether it's Anthony Edwards, whether it's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Luka, Kyrie, Jalen Brunson going off. We know about Tatum and Brown. What's been your overall takeaway of the playoffs thus far, Nick?
I think it has to be Ian Edwards, because, Spadone, when you see the way he's performed in these spots over and over again, and the way he's given belief to the rest of the guys on that team, I thought he was going to be really, really good. And all three of us had those conversations back the last couple of years. If only he had fallen to where the Warriors were at.
Don't remind us, Nick. Don't remind us.
Well, exactly. Like, if it just, he would have fit, and it made so much sense that his game could have had the growth and been the bridge that everybody wanted it to be out there in the Bay. It didn't happen. The Timberwolves made the selection, but I'd be lying to you all if I thought that I saw this, especially just a few years after being selected number one. He has been unbelievable. His confidence is growing, and you can tell with the way he's playing that he's making everybody else around him believe. And certainly, guys, they're not the same type of player, that's clear. But what it reminds me of from a distance is watching Derrick Rose in Chicago. Because when you saw Derrick in the way he performed, there were nights he'd do stuff, and you'd look at the bench, and you'd be like, these guys, they're going nuts because they know. And then we know with the knee injuries, what happened, everything changed. But that's what I'm seeing as I watch this Timberwolves team come into its own. And who knows what's going to happen the rest of the series and beyond. But to me, Anthony Edwards is the story of this postseason so far, and he continues to show just how dominant he can be in stretches.
Well, and I'm glad you brought that up, Nick, because you used to do a lot of shows here, obviously, with us on here, and then it was during that pre-draft process back in that pandemic season, right, when you had LaMelo Ball, you had James Wiseman, and obviously Anthony Edwards going number one overall out of Georgia. And you remember the conversations around Anthony Edwards back then? Doesn't care, likes football more. You know, Steve Kerr said he worked him out. Oh, yeah, Steph does this in his sleep. I mean, you have a long ways to go. If we had the number one pick, we wouldn't have taken you. I think that was just a little motivation factor for him because he knew that they weren't going to be able to get him. But those pre-draft analysis and stuff like that, and then I see a player that is clearly going to be the face of the league. Hell, maybe by the end of this postseason run, I just got to laugh every time. We just had the NFL draft with some of these things, and whether it's coaches, whether it's media leaking it out there for other teams to try to get them to fall, it kind of pisses me off, actually, when I hear stuff like that, and I see the level of player he's become now.
Well, Spadone, what it reminds you and what it should remind anybody listening to us right now is the truth of the matter is nobody really knows anything for sure. I mean, that's just reality. Nobody knows. It's why I laugh, and we just saw the NFL draft, obviously, a little while ago, and they're passing out grades, and you're going, oh, this guy doesn't really fit here, and this guy, this is a reach. Nobody knows. You just don't know. You've got to let the process play out. And in the case specifically of Anthony Edwards, nobody thought that he could turn into this type of player a couple years into the career he's building. He has done it. I don't think anybody thought that Wiseman, to use the Warriors example, could be this type of bust this quickly.
Yeah.
And he was. It just didn't happen for him. And LaMelo, obviously, he's been hurt, so he hasn't been able to show exactly what he wanted. But it's all of these sports. There's so much hype around the draft, but you just have to take a deep breath sometimes and say, all right, let's see where this goes a few years from now. If you're a Timberwolves fan, it couldn't have worked out any better, though, because what it has done, and it's very clear in the way the postseason has worked out and beyond, he's become the face of this team, and it was a face change that they needed desperately because Towns, for as talented as he's always been, he was just never that number one guy. Anthony Edwards is, and there's a reason why Minnesota has the momentum that they do.
No, you're spot on there, Nick. You're so spot on there about the Karl Anthony Towns line. Anthony Edwards is more equipped for that role. And you saw the way somebody in our YouTube chat is spot on when they said the way Karl Anthony Towns looked at Anthony Edwards after Game 3 at Phoenix when Ed said, just stop fouling, dude. Stop fouling. We need you on the court. And Cat was basically like, yeah, you're right. You're the leader of this team. I need to listen. By the way, Nick Friedel on the line. He's an Odyssey NBA insider. Of course, Insider Calls are brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure with capable features like available H-Track, all-wheel drive, and standard third-row seating. All right, real quick, before we get to Klay Thompson, real quickly, is this Minnesota's title to lose? Because I'm having a hard time envisioning some team left in these playoffs that could beat them 4 times in 7 games.
They're built in such a way where you've got to really believe exactly that, especially with the way they've come out and just dominated Denver. Now, I am sitting here now, and I was texting with a couple of my friends even in the last few hours, and I said, I don't think Denver is completely dead yet with Jokic, although Murray he doesn't look like himself. I just have too much faith, I guess, in Jokic to be able to turn things around. But Minnesota looks unbelievable. And then, Gobert didn't even play.
I know.
Crazy.
I mean, he didn't even play. I would say this. Having watched what we've seen, it's still, as great as Anthony Edwards has been and as solid as Towns has looked at times, it's still difficult for me to believe that a team that is this young can put it all together to a point where they just clean house and knock everybody out and win a title this year. Usually, history tells us that it takes at least a year or two for a team to play like this in the postseason. To me, I would still take Boston, but that's only because Boston has been there 3 or 4 different times at this point, and you think, all right, it's finally Tatum's time to lift them through. But with the way Minnesota is playing, and I say this as somebody who just didn't think that Towns could continue to raise the level of his own game the way that he has, they deserve all the credit. And more than anything else, this is a fan, it's fun to watch Edwards play. It's fun to see him. So they have to be feeling great about where they're at. I think Boston just has a little bit of an edge still based on what they've done in the postseasons before.
I can't wait to see it. I think Minnesota matches up very well with them, but I respect your opinion, Nick. Real quick, Orlando, you're down there. You're from there. What is it chatter? Are they ready to roll out the red carpet and get all the yachts out there on the coast? And I know Orlando's in Central Florida, but get Mickey Mouse and Harry Potter at the airport.
Some astronauts.
For Klay Thompson. Are they ready to put on a full court press for Klay Thompson, Nick?
You know what cracks me up is, and we've been hearing about the Orlando chatter with Klay for months. It's obviously not new. This is not a new thing.
Right.
That, hey, the Magic have space, and Klay might like it here, and he's an older guy with a younger team. It fits on so many levels. The thing that makes me laugh as a true Orlando native is knowing Klay the little bit that I know him, having covered that team for a few years. I think he would love Orlando on a personal level. And as we know with Klay, that's part of his persona. Let me hop in my boat. I don't think he's not taking that boat down to practice like he does with the Warriors in the Bay, but he can leave practice, be at his house in 15 minutes on a lake somewhere and just drive around and live the dream out there. The reason I'm hesitant on the Magic and Klay marriage is only because I'm curious to see what the price point would be.
Right.
On a basketball level, it makes a hell of a lot of sense. On a personal level for Klay, it makes a hell of a lot of sense. But I'm balancing that against Lacob and Klay both saying, they want to stay there. They want him to stay there forever and ever. the relationship that Klay has, certainly with Steph and Draymond, and being one of the faces of the golden era team that we all have seen for so long. And look, everybody loves Klay, but, and it's a very big but, are you willing to pay Klay big money for what you see moving forward?
Right.
Because what we've seen, and you guys watch it day to day, as close as anybody, he's just not. It's not even like, oh, it's not the same Klay Thompson. He's just not a very consistent player at this stage. You just don't know what you're going to get. There's still very high highs, but there are too many low lows. On a basketball level, though, for a young team that needs shooting, that needs leadership, that needs a guy to come in that all those younger guys are going to look at and respect, it does make sense. But I wouldn't cross the line and say, all right, I expect it to happen in a couple months, just because I don't think the Magic, who have built this team very carefully, finally, with all these draft picks that they've built in a culture that they love, are going to just throw all kinds of crazy money at Klay Thompson at this stage of his career, unless they think that he's the best option and there aren't other options left.
Maybe Malik Monk. Maybe Malik Monk, Nick. Maybe Malik Monk running the team.
See, that's the name to me that I would keep just as close of an eye on, because I think Monk, with the way he can score and with the way he fits in, that would help them immensely. I would only say this, having been around the Magic a fair amount the last couple seasons, they are huge on culture.
Yep.
And I've watched Klay, really closely these last few years. I know what he can do to a room when he's locked in and he wants to help the younger guys. I remember talking to Wiseman about Klay, and Wiseman just singing his praises about how he took him out on the boat, and he was trying to build up his confidence. So I think that all plays into it. But I'd say the Magic, more than most teams, they want guys who fit what they've already built, especially with the success that Banchero and that group has started to have now. I think Klay would fit, but depending again on the price point, I think Monk may fit a little bit better.
Yep.
So all things being equal, Nick, if this is the last time we've seen Klay Thompson in a Golden State Warriors uniform, is it more likely that Klay Thompson moves off of the Golden State Warriors, or the Warriors move off of Klay Thompson?
I think if we were on the seesaw percentage-wise, Sedone, I would say that it's Klay who finally moves off the Warriors, because if you've got your crystal ball, you're looking ahead to what's coming in the next couple months in the future, and you're saying, okay, Klay is beloved in the Bay. There are so many people in that organization, and you live it every day. Like, they love Klay, but do they want to pay Klay the same way? And again, I'm not saying that I know Klay extraordinarily well, but I like to think I have a good read on his personality. And I think if the Warriors come with an offer that he doesn't feel is befitting for him at this stage of his career, given what he's done, it just wouldn't surprise me if a team, whether it's Orlando or somebody else, comes in with a lot more money and says, hey, Klay, a change of scenery would be great for you. You can help the young group that we have in place, and you can start to reinvent yourself and your game in a place that really wants you. And that's always my question with Klay and the Warriors and their future. Klay is beloved, but he's beloved for what happened before. All these years leading up to all this time, but then the injuries happened, and it was awful, and he's built his way back. But I just don't know if the Warriors, and specifically the money that they will value him at, price point wise, is going to be the same as another one of these teams that says we can get the most out of Klay Thompson and he can help our young group. It just doesn't feel like a fit the same way than it would for a Steph or a Draymond. But B and Spadone, the key, and I think it is crucial in these next couple months, is just how close is that relationship still between Klay and Joe Lacob? Because Joe Lacob flatly has said repeatedly to me and several other people over time, Klay is never leaving. I always want Klay to be here. Yeah. So if it's a question of money between Orlando and Golden State, or Golden State and some other team, at what point does Joe Lacob say, hey, Klay has given everything to us.
Right.
We don't want him to ever wear another jersey. Let's get it closer to even up, and let's force him to make the choice if he really does want to leave. So that's the relationship to keep in mind to me as you're trying to add up where he may or may not go. I just know that the relationship between those two guys has always been very, very solid. And I still, as much as the speculation has already started, I would be a little bit surprised if Klay were anywhere other than in the Bay when next season starts.
Real quick, Nick, we're up against it here, 30 seconds or less. Does Philadelphia fit into the equation with Klay Thompson, or is that a market that you just don't see Klay Thompson going to? It's a little rougher out there in Philadelphia. You know, we've had our experiences here on the Morning Roast in Philadelphia. How would that fly? Because they're going to have about $65 million in cap space.
B, I don't see it.
Yeah, I hear you.
I don't see it because if you're Klay, and not only do you love to be by the water and all that stuff, if you're Klay and you have that first 3 for 15 game and Philly is booing the living you-know-what out of him, how's he going to respond in a situation where he very clearly on that team would not be anywhere close to the guy? So, hey, it's all possible. We've seen crazier things in the NBA, but again, from a fit standpoint, the team that would make a lot of sense for a variety of reasons is the Magic. And I am just as curious as anybody else to see how it plays out in these next couple months and what he ends up deciding.
This is going to be one chaotic offseason. It's reminding me of the 2019 offseason when all those guys are on the move. Kevin Durant, Kawhi Leonard, Paul George getting traded. It feels like that offseason coming up for the NBA should be a fascinating time. Nick, we'll catch up before the playoffs are over. Minnesota, I'm banking on them to win this championship, man. I think they match up well, but we shall see. But what a surprise. Out with the old, in with the new. The new babies in the NBA, SGA, Anthony Edwards and company are taking over this league, man. It's been fun to watch. Nick, always fun to talk to you, brother.
Thanks,
Take
Nick.
care.
Guys, I miss you, and it's great to hear y'all's voices, and I'll talk to you soon.
Absolutely, Nick. We love you too, man. We miss you, man. Cousin Nick here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. One of my favorites, man. Just a good all-around guy. He's tapped in with Orlando. What is going on with Klay Thompson? Let's go to Samita real quick before we recap the Cousin Nick. Samita, Los Gatos. What's happening, Samita?
What's up, Samita?
Hey, guys.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Good morning. So on the Klay Thompson issue, I mean, I've been hearing these rumors about him and the Magic. I think it might be a good fit for Klay. For the Warriors, though, if you look at Klay's performance this last year, and while all of his percentages are within range of where he's historically been, his real plus-minus on the floor this last season was a -1. And so are you going to pay a guy like that 30 or 40 million because of his history with the Warriors? I think part of our problem is we're paying for rewarding past performance instead of future potential. If I got a guy who's -1 when he's on the floor, that's not a good deal for the Warriors, if you ask me. The Warriors need to really think about what's best for them going forward.
Samita,
I think mutually beneficial.
What if I told you, Samita, and keep her on the line, because I think this is a good call. I don't get caught up in the plus-minus as a lot of people do, like, because it context matters, right? Who's he playing with? Who's in the lineup? Who's on the court with him or whatnot? But what if I told you, Samita, that he shot 41% from three post-All-Star break and 46% from the floor? And average 19, he actually shot better from Steph in terms of efficiency. Does that count for anything?
Yeah, except for then he scored 0 points.
Yeah, I mean, that was tough.
I mean, we had the same number of points in that game. So, I mean, I just, this has always been a thing with Klay, is that, you just never know when he's running hot and when he's running cold, especially lately. And I get that he's coming off these massive injuries and he's brought himself all the way back. I just think financially, given where the team is right now, can you wait again for him to wait until after the All-Star break to have,
you can't.
kind of pick it up?
You can't.
No.
Yeah.
It's a good point. But also, and thank you for the call, I just am having a hard time also picturing this team without Klay Thompson going forward. And to your point, the reality setting in for some Warriors fans that it already was the last dance for that big three. Iguodala, obviously, he's already gone, and potentially next with Klay. You already re-signed Draymond, you re-signed Steph, so they're going to be in here for the next few years. But the guy I would look to keep is Klay Thompson. The guy I would look to move off of, and whether it's attaching something to it, is Andrew Wiggins. That's the guy I look at last year. And I know Klay had his moments, and I know she brought up the last game, and it's hard for me to encapsulate everything into one game because that feels unfair. I mean, the team as a whole was in that position, Bonte, and no one on that team played well in that game. No one.
Nobody.
They no-showed. They did.
Nobody.
The Kings went in there and kicked their ass. That's what happened. Up in Sacramento at the Golden One Center, that is what happened. And Klay Thompson didn't make a shot. And if that's the lasting image, yes, it hurts, but that's not who Klay Thompson is. And I don't think that represents what he was last season in a Golden State Warriors uniform.
I don't either. One bad game's not going to overshadow everything. But you know what?
It's fresh in your mind, though. I get it.
We used the 13 games in the previous run when they lost to the Lakers as 6. And we used those 13 games, 7 against Sacramento, 6 against the Lakers. And a lot of people pinpointed those playoff series and looked at Klay Thompson and say, well, we don't care that he led the league in made threes. We don't care that he shot 41%. We care how he looked when the season ended, and he didn't look good. Hell, Joe Lacob sat in the studio and said it himself. Klay's got to be better. We all agree with that. But that whole team had to be better during that playoff series. But the realization that Klay Thompson may not be here. How many people are buying the Orlando Magic theory that he may sign? I want to know a percentage, because you just said it, Spadoni. It's hard for yourself to envision Klay Thompson not wearing a Warrior uniform. Well, I'm going to open up the lines. 888-957-9570. That's the number. That's the Xfinity Mobile text line. 888-957-9570. What is the percentage Warrior fans are putting on Klay Thompson being back in the Warriors uniform? How many people that love the Warriors, and you can hate Klay Thompson, I don't care if you love him, hate him, I don't care. Just as a basketball fan that watches the Warriors every single night, can you envision a scenario in which next season tips off and Klay Thompson's wearing a different uniform? What percentage are you putting on that? Is it a 50% chance that he leaves the Warriors? Is it 60%? Or is it 20%? Or do you not see it at all? It's a non-conversation. 888-957-9570 as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco.
Look at you.
At Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the Odyssey app. Figure I'd get it out the way now. Don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Now I'm looking at the YouTube chat right now. Lisa Thompson, no chance Klay Thompson leaves.
See, I think it's the name, Bonte. It's the Orlando Magic that gives people pause. Like, there's no way, and I'm saying casual fans, but any fan, like, you're going from the Warriors. If it's all on you, Klay, and if it's all about a couple million, but you're choosing the Orlando Magic, an afterthought when it comes to all these big markets. You're leaving the Golden State bleeping the Warriors, the most valuable sports franchise. You're leaving us for them.
We're discussing, but hey, we've talked about it. The player makes the market, and how many times did the New York Knicks whipped on big time free agents?
That's true, but I'm also, if this was another team other than the Orlando Magic, I think people would be taking it more seriously. If this was the Los Angeles Lakers,
because it's Orlando?
Correct. I think because it's the Orlando Magic, people aren't taking it seriously. Well, if it was the Lakers, people would be like, okay, his dad played there, he's from LA, that scares me. He can't be in a Laker uniform. But because it's the Magic, and they're not a threat, and they're on the East Coast, they just got bounced in the first round. Yeah, we've heard of Paolo Banchero, but Franz Wagner, I'm not taking them seriously. I think it's the name that people are just having a hard time wrapping their heads around.
Orlando, huh? They don't believe in Orlando Magic. This is a team, they've signed some free agents in the past. They did sign Tracy McGrady at one point. They signed Grant Hill.
I love those shoes.
They were gonna sign Tim Duncan. They signed Rashard Lewis. They gave him big money. They had Hedo Turkoglu and Dwight Howard for all those years. They can sign players. Now, you go Paolo Banchero, he's a player you could build around. How many players will sign up to play with a guy like Paolo where you know you're going to get open jumpers off his drives and dribble drive penetration and his post-ups and the way he dominates the mid-block? Wagner. And in the Eastern Conference,
that's what I was getting at.
You have an easier chance of getting into the NBA Finals. You look at the West, and the West is death. The West is absolute treacherous.
Like, I could make the argument if the Orlando Magic have a pretty solid to good offseason, they could be in the Eastern Conference Finals next year.
Easily.
If those guys make a jump, we're seeing it with the Minnesota Timberwolves right now. Now, I don't think they're as deep as the Timberwolves, and I don't think Paolo Banchero is at an Anthony Edwards type of level yet as just a player and a star. But in the East, I don't have to be going through the Lakers and then the Nuggets and all these other teams. I can get through the Pacers and hell, it just went to Game 7 against the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Well, Philadelphia is going to have some changes.
Yes.
Donovan Mitchell, we don't know about his long-term tenure with the Cleveland Cavaliers. We don't know how that's looking. Boston, let's see if they win it. If they don't win it, you got to think they may try to split up Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. Maybe, I don't know. They just gave Holiday big-time money. You got to pay Tatum at some point. Do you really want to roll like that? The Knicks.
Yeah.
The Knicks. We'll see about the Knicks. They're going to be around. I think the Knicks will be around
for the wheels to fall off them still. I know you're higher on them than I think I am.
Tim's is going to run these guys into the ground. That's what's going to happen.
I love Tom Thibodeau, though.
He's going to run these dudes into the ground. That's the worry there in New York City. But if you're in Orlando, you take Cleveland 7. You're the 5th seed in the Eastern Conference. You exceeded expectations despite a team that couldn't shoot worth a damn. They can't shoot anything. They can't hit anything. Markelle Fultz can't shoot threes. Cole Anthony's inconsistent with his jumper. Jalen Suggs can't stay healthy, and he's inconsistent with his jumper.
Franz Wagner made like one shot.
He was awful in Game 7. Yeah. But that was a learning experience for them. This is the first step for them. You're bringing in Klay. You're bringing in Malik Monk. Oh, now we're taking second round, conference finals. Now you got a veteran who's won some championships. I don't know. Now, 510 is saying this on his Infinity Mobile text line. I'd much rather keep Klay Thompson and trade away Draymond Green.
Well, I think a lot of Warriors fans would share that same sentiment. I just don't think they're doing that. I think Draymond is finishing out this contract. I in no way envision any scenario in which Draymond Green is not a Golden State Warrior next year. The man speaks, and maybe it's just his false bravado and confidence whenever he's talking. That sounds like a guy that has secured his spot in this Warriors organization. I don't think anyone, I should say this, I don't think he fears anyone in that organization. I don't think anyone is going to put their own careers on the line to try to get rid of Draymond Green. Because I think he has entrenched himself so much into that organization's DNA that he has the loudest voice in the room and he has the owner's ear.
Looking at Klay Thompson, and you look at both situations, the Orlando Magic and the Golden State Warriors. As of right now, as of today, what is it, May 7th. Tuesday, May 7th.
2024, the year of our Lord.
Whose future looks brighter? Is it Orlando or is it Golden State?
Ooh.
Whose future looks brighter right now?
It's not even, I don't even think it's up for debate. It's the Orlando Magic.
Really?
They have the young star. Who's the young star on the Warriors right now? Kuminga? Is he a star yet? I know Banchero's a star. He's a star.
Kuminga's not there yet.
I think Kuminga is more like a Wagner. They're kind of like, and they were the same draft, if I'm not mistaken. That was the draft where they're the same.
Yeah, Wagner went 8.
Correct.
And you best believe there's people inside our organization who wanted Wagner over Kuminga.
Yeah, I remember the only guy that is clamoring the table here at 95.7 when he worked with us was Whitey Gleason. Shout out Whitey. He was the only guy clamoring for Franz Wagner, but I think people were down on him because of his brother not panning out, Mo Wagner, who's also on the Orlando Magic. But I'm going with the young guy right now, Paolo Banchero, and I could build around him for the future. I don't know how many years of Stephen Curry I have left. He's still one of the top 10 players in the NBA, but he showed a little slight step back for Steph's standards, which is still better than everyone else pretty much. But even then, are we building around Jonathan Kuminga going forward?
I don't know.
And I don't even know that, but I know they're building around Banchero, right?
Yep.
So yes, I'm taking the future of the Orlando Magic right now over the Golden State Warriors, which is crazy to say that. Like I'm taking the Orlando freaking Magic.
Can you believe that?
Who have been a laughingstock forever.
They are in the Eastern Conference, and that's part of the equation.
In this conversation.
That matters in this conversation because you look at the West and the uphill battle that the Warriors are going to have in the West. Minnesota, OKC, Dallas, Denver,
Lakers are going to do something. Lakers will do something. The Suns, I don't know.
Oh, that's what it's the team. The Memphis Grizzlies, as much as I can't stand those guys.
They didn't have Ja.
They're going to be back. They were the number 2 seed in the Western Conference in back-to-back seasons. Now, didn't get them anywhere. Got them in the first round. Got them knocked out in the first round and the second round. But, I mean.
Your guy, Taylor Jenkins.
San Antonio. Who's signing up to play with Wemby?
Oh, you kidding me?
Should we be talking about Klay to San Antonio?
That's actually one I did not think of, which actually could be sneaky great for them.
And then Chris Paul. Where's he going to go? This Klay to Orlando thing definitely has legs to it. I think they could drive up the price on Klay Thompson and make it very hard for him to make a decision. We shall see about that.
And you got to overspend. If you're Orlando, you got to overspend. Not to cut you off, Devontae. Sorry, but if you're in a market like that, you got to overpay for a little bit.
No, you do. You got to pay to play. Kind of like this situation the Giants are in when it comes to baseball players. You got to pay to play. You have to overpay guys by $50 million to get some players here.
Matt Chapman.
Yeah, that's working out very, very well. Very well. So, I don't know what the Warriors do. What is the first order of business the Warriors need to do? Do they need to figure out what to do with Wiggins? Or do they need to go to Steph and Curry and say, hey, Steph, what do you want? Is that the first one?
Oh, Thizzle
nice.
Dance. You go to the
Thizzle Dance first? You go to Thiz Dance?
I like that.
All right.
I'm not mad at that. No, but what I do is I go to Stephen Curry and I say, Steph, what would you like from us? What can we do for you this season that is reasonable within our parameters? Because we're kind of tight salary-wise, Steph, but what is a move that you are looking at right now? I know you're going to be talking to some people. Yeah. You're going to be with your coach, Steve Kerr, the Olympics. You're going to be chatting up with all these old heads potentially. What is something we could do for you? Do you need to bring Klay Thompson back? Because you want to Draymond back, we brought him back. Is it the same for Klay?
Well, I think a lot of people... I think Warrior fans were split on Draymond last season.
Well, Klay, but Steph wasn't, though.
No, he wasn't.
Steph was not.
Apparently.
That's the public knowledge. What he said to us.
What is the knowledge?
But I can only say what he said. He wanted Draymond Green back. Steve Kerr wanted Draymond Green back. I can only go from what they said to us. Yeah. Now, behind closed doors, it might be a different conversation.
Right. And then what are they going to say in front of a microphone? You're going to say, yeah, we don't really want him back. Nobody does that.
Well, no, what you do say, Bonte, what you do say is, it's a business at the end of the day, and I know these guys.
You can't do that. You can't do that.
LeBron does it.
You can't. Well, that's why I don't want LeBron.
Here's the thing, though. I mean, we asked, you go to Steph, say, Steph, what do you want? What do you want to see this team do? It'll be behind closed doors, but do you trust that Steph will say what needs to be done? Like maybe internally he wants to move off Draymond, but if you ask him, Steph, what do you want from this team? Do you think he would actually have the gumption to come out and say,
absolutely,
we need to move off Draymond?
If it came down to that, yes.
I mean, it's apropos. We're talking about Orlando here, where that whole debacle came to place, where Draymond got ejected and Steph was crying on the court. Like, maybe Orlando is just the Magic team. Hey, Orlando Magic. I didn't mean to do that. Maybe it is.
It's a 3.
That's the team. Thank you. Yeah. Maybe it's just the team right there. And then Klay's going there. Draymond, we'll see. But they're married to Draymond. I just don't see another team wanting to get him, first of all. Who's out there trying to go?
Market. Yeah,
what market wants to attach?
There's always a sucker, right?
Oh, there is always a sucker in the NBA.
But
there's always.
I would test that.
But no, you know what, though? I'm not going to call that team a sucker. If a team does trade for Draymond Green, it's a contender. It can help you. Draymond Green still plays at a high level defensively. The problem is everything that happened off the floor overshadowed everything that he did on the floor. On the floor, Draymond Green had another stellar season, but we don't talk about it because he got popped for 18 games and he got ejected out of 4 other games. But Draymond on the floor, he still shows you how he's valuable. Like, I can't. That's the truth.
Well, it's crazy right now, too, because we're talking about all these teams. There's not that many suckers right now because everyone's actually kind of like good. They have good play. Like,
let's pick this up. Let's pick this up on the other side. Danker, and Slugger. We get to you on the other side. I wanted to take your calls, 888-957-9570. That is a number, and that's what's coming up, brought to you by Safeway. We'll get to Klay Thompson and the Golden State Warriors, the state of the Dubs.
and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Let that beat ride, man. 93 till. Warriors offseason, man. Wow. You watch these NBA playoffs. You see Minnesota. You see these teams in the West. How can the Warriors get back into these big games? What is the quickest way to get back into contention? Or do they need to take a couple steps back and rebuild this bad boy? What does Steph want? What does Steve Kerr want? What does Draymond want? Where's Klay going to go? Plethora of questions for the Golden State Warriors this offseason.
I'll tell you what Denver wants. They want Jamal Murray available for Game 3. And right now, his Game 2 toss of a heat pack is under league review right now for possible disciplinary action, per Mark Stein.
Oh, they don't get Murray in Game 3 this series.
Night.
Yeah. I already think they're going night. I already feel like Minnesota's going to destroy them. Now, if we get a conference final with Minnesota-Dallas, that would be, oh my gosh.
I kind of like Minnesota, like just Minnesota-OKC too.
That would be great.
Both of the teams we all kind of were just poo-pooing as one and done.
Yep.
But Luka versus Ant-Man feels like the future of the Western Conference.
And you get Kyrie.
Oh.
And that
healthy Kyrie.
I don't know how. These are going to be fun, man. I can't wait to see OKC tonight and how they hold up at home against Dallas. But what are the Warriors going to do, man? What are they going to do? Let's go to Danker in the city. Danker, what's happening?
What's up, my guys?
What's up?
Great job, Spadoni.
Thank you, sir.
So, I think Klay, at the end of the day, I think he'd probably want to stay. And I don't think the money would be a factor unless Orlando or something, or a team threw a lot of money. But the kind of scary thing is if Orlando does throw a good amount of money, that's a lot of money compared to the taxation he'd get out of a Golden State contract.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of backloaded value there, and even buying a home, it's just more value. So at this point in his career, it could be almost hard to pass up, even though his heart wants to stay here. So, just throwing it out there. But we don't want a Madison Bumgarner situation when we sit on players too long, then we get no value. And if he does go, I would love if he did like a sign and trade like Kevin Durant, maybe hook the team up a little bit. But, we'll see how it plays out. I hope everything works out for everyone. Best case scenario, but, it is what it is.
It is. We'll see.
We've heard that a lot today. It is what it is.
It is what it is. Sign and trade will be difficult. Obviously, Klay Thompson would have to agree to that with another team, and he would help out the Golden State Warriors. Maybe Klay just walks. Kevin Durant was hell-bent with the Brooklyn Nets saying, why are you helping out the Warriors? No. Don't give them a pick. Don't give them a no. Don't give them that. We'll see about Klay. See, the thing with Klay, and we'll get Slugger in Oakland in just a second.
Slugger.
One thing we haven't brought up, I don't know if the other shows have or not, but when I think about the 2-year, $48 million extension that was offered to him, not once, and I thought about this throughout the season. I said, well, maybe he didn't accept that because he felt it was disrespectful in terms of, well, Andrew Wiggins got 3 years in a player option, which turns into a 4-year contract. Draymond got 3 years in a player option, turns into a 4-year contract. I get he's a year older, and he's older than both those guys, but what about 3 years? What about a 3-year commitment that I'm looking for? 2? Just 2? Maybe the principality of everything. He's like, yeah, I'm not rolling with that.
It's a nasty business when it comes into the actual business aspect of this financial negotiations between the player, between the front office of the team. And listen, if I'm Andrew Wiggins and I'm Draymond Green, I can only worry about mine, but they've also not had major injuries. Yep. Multiple major injuries, soft tissue injuries like Klay Thompson has. And this is the hard part about having these negotiations. I talk about it a lot on the pregame show, 5 to 6, Monday through Friday. Hard truths. They cut both ways. That's what Stannis of the House Baratheon said in Game of Thrones. Stannis the man, the one true king of Westeros. We all know it. George R.R. Martin, I'm waiting for the Winds of Winter still. But he used to talk about that a lot. Hard truths, they cut both ways. And the hard truth and harsh reality right now for Klay Thompson is he's not the player he was when he got paid in that last contract. And I don't think the Warriors know what the player he's going to be going forward. And that the unknown, if I'm the Golden State Warriors, scares me a little bit.
Yeah.
That's the one question right now, and it hasn't been the question for the Warriors for the last decade plus, they are at a crossroads right now, and they don't see a tunnel at the end. It's an unknown. It's a vortex. It's like the Twilight Zone. I don't know what I'm walking into, Bonte, and that goes for the Warriors. That goes for Mike Dunleavy. That goes for Steph Curry. Like, this is the first time in their young careers, now they're older, like, they don't know what's going on.
The downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
Maybe, they run it back and things. I'm just watching the NBA playoffs, and I keep coming back to this, and how could you not? Like, the Warriors are just so far beneath some of these teams right now, and it's so hard to wrap my head around that.
Klay Thompson's played the most games on the Warriors, played the most minutes in that championship season during the postseason. And when I see things, it's Klay's not good. Well, okay. I guarantee you there's going to be teams after Klay Thompson this offseason. Orlando's just one of them. That's the one we know about. What about the Clippers?
Well stated.
What if the Clippers say Paul George go bye-bye, which it looks like it's going to happen. He's going to become an unrestricted free agent. They're going to need a shooter. What if he goes back down to L.A.?
One man's trash is another man's treasure.
Exactly.
If you think he's trash, if you're saying he's not good, well, those other teams are saying, well, actually, I don't think he's that bad.
Yeah,
So
I know for sure. Member of the Clippers organization, before the game, I met with them, and hey, we still value Klay Thompson. So I don't know what that is. Is it $25 million? Is it 20? Is it more so about the years than the actual annual average per season when it comes to Klay Thompson? No idea. But let's go to Slugger in Oakland. Slugger.
Hey, what's up with my guys, man? How y'all doing this morning?
What's up, Slugger?
Hey, the Giants need you, Slugger.
Man, thanks for taking that call. You know what, guy? I had that name since I was 2 weeks old. My aunt bought me all the Louisville Slugger stuff, like the Oshkosh Nagant stuff.
Yeah.
So it just stuck. But one thing I want to say to y'all, man, is I want to give y'all flowers, man, for getting up in the morning, getting to the station. I look forward to listening to y'all every morning, man. Y'all make my morning great. So,
I appreciate that, Slugger. That's love.
I said, first and foremost,
that's love right there.
I want to give y'all flowers, and I appreciate y'all, man, and y'all dedication and getting up and doing it, man. So
I appreciate you, Slugger. That's nice. Way to warm us up.
Hey, for sure, man, for sure. And my thing with Klay, man, I want to see my guy stay no matter what. Do what you can to keep my guy, man. He done gave us some good years, and I think he still got some more in him. The funny part I always say, my son always say, like, Dad, they gave Draymond that $100 million. He just lost his mind. He do what he wants to, but like I said, Draymond still got some good in him, man. But my question is this to y'all. What about these lower, I don't want to say lower guys, what about the Cleoneses and the Sarges, those guys, and nobody talks about those guys and what they produce or not producing, man. Like, is there any way to move off them guys to still try to keep certain guys there, but I never hear nobody talk about these guys. Like, it's like, they want to move Kuminga, which I think is dumb. That'd be one of the stupidest things I think they could do. They should keep Klay from all his dedication he can put through, with the team. His injuries, he came back, and did his thing, man. So, like I said, I just want y'all take on, like I said, with these other guys here. I want to say lower level, but these other guys. Why no one talks about them or trying to move them to get somebody else?
Well, Dario Sarge's a free agent. He'll probably move on.
Yeah.
He has signed a vet man. Quinones is on a 2-way deal. Those guys aren't costing much against the cap. Those guys fill out your roster. And obviously, Lester Quinones out in Paris hanging out with Jordan Poole, by the way.
Oh, really?
Poole. They went to a PSG game together.
Interesting.
Yeah,
okay.
Very interesting.
Jordan Poole, I didn't see him at the Met Gala along with some other people. I saw Ben Simmons there. You see that outfit?
Ben Simmons don't play basketball, but he doesn't get his ass up in the Met Gala.
He thought he was Flavor Flav wearing that clock?
Yeah,
That's the time ticking down on his NBA career.
Well, I think the time's already ticked out on his career. That's what that's why the clock didn't work.
You talk about stealing money. By the way, PSG playing Dortmund today in Paris.
Ooh.
Dortmund leads 1-0 on the aggregate. And PSG blew some opportunities in that game. Let's go PSG. Maybe I'll rock the jersey tomorrow if they win.
And they don't do the away goal being the tiebreaker now anymore. So if they do tie it up and stuff like that, PSG, that is, then they'll go to penalties and stuff like that. So,
and then tomorrow, Real Madrid and Bayern Munich out in Madrid, Spain. It'll be a lot
Premier
of fun.
League teams. You got the French league, you got the Spanish league, and then 2 in the Bundesliga, which is the top German league.
Yeah, I like that
soccer.
German league. That German league's
I love us just saying the word Bundesliga. It just makes me. It feels big time.
Dortmund and the German teams all wear the they wait the flags in the crowd.
It's next level soccer or football over there in Europe. It's just it's NFL football times 2.
Yep.
It's crazy.
Yep. So, yeah, Sarge and Quinones, they got bigger roster moves. You got to figure out first and foremost, you're running it back with Andrew Wiggins. All right. The whole Klay thing, the Klay stuff will take care of itself. And Klay's polarizing. I see the YouTube chat. I see you guys.
Oh.
You guys are so worried about Klay Thompson's money. Look, he's going to get paid regardless. I think at the end of the day, he's more worried about the years. That's just my personal gut feeling. That he's worried about the years as per, $25 million a year. If he gets 3 or 4 years, I think he'd sign that. Are we ready for that? Are we truly ready for a Warriors team without Klay Thompson, folks? Come on, man.
Last year, the conversation, Bonte, all offseason, and it was actually pretty short-lived because it was Jordan Poole. What's going on there? The dark cloud over the organization. We brought it back, right? I think my first show on with you was last year. It was free agent day, free agency period in the NBA. And what was going to happen with Jordan Poole and stuff like that. And Dunleavy and Lacob were talking. It's like, oh, yeah, Jordan Poole, he's going to be a fixture here going forward. And, well, he's gone. So I'm not taking anything they say at face value because, you know what, they're businessmen and things change and then offers get dealt to them every single day. And whether they accept it or not, well, we'll see. But last year, the conversations all summer was Jordan Poole. What's going on there? And then 49ers-wise, it was what? It was Brock Purdy. Is he going to be ready? Sam Darnold, Trey Lance. Well, the conversation this summer is going to be surrounded by Klay Thompson. That's going to be the dominating subject. Maybe Brandon Ayuk can get traded. I think the Niners are going to keep their guys, though, at least for this year. Then we'll see what happens next year, whether they move on from Ayuk or Debo or contract-wise. But Klay Thompson is the story right now in the Bay Area. Yeah. Why? Because he has had so many memories and brought so much joy to Warriors fans. It's going to be heartbreaking if he goes to the Orlando bleeping Magic.
I love this.
Come on.
I love this.
What do you see there?
408. You need mobile text line. Now you talk soccer. Shut the bleep up about other sports. Stick to what you know. I love that.
We're not going deep dive on the Dortmund roster.
Brother can't watch Champions League?
Come on.
Or brother can't watch the Kentucky Derby?
Well, we're not watching the Giants.
Don't make me play the Kentucky race.
No, we don't need to play that.
Because you're just well-rounded that way. That's why.
Don't make me play that race again for 2 minutes. The hell are you?
We're not talking about Giants baseball. I'd rather talk about Kylian Mbappe.
Like how soccer is what triggers him, not hockey.
I'd rather talk about Harry Kane on Bayern Munich, Thomas Müller, one of the greatest German international players in their great history, World Cup champion Thomas Müller. All right?
What is going on here?
Shut the bleep up. I wish.
Come on.
Don't
mess me with Champions League knowledge.
I get it. Now we got racism coming
out. Okay.
Now we got racism. 408. You're ignorant as hell. I'm not even going to read your statement. How about you just take a lap? We're going to block that number because you're an ignorant fool. Let's go to Travis in American Canyon. Travis, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What are we doing?
How you doing, guys? I want to talk to them about the Warriors. I think the real issue with someone saying Kuminga's not a bona fide star. The problem with Kuminga was he was throttled the first 40 minutes, the first 40 games of the season. Had Curry played him more time, he had more points per minute than almost everyone on that team. The problem was Kuminga was getting the playing time. Had he been playing more playing time, we'd have won 5 more games and been the 3rd seed this season. Second of all, I do think that Klay should be on the Warriors, but should take less money. But also, Curry should take less money too. I mean, at this point, Under Armour gets $1 billion. The NBA is a side hustle. How about Curry just takes less money, gets more rings, and everybody eats? So how I feel about that. You guys have a good day.
You too, Travis.
Yeah, that's not happening.
No. Klay was one of the most beloved Bay Area athletes.
By the way, Steph. Yeah. He needs that money. Come on.
Klay was one of the most beloved Bay Area athletes in the last 25 years. Easily.
Yep.
Who's up there with him? Patrick Willis.
Tim Lincecum. Who else is up there? Patrick Marlowe.
Patrick Marlowe. Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame inductee.
Yes.
Wando was inducted last night.
But Hunter Pence was beloved. Guys like that. Frank Gore. Joe Staley.
Yep.
Like, those are the guys we're talking about. But Klay Thompson, to your point, something happened.
Do fans still feel like that? Is he still one of the more beloved athletes in the Bay Area?
It's more so than the Bay Area, but I thought nationally he was loved. Like, a lot of people hated the Warriors because they were so damn good, but the one player they did like was Klay Thompson. I couldn't find any opposing fan, even if it was on the Cleveland Cavaliers, who you knocked out a bajillion times of the finals. I love Klay. He's just he's just a mood. We love Klay. We think of the meme where he's sitting on the bench and he has like 4 points and he fouled out and he's chilling. We think of him and Rocco, right? And I think something happened, as with everyone in life. A very down point happened in his life where he had 2 major injuries.
How about this?
And he was away. And I think his mood changed a little bit.
How about this? Bee's Knees on YouTube. Klay is probably the most disrespected Hall of Famer I've ever seen in the Bay Area. There's been a lot of disrespect thrown Klay's way.
Who's disrespecting him right now?
A lot of fans. Now, just think about the dialogue this season with the Golden State Warriors.
Are they Warriors fans disrespecting them or Stephen Curry fans?
There's Warriors
Let's put
fans.
the round on the table there.
I don't even know.
I think there's Stephen Curry
I just call them dumbass fans.
There you go.
That's what I do. Listen, when the season started, the first 2 months of the season, I get Klay was struggling. We all watched it. It was rough to watch. But Wiggins was giving you 12 points a night. And we went straight to Klay, one of our homegrown players here in this Bay Area, a guy who's embraced the Bay Area more so than damn near any other athlete out here. In terms of community, taking a boat on the water, embracing the Bay Area for what it is, the outdoors, everything about the Bay, and who he is. And yet, all I heard the first couple months of the season, you got to bench Klay. You got to move off Klay. I'm watching Andrew Wiggins stink it up. People started questioning whether Wiggins wanted to play basketball in the first place.
People are still questioning that.
But Klay got disrespected. Draymond Green got suspended for 17, 18 games, got ejected out of 4 others. And we still went to Klay, from what I've seen, from what I hear. So, guys like Sabo disrespected Klay. Now, I'll bring up to Sabo, hey, post All-Star break, you got what you wanted. Klay came off the bench, right? Came off the bench. What happened? 41% from 3, 46% from the floor.
We loved
post
it.
All-Star break.
Loved it.
But you didn't hear anything. You go straight to the playing game, he scores nothing, and all of a sudden, he's a bum. So, do I think Klay's a superstar now? No, I don't. I know he's not a superstar. But can he be a nice piece on the championship team? Absolutely. It's probably a 3rd or 4th option on the championship team. And that's okay at the stage of his career. He still shoots as well as anybody out there in the league. And in a league that values shooting, you think the Orlando Magic can use a shooter? You look at Philadelphia, you don't think they could have used a shooter?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? You don't think Denver could use another shooter?
The Lakers could have used him. If I had to see another clanked D'Angelo Russell 3, my head was going to explode.
On a team full of inconsistencies, Klay's not the only one who wasn't consistent. Steph Curry shot 36% from the 3-point line post All-Star break. And 34% if you take out 2 of the last 3 games.
He's not good enough.
Those are just the facts. So, I don't get the disrespect of Klay Thompson.
Well, I get it, because what I'm not calling them Warriors fans that do it, because I don't think they're Warriors fans that are crapping all over Klay Thompson. I think it's a certain individual's stands, which means a super fan, obviously going back to that Eminem rap song. But Klay Thompson was getting crushed because he was actually giving a damn and he was going out there and chucking, and he was missing. But you know what? What do shooters do? They shoot. He was trying to get out of his... That's the only way to get out of a slump is just to keep shooting. I think that's a life lesson, by the way, too. And it's easier to crap on the guy we keep seeing on our screen miss the shots than it is to crap on Andrew Wiggins when he's not even trying to shoot the ball. He's not even looking to shoot the ball. And it's easier to get lost in the shuffle because he's not front and center on the screen. But don't get it twisted. The most disappointing player on the Golden State Warriors last year, by a long shot, was Andrew Wiggins. Was career lows and everything, and he's getting paid to be a third best. To be honest, he's getting paid to be the second best player on this team.
It is sad.
And he wasn't.
It is sad, though. It is sad to see some of the vitriol going towards Klay's way.
Oh, absolutely.
When he's embraced the injuries and he showed vulnerability, and we don't give a damn. The 4 championships don't mean anything. Guy came back after not playing for 941 days and helped lead this team to a 4th championship, playing the most minutes that postseason, and it still wasn't good enough for some of y'all. So, you're going to miss him when he's gone. He goes out there and he goes plays for a contender. We're going to miss him, Carter. Best believe that. Don't miss him.
I think part of the problem is that people are upset about the money Klay makes or the money that he potentially will make, that the Warriors will have to pay him in order to keep him. And at the production level, I think people are looking at other players like Paul George and I don't know, you could name a couple off, and saying these players might get us farther than what Klay brings with what he makes.
Like, is Paul George getting you farther? He's going to make a lot of money.
No.
Paul George can't get out the first
round. Are these people watching the Western Conference Finals? Do you think you're on the level of the Minnesota Timberwolves? The caller just called in. Yeah, we're a couple of games away from being, maybe we're the 3 seed. Get real. You're not beating the Minnesota Timberwolves right now. You're not beating the Oklahoma City Thunder right now. Hell, I don't even know if you're beating the Denver Nuggets, who are getting their breaks beaten off by the Minnesota Timberwolves. Hell, I don't even know if you could beat the Lakers, who are 2 tiers below those teams.
Yeah.
Are you sensing a theme here?
Yeah.
This is desperate mode right now for the Golden State Warriors. They're trying to cling to whatever hope they have left, and they're asking Stephen Curry to take a pay cut. That's not happening.
Well, that doesn't happen in the NBA.
This isn't the NFL.
About?
This isn't Tom Brady. This isn't Tom Brady taking way less than he should because he wants to keep Julian Edelman and Rob Gronkowski and all these other defensive players. That's not how this thing works. That's not how it works. And LeBron James, you want him to take a pay cut to come play for Golden State?
Right.
That's not happening. It's not.
Let's go to Malik in Union City. How's he feeling about Klay Thompson? Malik, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Good morning. Good morning. Hey,
morning.
I can't tell you how many battles I've fought on Twitter over Klay Thompson, and people still call him washed. Oh, man, it's been ridiculous. And, Bonte, you probably felt that, too, on your end multiple times, man.
Malik, it's just wild how a player could be washed, averaging 19 points a game. And you hear from NBA players all the time, if you can average 19, 20 in this league, you're doing something. Like Melo's been talking about it.
Exactly.
We're averaging 20 points a game. You ain't no scrub averaging 19, 20 points a game.
Exactly. I feel like people don't understand there's like they think in binary terms that you're either good or bad, and there's not, or elite or bad, and there's not a middle ground, which Klay lives in, which he's a good player. And he's a player that you should be able to have on a team. And just like you said, he's a championship player that, you want on a championship team, which is why there's rumors about people, wanting him to improve their team and elevate them. But I just want to share a few numbers real quick about Klay, just to get some perspective before I cut out of here. He's one of 14 players in the NBA, averaging 18 points a game and shooting 39% or better on threes. And then he's only one of 2 players in the NBA to shoot 9 attempts a game from 3, shooting 39%. And averaging 18 points. The only other guy that does that is Steph Curry. So he's literally one of the best shooters in the league. You're not just going to let that leave the Bay Area without something coming back or making your team better. So I just want to share that. Y'all have a great day. Klay, we love you, bro.
Good call.
He's the second greatest shooter in the history of the NBA. All due respect to Ray Allen and Reggie Miller, I think Klay Thompson is the second greatest shooter in the history of the NBA.
Wow.
That's the rat on the table here. And that's fine if he's not what he once was, but he's still better than most, as you just heard from Malik, when it comes to that three-point ball. That matters.
Made the 4th most threes in the league this year.
Yes.
They're leading the league in threes.
Yes.
And this team needs shooting. I'm not saying Klay Thompson's a superstar.
No.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying he's a star right now. He's not playing at the all-star level. Those days are behind
Was
him.
Ray Allen a superstar in the Miami Heat?
No, he was not.
No.
He was not.
Did he contribute? Did
Absolutely.
he save LeBron and the Heatles?
Absolutely.
You don't think Klay could be that for a team like Orlando? I'm not saying the Orlando Magic or the Miami Heat with Dwayne Wade and LeBron
that's
James.
what I'm saying.
But they're a team that feels like a player or 2 away from making noise in the Eastern Conference.
So he's 4th in the league and made threes, but he's washed. According to Sabo, who became a Warrior fan in 2015, he became a Warrior. He told me he became a Warrior fan in 2015. So why am I even bringing him up? He don't know He don't know anything about basketball. TC Sacramento, what's happening? You're on the roast. TC, what's happening,
Close
baby?
that door.
My bad. Bonte, what's going on,
What's
bro?
up, bro?
My bad, man, for that noise in the background.
No, you all good, bro.
Hey, look, check it out. Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro, man. Hey, listen, man. I know I'm a diehard Kings fan, but listen, man, I'm a chime in. I ain't gonna say too much, but look, I'm gonna just be honest though. Look, man, like you said, Bonte. Hey, Warrior fans, bro, y'all gonna miss Klay, bro, if he gone. I'm telling you, if Monk ends up leaving to Orlando, bro, Mike, Monty, and Luke, bro, we wouldn't mind having Klay up in sack. I'm just saying, though, bro, you know what I mean? Hey, y'all gotta tread lightly on Klay, bro. Get off his listen, man. Y'all want to keep that dude together, man, for sure. Just like we trying to keep Monk. But I'm telling you, if he leave, bro, y'all gonna miss him for sure.
There you go.
There's TC.
You're gonna miss me when I'm gone. That's what you said earlier.
Gonna miss him.
The Warriors listen, the amount of problems that this particular team has in the NBA, I'm trying to go off the hierarchy of who has the toughest offseason ahead when it comes to decision making, I think the Warriors, and it's probably the Lakers at 1A, 1B. And that's Stephen Curry and LeBron James' team. Hell, LeBron's probably going to opt out, and he's going to be a free agent. So they got to re-sign him and then figure out
Paul
other
George
stuff.
might be what about the Clippers?
Well, they're saying, did you see the latest from Shams on the Clippers?
No.
They want to run it back.
Oh, gosh.
Without Russell Westbrook, potentially.
Yeah,
that's going to work in the West.
That's not going to work.
That worked out great in the first round.
It's not going to work at all. It's not going to work at all.
The Warriors trying to run it back, the Lakers, the Suns, the Clippers don't.
Right.
Are they not learning anything?
So my problem is with Warrior fans, if you want Klay to move on, that's fine. I get it. I understand it. Part of me wants him to move on too. Part of me wants to see the Warriors start the rebuild process now. But I know Joe Lacob, he will be tempted. If there's a deal out there to be made to help him win, he will make it because all the guy wants to do is win. Joe Lacob is a maniac when it comes to winning. The guy wants to win, win. Contrary to what you think online. So if we move on from Klay, that's fine. My problem is when people say Klay's trash, he's done, he's got nothing left. All right, let's pump the brakes a little bit. Let's pump the brakes. All right, that's extreme to me. That's extreme.
Is it odd that we haven't heard from Joe Lacob yet at all about the end of the season? Now I know he was there yesterday. The WNBA, the Warriors team, the expansion team, I should say, in the San Francisco Bay Area, hired Ohema. Help me out here, Bonte. Ohema Nianen.
Yeah,
Nianen.
Ohema Nianen.
Ohema Nianen.
There you go.
As the GM, thank you.
Make sure you get that for the Doobie Awards.
Thank you. Hey, well, Nianen, please. It's not Ombre Thomas or Audi Rushman.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Please. Come on, give it to me, Sam.
Kyle, you know
where it is?
No.
That Gunnar Henderson got with the Orioles last year. Audi Rushman, who we're going to see in the home run derby.
Yes. Really quick, Bonte, just so you know that I'm not just picking on you and Shasky. A few weeks ago, I totally butchered Paige Becker's name, and I did submit that for one of the submissions for mispronunciation.
Is it called Bukers?
I said Bukers, yeah. It's Becker.
They're
So
terrible.
I threw that in on my behalf because it should be in there, so it's not just me picking on you guys.
We're not a show that excels in broadcast excellence.
So the WNBA expansion franchise, Golden State, hires Ohema Nianen as their general manager.
Good job,
and then Joe Lacob was sitting next to her because he's going to be the owner, governor, whatever you call him there, of said team. And I was just looking at it. I was like, I wonder how Joey Lightyears feels right now. I really would like to know how he is feeling about this offseason.
We shall see. How's Oscar Stockton feeling about the offseason? Oscar, what's happening?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing today?
Good, man. Good.
I just had to get on this line because I'm getting too much of this Klay Thompson talk, man. Klay Thompson, like the last guy just said, one of the best shooters and second best in the league, even though he had a bad last game. But the second half of the season, like you said, Bonte, he shot better percentage than what Steph did. And so people got to understand, Klay around the league, it's going to be several teams that offer him the bag. But Klay is going to be loyal to the soil, I believe, because money is not the object of everything, man. He wanted to end up his career with Steph and Drake. And I'm telling you about Lakers. The Warriors got in-house talent that they will use because of the way the league's set up, that the Warriors can't go out and get all these players. The Warriors are not going to sit still in that 10th, 11th man roster. They're going to get some value. 6'8" cats that can play on the wing. They may not be superstars, but they're going to be valuable pieces. We need length in youth. You can't go to get Kevin Durant, but we can't get older. You got to get younger. Watch the NBA right now. You go older, you're going to be out again in the first round.
No
Have
doubt.
a good day, fellas.
Nah, good point, Oscar. Out with the old, in with the new. That seems to be the motto of the 2024 postseason. The young guns are coming. They have arrived. Mo in West Oakland. Big Mo, what's happening?
Anthony Edwards is so good.
What's up, Big Bonte, man? What's going on? Look, man, we got youth. It's not that we don't have young players, and I can see why they would want to run it back with the squad that they have. But this is my question, and I don't have an answer for it. Maybe you guys have. Sorry about the noise in the background. Everybody dropping off their deliveries. But this is the question I would have to Klay Thompson. Do you want to get paid or do you want to win? Right? Because a lot of times I hear Klay Thompson always talking about those 4 rings. Do you want a 5th ring or do you want a bigger check? Now, if you want a 5th ring, I would take my chances on staying with the Warriors. If I want a big check, then I would seek elsewhere, and maybe you can win on top of that.
But those are my thoughts. If y'all could let me know what y'all think, I appreciate it, man. Y'all have a great day.
Absolutely.
Well, you mentioned it earlier, Bonte. Are we sure that the Warriors are in a better position right now than the Orlando Magic trying to win something?
Is it about winning or is it about getting paid? And where are the Warriors at in that pecking order? Are the Warriors ready to win? They were 10th place in the Western Conference. Now, I get it. Draymond missed a ton of time. You had absences all over the lineup. You were 3 games away from a 6 seed, but what does that mean?
I can say that for a couple teams that missed a couple players, like Malik Monk for the Knicks, or for the Kings, I should say. And then you could say, the Lakers had injuries to deal with. They had a bunch of stuff. Darvin Ham, the head coach, they're going to get someone new now. You can say that for everyone. So, like, in this whole notion, and we talked about it yesterday, we've talked about it all offseason, the butterfly effect of Draymond Green missing time. I don't know if Jonathan Kuminga shows what kind of player he has become if he doesn't get that opportunity with Draymond out. So, again, sure, you can say that, but at the same time, we said this last year, the Warriors were a Lonnie Walker quarter away from being in the Western Conference Finals. And then what does that get you? Are they on the level of a Denver Nuggets anyways? So it's just ifs and buts of candy and nuts, and we'd all have a Merry Christmas, as Lo Neal likes to say. There you go. I love that saying. Same church, same pew.
Hey, with that said, I got to get Sabo in the studio, man. I want to meet this kid. He is like
this summer we'll be bringing roasters in.
Yeah,
right?
The summer. We can start that now. The offseason's already started.
We might need to start that a little bit sooner, yeah.
So this offseason's already here.
Yeah, probably need to start Fast Five right now.
And it looks like the Giants are going to keep us entertained during the summer with the way they're playing.
Fast Five will.
Dude.
The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
Go ahead, Spadone.
My final thoughts, man, who's having a better NBA postseason, Jalen Brunson or Anthony Edwards?
Wow.
That's a great question because you know what? I could see the argument for Jalen Brunson because he's doing it for the Knicks, and that means something. For that fan base and that crowd, and beating Philly and now going on against Indiana, who is a playoff rival. It might not be the regular season rival we all think, but today is the anniversary, Bonte, of Reggie Miller's 9 points in 7 seconds?
8 points. 8 points.
8 points. Yeah. I just butchered that whole thing.
Yeah.
It's all right.
8 points.
You were there for it. Sorry.
I was mine.
2 threes and 2 free throws.
I was a year old, whatever it was.
2 threes and 2 free throws. Unbelievable at the Garden. Game 1 of a second-round series against the New York Knicks, a year after they lost their conference finals to the New York Knicks in 7 games. My final thought is
8 points in 9 seconds. Yeah,
8 points, 9 seconds. Yeah. Yep.
Oh my God,
it's incredible. I remember it live.
26 years ago.
Tom Hammond on the call at Madison Square Garden. It was a Saturday morning game, early morning, game 1. It was just like, all right, Pacers losing game 1, and it just, I'll never forget it. Never forget it. Remember it like it was yesterday.
It's the step back 3 that really just punctuated it in that.
Oh, it was beautiful. The wherewithal to step behind the 3-point line. And then John Starks missed a couple free throws. Reggie Miller makes his free throws, and the Pacers still game 1. That series ended with Patrick Ewing went in for a finger roll that went off the back of the rim. And the Pacers advanced to play the Orlando Magic, in which they were beat in 7 games in the Eastern Conference Finals. And Orlando went to the finals and got swept by the Houston Rockets. Oh, my NBA numbers.
I think of that
history right there.
I think of that game and Tracy McGrady and the Rockets coming back 13 points in 33 seconds.
Oh, in that regular season game?
That regular season game.
Cool.
I think of one of the great just clutch performances late in the game.
My final thought is, what are the Giants going to do with Farhan if this continues?
Oh, boy.
I mean, they are becoming unwatchable again.
Question.
Boring.
That is a tremendous
I'm trying to spice it up. Jung-Hoo Lee, I need to see more. Solaire's not even in the lineup right now. Shoulder injury. What the hell is going to happen with Farhan if this team continues to sputter? That's my final thought. Go ahead, love it in, Carter.
My final thought is, people, no matter how difficult life gets, no matter how challenging it can be, nothing is truly impossible, because 8 years ago today, we learned just how the impossible truly can be possible with one big, sexy swing of the bat.
Malone looking for his first hit of the year. He drives one! Deep left field! Back goes Upton! Back near the wall! It's out of here! Bartolo has done it! The impossible has happened! The team vacates the dugout as Bartolo takes the long trot, his first career home run. And there'll be nobody in the dugout to greet him. This is one of the great moments in the history of baseball.
One of the truly great moments in the history of baseball. And anyone remember the pitcher that he hit it off of?
James Shields.
Big game, James Shields. It all circles back.
That was Gary Cohen, one of the best in the biz, Sportsnet New York there on the call. But Big Sexy, Bartolo Colon, he was a great A, too.
He was a great A.
He was an awesome A.
Great A.
Was it 34 straight strikes?
Too.
He did get Papa
I love him, Big Sexy.
Nakata, what you got?
29 years ago, by the way. I butchered that whole thing. I'm butchering this whole thing. 29 years ago for
Joe
Reggie
the Butcher
Miller.
Boy Spadoni over here.
That's right. Sorry. It must be a Joe thing.
I'll stick to 90s fastball, Spadoni.
Thank you, please. Well, I was, again.
You tried. I respect it. I respect it. But I'm here to clean you up. I'm here to clean it up.
Thanks, bud.
I'm worried that no matter what the Giants do, that the Johnsons still have some love for Farhan Zaidi, and no matter if we're mediocre this year, if we're below average, that we're still going to see him here in the clubhouse next year. And that is just a scary thought to me at this point.
Yikes.
Second thought is Celtics minus 12.5 tonight.
Whoa. Maybe our official sports gambling expert.
Sports gambling expert? I don't know. He's been telling me all the L's he's been taking lately. Maybe not.
Well, I was thinking about giving my boy Philly Zoo a ride, but, he wished to, and he's a Philadelphia guy.
Oh, well, he's down bad right now. Philly sports is down bad. Oh, but they got Bryce Harper, so that's good.
It's baseball season for them.
Oh, great. They'll flame out.
That was Fast Five, part 2 by Xfinity at home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. A fun show talking about Klay. We'll watch more playoffs today. OKC, Dallas, and you have the Celtics and the Cavaliers. And the Giants. When do they start that 3-game set in Colorado? Is that today?
Yes, I believe it's a 5:30-ish start, somewhere around there. 5:05.
Nice little cross-country flight to Denver.
I think Charlie Blackman's still there.
I'll say right now, if Charlie Blackman is up and he is the winning run, or the winning run is on base, the walk-off home run will happen. There's nothing more inevitable than the Charlie Blackman walk-off home run against the Giants at Coors.
50 years old.
Don't lose the series against the Rockies, because that man, Sam Lubman, will lose his mind. All right, that's it for us. Signing Guru next here on 95.7 The Game.
brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Good morning, everybody. Matt Stein, Matt Dowell, the Guru Johnson with you.
Yes.
And it is a sunny day out there.
I'm going to call it Terrific Tuesday.
Yeah. Well, not so much for the San Francisco Giants.
Oh, you went in early.
Not so much for the Giants. They got swept in Philly.
4 games.
Yep. They're now,
not 3.
They're now 15-21, 6 games under. And by the way, hey, let's.
Yeah.
So you went to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame
yes, I did.
banquet. How was it?
It was awesome. It was a shout out Bonte Hill. I was his +1 Stein. He swooped me up from the ship. Didn't forget about me. Got in there and I saw all the royalty. Look at you. Shout out Kansas City. Mark Ibanez, Ricky Henderson, John Taylor. Him, I, and Bonte had a conversation for about 50 good minutes.
Nice.
Brian Sabian.
Ricky Henderson?
Ricky Henderson. I had
Chris Mullen?
Chris Mullen. Do you know Mullen had a comparison of his favorite player and why he wears
John
17?
Havlicek.
Look at my man.
Yeah.
His numbers up against Jordan. He wasn't saying that, but Stoddy was incredible. So we got to have fun with that. And
it sounds like a great time.
No doubt. But when you see people from the Bay Area that have earned it, like John Taylor, his beautiful wife of 34 years introduced him.
Right.
That stuff moves me, Stoney. Saw Farhan. And I got Sabian. It's like, come back. Bobby Evans, come back. Like, Stoney, those guys are from a cloth that I believe means something. And I don't think Farhan has that. And I got to be careful here because he didn't know I was spying on him. But I was just watching him work the room, and he didn't work it, if that's fair. And that may not be where the Giants are, but we'll get to him now. But, Stoney, I don't know who can take on this task of bringing the Giants back to being relevant again.
Yeah, that's kind of what we're going to get into today. Hopefully, Brian Sabian's going to join us, the former executive of the San Francisco Giants who was inducted into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame last night. Hopefully, he can join us. We're efforting, but we're going to spend a lot of time on baseball. And I have a simple question, and I was going to say I got a simple question for Giants fans, but it's not for Giants fans because there may not be as many Giants fans out there. What happened between 2016, 2017, and now? How has this organization fallen from where it was in 2016 to now? And here's the thing, forget about the team for a minute. Why has San Francisco lost interest in the San Francisco Giants? I was here in 10, 12, 14, 16. It was a phenomenon what was going on. It was absolutely incredible. The ballpark was packed every night, men and women. They were the hottest ticket in town. It was a baseball town. They owned this city. The Giants owned this city before the Warriors went on their run. What's happened? If you are a Giants fan that's lost interest, I would love to know what happened. Was it specific? Has it been building? But you talk about eras, and it's obvious. Those titles were a decade ago.
Wow, man.
A decade ago. And in that decade, but even in less of a time, because there was still excitement about this team in 2016.
They made the playoffs.
Yeah. But what happened?
They got boring. And I don't think they have the players on the field or have drafted the players. I got to be careful there because we haven't seen. But, Stoney, they become boring. And that's why I believe, people haven't been in the seats. I asked Evan if he knew where they were in attendance this early season, Stoney. They were 11th. That's better than 28th or 29th. But with that said, we just watched last year, for instance. They were dead men walking. There was no pizzazz. There was no new Buster Posey. Joey Bart, who was supposed to be that. If maybe that, I'm being unfair, but you can dream and hope he could take the mantle. Shout out Mickey. But, Stoney, they have become boring right before our eyes.
888-957-9570. Is there a Giants fan or fans out there that can basically explain to me? I mean, I have my ideas, and the teams, obviously, the wins and losses have a lot to do with it.
What about the platooning, Stoney? 49er Frankie told you at Norm's party. Him and his daughter, Katarina, they had to wait till 4 o'clock or 4:30 to decide if they were going to the game because they needed to know who was going to be in it. Does that matter? Is that a turnoff? I'm asking you, would it be for you? It was for the Carrillo family.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of things that go into it. I think this has taken almost a decade to go from the Giants being the talk of the town, the hottest ticket, when the ballpark was a scene.
Wow, a scene.
So it took 8 years to get to this point, and I get it. The team's struggling right now, but this is less about the team than what happened to the connection to the fan base. This team, we're going to have Brian Sabian on, hopefully. And I'll never forget one of the things he said when we talked to him a few years back was when the Giants made moves, they did take into account what the fan reaction may be.
Wow.
The fans didn't determine what happened, but they obviously braced for the reaction, and they were ready for that. But that's probably not done anymore, and I think that's a factor. But I'm asking Giants fans right now, what's kind of happened in the last 6-8 years? Has it been one thing? Has it been a series of things? I'm telling you, like I'm old enough to see generational stuff, and
you're going beyond the players.
Oh, absolutely!
Wow, man,
absolutely. This dude from 2010 to 2015. Let me tell you something. If you weren't a Giants fan, I mean the Giant. And I mean this in a good way. Giants fans were so obnoxious back in 2010, 2012, 2014. And I mean that in a good way, but they were celebrating. They were on cloud nine. They had the best team in baseball. How does the city go from that electric to, dare I say, nobody cares? Or fewer people care? And you know what? Maybe this is and let me ask you this. Isn't this a cautionary tale for the Golden State Warriors? Not that I want to bring them up, but the Giants had a dynasty, and here they are 10 years later. Is it a cautionary tale for the Golden State Warriors? What are the differences? What are the similarities? What's going on with the San Francisco Giants, and why have they lost their connection to this city?
Man, you're on fire, Stoney. I appreciate it. It's a difficult question, and I'm here to hear everybody's answer. YouTube, Twitch, 888-957-9570. I need to be careful here because I didn't come in, and I never do, with an agenda. But, Stoney, I'm not dumb. We've talked about the sport that I love, which is baseball. It's hemorrhaging right now, just all around the nation. So is it fair that maybe the Bay Area baseball fan, their interest has waned regardless if the 27 Yankees were on the field? I'm just asking you, how do you process your partner saying that? Because I'll say this, and Farhan doesn't need me to defend him, but good God, you brought in Snell, you brought in Chapman, the Lee in center field. So that was something, and it hasn't manifested into necessary measures on the field right now when you look at wins and losses. But as far as shopping, you did go do that. And I was like, okay, I'm grading on a curve. Farhan, you did something. But Steiny, what about what you just hit me in the cardiac muscle with since 2016? Is this bigger than any said move that you did make or made? Is this more of, do you think it's possible that the Bay Area baseball fan has gone a little college football fan? Because, we get hit about we don't care about college football here. Is there any merit to that? And shout out the Lake.
I don't know. I just know that it took 6 or 8 years to get to this spot where you go from
the talk of the town. You said it.
The Giants ran this town.
Wow.
They ran this town.
Man.
And to go from that to, they are the third franchise now, and it's not even close behind the 49ers and the Warriors. Is that part of it? When you're in the same city as the Warriors and the 49ers, you can't put a product like this on the field. I don't know, but my quick response would be, it took 6 or 8 years to get to this point. It's going to take more than one good year to get out of it.
Oh man,
I really believe that.
Well, we're talking about a connection, Stoney.
Exactly.
So, who on the field now is Buster Posey? Who's Derek Jeter? And you got a bunch of young guys that, if I got a guy, then I'm just saying Chapman right now, Stoney. I feel like he's had his best day. If I could see him, if I had my brothers on, do I want to watch him hit 220 or a guy like Casey Schmidt hit 220? I would take Casey Schmidt all day.
Yeah, I think Giants fans are with you. Let's go. Let's get right into it here. Let's go to Rick's in Pacifica.
Ricky,
what's up, Rick? How you doing, man? What are you thinking?
Oh boy, you guys, you're really touching a nerve here because as a former season ticket holder, as long as the new stadium has been there, where you let our tickets go right at COVID,
so
the ownership.
Can I stop you?
Partially due to this thing.
Can I stop you right there? Did you not renew because of COVID?
No.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
No, we didn't because the 2 seats were $10,000.
Okay.
And we couldn't give away games when we couldn't make them, and so not that we were trying to make a bunch of money, but we didn't want to take totally a loss for our seats, and they were boring then. And,
right.
And, they're boring now, and some of it was I think when they let Bochy go, it was a real big change that I think many of us just did not want that to happen, and since then the ownership. I was checking into this recently. The Johnson ownership, was I think they took full control in 21.
Yeah,
and you look around, and obviously, the guy's political, background is a bit of an issue here in the Bay Area.
True.
And beyond that, I think that when you look at the general manager that didn't get fired in the off season, I thought he had to go too. In fact, I thought he had to go before the manager did. So. But on another subject, quickly, their marketing of baseball in all of the U.S. is horrible. When's the last time you've seen a commercial talking about the game? I mean, you see football, you see basketball. It's a paltry deal. What is
right? Yeah, they're losing that. Yeah.
They're losing it big time, and their young kids. Pacific where I live, and it's big here. Baseball's always been huge, but. Where other towns, I don't know. Is it big? It's sad. Anyway, thank you.
No, thank you, Rick. Appreciate the call,
man.
A lot of stuff there. Here's the other thing I was thinking about. We're talking about the Giants and how and why they've lost their connection to the fans. It feels like there's apathy surrounding the San Francisco Giants. It's taken a while to get here, but I'm asking Giants fans. You tell me what happened. Tell me what happened over the last 6 or 8 years. I can tell you what I've noticed. Here's the one thing I was thinking today. If you put the 3 teams, general managers, John Lynch, What's he been here, 7 years?
Mm-hmm.
Think about the connection that John Lynch has made to the Bay Area. All right, Bob Myers was here 10 years. He was here a little longer. But think about the connection Bob Myers made with the Bay Area.
Lord of the Rings.
And now think of Farhan Zaidi, who's in his 6th year. He was hired in 2018. And I was telling the boss, I don't know anything about the guy. I don't know anything about Farhan Zaidi. I don't see him a lot. He's not out front.
But we were told he was the smartest man in the room, and I'm not hating on him for that, but this is why I got to say something, Stoney, to you and Evan and the listeners. So you cared so much about my outing last night. I came in, you asked, really, how was it, Goo? Yeah. And I didn't come in here knowing I was going to say this, but I'm going to share it with you all. Last night, there was a juncture in the ceremony where Farhan was introduced, and I need you to honestly tell me if I'm wrong, Goo, that's fair, or you're just calling it like you saw it. Stoney, they announced him. There was no, people barely clapped.
Were they clapping for others?
Yes. Yes. They were clapping for, you could hear a pin drop, and it was just something, and now we're having this discussion. I'm like, that means that lack of connection that you speak of, Stoney, in a room full of
great point.
Greats. There was, and I was just like, no. If had that been Myers or Lynch, there would have been more of a. I was like, whoa.
Well, in fairness, he hasn't won yet. That the not winning is clearly.
But the confidence is, I think,
you're right,
waning. And the fact that he fired a coach when I feel like he should have went with him, that was a turnoff. But you want to talk about, that caller brought up Bochy. Since you let him go, he's won a World Series. Think about that, partner. Yep. Since you said, for whatever reason, and we weren't born yesterday, that Bochy was not good enough, that guy took a year off and has since won a World Series, and you haven't made the playoffs but 1 year.
It's I hear you. Filmo
Mike.
This if the description of what Filmo says is accurate, this is going to be interesting. What's up, Filmo?
Oh yeah, I think a little bit of one of the reasons. Well, first of all, San Francisco Giants is known for stars, like star players. Some of the greatest players that have ever played the game of baseball: Bonds, Willie Mays. The pitchers, Lincecum, whoever.
Cepeda.
So we need stars.
Wow.
Cepeda, exactly. All of them. Now, with that being said, hitters are afraid to come to San Francisco because of Barry Bonds.
But what are they afraid of, Mike?
It's like Michael Jordan going to Chicago. You gotta have different cojones to deal with that mystique of Barry Bonds to players, not media. To fans and players, is one of the best baseball players people have ever seen. Whatever you want to take about Balco and all that extra stuff, I don't even care. He's one of the greatest baseball players we've ever seen. Also, the Niners, Warriors, and Curry happened. And then the letting go of Bochy and Larry Bear. People love Larry Bear. What he did in his personal life, things happen. Things happen all the time. So
wow.
One of the things that I feel is like Larry Bear and letting Bochy go. You try to help it out with bringing Dusty Baker back in some role, but it's lost upon the fans.
Mike, let me leave you. Oh, go ahead.
So you think Bonds has a shadow here that still lingers?
Yeah, hitters are scared of Bonds. Pitchers were scared of Bonds, and hitters are scared to say, especially left-handed hitters. Why wouldn't you want to play that ballpark if you're a left-handed power hitter? It's like the big green monster, and it's not that far. But because Bonds was so great, because the wind swirled however they swirl, people are afraid to attack that.
Good stuff, Mike.
Oh, man.
Appreciate it, buddy.
I'm going to disagree with him on that one, Stoney. But that's kind of up your alley, too. You say that about Steph.
I wonder.
So, and I'm going rap music because rap's a topic right now. So Snoop Dogg belongs to Death Row Records.
Okay.
Sold 1 million records. His career, it's over. I'm an upcoming rapper 20 years later, a couple decades later. I'm not going to be afraid to sign to death row because of how great Snoop was. I would almost take that as a compliment. You know what I mean? Like, nobody's signing you, Fillmore Mike, to be Barry Bonds. I feel like that would be a compliment, Steiny. But you've mentioned this with Jordan coming as a free agent after him and Steph Curry. Like, and maybe I'm not saying you guys are wrong. I look at it as a compliment.
I don't know. That's how I'll say what Philmo Mike's take, if you will, that Bonds' shadow is still here. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know that he's right. I don't know that he's wrong. I know that that's interesting, and I'd never thought about it that way. But here's the other bottom line is when they won those 3 titles, their guys were homegrown.
Yeah.
They were homegrown.
Klay, Dre, and Steph.
They did not need to go out and get big name free agents because Posey was here and Crawford was here and Belt was here and Bumgarner was here and Lincecum was here and Kane was here. I mean, that was a big part of it. I mean, think about that for a sec. Like, there's nothing better than a homegrown star.
Oh, come on, man. It's nothing.
It's why Giannis in Milwaukee, it's why Steph out here, they just hold a little more weight than a free agent who goes to a place and turns it around. I mean, as loved as a guy like
Iguodala.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of guy like Giants fans that like beggars can't be choosers. Even though we all would love a homegrown superstar to come up, they'll take a free agent star. Obviously, but those have been tough to come by.
The last corner outfielder to hit 30 home runs, homegrown for the Giants. Want to hear it?
Sure.
Chili Davis. So just think about that. Oh, the last homegrown outfielder to hit 30 home runs for the Giants. Steiny, I was in grade school.
I like Chili Davis.
I loved him. What a name.
888-957-9570. The San Francisco Giants were just swept in Philadelphia. They're 6 games under 500 right now. And to my way of thinking, they've lost a connection to their fans. And when you stack them up against the 49ers and against the Golden State Warriors, they pale in comparison. And when I think of that, I've got to go back and think about the way things were less than 10 years ago with this franchise. And the Giants ran this town.
Man.
They sold out that ballpark. They had young people involved. I mean, the best, and I'm going to use a term here from the past. I mean, the best singles bar in the Bay Area was Oracle.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah.
No, it was a stadium too.
Yeah. It
was a social thing.
Well, they're 11th in attendance, to be fair, Stoney, this year. So, you know what? They're not at the bottom.
No, but
it's bigger than that.
It's much bigger than that. It's much bigger than that. If you and you know, look at the Padres down south.
It's a party.
Look at their attendance. They never come up short of 33,000.
Just added an all-star too.
So
that division not getting easier, man.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. And we're going to take some calls on the other side. But the question is out there.
It's a big one.
What has happened to the Giants in the last 8 years? How do you go from a team that ran the Bay to a team that's now not only the 3rd team in a 3-team market? I know the Sharks are down in San Jose. But what's happened to the San Francisco Giants? If you were a fan of the San Francisco Giants and you're less of a fan now or not even a fan, like what's happened? And then we can also get to, is there anything that can bring you back?
Now that
is there anything that can bring you back?
Because I do wonder if the popularity of baseball has something, the lack of, Stoddy, has something to do with this. That sounds like an excuse. It's not, but you didn't scoff at it when I threw it to you.
No, I think there's probably a million different reasons. That's probably one, but it should not be this bad. 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by Pacific Coast Termite.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for
Cooper to left field and deep. Conforto is going to watch it. It's gone. Second game in a row against the Giants. Bryce Harper's hit a 3-run homer.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, the question we're asking today is what's happened to the San Francisco Giants? And I'm not talking about getting swept by the Phillies over the weekend.
Yeah.
I'm talking about what happened in the last 6 or 8 years to essentially, from my vantage point, turn the fan base off. Maybe people disagree with me and say and think it's not as bad as maybe we're making it. But I'm just setting it up this way. As someone who's been around for a while, when the Giants were winning titles in 10, 12, 14, and even when they went to the playoffs in 16, this town was on fire. The Giants and San Francisco were inseparable. They had an unbelievable bond with their fans, and it seems like it's gone. And I'm wondering what all the reasons are, Goo, for why that has happened, because I'm sure there's more than one or two.
Yeah, and I'm going to read this text because we don't shy away from anything, Stanley, from the 925. I know this is a sports channel, but you guys have to bring up politics when you're talking about the Giants. San Francisco's turning into Oakland, and you know it. Look what happened to Oakland. Tough to talk about, but please bring that up. We've talked about the majority owner for the Giants, Mr. Johnson.
What does he mean, the owner of the Giants, or does he mean like the city has fallen into some disrepair so people aren't going?
Oh, I took it as some of the political stuff from the majority owner, Mr. Johnson.
And it very well may be.
But, Stoney, this is bigger than that, right? This is I don't have the answer. It's kind of scary. And I said something and we discussed it yesterday, and I drove home like, how does one define that? But I'll throw it to you on your computer. The death of a dynasty, the price. Where the last championship was 14. It's 2024. Yep. The last playoff appearance was 16. When they won 107 a couple years ago. So is this just par for the course in regard to? But you haven't replenished your stars.
I think enough time has gone by. At this point.
I do too.
I mean, how much time do you need? 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go out to Bob. Bob's in San Francisco. Hey, Bob, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Hey, I love the show, guys.
Thank you.
I think it's threefold. I think it's, number one, past is prologue. No team stays on top. So, and if they did, everybody be bored. So you got to root every few years for a new team, a new brand of team to come in and try to take the title. The other thing is ownership. Like when Lakeup took over the Warriors, he changed it completely. When the ownership group had Sabian running the show, he changed things completely. And look at Dr. York. He totally screwed up the 49ers until the Sun took over. So you have to look at ownership as well, the direction. Right?
All right.
That's my second one. And the third one, obviously, it may be ticket prices. Now, traditionally, baseball has been the cheapest sport to attend. But some of the other sports, the skyrocket. It's like sky's the limit for their profit. So, anyway, that's what I got. Thanks, guys.
Good stuff, Bob. Appreciate it. I think the ticket prices reason, it seems to go hand in hand with losing or not a successful team. I think for the most part, like I've heard over the years people talk about how expensive the Warriors tickets are. Well, they're in the middle of a dynasty.
And the place was still packed.
Exactly. And the place is still packed now. And the place is going to be packed next year. And the place is going to be packed the year after that. As long as Steph Curry's in town, that place is
I want to read something to you.
Yeah.
Our brethren, our guy, Joe Shasky just texted us to Butcher Boys, Downey, and I want your answer because it hit me. Let me ask you a hypothetical question. We don't know if Will Clark is any good at even picking players. He might be just as bad as Farhan, but if Will Clark was named GM, wouldn't there be an overall optimism just because he's a baseball guy? And I got to say, Downey, I feel like there's something to that.
Well, then why isn't Melvin getting the benefit of the doubt?
Wow.
He was
I'm
a baseball
giving it to
guy
him.
and a
I'm
Bay
giving it
Area
to him
guy.
early.
I mean, I think those guys can carry you for a while in terms of creating excitement, but I don't think it's a long-term thing. Let's go to John. I want to go to John in San Francisco.
like that.
He wants to defend Farhan Zaidi. What's happening, John? How you doing, man?
What's going on? Hey, I love the show. First-time caller, long-time listener.
Okay.
And, I just think that Zaidi gets a little too much heat compared to, like, Sabian and Bobby Evans. I think that Sabian and Evans kind of tanked our team in the late 2010s trying to keep it afloat. In 2016, a little postseason push there, and I think they emptied out our farm system, and Farhan has pretty much done the dirty work over the past 4 or 5 years of fixing the farm system. And now we actually have pitching prospects coming up. We actually have some pitching prospects that are looking good. And I think that we didn't have any because of Bobby Evans or Brian Sabian. And, they made some good trades to get us some World Series titles. That's great. But they also kind of shot us in the foot for setting us up for failure over the couple of years after they left. So I don't know. I think that Zaidi is not the only culprit here. I think he's done some good moves, but specifically he's done the dirty work that no one really cares about of fixing our farm system.
Well, let me ask you this.
So I'm feeling pretty confident about the next couple of years.
Okay.
I know the results aren't there, but I don't know.
Well,
what do you guys think?
Let me ask you this.
Go ahead, Stan. I got a question.
When will we start seeing the Farhan prospects? Because right now we've just got two of them. We got Harrison and Patrick Bailey.
Yeah, no, it's true. Our pitchers like Mason Black and Kaiwei Tang, they were looking so good in the minors, and then they come up and they kind of tank in their first couple of starts. So I'm confident Mason Black will kind of get it together in his next start. I really am.
Okay.
But, you're right. There's not a lot to point out at the major league level right now with Farhan. I agree, but I think it's also because our farm system was kind of shot, and we don't have a lot of people.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, because you make some good points, and you're right about the baseball on the big league level for pitchers is, it's a shock. But the fact that Farhan handpicked Gabe Kapler that was his decision, and for whatever reason he had to fire him and move on. Don't you think he should have went with him? Like there's a stench in the room for me. Like that was your guy. You're safe, and he's going to be the fall guy. That to me, that reeks. I don't like that.
I can't disagree with you. I don't think that there's anything concrete you can point at that Kapler did wrong or anything like that. But I also think that Bob Melvin is just a much better manager as far as bullpen, as far as just being a better player relationship kind of guy. It seems like people will want to come here more because of Bob Melvin rather than Gabe Kapler. So I'm not disappointed about that, but I don't know. I can't disagree with you there.
Thanks, John.
It's kind of a bad look.
Appreciate it, John. Thank you very much. And let me point out.
Go ahead.
It's still early.
That's what I've been saying, and you've been shocked. And you got Soler. Like, it's not working. Chapman, he's not Chapman of the Oakland A's. Donnie, their last playoff run, but I don't know what he's going to be. But they went shopping. They got Snell. And, again, I know it's all just distorted right now, but we can't say Farhan didn't get up off the mat and bring some guys in here. That's why I keep saying it's early. It's ugly. They still got like a boring feel to me. They're not booting the ball around. The defense has gotten better. They take more fastballs down the middle than any other team. I don't understand that. So when they do swing, there's some damage done, Stoney, but it is early. But Bo Mel, this is what scares me about him, and I love Melvin. You had the Padres, so you had all the talent in the world, and for whatever reason, you got ran. And now here you go. You don't have that talent at your disposal, but are we so sure that Bo Mel is the guy? So early through 37 games, Donnie, you're right. It's not looking pretty, but we're not 80 games in.
We'll have Brian Sabian himself on at 11 o'clock. He's just confirmed. So former Giants executive and general manager Brian Sabian, he's going to join us at 11 o'clock. He was inducted into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame last night.
Dope.
And looking forward to talking to Brian Sabian. He's always very forthcoming. And on a personal level, he's one of my favorites.
You like him?
Yeah, I love him. I really do.
Bobby Evans was in the house,
I like his
too.
whole act.
Stoney, they came and talked. We were chopping it up, and they just came like some real regular guys. Not stuck up or I'm too big, to talk to you. And so that was another part of last night that was it was awesome. Just watching guys not take themselves too seriously and introducing themselves, Stoney, and having just baseball conversation, man. They missed that. How about that?
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. And I'm thinking about a lot of things. I was thinking about Brian Sabian being inducted into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. Giants have just been swept by the Phillies. They're 6 games under. There seems to be a malaise around the team. And I thought back to the championship years and how the San Francisco Giants, they were it. They were the scene. And here we are 6 or 8 years later, and they're trying to pick up the pieces of I don't know, of a dynasty long past. Is this just, here's the other thing, that and maybe I'll say this about the Warriors in 4 years. Guys, this is just what happens. Like, this is what happens. You win World Series, you win 3 World Series in 5 years, and it's hard to play young guys, and it's all the guys in your farm system, and then your farm system gets depleted because you're going after ready-now players. I mean, maybe this is just the price of a dynasty, and it hits you 6 or 8 years later.
Well, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'll say this to that. Joey Bart, I'm not going to compare him to James Wiseman, Stoney, but let's just say he was a young Johnny Bench or a young Buster Posey. That was to replenish. That was to give fans, Buster Posey's an all-time great Hall of Famer, but here's the next. And they missed on that. So I bring that up only because if it's about the product on the field, I guess if I were the Giant front office, I'd sleep a little better. Okay, we've identified the problem. We need to get better. We need to, get better players in here. Then everything will go away. But when you're talking about an 8-year span, there's something bigger going on. And I don't know what it is.
888-957-9570 is the number. It's a simple question. What has happened to the San Francisco Giants in the last 8 years? How'd they go from where they were to where they are?
Can I ask you an honest question?
Yeah.
Can you remember how many Giant games you went to last year? And the only reason I just thought of, I know how many Warrior games. That's
0 or 1.
Wow, Stoney, okay. And can I ask why?
I wasn't interested.
In the team?
No, I wasn't interested in the team, really.
Wow.
It just wasn't, I don't know, it wasn't. Well, first of all, and this is an important point.
I'm thinking about all this.
And I'll be honest with you, we're lucky here because a lot of times we can go to the game as a working media member. Right. And that's a big difference. But I do think money is a part of this. You can't, in the Bay or in San Francisco, I've been here long enough to know you can't put a mediocre product on the field. Or hell, you can't have a mediocre ballet. You can't have a mediocre opera in the Bay. You just can't. People expect and want more. And so you start stringing together seasons where you're 500 or not quite 500. And I know the 107 win team was an anomaly.
But Stoney,
but still,
people showed up though. People showed up for 107. It was like old time. Shasky was running down in Embarcadero before the playoff game. Bonte narrating it felt like old times. That game against the Dodgers, Stoney, the one they lost,
I didn't feel it. And I felt a spark. Listen, 2010 to 2015 was 300 days a year.
I got you.
It was, you knew when the Giants played. You knew who they played. You probably knew who was the starting pitcher. So that, they might have captured a little something during the 107, but I'm talking about how the Giants went from running the Bay to the third wheel. And
their last chip was the birth of the Warriors dynasty, but they don't cross-reference each other this season. So I'm not saying the Warriors.
But they cross-reference the money. So if if you have a budget and you can go to one sporting event a year, you'll probably go to the Warriors. And that's one thing I've never really, been able to categorize is how much the other teams affect the Giants or how much the other teams affect the Warriors, because I do believe there's a competition among those teams. There's a competition for the fans. And I get it. A lot of fans of all three teams, but if you can't go to, if you're not a season ticket holder of all three teams, who gets your money for the game you can go to?
Now I got to be careful with that, Stoney, because I just thought of New York with the Yankees, Mets, Knicks, and Giants and Jets. Those places are full. The Philadelphia area for the Phillies, the Sixers, and the Eagles. So I'm not saying that's a cop-out, Stoney, but if you're in love and you've become attached to players or players, you're going to find a way to do both and go see Buster, maybe, the new Buster Posey or Brandon Crawford. Like, why wasn't that an issue during that era?
Because they were winning.
Yeah.
And they had players that we recognized. And they had players that the fans loved. Pablo Sandoval.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a connection between the Giants and San Francisco that's gone right now.
Who's the face of the Giants now, if I were to ask you? And how big of an award is that? Look at, you're thinking about it.
Logan Webb.
And he's a pitcher. That's one day,
Well, Lincecum was, and he was a pitcher.
But you also had Panda, Posey, Crawford, and Bell. So I'd say the everyday player.
I don't know.
Huh?
Let me think. I mean, is it Yaz?
No, it's not yet.
Well, who is it then? Is it Wilmer Flores? Like, seriously?
No, I think the answers are, like, the point of the question was that the clock ticked before you got to somebody.
209 says we're in a recession. Are we? I guess we're.
I go to the Chase Center and those prices, and that place is packed.
Most people cannot afford to go to the game. I'm there. I mean, I get it. If you're spending a couple $100 to go to a Giants game, they got to be better than that.
All right, Stoney, I've said it and we talked about it, but real quick, to right on the table again, brought to you by Atco to me is, are we acting like baseball's not dying? And maybe that's not getting anybody off the hook. How big of that is this Giants problem?
It's bigger than that. It's bigger than that. It's a feeling. It's a sense. It's a sense of where the Giants have been and where they are now.
Well, wow.
That's what it is. It's not, I get it. Baseball's struggling. I get it. But this team, I should say this city gets behind winners.
Yeah.
It does.
Well, then maybe that's the number one problem. Just win and they'll be back. And like I said, Evan said they're 11th, Stoney. That's not 28th or 24th. I mean, they're 11th.
How much Giants do we talk about?
Our show, pretty much none. And I hate it.
It's because there's not a huge demand for it right now.
Man, oh man.
I mean, I was doing shows in 15. It was all Giants. And it was fun. They were winning. Let's go to Joey's in San Mateo. Hey, Joey, how you doing?
Joey.
Hey, good. How you guys doing today?
Okay.
Doing good. I just want to talk about this whole conversation about Sabian, and Farhan and the current regime and so forth. You guys, baseball's not dying. I mean, talk to fans in Houston, L.A., New York, Atlanta. Baseball in Boston even, as much as they've been losing, they have passionate fans. I just think that for every miss that Sabian did throughout his career, he also engaged the fans by making that move that had, fans believing that they had somebody to cheer for.
Right.
And I think that Farhan coming in, using analytics, trying to run it like Tampa Bay, his days in Oakland, it's just this type of town that, will reflect the fan base and have him, have it behind him. And quite frankly, you guys hit it on the head earlier. He hasn't even developed anyone yet in 6-7 years.
Right.
And even if he has, Sabian would have taken what he had, and he would have, made a move, which would have, generated the fan base. And I haven't seen that from Farhan. I don't think none of us have.
Right.
So, and think about this, Matt Williams. We all love Matt Williams. And what did Sabian do? He made that big trade that initiated essentially, the run that he had.
Yeah.
With his scouting department and everybody. So I feel like, the people in place are just not, it's not a good match for here in the Bay Area.
Wow.
They're just plain and simple.
Thanks, Joey. Great stuff.
Yeah. And Stoney, I just going back to Shasky and I know what his bigger point was. Like Will Clark's he's a giant. He's beloved here. Like, if you had a guy like that in your organization, you would just feel better even if the team was scuffling because you felt like they had the know-how and he's done it. And I know the politics of taking over a job and you're a new regime and you want to get rid of every part of the past. But for Farhan, and I'm going here again to look at Bochy and not say you got 3 effing rings. Okay, let's sit down. Let's have a meal. Let's talk about it. But you're not leaving if you don't want to. They chose, see ya. And I just think it's funny now that we're having this conversation that man went and won another World Series. Like, that was a bad move, Steiny.
Well, it certainly doesn't look good.
That's all I'm worried about right now then.
Mike's in Santa Clara. Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Good, guys. How you doing?
Mikey.
Hey.
Yo. Hey, so just going off the topic, you were just talking about who would be the face of the franchise right now. Yeah, Logan Webb gives the most obvious answer, but I got to say Jung-Ho Lee. You don't get I remember going to A's games also. You got the I believe in Stephen Vogt signs in there. And you know what? They're chanting Jung-Ho Lee, like crazy. So I think he might be the up-and-coming guy to come around. And one last note to say, hey, I went to the Justin Timberlake concert last night, man. That guy puts on a show.
Oh, yes, he does.
Where was it?
Probably Chase.
Man.
Where was it at?
No, it was at SAP.
Oh,
SAP.
Okay. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate the call.
Justin JT.
Appreciate the call. Well, Jung-Ho Lee is also under contract probably longer than any other player on the Giants, so he'd probably be a good guy to.
I like watching him. I don't like that answer because he just got here.
Yeah.
There should already be somebody.
All right, here's what we got on the other side. We've got former Giants general manager Brian Sabian on the other side. He has just been inducted into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame last night, and we efforted him today, and he's coming. Brian Sabian, he's the architect of the 3 World Series victories by the San Francisco Giants, and we're going to get into it with him on the connection between the fans and the Giants and why the Giants were able to do it in the past, but they seem to be losing it a little bit right now. So Brian Sabian, he's one of my favorites. And we're talking baseball here on 95.7 The Game. Don't go anywhere. Brian Sabian. That segment was brought to you by Alameda County Probation Department.
Want a career with purpose, great pay, outstanding benefits, and a promising future? The Alameda County Probation Department is seeking dedicated people to make a difference.
game.
All right, let's get right to it. On the phone is former general manager, vice president of baseball operations for the San Francisco Giants, and he's the newest member of the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. Let's welcome in Brian Sabian. Hey, Brian, thanks for joining us, man. Appreciate it.
I can't thank you enough for having me on. It was great to be back in the Bay. I'm still in the hotel trying to recount all the people I met and I hadn't seen in a long time. Special group, actually having a coffee now with Chris Byrne, my close friend, who was my presenter. And just incredible to think that I'm part of this Hall of Fame, which is really for the athletes, not necessarily for folks like me, but add to my family legacy, and I'm happy for my family.
Yeah,
I'm very humbled and cherish the event.
Yeah, my partner, Darryl the Guru Johnson, was there, and he said it was a great event, and everybody had a good time. So congratulations, from here. Let me ask you this. In 2015, this town was electric. It was all Giants all the time. The ballpark was a scene. The fans knew when the team played. They knew who pitched. How did you consciously try to incorporate the fans in what you were doing as an organization?
Well, I think what was fortuitous, and it was the vision of Peter McGowan and the ownership group that saved the franchise from moving to Tampa, was the new stadium. It became, a destination, a landmark. We were very fortunate my first year to go from worst to first and win the division. And that was even before the referendum, the vote, and then eventually with Willie Brown's vision was able to get the stadium. So, first we built the team that was going to be, I think, the foundation of what was to come. And I have very fond memories of those early teams. Our first 8 years under Dusty, we finished first or second, or Dusty and Felipe, in the division. So I think it went hand in hand with turning the franchise around, as well as the new ballpark, and the fans came out in droves. And you remember all the sellouts.
Brian, I hope I don't scare you. As my partner had mentioned, I was in there last night and I was watching you, and I just want to congratulate you. There was command of the room. I don't even know if people were flocking to you. And I was telling my partner, man, we missed that guy. I'd just like to ask you, with what you built here and the legacy that you are a part of, a couple months back, there was some talk about, San Francisco playing for the Giants is not a destination. And a lot of people were throwing rocks at the city, and a lot of fans were upset at that. If you don't mind me asking, when you heard that, what went through your mind? Because that wasn't the case when you were here.
Well, it pains me more so because I spent 30 years here, and I go back to 2000 when we opened the ballpark. I actually had an apartment that whole time until I left the organization at 88 King Street, right across the street, where a lot of players and eventually Felipe and Boch lived. And, we really brought up our families and our children in the city. They get to experience the greatness of Northern California and the city of itself. I always said that I thought San Francisco was a combination of, and I don't know why I think this, of Boston and Chicago. Very vibrant, walkable, different cultures, different neighborhoods, different climates. Very unique place. So I cherish the time here, and this is where we made our bones, and the rest is history.
Brian Sabian joining us on 95.7 The Game, former general manager and vice president of baseball operations for the Giants, and he's the newest member of the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. Kind of where the Giants are right now. Since this team made the playoffs in 2016, they've only gone to the postseason once. Is that simply the price of a dynasty?
Well, as we know, there are ebbs and flows in sports, and as organizations go. It's tough one, to stay at the top of the heap, let alone competitive and irrelevant. And people forget that after our 8-year run, which was 97 through 2003, we kind of went into a flat line situation until we produced our own players and got back in the saddle with a good 09 season and finished a couple games out of the wild card. And then 10 was the first stepping stone of the 3 and 5. So it's not easy in sports today because it's so competitive. It's not easy in baseball because I believe every year it's a shotgun start. And, our secret sauce became signing and developing our own players, and that was really the core of those teams.
Brian, I got to be honest with you here. I talked to a lot of diehard Giant fans, and we know a lot of these athletes, what make them go is ego. And I think that happens also with executives. So the Giants can have a new regime. They decide, Bruce Bochy, they part ways. And he goes and wins another World Series with another team after winning 3 for his old team. For a diehard Giant fan, Brian, that says, you know what, that's a bad look. Can you understand that?
Well, I can, but I just go with our tenure or my experience. I don't know another sports organization that was so lucky or fortuitous to have people like Dusty, Felipe, and Boch and managers, all guys that were a cut above. I mean, different personalities, different ways of approaching the game. So, especially with Boch, the 3 and 5, tough act to follow. It's like following, Sabian or Bear Bryant, and that's not an enviable task. I was a little bit surprised as a friend that he was willing to get back in the saddle because he was loving life in Nashville, and I think his wife, Kim, enjoyed having him home. But, as it turned out, Texas, their owner and GM came for a visit, and by the time they were ready to leave the house or get out of town, they had signed him to a 3-year contract, which, tickles my, heart because we need people like this still in the game. Dusty, because of his run in Houston, thank God, is a Hall of Famer, and he deserves to be, without the Houston part of his career on the resume. And, the other amazing thing, if you think about who I mentioned, starting with the managers, you got Dusty as a Hall of Famer. Felipe is a Hall of Fame person, let alone if there was a special category for a player and a manager, he'd certainly been it. Boch is a Hall of Famer. Mm-hmm. Barry Bonds is going to be a Hall of Famer. Posey is going to be a Hall of Famer. So we led a charmed life, and we really raised the bar. That unfortunately is a tough act to follow.
Yeah, Brian Sabian joining us on 95.7 The Game, former vice president of baseball ops for the Giants, and he's the newest member of the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. Brian, you were the longest tenured GM in Giants history. You were there about 2 decades. And did you ever, during that 2 decades, I know you probably had a philosophy, but did you ever pivot in another direction during that time and say maybe there's another way to go about this?
Well, the first pivot, unfortunately, for me personally, was having to trade Matt Williams. And the storyline behind that is Matt and Barry were making half our payroll going into the 97 season, and we had to sit down with ownership and we explained, Ned Colletti and I, that we couldn't operate in this fashion if we wanted to get out of the second division. We had to spread the wealth with the payroll, and unfortunately for Matt, and, we know his career in San Francisco and how much he's been loved, became the casualty of having to trade him to Cleveland. But that was the first stepping stone to what became, kind of the building block that we needed. And, I look back and I think all of us kind of regret the missteps, or what keeps you up at night is like the 2002 Game 7 of the, Angel World Series. Right. The 13 team that, we thought was in decent shape after winning the 12, that flat line. And, these jobs are collaborative more than it's a one-man band. That's what I cherish the most. We had so much connectivity between ownership through Larry Barrett, the baseball ops, my office, the manager, whoever that was, the coaching staff. And believe it or not, there really wasn't any infighting or finger-pointing here through the good, the bad, the ugly, and obviously the greatness.
Brian, as a Bay Area sports fan, we're spoiled. We got the Warriors, obviously the 49ers. And I'm just curious, do you still see the Bay as San Francisco as a baseball town? And if not, how do you get back to being that?
Well, first and foremost, I said this last night, before I got here, that this was a sports town. And now it's kind of on steroids because of the history of the teams and their dynasties they're in. And correct me if I'm wrong, first it was the A's 3 in a row, then the Oakland Raiders, then you had the 49er run, and you had the Warriors kind of concurrent with our situation. I always said that I don't know that anybody in the country really understood or appreciated Bay Area sports, not only for the great teams and franchises, but the amazing athletes, because the damn sport and most sports are East Coast centric. So I got to experience it firsthand, and Lord knows when I took over, we weren't very relevant. We had to change that. And as Ned Coletti, also one of my presenters, mentioned last night, that I think that 97 team cemented that, we really were going to make a conscientious effort to keep up with the Joneses, the other sports teams in the Bay.
Let me ask you this, Brian, and then we'll let you go. I know probably got a lot going on today. You mentioned the Matt Williams trade, and I'm always curious. You knew that trade was going to be a tough one. How much did you either talk about or factor in before the trade, if at all, what the fans' reaction was going to be?
Well, we had no choice. I think, there was going to be no soft landing. And then, frankly, it was a bear personally. I'm talking about death threats at home, death threats from the office phone, which I came from the Yankee organization. I'm an East Coaster, a New England person as I grew up, so I'm used to the noise. But I look back, I don't know anybody could have anticipated the fallout, but unfortunately, we were stuck in the mud, and if we didn't do something bold, we might have still been stuck in the mud.
Interesting. Hey, thanks so much for joining you. I still remember you referencing the lunatic fringe. Remember that?
Well, what's interesting, I don't know if there was a free agent at hand, and I might be screwing up the story. It might have been Guerrero.
It was. It was Vladimir
Montreal.
Guerrero.
And as you know, Felipe managed Guerrero. Well, we had information through Felipe and people in the game that Guerrero wasn't coming to San Francisco. And it was kind of coming out of left field that, he was going to be the next big free agent. We knew that wasn't, true internally. And it was really a side conversation, I thought, that I was having with Henry Schulman that became part of his story that he wrote. And I made that comment more so because, when you're living it on the inside and what's real versus imagined, and the people on the outside really don't have a glimpse of that or aren't included in, the decision making, some storylines or kind of way of the world develops on the outside looking in that, might not be as relevant to the situation, or certainly wasn't going to happen. Not necessarily a poor choice of words. I've used that term in the past, but I really thought that, I guess the desire, the comment about Guerrero perhaps coming to San Francisco was, from people that really didn't understand the dynamics of what was going on with the franchise at that time.
Gotcha.
Wow.
Hey, Brian, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. Congratulations on last night. And I think I can speak for a lot of Giants fans when I say we miss you out here.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Bill. Well, I missed the Bay. It's good getting back. And hopefully I'll be back for the 2014 reunion in August.
Great. Thank you, Brian.
All right, guys. Thanks.
All right, that's Brian Sabian, former general manager and vice president of baseball ops for the San Francisco Giants.
So he's still working right now.
Yeah.
Oh boy, God, man, I could hear him talk all day, man.
He's got an affinity for this area, doesn't he? Man.
The lunatic that was a good pull by you.
I remember that like it was yesterday, and I remember it was Vladimir Guerrero. Yeah. I remember that like it was yesterday. All right. We had Brian Sabian on, and one of the things we talked about before Brian came on, because he was the central part of it, is 6-8 years ago, the San Francisco Giants were the toast of this town. This city was electric with interest over the San Francisco Giants. The ballpark was jumping. We knew the players. We knew when the Giants played. We knew who they played. We knew who the starting pitcher was. We knew when the day games started in the afternoon on the weekdays. And my question to Giants fans, because it feels like this team's in a little bit of a malaise right now and interest is waning. What happened? What happened for this city to lose interest in the San Francisco Giants? We just heard Brian Sabian. You know, what was it about Sabian that was a part of this? 888-957-9570 is the number. The bottom line is I'm looking for reasons why the San Francisco Giants have gone from running this town to the third wheel, Goo.
Wow. I'm just looking at their win total since 16.
Okay.
64 wins in 17, 64-98, 73-89 in 18, 77-85 in 19. And then in 2020, the COVID shortened year, 29-31, lost that series to the Rockies at the end at home. And then 2021 was the anomaly, Steiny, 107-55. And that's where I want to park the car. So you don't feel like that was –
No.
I thought it was – Steiny, the place was – I guess what I'm asking you is what are you judging then? Because the place was packed after not being packed, you know, the COVID year, and we understand what went into that. But, Steiny, I thought the electricity was back, and they just ran into the wrong team.
No, I disagree. I disagree. I don't necessarily think that. And listen, I'm not a Giants fan. So Giants fans can weigh in here at 888-957-9570. I don't think 2021 resonated at all in comparison to what was going on here in 2014 and 2015.
Well, that's a different story. Then you're right.
Well, the other thing is, you can't. This is what I'm a firm believer in. You can, if you have a great year, you can capture some fans, but it's a long-term thing. If you want to build a bond with your fans, that takes years and years and years. And listen, Sabian had his ups and downs. And they lost the series in 2002, and they didn't have some great years after that. But he made a connection to this city that it feels like Farhan Zaidi has not made. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Mo. Mo's in West Oakland. Hey, Mo, how you doing, man?
Hey, gentlemen, how you guys doing, man?
Doing well.
Listen, I'm gonna bring this around, right?
Mm-hmm.
When I was a kid, man, I was a Raiders fan, but I had A's collectibles. I was a Raiders fan, but my first experience with baseball was at a Giants game. There was a time when baseball was it. It didn't even matter if your team was winning or losing. These stadiums was packed out, right? And we going through this great experience. You had some of the best eras in baseball between the time I'm only 53, so I can only say between the mid 70s and up into the early 90s. And then all of a sudden, we hear this strike, right? And only thing I can see from baseball from that point on, the way it did its fans when baseball was really going to a height we had not seen, right? And the strike came. And then the fans of baseball, they just felt so, like, just betrayed. So since then, I'm seeing this like this, and excuse me for anybody who got cancer, but this slow, cancerous death in baseball. If you're not winning, people are not coming. But before that time, to me, I'm not saying I'm right, but before that time, to me, it didn't really matter if your team was going into playoffs. If they were the talk of the town and the talk of the world, people were coming to watch baseball. But since that strike, if your team is not making noise, if they don't have somebody in a home run race or something like that, or a record is being broken, man, baseball has been dying ever since. And the Giants are victims of a time where if you're not winning, they're not coming. Once the Giants start winning again, they'll start coming again. You guys have a great day.
Thanks, Mo.
Thanks, Mo. Appreciate it, man.
Well, they're coming.
I'm
they're
a
11th in attendance, Donnie.
That's not good enough for the fourth biggest market in the country.
But I guess
and nobody's going to the team across the street.
Well, that's for sure.
But
they're not winning right now.
There's no way to sugarcoat this.
No,
I'm gonna. Can I put you on the spot?
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
You do it every day, 2 hours a week.
The Giants during their heyday, Posey was the catcher, Belt at first.
Yeah.
Scutero was the second baseman. Crawford was at short. They had Lincecum, Kane. Let me ask you a question. Who was on that 2021 team for the Giants?
Darren Ruff. I just remember all the pitching home runs from him. I get what you're saying. The point already, I got it. But this is such a big and complex answer, Steiny. I really believe the death of the sport has something to do with it. But when I turn on the Dodger games and the Padre games, and Evan had a great point, I'm like, the Padres feel like a party. He said, Goo, they're the only one in town.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, okay, but what about the Yankees and Dodgers? That's the model I'm trying to duplicate here in the Bay, and Sabian had it.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking San Francisco Giants right now. They got swept by the Philadelphia Phillies. They're 6 games under, and
they just look lethargic.
It figured to be a good conversation on the day after Brian Sabian's induction into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. And he was the architect of the Giants 3 World Series. And my question to Giants fans or a Giant fan out there who's lost interest.
Wow.
Because there's a million reasons.
We haven't heard from too many that said they're done.
Why has this fan base lost interest in the San Francisco Giants? There's got to be more than one reason. Is it because this organization or this front office is yet to make a connection with the fans? Is it because ticket prices? But how did the San Francisco Giants go from man? They were like the Boston Red Sox fans.
Go ahead. I thought he was going Theo Epstein.
Back then. It was just Giants hats, Giants gear.
Well, how much of this is, I'm asking you from a personal standpoint, just say you're not feeling Farhan. You wouldn't walk away from the game and the pleasure of watching the everyday, because I think there's they need a new Sabian. They need a new Bochy, and no shade at Bowmail, Steiny, but I'm wondering how much of that is part of the problem.
I mean,
when you're not feeling the dude that's out, the Bob Myers, he was presidential. Your Lynch, he's a former player, so I feel like, it's easier for him, Steiny. But how much of it is people are turned off by Farhan? Because I watched that guy not work the room yesterday, and I hope I'm not coming across unfair. But Steiny, he just didn't. There were no Sabian vibes.
888-957-9570 is the number. Giants fans, what has caused this malaise that's taken 6 to 8 years, and how do you get out of it? 888-957-9570 is the number. We're back to talk on this.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call
team.
All right, Goo, before the break, you asked me, and what we're talking about here is the San Francisco Giants and what's happened to that organization over the last 6 or 8 years and how they go from the number one organization in the Bay, essentially, and the franchise that ran this town to the third wheel right now, and they're not even close to the 49ers or the Golden State Warriors. And Goo, you asked me, how much do I think it's Farhan Zaidi? And I think that's a part of it. And I think there's a million different things. But to me, it's mostly about the product they've put on the field since 2016. It hasn't been good enough. It just hasn't. And you don't know that there is absolutely something to be said for they don't have players on the team that acquire a lot of tenure. That's why I guarantee you, it's funny. Jung-Hoo Lee.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, he's going to be the face of the franchise because he's got a 6-year deal. I think that's what Giants fans, in essence, want to get behind. You look at Blake Snell and Matt Chapman, those guys have good years. They're probably not going to be Giants next year. So how do you, my thing is how do you get behind that and develop some everyday players and pitchers who capture the interest of this city?
Well, we're seeing one with Harrison. I know Black came up and had 5 earned runs yesterday, but again, Stoney, I just go to Luciano, Casey Schmidt, and last year when we got a glimpse, Matos, when they were playing every day. And again, it starts there. If you're going to tell me why the era of Buster Posey and company was so successful, a big part of it was they were homegrown.
No doubt.
And the funny part about the anomaly I bring up, where I told you, Stoney, I felt like there was action in the Bay with 107. There was no face. It was older guys, they were at the end, the back 9, but it was Platoon City, Charlie Sheen. And people liked it when it was working. I mean, they need to do a 30 for 30 on that season, Stoney. Every move Kapler made or the computer, it came up daisies. But I'm just telling you, I don't know what you do. I'm not mad at Hoo Lee, Stoney. I like watching him play. I don't know if he's a star, but Matt Chapman and Snell, just think about it. You get Snell, and you got to endure. He comes with the accolades, right? He got the Cy Young. And you're thinking, okay, game 1, he's going to be Roger Clemens, but we know he didn't have basically a spring training. And your luck is, I guess, so bad right now that we all got to wait on the good Blake Snell. You know what I mean? Hopefully.
If he ever comes.
Yeah, no doubt. So, I mean, it is what it is. I'm watching the division, the Padres. Good God, Stoney. They just added an all-star hitter, a former batting champ. You got the Dodgers and what that thing is. And, do I need to remind you, even though Arizona's off to a slow start, they were in the World Series last year.
Yeah. 888-957-9570.
I don't know I can't wait to run this by Dibbs and Willard. I listen to their show every day, but like Stoney, this is a mega problem.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's happened to the Giants and why don't they run this town anymore? I mean, I get it. It's because they're not very good. But how did they get to this point? And how do they get it back? Is it possible? Is it possible to get that back? That's the other question I have. Or do you think it's gone for good? The magic, the connection. That's what it is to me, the connection. How do they reestablish the connection to the fans? Let's go to James in Fremont. What's going on, James? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey.
Love this topic. I'm was a long time A's fan. Now I'm a Giants fan. Easy as that. But what gets me about the Giants and really what I think it all comes down to is, like Guru kind of was saying, they want to be talked in the same sentence as the Yankees and Dodgers, but you got to spend the money like the Yankees and Dodgers. You can't do it on nothingness. Cha-cha bowls and stuff in the stadium sells for only so long. But even to the more core of why the Giants are taking the back seat, it's pretty simple. Warriors championships, Niners in the Super Bowl. That's easily deterred me from the Giants. Why would I spend so much time on the Giants when the Warriors are going off? I mean, we're deep into May and you guys don't do nothing but talk about the Warriors every day, right? Every single day we got to get force fed the Warriors. But if the Giants would open up, that's a little bit. It's a little bit. Sorry, man, but I'm sorry. But anyway, that if the Giants would just open up they had the greatest opportunity this offseason. Ohtani should be a Giant with the Asian community in the Bay Area, with the fans. That would have put the butts in the seat, man. They should have done anything, but hey, it's over with now. But looking in, them not spending any money, it's useless, man.
Let me give you this. Let me give you this. They've tried to spend the money. They just couldn't close the deal. And I blame Farhan. Even if some of the moves that you wanted to make looked like they would have been bad moves, it's not them holding the wallet. You got to close the deal.
More money.
Yeah.
You got to add more money to it. Obviously, the money wasn't there, and the money was not there for these guys. And that's a big time for the Giants. It's tough for those guys right now. Look at the market, too. Baseball isn't exactly hitting home runs all over the place right now. It's what they've done with the rules has gotten me back watching it more. 2-hour games, I'm all into that. But the Giants got to spend money, man. They just got to spend the dough.
Thanks, James. They got a $200 million payroll, which is the 10th highest.
And they went and got some guys, Stoney, here late. Snell wasn't cheap.
Is that good enough?
Well, when it happened, people were excited. I don't think I'm going too far with that. It's like, okay, got a new center fielder. You got Cy Young from last year in the National League. You got Soler. The guy can hit the
right.
What's the guy, Serrano from Major League? Because that's who he reminds me of. When he hits it, it's going to the Coke bottle and left. Or Steiny.
But how much
Chapman.
is it? They didn't get Ohtani.
My God.
They didn't get Aaron Judge.
No doubt. That man.
So
life goes on, though, Steiny. You got to go to plan B, plan C.
Yeah, and that's what Giants fans aren't signing up for, apparently.
I like Harrison pitching, Steiny. I don't think he's been a disappointment in his young career.
Well, you can pick out bright spots.
Oh, right.
But who do you get behind if you're a fan? You can only get behind a Logan Webb and a Jung-Hoo Lee right now, who's under contract for 6 years. There's no, maybe Duvall. But the bottom line is everything's too temporary with this team.
And you're right, Stoney. They don't have a Steph Curry right now.
Not even close.
They don't have a Debo Samuel or Brock Purdy.
Do they have a Klay Thompson or Draymond Green? I don't think they do. Connor's in San Leandro. Hey, Connor, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys, it's going well. Thanks for kind of focusing the fan base on this really important time in the Giants' development. Listen, I feel like, Brock Purdy is exactly who I want to see coming up through our system on the Giants side.
Right.
It's just, I don't know anything about this farm system. This farm system, the idea that Farhan brought was we got to do something rather than nothing about this farm system, and he's gotten a lot of credit for that. But I don't know what they're doing. I don't know why the cast of characters that's coming down from Sacramento end up taking the bus or the Amtrak back up to Sacramento, and I really don't get what's going on there. And we need to tear down to the studs. We need some sort of blueprint. We need to understand why isn't, after 4 or 5 years, why isn't the farm system producing? We haven't heard that, and Farhan hasn't come forward and told us that. I don't know anyone associated with that program. I don't know whether or not they're the best, the worst, They're mid. We've got to hear about what's going on with this farm system if it's supposed to be the gem of the new era of the franchise.
Right.
And we just don't hear about it. We hear the players' names, but they really aren't doing what investing, a huge franchise's entire set of assets in a new farm system should be producing by this point. And that really is what's failing. It's all these new guys that, you're supposed to be homegrown. Well, our homegrown talent isn't doing it the way that we figured it would be by 2024.
There it is.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Because we were told to be patient, Steiny, and the young kids were coming.
I mean, when Farhan Zaidi got here, what was sold to the Bay Area was he will restock the farm system. And it's 2024 now. How much time does he need?
Yeah.
I mean, how much time does he get? I don't know. I don't know. And how do you even begin to pivot if you start thinking about another direction with this team? Then you got to think about maybe a new regime coming in. And taking a step back for a couple years. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking San Francisco Giants, and they got swept yesterday by the Philadelphia Phillies, but they may have bigger issues, and the issue is non-interest. I was talking to our boss before, and he said this. He said they've checked every box of irrelevancy. He said they don't win, they're not exciting, they've made no connection with the city. The front office, nobody knows who they are. Is that the way Giants fans feel? And if that's the way, what do you do? Let's go to Scott. Scott's in San Ramon. Hey, Scott.
Hey, Stoney. Hey, Goo. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I look forward to the crossover as well. You guys talking about this today. Long-time Giants fan, season ticket holder from when they opened the ballpark. 2019, fortunately, we sold our tickets. I will say this, 2022, that fantastic 107-win season was exciting, but it's just not exciting. And maybe, I'm only speaking for myself, I think the 2010, 2012, with Buster Posey and Timmy Lincecum, Brian Wilson, Sergio Romo, the whole cast and whatever, that was just so awesome. I was on the mountaintop, and I just don't know if I want to be in the valley anymore. I just don't pay attention as much.
Yeah.
So I don't have an answer. That's just one fan's perspective, and I appreciate you guys talking about this. Thanks.
No problem. Thanks, Scott.
Damn, I can't get over the boss's comments. They've checked every box for irrelevancy. Wow. That's heavy, man.
This is why I can never understand why I think there are so many Warrior fans, and I think you're one of them, who don't think this could happen to the Warriors. I don't think you think the Warriors, there's any chance the Warriors, let's say after Curry, miss the playoffs 5 of 6
Joe
years.
Lacob won't let it happen. And the owner at the Giants, you spoke, Steiny's like the invisible man. I don't know who it is. How much of that is this? I don't know. I know the name Johnson, and that's it, and a bunch of other. That's a problem to me. I know who's running the other teams. There's a face. So what I believe to know what Joe Lacob, Steiny, is, there'll be some down times, but it's keeping them up at night.
I mean, that to me is going to be the next step for Joe Lacob is what becomes, assuming the Warriors, this run is pretty much over, what happens next year? Are they a playoff team, or do they miss the playoffs for the 4th time in 6 years?
Well, whoa.
And so Lacob's gonna be judged anew come 2028.
But he's got so much, here I go, built-in excuses, so much cushion of building this dynasty, Steiny, that,
right.
I mean, good
and
God.
Farhan didn't build
Can
this.
I give you a funny story real quick last night about the Warriors? I see the great Hall of Famer Ricky Henderson, shades inside. I go, Ricky, what's up? Just like this. Ricky, what's up with the Warriors? I couldn't see his eyes inside his glasses. Both hands on my shoulders. He goes, we can't win all the time, man. And I said, you know what, Ricky, I'm done. Like, he's looking at it from that spectrum of we've got 4, both hands on we can't win all the time. And you know what? I was good. Like, if that's how you're looking at it, I'm still hungry. Not that Ricky's not, but that's where we're at with Joe Lacob. And if it gets ugly down the road, if it continues because they've had so much success, we're 8 years out. Well, 10 years since their last championship here in San Francisco. And who saw this coming, Steiny?
Well,
maybe they gave
what do you mean?
You know, when they were
saw what coming?
Getting the Giants getting old and irrelevant fast, and now you kind of went and fixed it with Jung-Hoo Lee, Soler, Chapman. What did Norm say? Son, don't mistake activity for achievement. Just because you do something, it's got to work.
Yeah, but I think when you say
the last few years of Crawford and Bell, when you saw him getting older, it was like, you gave him that. But everybody was like, what if I said
everybody saw it coming? I mean, everybody was talking about the old guys, and they probably held on to him too long.
Yeah.
And when you do that, how do you not see something like this coming? I mean, how do you not see something like this coming? Dave's in San Francisco. Hey, Dave, how you doing, man?
Hey, pretty good. How you guys doing?
Hey.
Doing well.
All right. Well, and we're doing better than the Giants, that's for sure.
No doubt.
That's a fool.
So here are my thoughts. Here are my thoughts. So they went out and they got some good ball players in the offseason. And this team is better on paper than it was last year. Okay?
Yep.
Now, they're playing like crap now. They really are. Their fielding is horrible, and they can't hit with the you-know-what. And they just, they can't score any runs. So my question is, if they're better on paper and they picked up Chapman and they picked up Soler, they picked up Snell, they're a better team this year. And so they're not producing right now. And the question I have is that, are they going to produce as the season, progresses, or are they just going to continue to just flail away and not be really as good a team as they should be? And one other thing I got to say is their farm system, in my opinion, has actually produced some pretty good pitchers lately. They got good guys on the mound now, so they got a pretty good starting staff and a halfway decent bullpen. But there's no hitting coming out of Sacramento.
Right.
There's no hitters. I don't know what's going on with Ramos. Is he going to come up at some point in time this year? So those are my thoughts, guys.
Yeah. And my question to that, Steiny, is why wouldn't they come up? Why wouldn't you see what you got with those youngsters? They don't got to play every day, but damn. And I had got used to watching them thinking, I told you this year before they made the announcement that Chapman was coming, okay, let's see Casey Schmidt. Let's see him. Give him the Kuminga, not the Moody, jerking him around, or early Kuminga. Let's see what you have.
You cannot sign Matt Chapman and Soler and even Blake Snell and not give them a quarter of the season.
No, but I agree there.
I mean, you can't. Those are you look at their guys.
This was before they made those moves, Steiny. Yeah.
What do you mean?
I was clamoring for that before the Snell was signed because all that came late. Chapman, too.
I mean, once you went out and got Chapman, Soler, even Jung-Hoo Lee and Snell.
Was that the best thing to do, though, now?
What do you mean?
Is it okay if I question?
Are you going to question Snell and Chapman? Is that what you're doing?
Well, Chapman,
you go ahead.
There were some warning signs last year with the messed up digit. I'm like, what are you getting out of him? And his bow mail, that's why Melvin, I don't want to say he's a made man, Stein. He's not a bad manager, but I know he had a lot at his disposal in regard to talent with the Padres, and for whatever reason in the clubhouse, it didn't work and he was gone. Are we so sure Bowmel can get Chapman back on track? Or Soler? Or even Snell? I don't know. But it's early.
Yeah, I don't know. The bottom line is Snell and Chapman, they have 3-year deals, but they can opt out after the year. After 1 year. I mean, think about that. And this wouldn't be the
Neither
first
of them
time.
opting out now.
Man.
You know, this happened with
especially
Carlos Rodon.
Yeah.
Also. Gosman to a little bit of that extent.
I hated that.
Like, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. If Blake Snell has a terrible year and is hurt all year, he's going to be on the Giants next year.
That's what Evan was saying.
If Blake Snell has a great year, he's gone. I mean, he's gone. Like, think about that.
If they don't win, though, and he gets his groove back, I'm with you, though.
I mean,
yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. My question now to Giants fans is what can this team and this organization do to reel you back in? And how long will it take? Is it possible that you're a Giants fan who's lost interest, but they could reel you back in with a 7-game win streak?
I was going to say 20-5 in the next 25. Oh, Stoney might be around the corner.
Or would it take this team making the playoffs? Or I think for a lot of fans, it sounds like they're so disillusioned, they need more than one fluke year because they won 107 games a couple years back, and here they are right where they were before the 107-win season. So one anomaly of a season doesn't recapture the fire.
Yeah, and
it could have started it. It could have jump-started it.
And I don't know where they're going to be when this happens and these guys come back, but to the caller's point, Stoney, in regard to arms, you got Cobb out there and Robbie Ray whenever he's ready to go. But the point is you want to be rolling. And right now, I didn't see this team getting off to this slow start they had, especially at the plate.
888-957-9570 is the number. What's happened to the San Francisco Giants? That's what we're talking about. And in this city, with the San Francisco 49ers and the Golden State Warriors, I mean, how long can this franchise afford to be the third wheel, to be the non-exciting team in the franchise?
Well, you're technically the only ball game in town, if we want to be honest. I know the A's are playing scrappy, but they're out of here. They turned a lot of people off the ownership. So, Stoney, they don't have to share. That's not part of the answer. Well, we got the A's, the World Series, you know what I mean, where we got to share. The Giants should be clean, eating like fat rats.
The one-year contract guys took advantage of a desperate team. They have no connection to the city, and we feel it. And they're losing the bet on themselves. Wow, that's stated very well, 650. Is that how other Giants fans feel? I mean, I get it. Like, I think Blake Snell's a fascinating dude. I think he's a great pitcher when he's got his stuff.
Well, he didn't have his stuff last year in the first half.
But
he went on a run and won the award, but man.
But does anybody think that Snell is going to be a Giant in 3 years? 2 or 3 years even? And that's part of the problem.
And the streets say he was supposed to be in pinstripes, Donnie. Like, that's where he wanted to go.
All right. Coming up on the other side, I'll throw the number out again, 888-957-9570. We're talking about the San Francisco Giants in the big picture. They ran this town about 6 or 8 years ago. Is it even possible for them to get back to that status, if you will? What's coming up next on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. That segment was also brought to you by the Alameda County Probation Department.
Want a career with purpose, great pay?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You hear that?
That was me clapping.
Oh.
Fired up.
Feels like there's a noise. It was in the background, and it's getting louder.
Not a rat.
Louder.
Yeah.
Anybody else hear that noise? I'm trying to figure out what it is. Oh, I know what it is. It's wolves howling, baby. The wolves are howling.
I appreciate you letting this go.
They feel like they're getting closer.
Evan,
how about those T-Wolves?
I think you're getting mad. Everybody's on the wagon now.
Hey,
dude, I can't. I was in the supermarket, the Timber. I'm like, oh my God. Cat's out the bag.
Stop. Don't even try to make them the favorites now.
It's over now, Steiny.
Don't even try.
Barring injury, they did that without Gobert, who had a new dad, by the way.
Congrats.
You think you would think about, well, you never know when you're going to.
You better be careful.
Yeah, no,
here.
I'm done. Dude, they're good. Denver, I'm giving them one last chance, but they look punky. They look whiny. You saw Murray throw something up.
He's got to get suspended for that. You can't throw something onto the court.
While the game was going, to Draymond's credit, dropped a pod this morning. I thought he was going to say, oh, if that were me. He said, people are clamoring for too many suspensions. He didn't think that was worthy. Got to give him credit. Draymond.
I don't know. You know, I was thinking about, and I don't know if this is comparable or not. You know, Steph's thrown his mouthpiece a couple times. He's never been suspended. But he threw it off the court.
Hit a little kid.
He threw it like into the stands.
Yeah, hit a little kid.
Well, not into the stands. He threw it on the floor.
And it hit a little kid.
In the foot. It didn't hit him like in the face like Patrick Beverly did.
Yeah.
But
still hadn't been
he's got to get suspended for that. Mike Malone should have been thrown out.
Steiny, we're talking playoff game here. I'll give you the Malone.
I don't care if it's a playoff game. You can't throw something on the court. What if somebody would have gotten hurt?
Oh, no doubt. Karl Anthony Towns was right there. Well, we should have heard something by now.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Yeah, I don't want a suspension, Steiny.
They're going nowhere anyway.
Denver, we said a dynasty.
You said a dynasty.
I wasn't by myself. A lot of it. Give it to me.
Well, you have had them winning it all year, Steiny.
Yeah. That's not a dynasty. Back-to-back's not a dynasty.
No, but I'm just saying you're very high in the Nuggets as well.
Oh, yeah.
I was. But
I love you.
Right, but I don't jump from back-to-back champs to a dynasty like Guru does.
No, hey.
They won one title, and he starts to call them a dynasty. They win one title, and I say, I think they got another chance to win it this year. They have the best chance to win it.
And now I'm looking at Denver's starting lineup like there's 3 guys that could create their own shot. 2 guys can't. I'm looking at Minnesota, Steiny. Boy, I would love to be your boy. My guy gets fired handy, and now your guy's about to embark on a dynasty.
He's on one leg.
He's feeling better, though, Steiny. Man.
I'll tell you what.
I didn't expect that.
They play hard.
Yeah. Bonte and I were at the, I can't snitch.
The Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame.
Yeah, but
we
were
know that.
Sneaking on the phone looking. And I'm like, you got that wrong. You need readers B. He's like, no, they're down 20. It's 27. It's 25. And I still went home and watched it.
You watch any of the other game?
We got to bring Gripes back.
Go ahead.
You can't call Miles Turner a legal screen on that for the game. You just can't. We got to see it play out. So I guess some shout out Too Short, swallow the whistle, not blow it. Come on, Matt. We wanted to see Indiana see if they can win that. That's what happened with Angel Reese. Come on.
Oh, this was less. To me, this was even less of a moving screen.
So bad. Van Gundy's like, you can't call that. I'm over Reggie Miller. Give me Sherrill. It's just too much. I don't know. Hey, Steiny.
What's he doing? Like,
that call hurt me.
What could bother you?
It's his lexicon, man. It's just. I love you, Reggie, if you're out there. But Steiny, I can't. We got BG coming on at 1 o'clock. Brian Geltsizer. Did I get it?
Oh,
I haven't.
We'll have.
Hey, I'm Kevin. I just let it go.
We don't have Brian Geltsizer. But we'll have Brian Geltsiler, Sirius XM Radio. He'll be on at 1 o'clock.
Hey, but I was confident, though.
He'll be on at 1 o'clock.
All right.
Let me tell you who the Wolves are.
Look at your smile.
Let me tell you who the Wolves are. They're the closest thing this NBA can get to the bad boy Pistons. Like, if they play any more physical, they'll all foul out.
Wow. I'm not even mad. I'll let you have that.
In this day and age, they are
quarter court, half court.
And they have
whatever D you need, they got it.
This is what I mean. This is where I wanted to fight you at the time. I wanted, but I let you go because I'm a nice guy. When you started talking about Steiny, I think if they let him play physical, that's really going to help the Warriors. How's it helping the Timberwolves?
Oh boy. And at some point today, I got to give Pat Riley.
No. I'm going.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm going there. I may start a new segment with it.
He may have started something.
Jonathan's in San Francisco. What's up, Jonathan? How you doing, man?
Hey, Matt Steiners, man. Me and you on the T-Wolves, man. I'm not a Minnesota fan, but I'm liking what I see. Yeah. The last time I seen a team play this kind of defense, man, it was the Jordan Bulls with Pippen and Ron Harper. I mean, they just choke you. There's no passing lane. It's like they're spread out and they're man-to-man until a guy, the ball handler, goes in the paint, and you see a minimum of 3-4 guys just corral.
Wow.
They're like a real pack of wolves, man. Yeah. The only thing that can stop them is the reps. They're going to go all the way, bro.
I feel you.
They're led by a bulldog, and now he's the T-Wolves. Oh. I mean, how good is this story?
This is incredible.
Man.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Jonathan, I'm with them. And Murray's not getting suspended because he didn't even get a tech for throwing that on the court. So that's why he won't get suspended.
We'll see.
Steiny, everybody's got Minnesota-itis, man. They are dog wolves, as he said.
Stay away.
No, I can't.
Get away.
You're going to hate it now.
Get away. I am. I already. No, more the merrier. The more the merrier.
They didn't have Gobert, and you couldn't tell.
You know what?
Their length and quickness. And
you know what?
Oh, my goodness, man.
We don't. I'm going to say it.
Reg B, my boy, said they put him in a straitjacket all night, Denver.
Here's the one thing that I want to emphasize right now, and I'm including myself. We don't know anything. I'm an idiot. You're an idiot.
Hey.
We all are idiots. And I'll tell you why. I'm going to tell you two reasons why. One is, when Anthony Edwards was coming out of college, the knock on him was he didn't love the game. The knock on him was, can you get him to play hard all the time? The knock on him was, we're not sure how serious about basketball he is. That was the knock on Anthony Edwards. Are you kidding me? How's that scouting report going?
Well, I got
how's
it didn't
that
cost
going?
him anything because
how's that going?
It didn't cost him anything. So kudos for Minnie saying,
Thank you.
We're here to knock. To
Thank
hell
you.
with the knock. We're going to do what we do. Steiny,
everybody was talking about
right now, man.
Anthony Edwards and whether he had the fire, and the Timberwolves drafted him anyway.
Oh my gosh.
And I know we can't,
27 after having 43, man.
And I know we can't go back, but I'm not sure the Warriors would have taken him if he were available.
See, that's the whole, man. That's why, what do you say? Draft the best player. To hell with all the other stuff. This is why guys get away with stuff. Because if they pop and hit, this man is a problem, and he's got help. Nas Reed's coming off the bench.
How about...
oh, my goodness.
Where are all the people that...
Nugget fans?
No, where are all the people that have been saying for 3 or 4 years Karl Anthony Towns is soft? Where are those people? He's soft. He's soft. He's doing a pretty good job against the Joker. Mm-hmm.
Last Minnesota team to win a championship?
Never.
No, it just in general, all sports.
Twins?
Yeah, he got it.
I don't know if the Wild ever won it.
I didn't have that.
That's a hockey team.
I know. Dude, don't test my my hockey knowledge. Can you name every team?
Not off the top of my head.
I can.
No, you can't.
Stoney, I can. I do stuff in the car by myself.
God. I may start a new segment right here.
We need it.
Fair or cheap shot? Fair or cheap shot?
Some would call it foul. It's not even cheap.
I'm not doing that. That was Curly. No.
I said I saw Curly last night.
No, okay, fine. Is this a cheap shot? All you need to know about the difference between the Miami Heat and the Golden State Warriors is the Miami Heat had a player who went on social media and said, if we were still around, we'd beat you. We're better than you. And Pat Riley told Jimmy Butler to keep his mouth shut, that guys not in the playoffs shouldn't be talking about guys who are. And he was at a press conference yesterday, Pat Riley, and said that. Play it, Evan, if you can.
This is great.
Oh, we can hold off. Thank you.
For him to say that, I thought, is that Jimmy trolling or is that Jimmy serious? If you're not on the court playing against Boston or on the court playing against the New York Knicks, you should keep your mouth shut in your criticism of those teams.
Tell him, Pat.
Meanwhile,
go ahead.
3,000 miles away, Draymond Green is doing a podcast where he calls Rudy Gobert trash and Nurkic soft. Crickets. Absolute crickets. Nobody's saying it. Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
And I'm going to go foul pole in baseball.
Why?
It's fair. It is. Yeah, I got you.
I
there.
mean,
it's fair as hell to say that.
I'll say it.
And Jimmy Butler, can I dare say it's twice the player Draymond is, 90?
I think he'd get some pushback on that.
Well, you know what I mean.
But is it fair for me to say I mean, there it is. There it is. There's the difference between an organization that holds somebody accountable and an organization that has let a guy just do whatever he wants. I mean, there's.
I love the dumb, Stoney, but damn, you're right.
I don't need to make a big deal out of this, but if ever you wanted an example, I don't think there was ever a better one than that yesterday.
How soon after you heard that did you think of Dre? Because it
didn't make it.
Oh,
it didn't
my
happen
goodness,
right away. Josh Ram saying Dre gave Gobert his flowers. No, he didn't. He said Anthony Edwards is the reason that Minnesota is defending like they are.
Well, he said Gobert's not trash anymore.
Oh, and I'm supposed to think that's a compliment?
And real quick, Jimmy Butler criticized Spo, said he has to be a better coach. He didn't just stop with we would be playing, said your boy, as he's hurt, which he is every year around the playoffs, Tyler Hero, a part of their future, is fragile. Stoney, Jimmy Butler, what's he trying to do? Get up out of there?
Well,
that's a great start,
That's the
buddy.
other thing. Pat Riley was it. Butler, I guess, has an extension eligible. And Pat Riley was asked if he's going to trade him. He said, no. Mm-mm. And then he said, we'll see about an extension. Like, they don't play that way.
I got to be careful here. Dude, Pat Riley for president, man.
Tommy's in Atlanta. Hey, Tommy, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How you doing? You guys doing?
Hey.
Doing well.
Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
Boy.
2 years ago, Minnesota media and fan base was clamoring to trade Anthony Edwards. Now look at the kid. He is developing into a young star. It kind of reminds me of the situation with Jonathan Kuminga. Fan base and the media clamoring to trade that kid. But if you look at Minnesota's progress over the past years, they've developed length. The team is totally different than that team that 3 years ago with those young players.
Right.
The Warriors seem to not value speed, length, and athleticism for some reason, and I don't understand why. What do you guys think?
Wow.
I mean, I think so. Well, I mean, again, I think Edwards is significant.
He came into the league polished, though, Stoney.
I know. You know why?
And you talked about Kuminga.
Because he played basketball as a 7-year-old.
Wow, man.
I keep telling people
this. Darn it, man.
I mean, don't you think it takes 10 to 12 years to get a basketball foundation to figure out the player you are? Like, you can't shortcut that. And Kuminga can't either. So,
man.
So I think Morali, is that who it is? Mm-hmm. Morali on the YouTube chat is basically saying the difference between Butler and Draymond is Draymond's got 4 rings and Butler doesn't. Wow. And that's why Pat Riley can do it. And that's why the Warriors don't do it. I mean, that's a way to look at it. But you can also look at it the other way.
He's been to the finals twice, JB.
Draymond being Draymond, and there's nothing you can do about it.
That wouldn't fly under Pat Riley's watch, man.
I don't think so either.
Yeah.
I don't think so either.
And we love Bob Myers, Stoney, but the one thing about him was one of his claim to fame was he knew how to calm Hulk down, but nobody knew how to check Hulk.
In fairness to Bob, I think he would have said, like, if he would have been, hey, what do you think about Draymond's podcast? I think he would have been more diplomatic than Riley. But I don't think he certainly is not coming down Draymond's road that strongly.
Yeah.
No
chance. Jimmy talked crap about over the weekend on social media, Stoney, a video of Brunson, the Knicks, and Boston. Like, that you can't do. Draymond's never done that. He's just commenting on the games.
So Draymond's doing it differently.
Well,
come on, Goo.
It comes across different when you do a podcast and you're talking about said playoff series, to me.
This is Jimmy Butler.
Yeah. Video this. You got it? Yep. 1, 2, 3, action. If I was playing, Boston would be at home. New York, damn sure would be at home. Josh Hart. What does that mean to me? Josh Hart. Yo. Stop it. Come on, man. Nah. I love Tibbs, but I don't want to. I love Tibbs. I love you, baby. I want to beat you to a pulp. You want me. I don't want you. It's like a one-sided relationship. You in love with me. And I love you, but I'm not in love with you. You know what I'm saying? Love my brother.
What the hell was that? That was from his Instagram, by the way.
Yeah, you got hurt and ousted. Now you bumping him? In the union, that don't fly, Stoney. You got hurt. Come on now. Be quiet. The baby's sleep.
But why won't you say that to Draymond?
He's got a podcast.
and he's got an Instagram. There's no difference. It's a difference between doing a podcast and
well, they didn't lose in the playoffs. He got hurt and made his team lose. Dre just was on the court, got ousted against that.
Did the Heat make the playoffs?
Yes, they did.
Huh. Did the Warriors?
No.
Thank you.
And everybody's killing me saying somewhat good.
Hey, I'm just pointing out one organization did one thing, another organization did another. By the way, now that it's too late, would you take Miles Turner?
We talked about this about a week ago. I'd go pick him up in the caddy. Stoney, man, oh man. What could have been?
Warriors had a shot.
Yep.
Miles Turner's name has been out there, or had been out there for a long time, right around the James Wiseman pick. And I think the Warriors could have gotten him for that number 2 pick.
And I think they could have got him easy.
Maybe.
And now I think...
But he wasn't quite good enough.
All right, but I think of Joey Bart. Is he the Giants' Wiseman? And let's just say he showed promise, and he was where Buster was at in however years he's been in baseball. Do you think we'd be talking about the Giants differently? Would you feel like, you know what, we got our new homegrown catcher, Buster too? I do. And I know it's baseball, it's different, but Stoney, had Joey Bart been on track to be the next Buster Posey, do you think we're talking about why do they feel stale?
What's their record?
Let's just say they got the same record.
What's the difference between Patrick Bailey and Bart? Both homegrown, right?
But I think Bart had more promise. Bailey's like the Brock Purdy, you know what I mean? Like, you weren't expecting him to do it. Well, but he's a badass. He's hurt, but
I mean, once you start doing it, it doesn't matter as long as you're from the organization.
Yeah.
I mean, like if Patrick Bailey is as dynamic as Mike Piazza or Ivan Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's going to matter. Or even Buster Posey.
Right.
I mean, I don't think it's
But that
not
was
going to
a
matter
miss.
if it was
He's gone,
Bart,
you know?
or if it was Patrick Bailey.
And now you got Tom Murphy.
888-957-9570 is the number. You want to talk some NBA playoffs? We can do that before Brian Geldzeiler, Sirius XM Radio. Okay. He's going to join us at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. And
you know what I'm tired of?
What?
I'm sorry, buddy. Porzingis, this random. Playoffs, Porzingis, out. It's like, rinse, wash, repeat, man.
What? Okay.
Jimmy Butler almost is in there for. I can't say that.
Gobert missed last night.
Due to a baby.
Who else? I mean, Julius Randle's out of the playoffs.
Well, it's not an every year thing for him. So he ain't on the list.
But it's an every year thing for the league. Getting into the playoffs and guys are missing. That's a big deal. Like injuries go a long, long way to determine the NBA champion.
I had Chris Paul on that list, but unfortunately,
well, he didn't get hurt during the playoffs this year.
You got a joke. They didn't make it. I think he's going to San Antonio, Stoney.
Here's where. Are you ready to say? Here's one thing I'm surprised I haven't heard from you today, Steiny. I think the Warriors could have beaten the Timberwolves. Steiny, I'm just saying.
Dude, drill my lips shut, please, man.
415, Knicks play better and are more fluid without Randall. They might be. And you know who else is similar to that? Houston with Şengün.
Well, then that's a problem.
That's a problem for Şengün.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
I mean, if the team plays better without you, that's a problem for the player.
God, you got me thinking about Kuminga and Ant. But you're right.
There's nothing to think about.
He grew up, man. But I guess now, Steiny, doing it again, if I got a player that is not polished or is just picking up the game, I think that's too risky. Like, you know what? I'm going to go with the guy that's lived in Embiid. He's a different story, but still, Steiny, man. What if Embiid was at where Ant was at? Oh
what if Embiid?
Excuse me. What if Kuminga was where Ant-Man is at?
As a player?
Yeah. I mean, we feel like we got the Steph Curry. Oh, hey, Steph, we love you.
What I want to emphasize
the new guys here, too.
What I want to emphasize is that would have been impossible. He could not have possibly developed that well-rounded of a game, that ability to create for others, without playing basketball for 12 years.
Shiny.
Like, that player doesn't exist. Has there ever been a player that's come to the United States at 15 and boom? I mean, Olajuwon I think of, but he went to college. 888-957-9570 if you want to talk about the NBA playoffs. Now's the time. Also, download the Odyssey app. You can listen to Steiny and Guru 24 hours a day. We'll be right back on 95.7 The Game.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Repair.
Hey, how was the Bischoff award ceremony? Or
can I tell you about dinner?
Yeah, that's
a nice fat steak.
Like I want to talk to you about it. I mean,
nice fat steak, Stoney. Cam Inman sat to my right as Bonte was
who's
to
at
my
your
left.
table?
Ryan Luong.
Yeah, Ryan
he was
Leon.
there. Cam
Inman.
I love you guys. I'm turning into Shaq every day.
San Jose Mercury News.
Yes, sir. And then the great Bonte Hill.
You.
And we chopped it up. Chris Mullen showed up. Yeah, we talked.
He was at your table?
No, he was at Raymond Ritter's table.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And you guys were right up front?
No, we were orchestra. These are guru questions. Like, why do you care where we were table 44?
Okay.
So we were in the back a little bit. we had great.
You were Reggie
seats.
Jackson, as you would
we
say.
were great. We were great. Raymond Ritter's the man, Stoney.
Yeah, we were talking about Kuminga before the break.
Boy, you got me wondering that pick now, man, thinking about it.
408 text line, Xfinity Mobile text line. Tim Duncan didn't start playing basketball till he was 16. I'm looking at a story that says he picked up basketball at 14. But here's the bigger picture. He went 4 years to college at Wake Forest.
Yeah.
How old was Tim Duncan when he came into the NBA? Had to be 22 or 23, maybe older.
Right.
So my point is that he was so much more of a finished product than Jonathan Kuminga.
Is it fair for me now to double back, or Warrior fans seeing Anthony Edwards, just in regard to his age and the success, to say maybe that should have scared you? Not that Kuminga's not going to be great, but it's going to take longer.
They listen.
You know,
there's no way that, I've said this a million times, there's no way Joe Lacob and Bob Myers drafted Jonathan Kuminga and thought he could play right away. There's no chance they thought that. And if they did, look,
Isn't that too high of a pick to do that with, though?
No, Kuminga was a damn good pick, I think. I have no problem with the Kuminga pick. The issue is that people wanted him to play right off the bat, but I think Kuminga's in a good spot. You'll never get me to say Kuminga was a bad pick. At 7, he's still only been in the league 3 years.
But I guess I'm not. What if he was more seathesed and ready to go?
Well, there wasn't a player like that.
State of the team look like right now?
Well, who was the player that was there that was as athletic as Kuminga, but more polished?
Now I'm going down that hole of, I'm looking at it through just, what if it was Kuminga? What if he was more seasoned and had not had his history of not playing basketball? Where would you know what I mean? If he was on the cusp of being an all-star, then what are we talking about? The question now is, he's probably going to get paid, and we don't know, and I'm here for the ride, how long it's going to take and what's he going to be. But my point is, if he was ready to go, Stoney, he could carry the load with Steph.
Right.
And he's doing that anyway, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, but
Anthony Edwards like.
But the Warriors chose, because I don't know why, but I think I know. They thought they were done winning titles, and they were looking for a new iteration of the Warriors. And under different circumstances, the big three would be ushering in the Wiseman-Kuminga era, pretty much as we speak, if everything would have worked out. From the great Rich Mitchman, Kuminga personally and basketball skill, not very good. Come on. He's still growing.
Yeah, no doubt.
Joe's in San Jose. Let's talk to Joe.
Joe.
What's going on, Joe? How you doing?
Okay, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
The thing that I notice about the NBA is the speed. The speed is so fast, and the Warriors just don't have that speed. And I think the big three is hurting the young guys because they don't have the speed. And I think that it's hurting Kuminga. He needs speed around him to develop. And you guys may disagree with me, but the fans going to make the final decision this year because they got booed this year at one of the games. So no matter what you guys say, the fans going to make the final decision. So what do you guys think? The big three should retire?
Well, they're all still under contract for a while, so I don't think they're going to move move to retirement anytime soon. But keep in mind, and I completely disagree with the fans are going to make the call.
Yeah.
Because don't forget how this thing started with one of the most unpopular trades in the history of the franchise by trading Monte Ellis for Bogut. Atco Pest Control paying $5 for a super chat.
I was going to laugh at this, but I'm curious to see your answer.
Go ahead.
Okay. JK is not good, Steiny. Trade him. Who would you rather have right now, JK or Jaden McDaniels?
Well,
and I would laugh at this maybe 3 months ago, but I'm curious to hear your answer.
McDaniels.
Wow.
I mean,
but there was a point this season when JK was on his run, Steiny. I'm like,
regular season.
McDaniels
regular
is a baller,
season,
man.
See, that's the thing. Again, with these teams like the Timberwolves. I mean, Anthony Edwards is playing in a Western Conference semifinals at 22. You know, Jonathan Kuminga is still, I mean, he's played in the postseason, but he has not played a lot.
Yeah, that Laker thing don't even count for him. You know, Pods would have got experience. Moody.
Yeah, the
TJD.
I mean, to me, you know, the Warriors, when you miss out on the playoffs as a youngster, like let's say next year the Warriors do make the playoffs.
I understand what you're saying.
I mean, the big issue is going to be, well, how are their young guys going to handle the postseason? Maybe the young guys end up hurting them in terms of the postseason, or not. Pete's in San Ramon. He's got a question for you, Goo.
PD.
Yeah, hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Guru, I'm curious, at the dinner last night, did you notice any young Bay Area sports folks like Kuminga or Purdy or any of those kind of youngsters coming around to, you know, see what's going on?
You know what? That's a great question, and my answer would be, from my viewpoint, my vantage point, I did not see a lot of the young guys. And my answer to that is, I know you didn't ask me, but, you know, maybe they're in their hometowns and it's the off season, but I didn't see a lot of youth in there, young and upcoming guys.
Yeah, that's a very good possibility. They're not even around. But if I was one of those guys, I'd be getting to know the oldsters, you know, the OGs.
Wow.
So thanks a lot.
Thanks for the question.
My thoughts about. Appreciate it. Talk to y'all later.
Yeah, thank you, Pete. Appreciate the call.
That was random. I like that one. But yes, now I'm thinking guys are at home working out.
Who'd you talk to last night?
Larry Bear.
Oh, what'd he say?
Just talking about the state of the
you know what?
But it was also about life. It wasn't just,
no.
You're a radio guy, talk to me.
Let's see how Guru, let's say you're at a press conference.
Now, I had some red wine now.
But this is now you. I know how you are absolutely celebrity obsessed. You want to be a celebrity. You want to be the center of attention.
Now, this bothers
so
me.
let's do that right now, and let's see how you handle some tricky questions.
Okay.
So you were talking to Larry Bear?
Yeah.
What about?
He reached out, said thanks for coming out. I told him I appreciate everything he's done for the team, and you know some stuff will remain. I can't tell you.
Did you talk about the Giants?
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Can you relay any of that information?
No.
Oh,
I don't want to.
But you'll criticize guys at the podium when they say they can't talk about it.
Hey, he's a friend now, Steiny.
Okay,
Come on. Yeah.
Okay.
I talked to the great John Taylor for about 55 minutes.
Well, what did he say?
Oh, I can't say. Oh, boy. Oh,
that's great radio.
He does say.
That's just great radio.
Kyle was a ball boy for him while Kyle was 14 or 13 years old. And their relationship, he said he knew Kyle was going to be a coach then. And the things that he was sharing with Bonte and I about the state of the Niners, he still tells Kyle. And I go, wow, that's dope. So let's just say he'd like to see more Kittle involved in the Niner offense, John Taylor.
Okay.
I said that's what I say all the time.
Who else?
Bob Sargent. Oh, he was phenomenal.
Now, why?
Because he runs his town. He's got a lot of pull in this town, Sonny. So
Raymond Ritter runs the town.
Well, Raymond was there. We chopped it up too.
Yeah.
Chris Mullen.
Would you talk?
Ricky Henderson.
Did you talk about the Warriors? Can you give us any nuggets? Is Klay staying or going?
I told Mullen the game's fast. I'm scared.
And what did he say?
He said he knows where I'm coming from.
There you go.
I didn't bring up Klay. Oh, no, we brought up Klay. He put it on his phone.
Oh.
Klay shot better from deep the second half of the season than Steph. So that came up. So
So
he's a commodity. Don't just let him go. I'm not saying that's what Chris said, but that was talked about.
So Mullen does not want the Warriors to let Klay Thompson go.
No, I think he's rooting for Klay Steiny.
Who isn't? I'll root for Klay Thompson if he's on another team.
No, that's done. But you can't tell me the Warriors are better if you're not giving me a replacement that can shoot from deep. That's my fear.
Yeah, we'll see, Goo. We'll see. There's other things. There's other parts of the game than just shooting the basketball.
I was looking for Ronnie Lott.
And don't forget,
didn't see him.
Don't forget, in the last 3 elimination games.
Boy.
In the last 3 elimination games, this is incredible. 7 for 48. 7 for 48.
Is that less than 11%?
I mean, I don't know what
I'm going to do it right now. Hey, I got to relay something.
13 or 14%.
I'm being true, Evan.
Mm-hmm.
And Evan's name was brought up 3 or 4 different times. People I didn't know when they found out who I was and what I do. I'm not nobody. They said we changed their lives from 10 to 2. I'll leave that there. You can call me a liar. I'm bad with names, and they didn't want me to say their name, 2 of them, but they said change their lives. I can get fired today. If somebody said I was a part of that.
Would you relax?
No, I mean, when you hear
I'm not ready to be fired.
Boy, I check my social security things now. I'm not here. But, dude.
That's what you took away from that statement, Steiny?
Yes. Yeah.
Not that you helped change someone's lives with that. You might get fired.
Just bypassed it, man. Yeah, Steiny and Patrick, the speeches weren't correct. Like, I'm being honest.
Yeah, that's all I want to know.
Evan's so young, but he's a smart dude. Well, he's 30. Who would you have introduce you if you were inducted into something like the Bay Area Hall of Fame? It would be Norm for me.
Brian Geltzeiler?
I'll give you a 4.
Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM
But seriously,
Radio.
Steiny, Dana, Dibs, Mom, and there's be honest. It's Norm for me.
I don't know.
You got to pick one of your daughters.
No,
that would be a good idea.
There you go.
That would be a good idea.
Well, you really can, Evan, because the other 2 would be mad. Whoever you picked.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Steiny is wrong about Jimmy Butler. What? Oh, no.
What?
Oh, man, I hate when I see something like that.
But what part? Because we all agree.
Let's go to Matt and Livermore first. Matt and Livermore wants to talk a little Giants. Hey, Matt, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, doing well, guys. How about yourself?
Hey.
Doing well, thank you.
Awesome. Well, I thought the interview with Brian Sabian was great. It's kind of ironic you guys had him on the radio because, I think the reason why Giants fans are down bad with our team is we should be very grateful of Sabian and Bochy, obviously, for everything they've done for the organization.
Wow.
And, the Giants, we can't forget that the Giants front office and Farhan ran those 2 out of town. It's just the truth.
Man.
And that's kind of like the start of the Farhan story because, we were skeptical of the Kapler hire and
right.
it's a little ironic that the manager we hired to replace Bochy was fired the same year Bochy won the World Series. That's not great.
Man.
Kind of like, so it's like a little bit of like part of me if I feel like the front office is a little complacent and incompetent at the moment. And I question their decisions as building a roster and how we go about free agency. So
wow, man.
I can keep going, but like you guys can let me off if you like.
No, thanks, Matt. Appreciate the call. I think a lot of Giants fans share that sentiment.
Well, I'll tell you this, Daddy. My top 5 moments of where you shocked me, honestly, as a person, an individual, was one of the days you went in when Bochy got hired in Texas. And I say all that to say is, do you think as a fan base or just here in the Bay Area, we overlooked Bochy getting ran, or it was sold to us as if Bochy was tired? Brian kind of talked about it. He was shocked that he wasn't done. So am I being unfair to Farhan not knowing everything about it and maybe Bochy wanted to go?
Well, I think Bochy wanted to go because he saw the writing on the wall. with Farhan Zaidi and how
did that writing read? You can quit. You can leave here and go win somewhere else.
Yeah, I don't think it was like that. I think Bochy and Brian Sabian's on the record for saying, he just wasn't really included in stuff when it came to Farhan Zaidi, and he just didn't think he was.
Wow,
he was needed. The one thing I'm going to push back on is that one of the things holding Farhan back is he's an outsider. He's not a giant. I mean, Sabian wasn't a giant.
Wow.
Brian Sabian came here and he endeared himself to the Bay Area over the course of 20 or 30 years. So I think absolutely the Bay Area would be more than willing to accept Farhan Zaidi if, first of all, you got to start winning.
I watched him last night, and again, nothing personal, but I don't know who I am, but I'm sharing my 2 cents. I'm Daryl Johnson, but Stoney, a guy of that caliber that's responsible for so much, and a lot of life is networking and people skills. Just watching Sabian and the other greats in that room move and navigate, and I'm watching Farhan Stoney, and again, it's not a bad thing, but it was a guy that not running from the limelight, Stoney, that was uncomfortable around a lot of people. And now you can say, Goo, what the hell does that got to do with him making a phone call and closing the deal? Stoney, I could be totally wrong, but I was like, that I needed more zest. As far I could be driving like that, yeah, you could go buy some soap. But you know what I mean? Stoney wasn't there.
If that's what you saw, that's what you saw. I wasn't there. I've never seen, I think I've seen him one time in person and didn't get a strong opinion of him. But if you're telling me that that's what you saw, then that's what you saw.
And Bobby Evans, Stoney, he's presidential too. Looks like a senator. But those dudes, everybody they were willing to talk. Nobody was, I'm too good to talk to the riffraff or what have you. That moved me.
Well, I mean, I also got to say that the Giants are 15-21 right now, and everybody's in a good mood. And
wow,
I mean, things aren't going well for the Giants, so maybe he didn't want to go out and about. And who the heck was? God, when was this? This was a couple weeks ago. I can't remember actually, but let's go to or not go to the 925. Is saying, or 650 rather, did Myers see the writing on the wall? Yeah.
There's no doubt, man.
Absolutely.
There is no doubt.
He saw the writing on the wall with the Warriors core getting older.
But what scares me about Myers is he saw it, and the guy that we're putting all our trust in, who deserves it, did a presser with Myers and said he was flabbergasted. This was the first time he heard that Bob wanted to dip. Like, if that is true, Stoney,
I don't believe that.
Okay, all right.
I
don't want to believe that because that concerns me moving forward then.
Well, I think it's more...
You know what I mean? This is your right-hand man.
I think it's more Lacob didn't want to believe it.
Okay.
I didn't want to believe that Bob Myers was going to leave. Coming up at 1 o'clock, Brian Geldzeiler, Sirius XM Radio. We're going to get into the NBA playoffs with him, maybe a little bit Warriors talk. And
2 more games tonight. 2 great games.
Yeah.
Well, first one's not. Boston, Cleveland. That's a sweep.
You do this every series.
No, sorry. Boston
every single series.
Cleveland's lucky to be playing.
Minnesota had no chance. Now they're up 2-0 against Denver.
Gosh.
You gotta let the games play out.
If I come in here in an Ant jersey, would you be mad? It's getting to that point.
No,
does he have a signature shoe yet, Evan? I don't know, but it's his world. How did we get back to him? I brought him up. Stoney, he's got everything you want in the personality. He's Brad. He ain't no punk.
And the best part is he's made Rudy Gobert not trash anymore, according to Draymond Green.
That was great.
Boy, does that bother me for some reason. Steiny, did you really compare the Cavs with the T-Wolves? No.
Can I tell you who needs soda outside of myself?
I don't know.
Is it Viang from Cleveland? Oh, my God.
Georgie Nang.
He done ate himself out to Jersey. Sonny, watch him tonight. The spare tire is on. I don't know what happened. I just like, boy, you got Steiny. You peeped him. So that's why you ain't ripping me. Because you know I can't wait shame. I used to, but boy. Dude looks like a linebacker out there.
He's a good 3-point shooter.
Yeah.
Or that's what his reputation
Well, you got to shoot the ball, not eat it. Dude, look at him tonight.
Apparently Anthony Edwards does have a shoe.
Well, we all have shoes.
No, I mean,
but you know what I mean.
His own.
What are they called?
The AE1s, Adidas.
Well, I got to be careful here.
Why?
Never was an Adidas guy.
I love Adidas.
Run DMC?
I love Adidas.
Yeah, I'm a Nike guy. Kobe.
If I had to rank my sporting, I'd say Converse is one.
Well, you wear
they're
them.
owned by Nike now. Adidas for sure.
I've never seen you in any.
Adidas?
No gear.
Dude, I wear my white and black Adidas 3-stripers all the time. Get in the game.
Yeah, you're right.
I wear that shoe more than any other shoe.
Yeah, you got the wrong Jordans.
You know what? People are going to be upset. Those Jordans right now are outside on my porch, and they are so muddy.
Dude,
it's not even
man.
funny.
I'm going to get you a pair for your birthday.
No, you're not.
You and Evan.
No, you're not.
I'm the only one guy that gave gifts here on the show last Christmas.
You buy me a $100 pair of shoes. I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it.
You do know what Adidas stands for, right, Steiny?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I heard that when I was in 4th grade. Go ahead.
All day, I dream about sports.
Oh, sports.
There you go.
Gotcha.
I'm going to act like I hope Evan just made that up, and that's not true.
Well, there's more to it. We'll tell you at the break.
Oh, my Evan.
Steiny, from what you've seen in the playoffs, if the Warriors re-sign Klay and remain status quo, are they doomed to mediocrity? They might be doomed to worse than that.
Nah.
As long as they have the chef.
Draymond doesn't miss 20 games. I didn't even say the chef.
Man, I mean, there's no way you can feel more. There's no way you can feel more optimistic now about the Warriors than when the season ended. Like, you just can't.
Well, this is pre-moves. They're going to make some moves.
Yes, they sure are. they damn well better. Because this league, I mean, it's
scaring me, man.
I mean, it is incredible that it's all happened to basically in 1 year. 1 year, we've gone from, this is kind of the way I'll put it, taking a little liberty, but still. In 1 year, LeBron, Durant, Curry, Klay, Draymond, Kawhi, Westbrook, Paul George, Jimmy Butler, out with the old. Doncic, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Holmgren, Edwards, Halliburton, in with the new.
It really does bother me.
Why? It's the natural cycle of sports.
Well, Butler got hurt.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And they're out. And they're out of the playoffs. Yeah, you're right. He did get hurt. You know why? Because he's old. And these guys can't last the full season. Why does it hurt you so much?
Because I'm ready to make a bet for next year that the Warriors will make the playoffs.
Okay. Well, let me see what happens in the offseason.
All right.
But we'll see. We'll see. All right. On the other side, we've got Brian Geltzeiler. You want me to do that again, Goo?
No, I didn't know.
LeBron, Durant, Curry, Klay, Draymond, Kawhi, Westbrook, Paul George, Jimmy Butler. Out with the old. Doncic, Shai Gilgeous.
We got Kuminga.
Holmgren, Edwards, Halliburton. Lively. How about Lively?
Mm-hmm.
Warriors got to get younger. That's my mantra for next year. All right, let's see. Brian Geltzeiler is on the other side. Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM Radio, one of our favorites. That segment was brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Warriors will be a boneyard.
I could keep going if you want, but I'm not.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're efforting Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM Radio.
Our guy.
Yeah. What you wanted to repeat something?
Oh, yeah. I went in to talk to Evan. Evan was taking a break, and Grandy was in there. And the first thing I hit Grandy, young Grandy, they're our young guns. I said, boy, Minnesota's good. He said, Guru, you know what it reminds me of? I said, what? He said, and it hit me in the cardiac where I'm repeating it. When OKC went up 3-1 on the Warriors in 16, but the fashion that they did it, where they looked faster, quicker, they were more athletic, young star. I said, you're right. And that's how I feel watching Minnesota ball against Denver, Steiny.
All right, we got Brian.
BG.
All right, let's go out to Brian Geltzeiler, host on Sirius XM NBA Radio, contributor at NBA TV. What's up, Brian? How you doing, man?
Good, guys. How we doing?
We're doing well.
Playoff time.
Let me start with some Warrior thing or two, and then we can get into the playoffs. But if I ask Warrior fans, how can you be more optimistic now about the team after watching some of these young squads? Like, does the playoff change kind of your opinion of what's been going on with the league and maybe the older players and where we're at?
Not particularly, because I say this, guys. One of the things that we have to do is we can't one of the biggest misnomers in the NBA is the regular season doesn't matter. No, the regular season matters. Okay? So take a look here. In the Eastern Conference, that's a 1 seed, a 2 seed, a 3 seed, and a 4 seed. Okay? In the Western Conference, a 1 seed, a 2 seed, a 3 seed, and a 5 seed. All right? I will tell you, my first team as a voter, my first team All-NBA team, had Nikola Jokic of the Denver Nuggets still alive. Luka Doncic of the Dallas Mavericks still alive. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander of the Oklahoma City Thunder still alive. Jalen Brunson of the Knicks still alive. My 5 was Giannis, and the first guy on my second team and the first guy off my first team was Jason Tatum with the Celtics still alive. Here's my point. 5 of the 6, my estimation, the 6 top players in the league this year, all their teams are playing in the second round. The regular season matters. The other thing is there's a little bit of a changing of the guard going on right now. There's a younger group they're the best players in the league, and they're taking that a little bit from LeBron James and from Kevin Durant and from Steph Curry. They are. So now I kind of, my view of what is important in the league hasn't really changed at all. We look at the regular season and understand it's really important. Here's what I will say regarding the Warriors in that vein. The Warriors are unique, and they're very different than the Lakers, and they're very different than the Suns in this way. They actually have a promising young core of players. Okay, Jonathan Kuminga is going to be a really good player, and they will make an enormous mistake if they trade him. Okay, how many teams started a rookie and made the play-in tournament this year in Brandon Pajewski? Right? Guy looks good. Guy plays multi-positions in the backcourt. He can shoot, he can guard, he can pass. He plays hard all the time. What a revelation Trace Jackson-Davis was. What a nice compliment next to Draymond in the front court, doing all the little things, athletic as hell. Another really good young player. I mean, and I still think there's a future with Moody. My point is this. The Warriors, listen, as this iteration of the Warriors has grown, as Klay's game has, I guess I don't want to say degenerated, but he's gotten old. I mean, Father Time's undefeated. We know that. Klay's not the same guy that he was. Draymond Green's importance, and even though he's gotten older, the job that he does age hasn't played a huge role in affecting the way he plays. Draymond Green is the second most important player on this team. How many games were they without him this year? 26 due to suspension? I mean, just a crazy number. So I kind of think if Draymond ends up playing half those games and how tight the West was, because the Warriors have been a 4 seed or a 5 seed, and that's where you look at the Warriors and you don't want to totally panic based upon the results of this year. There was an extenuating circumstance with Draymond, just going too far too many times. You want to answer that question and say, hey, how can we know that we can count on him next year? Well, that's a legitimate question, and that's certainly a significant cause for worry because of his importance to the team. Here's my point. The Warriors have some of what's driving these other good young teams to be really good. The Warriors have that. The 2-timeline thing is kind of in place right now for the Warriors if they make the right moves and can keep everybody on the floor. And, of course, and this is very important, if ownership is willing to continue to operate in the repeater tax.
Wow, BG, you got me fired up. I got to be honest with you. I took the end of Kobe Bryant's career for granted, and I'm not doing that with LeBron. And I'm telling Steinmetz, man, watching these playoffs, I feel worse for the Warriors where we're at. But with that said, I feel like, BG, if I'm Joe Lacob, I owe Steph Curry something. I agree with Kuminga, but timing's my issue, BG, and I don't think we got time to wait. So if they did make a move that involved Kuminga to get something of substance, a proven vet, would you be like, if you got to tell me who it is before I'd say they made the wrong move, or could you understand it because of Steph and how long he has left?
I wouldn't do it. Let me ask you this, Darryl. Did Kuminga show you enough this year that you would think he'll be better this year? And by the way, still on a rookie scale deal? You're going to go out and you're going to use the Chris Paul contract to go get you a better player, or you think's going to be a better player. I don't know. Kuminga can be better than the guy you trade next year. Am I wrong?
I see that. And Kuminga, to answer your question, he did show me that. He did show me flashes.
Showed you a lot, right? Showed you a lot. Played really well. Listen, ran his mouth about not playing enough, okay? Got put in the starting lineup, and the dude played great basketball. Was a vital part of what they did, I thought, when they had success. Love the player. The biggest problem with Kuminga is the position problem because he plays the same position as Draymond. And you're not going to be big enough to compete with the Minnesotas and the Denvers of the world playing them both together. So that's where you have a little bit of an issue. But beyond that, I thought he played really well. I mean, were you unhappy with Podziemski? I thought he was terrific this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brian Geltzeiler joining us on 95.7 The Game, host on Sirius XM NBA Radio, also a contributor at NBA TV. Yeah, there's two schools of thought out here, Brian, and forget about some of the logistics, but you know, some people want to move a young player or two in a monster package to get, I don't know, a Kevin Durant or a Paul George, and I know Paul George is a free agent, or a player like that, and I am so out on another older player, I can't even tell you.
Matt, I'm with you, dude. I don't think it's the right way to go. Listen, I know there's this school of thought. Well, you owe it to Steph Curry.
Right.
Well, you know what? I got to tell you, Steph Curry, he won 4 titles in 8 years with 6 finals appearances. Spent a lot of money to put great teams around him, and now you've kind of reloaded with a younger core in what I think could be a really effective way if there's a little bit of patience. Now, I know the argument, hey, well, Steph's at an age, 36 years old, where you can't really have patience. Well, you're going to have to a little bit and see if this 2-timeline thing can work. Because here's the problem. If you go ahead, and forgetting about the money spent. I mean, listen, this is an ownership group that has really the richest building in the league and prints money. So I'm not even going to throw the money thing into it because, and this is easy for me to say, it's not my money, but I'm even throwing that out. Where are you if you go and you trade Kuminga and Podziemski in a deal to bring in Kevin Durant? And Kevin Durant at 36 shows he can't hold up physically anymore. Listen, Durant had a great year. And I know his turnovers were up, but a lot of people kind of say, oh, he's not the same guy. I mean, maybe in some ways he's not, but he's adapted to not being the same guy, so not beating him up. But my point is that older players come with risk. Miami's out of the playoffs right now because Jimmy Butler couldn't even compete in that Boston series because he was all banged up. Okay, Dame Lillard played how many games against Indiana at his age at 34 years old? Right, guys get older and they get hurt, and they can't necessarily play. Younger players seem to stay healthier. So I think for the Warriors here, you have risk as it is. You turn around and pony up some of your young players for vets that you think have star power and can carry you to win in the playoffs. You already have guys that can win in the playoffs. What you need are guys to get you to the playoffs and be in an advantageous situation. And I do think, when you look at Kuminga and Podziemski in particular, I think both of these kids are not they both can get better next year. They're not going to be the same players next year. They're both hardworking kids. They both improve. Kuminga's got a crap ton of confidence, and I love that about him. I really do. I think in some ways you have to be patient. Do you want to tweak things around the margins a little bit? You want to tell me you can use CP3's contract and a future first to bring in an extra rotation guy, an extra salaried guy that'll help you, maybe a little more size? I wouldn't argue with that. You want to tell me use CP3's contract to bring in a guy like Clint Capella and give you a little bit of a different dimension inside with a veteran player? No argument. Right. But it cannot cost you, any of your 4 young guys right now, including Moses Moody.
B, you got me feeling good and Warrior fans. I'll tell you that. BG, I need your help. I don't even know who I am anymore. I love physicality, and I'm mad at the league because they're swallowing the whistle. But what happened last night in New York bothers me. Let me tell you why. Sports is about moments, and we were about to have a moment. You can't call that illegal screen on Miles Turner, can you, BG? You took a moment away from basketball fans.
Listen, Darryl, I'm going to start with this, okay? It was an illegal screen, but here's the issue. There were 25 other ones in that game set in the same way that weren't whistled. And it was clearly an illegal screen. And by the way, 100% Halliburton's fault and not Miles Turner's fault. People blame Miles Turner for it, but when you get a guy moving early before the big player set on the screen and essentially runs the defender into the moving guy, which is what Halliburton did with DiVincenzo. And by the way, and the worst part about it, I will tell you this, is we're rewarding DiVincenzo for that flop. That's a bad flop, okay? And we're not supposed to reward flops in this league, are we? And listen, I give him credit because I always believed flopping was gamesmanship, but the league has made a big deal over flopping, and here you go. Big flop gets rewarded in a big spot. Now, was not a good call. They blew the call later with it being the Brunson turnover in the backcourt. And listen, the Knicks were lucky to survive. And I'm going to tell you this, and in the last minute of that game uncovered a problem that Tom Thibodeau is going to have to figure out, and it's going to be a big problem for him figuring out. I don't know how he does it, because the ball pressure that Nembhard put on Brunson couldn't handle in the last minute of the game. Okay, and say, okay, well, they got another point guard, and McBride put him on the floor, two of them together, get the ball off the floor. Who are you taking off the floor to do that? Because you need DiVincenzo on both ends. You can't take Josh Hart off the floor. Tom never takes him off the floor. He plays 48 minutes a game, right? And you have literally no one else on your roster that can guard Siakam besides Anunoby. And as good as Anunoby's playing right now, Anunoby looks like Jimmy Butler right now. As good as Anunoby's playing right now, you don't want to pull him off the floor. The Knicks have a little bit of a problem here with the ball handling situation. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Game 2 shakes out. Knicks got very lucky last night.
Wow. Well, I feel a little bit the same way about the Nuggets and the pressure that the T-Wolves put on Jamal Murray last night.
Yes, listen, I will tell you this, the Nuggets have a really, really big problem. And I'll say this through almost a Warriors lens, because you guys will get it. You realize how hard it is to repeat in this league, okay? What's happening to the Nuggets right now, it's a combination of things. Number one, Jamal Murray is hurt. Jamal Murray's dragging a leg around. He didn't play well in the Lakers series. He hadn't had 2 game-winning shots. Yeah. He didn't play well otherwise. Okay, they're doing a really good job guarding Jamal Murray. Okay, the other thing is they're shutting everybody down around Jokic. And let's just put it out there, guys. Jokic looks tired. He's not in the same condition that he was last year. He was a little thinner last year. And long-term fatigue hits you all at once. It's hard to play into June and then come back in mid-September the following year and reload it. It's hard to do. And Jokic sat the World Cup and didn't play in it. Okay, but Jokic looks tired. And for Denver, here's the other part for Denver that hurts them. You know, last year they had Jeff Green and Bruce Brown on that bench. They don't have a bench. So it's these 5 guys, and that's it. There's nobody on that bench. So without a bench, with your guys getting worn down and playing a big, physical, strong team, okay, this is hard. Listen, one of the reasons the Nuggets won the title last year is they were bigger, they were deeper, and they were more physical than everybody they played. They have walked into a team here in this series that's bigger, deeper, and more physical than they are. The Nuggets are in trouble, and they may get swept here. This could just be 4-0 and gone, and there's the Minnesota Timberwolves. By the way, and I give my guy Ryan Russillo at the Ringer credit for this tweet, one of the better tweets I saw last night. Maybe the Suns aren't that bad.
Wow. That's a good point. That sums it up.
Yeah.
BG, let me throw this to you because a lot of Warrior fans, their dream is Giannis. I was disappointed in Doc Rivers before Giannis got hurt. I think that injury helps him. But if you're Giannis and you're the Bucks, what are you thinking right now? What do you think Giannis is thinking?
Well, I think that Giannis is going to take a step back and look at this whole situation and pretty much say one more. I'm gonna give Doc a full year here. Dame maybe with a better frame of mind, better conditioning. Dame's had a lot of stuff going on in his personal life. He had a subpar year. He didn't look good. He's a horrible defensive player. Give the front office a chance to try to make a few tweaks on the roster, but it's really hard because they did what Giannis wanted them to do and went ahead and made that Dame trade and left themselves without assets. They may have to trade Brook Lopez to redo this roster a little bit and see what they can get for him, and it's something I think that they seriously have to look at. And then give Doc a full year. But to me, I think the Bucks, who made the Lillard trade last year to get off the clock with Giannis, are clearly back on it. And I think that's really important.
Wow.
The fact that, Doc almost made this because Doc had to come in when he had to come in. And he knew it was going to be a hard job. I don't think he realized how hard it was going to be. I think the fact that they brought Doc in mid-season almost made this season a mulligan. And I think it was a mulligan for Dame, it's a mulligan for Doc, and in some ways a mulligan for Giannis because of the late season injury and not making an appearance in the first round of the playoffs. But it doesn't change the reality for the Bucks. 2 straight years, 2 straight first round losses, and that was after winning an NBA championship. You know what? Either this year coming up, they're going to have to advance far into the playoffs, go to the conference finals or the finals, or I think we could see Giannis in another uniform next summer.
Wow. Ryan Geltzeiler, you're the man. Appreciate it.
Always my pleasure, guys. Anytime. You take care.
All right. That's Brian Geltzeiler, host on Sirius XM NBA Radio and a contributor to NBA TV. Well, that had to feel good to Warrior fans.
Man, before the Giannis news, maybe in another uniform, but good God, Steiny.
I'm with them. Can't get older.
And a lot of what he was saying was run it back. I mean, you do something with the Chris Paul the departure.
Well, the one guy he didn't mention. The one guy he didn't mention was Wiggins, but I'm sure
Klay.
Wiggins would have. I think the Warriors will try to move Wiggins. I don't know if they can or not.
But we said a lot of what he had mustard on it though. Like Draymond is not gone, Stoney. What are we really talking about? Okay, could have been a first round exit, or they could still be playing right now.
He said something that really stuck out. When you brought up Durant or a player like that, he goes, you don't need Durant. You have guys who have already been in the playoffs. You need guys who can get you through the regular season. Well, and I could not agree more with that. The problem the Warriors are going to have is how can they win enough games in a regular season with a core that's getting up there? How can they win enough games in the regular season so that they give themselves a chance in the postseason and that they're not coming at it from 9 or 10. The only way to do that is for the young guys to step up and have great years.
Because you got the youth. The 4 guys he mentioned, you got it.
And
it's about Kerr. Trusting them and using them.
The other thing I don't like when people do with the Warriors is they say, well, okay, Kuminga, Podziemski, Moody, and Trace Jackson-Davis. Is that really a championship core? It's like, it doesn't have to be a championship core right now. And even if it isn't a championship core, it doesn't mean they're not functional players who can help you. And then you go get a franchise player, or you go get a player from another team in free agency or a trade where now you have the best player on the team, and he's better than Kuminga if you don't think Kuminga is a number one. So,
Stani, to hear that Giannis might possibly be playing, and I know we've talked about this since we've been together, but time is flying, and to think he could don another uniform after next season, oh my gosh.
That might be too late.
Wow.
Might be too late.
Wow.
Paul's in San Jose, wants to hop in quick. What's going on, Paul? Hey, man. Paul, what's up?
I'm just sick and tired of all these players complaining that the refs blew the call. It's not the refs that blew the call. It's you guys turning the ball over, not making shots, just like my friend at work. He complained that he's a Bucks fan, and he complained that the reason why they lost is because some guy got their foot stepped on. No, it's because you guys are making bad shots, bad turnovers, and everything. I'm sick and tired of everyone blaming the refs.
That's well said, Paul. And don't forget to listen 2 to 6, where you have a guy, Dan Dibley, who'll agree with you. The great Mitch Richmond, the great Rich Mitchin is paying $1.99 for this super chat. Are we just going to waste 30's final years?
No, we're not.
Or Chip?
No, we're not.
You can't.
That's where I'm at. What was the name? Pierce Eyes?
No, the great Rich Mitchman, or
good
whatever.
God.
The guy who's making fun of you. Brian Geldzizer.
So I'm asking the great Rich Mitchin, and that's not making fun of me. I did that. Thank God he wasn't there. Tim Hardaway was there last night too, Stoney. Timmy.
Where did I see him?
At the Dallas game, rooting on his son.
Yeah, it was. I heard an interview with him, but now I can't remember where I saw it.
I just hate TMC didn't get a chip. If you think about it, how good they were. That trifecta.
Barely won a series.
I should say played.
I mean, seriously.
My point is there are 3 Hall of Famers, Stoney. They should do. It was the Lakers were in their way, that's all. They didn't have a center.
Not everybody deserves a title.
I understand that.
And Mitch got one.
Yeah, but he might say he was Rich Mitchell.
I'm just.
We love you, Mitch.
I'm just saying. All right, coming up on the other side, it's the.
I'm feeling better about the Warriors. Seriously,
right? You know why?
Run that back in the car.
You know why?
And you didn't interrupt him. You just let him go.
That's right.
Oh,
that's right. And I'll tell you what. A lot of what he said is what I've been saying.
Stay pat and run with the youngsters.
You can't. You got 4 young players on this roster for the first time in 12 years contributing.
But you don't know how good they are, Stoney.
That's right. You don't. And I know how good Durant is, and you bring Durant in here, no chance. No chance. You could be, you're in the postseason after 6 months of playing regular season with Kevin Durant, and you're taking on these teams. I don't see it, Bob. I don't see it. A reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo on the free Odyssey app. You can download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. What's coming up next on the game is presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises.
A slow network is no network.
we go down the tough road, Stoney. Toyota Tundra.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Why wasn't it a Ford Runner? Toyota
Well, Toyota's
Tundra.
a sponsor. So
Well,
you did good.
All right, good job.
You did great.
Well, let me tell you who didn't do great.
Who?
You and I yesterday.
Please.
We've been rocking 6 years, man.
Yeah.
Dr. J.
Feels like 12.
Listening to Spadoni and Bonte, they did it.
What?
Willard and Dibbs. We didn't mention happy birthday to the great Willie Mays on our show yesterday. But at the function, there was video, and we all did happy birthday to him, so he got to see because he wasn't there. That was dope.
Yeah, we did forget. So happy birthday to Willie
Yes,
Mays.
sir.
93.
Man.
93.
Your best center fielder? Like, who's the best center fielder you've ever seen?
I didn't really see him. I saw him
right,
at
I
the
get
end
that.
of his career with the Mets.
Oh, yeah.
But
you didn't see prime him then.
But I'll tell you this. When I talked to the great Rocky Colavito,
I love him.
Cleveland icon, he says Willie Mays was unbelievable.
So do a lot of others.
He said Mickey Mantle might have had more talent, but Mickey had injuries. But he said Willie Mays.
That's the first one that made the basket catch to me, Stein. That's the first time I saw that.
5-tool.
Yeah, there you go.
You know, Mickey Mantle was the fastest guy in the league to first base. I'll bet you didn't know that, did you?
No. And the reason I want to say that is I should know these names. Evan, hashtag
Mickey
random.
Mantle, he played for the Yankees.
Yeah.
What about the third New York center fielder, Steiny?
The third New
Is he
York.
the one that gets
Mickey
forgot?
Rivers?
No.
I love you some
Played
Mickey
for the Dodgers.
Rivers.
I'm not sure where you're going here, but
Well, there were three of them. The three great center fielders who played in New York: Willie Mays.
I know him.
Mickey Mantle.
Duke Snyder.
There you go.
Look at the Duke.
Don't you dare. Don't you.
Look at the Stratomatic.
Don't you dare.
But listen.
Yeah.
I forgot. Oh, this is random. The Red Sox were playing the Giants not too long ago at Fenway.
Mm-hmm.
Evan, they got two dudes to get down the line faster than. I was like, oh my God. How? Like, that's an art, Evan, you college baseball player, getting down the line. There's fast, but then there's some. Brett Butler used to be able to get down the line. It's an art to it, random. I said it.
Were they lefties or righties?
Lefties.
And there you go. A little easier when you're closer to
But
first.
Steiny, like, damn.
I was very slow. I had no speed. None.
You look fast.
Zero.
On your college pictures, man.
Zero.
How'd you get your shot then?
Well, because
you're like Bird Molly.
Well, I had a quick little. I had a deceptive first step.
That's
I'm
all
talking
it is.
about
Luka.
I'm talking about the 100-yard dash.
Jalen Brunson.
The 100-yard dash. Forget it. I'm finishing dead last every time.
So I was Jesse Owens, and you were trying to. Who were you?
Well, you weren't Jesse Owens.
Oh, Steiny, your boy was
because
athletic.
Lorenzo Neal could beat you in a race at 48.
On the 31st, when we have our 9, and this thing better go off. This softball game, I will be referred to as Sammy Sosa. When you see my oppo power
this is why he
and
does
me
it.
gutting, I'm calling it.
And this
Unless
is
I get
why-
hit by a truck before. And I'm like Sammy used to do it. Dude, I'm special. People can back me up. I still got it at 50.
This is why we make fun of you when you fail for what you're
When I
doing
fail.
right now. This is why when you lost in the shootout,
Oh, knockout.
I was
That's-
gleeful.
Grandy won only because I went
talk
first.
a big game.
No, this different.
You're like Draymond. Just take a play off, go to the softball
I
game,
can't even sleep
and go
thinking
3 for
about
4
it.
with a double and a homer and 4 RBIs.
I cannot wait, man. And I can't wait to see you guys, my comrades, swing a bat.
You know what? I
Shasky, Bonte.
I have a little hamstring issue right now. I don't know.
Dude, that pole hurt you.
I know it did.
It's not hip related, though, huh?
No.
Okay.
No, it's not. I think I'll be okay. Giants swept by the Philadelphia Phillies. They're in Colorado for 3.
Well,
got to get 2 out of those. Got to get 2 out of 3.
No doubt about it.
Got to get 2 out of 3.
Don't get 1 or 2 runs. They got swept 4 games. And the rat on the table is Webb hasn't been Webb the last 2 outings. He's on my fantasy baseball leagues, Donnie. So I'm just throwing that out there. Like when you see Webb in the morning, you're like, oh, it stops here. Yeah.
The Loco Moco says,
what you got?
if the game's on a Thursday, Goo may not be there.
Dude, that is some good stuff. I don't know what he means by that, but that's pretty good material.
You want to play a game?
Let's do it.
You give me the batting averages of these Giants players.
All right, well, I'm going to...
Wilmer Flores.
240.
226.
Okay.
Matt Chapman.
217.
209. You've been over on the Price is Right game twice, so you're not eligible for the grand prize. Jorge Soler.
208.
202.
Damn it!
Yaz.
252.
219, although he's been on fire. He's 3 for his last 10. Ahmed.
220.
235.
Oh,
so he's ripping the ball. How can you win? How can you win?
Well, we're in a new era of baseball, Stoney, where the average doesn't mean crap.
It does, though.
But I mean, to me, it always remember.
I'm sorry, but there's a point when the batting averages are so low, you cannot tell me it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Soler has 5, 6 homers with 8 RBI.
No ducks on the pond.
Or he's hitting them like my Brooklyn guy said A-Rod was, a 5-5 guy. I go, what's that? He hits his homer when they're 5 up or 5 down.
How many of his 700 were that?
Well,
or however many he hit.
You got me there. I'm an A-Rod guy.
That's fine. That's fine. I don't.
Is he in Minnesota still?
I don't have a strong opinion. Yeah. They tried to buy the team.
Oh, my goodness.
They tried to buy the team.
He'll have a ring.
But now they're in, I think they're in mediation right now. Mediation.
Well, he used to be front row, front and center. They haven't panned to him.
Well,
like, is he still going? He ain't going to games like that.
They're trying to buy the team from Glenn Taylor, but now they're involved in a mediation. And it looks like, I don't know if it's acrimonious, but it's contentious.
I had mediation. I had a wrongful termination. Your boy got paid.
How much?
All right, say 10 racks. I'll 10 up.
I was going to start with 10,000.
We'll go with Draymond. 25. And I lost my mind. No tax.
Okay. All right.
But I didn't have a job. So you got to, boy, Evan, I had you. Man. Anyway.
All right. Coming up next, and this is going to be a fun crossover because I'm sure we're going to talk about what Guru and I talked about for the first hour, which is what's happening with the San Francisco Giants. And there's not a better case study than Mark Willard, who is a big-time fan. But I remember during the crossover yesterday or the day before, he was starting to feel a little meh.
Huh?
So we'll ask Willard what the Giants have to do to get him back in the fold on 95.7 The Game. All right, that segment was brought to you by the Order of Malta Clinic.
Around 500,000 people in the Bay Area.
because I'm a Pirate fan. You got to have more hope than that.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty.
The dude.
It is the crossover. Welcome, Willard and Dibbs. How you doing?
Steiny.
Hi, boys.
Yeah, what's good?
How was Bowtie Monday?
Oh, I had a phenomenal time. And I'm in the business now, so I got to be careful, Willard. There's some intel I can tell you, Dibbs, and some I can't. You know,
I heard this on the drive-in.
Will, off the record, you know.
I mean, captain off the record over here.
4 people said Steiny and I listened to Change Their Lives, and 2 said they love our changeover, the crossover. So love to you guys, and your name came up.
Yeah, hello to whoever you wonderful people are.
No doubt, true story.
We can't name names because Guru apparently his entire night was off the record.
Well, no, it wasn't.
He was rubbing elbows so much.
It was incredible,
he had to get a Band-Aid.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of your life outside of these 4 hours is off the record. Am I right?
I feel like you got I don't like that depiction of me. No, Willard, I'm a family guy.
I of course you are. I didn't say that I'm not a family guy.
That had like triple X.
I didn't make you know. I'm not talking criminal behavior.
I got you.
Just,
Willard,
certain things are for certain people.
Seeing guys and gals in that room for that prestigious award, and I thought to myself, man, I don't belong. I'll never be in any Hall of Fame, but seeing all of it and the Bobby Evans and the Sabians and the John Taylors was incredible. And I asked Steiny, just real quick here, if somebody were to introduce you, who would you have?
Oh, God.
Mine was Norm. Willard. Who would Willard bring him? You got a best friend?
No, this is me. Like
I sense up. Whoop.
No. My kids.
Okay. Because you only can pick one. That's why I told Steiny your 3 daughters.
No, I got to force all 3 of them to say something nice about me. That's all.
Do I have to?
Yeah.
You got to put down my video game.
Exactly.
I would go with, as it sits right now, I would go with Barry Tompkins.
Wow.
Barry Tompkins.
He's
early mentor.
Wonderful man.
The best. And
God, what a wonderful man.
Good at his job, too, though.
I've told the story before. I was working in Ross up in Marin, and this is damn near 30 years ago now. And I'm doing pee-wee baseball, 4 and 3-year-olds, and up comes this rather tall and stocky Hawaiian kid, and I look up, and it's his dad, Barry Tompkins. So I tried not to run right over because I wanted to get in the business. And so after a couple weeks, getting to know the kid and seeing Barry, I went over and I said, hey, Barry, I just want to say, huge fan, love your work, and, I'm kind of trying to get into it. And he said, hey, anytime, let's talk. And we had maybe 15 conversations, and he helped me in ways that I could never pay him back.
That's awesome.
That would be the guy.
I think I have an answer.
Because he didn't have one earlier.
I didn't have one earlier.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any doubt. Brian Geltzeiler.
That's what he said earlier. Yeah.
Oh, did you?
Go through that out. Because first Guru's like, how about the big fella? How about Dana? And then I think you actually said Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM.
He was very enthusiastic about the Warriors. So
and he likes you too.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's good too.
How you doing, Mark?
Yeah. How am I doing?
Yeah, how are you doing?
How do you mean?
It seems like a loaded question.
Yeah.
How am I doing?
I don't know.
In what? Which part of me?
Well, we just spent the first 2 hours of the show kind of talking Giants and fans and where they've, taken the big picture from 2015 to now and how did they get here and all those and why, why. And I'll start this way. What the Giants did in 2010 through 15 was a phenomenon. It was unbelievable. They took the city over. The fans were all over the place. Everybody knew when the games were, who they were playing, who was it was. I couldn't believe it. They owned this town.
Players with one name identifiers.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
and
that's a good call.
And kind of where are they now? And I seem to remember, wasn't it doing a crossover yesterday, or you? We were talking about the Giants, and you were just like, yeah. And that's you.
That's him.
Like, you're the biggest Giants guy, and you're even,
the Dauber's down.
Exactly.
Read his Twitter. Yeah, I'm like, this ain't the Willard I know.
So what's got you down, Mark?
That's a 2.
Little Roy Firestone?
Yeah, seriously. Do I have to turn to my left and look at a mirror right now and be like,
not gonna
the Giants
cry, Steiny.
are good enough? They're smart enough? And gosh darn it, people don't like them right now.
Stuart Smalley.
Yeah, I'm incredibly disappointed. I'm incredibly disappointed on so many levels. And I say that with the backdrop of 6 games under 500. It's only 36 games in. And in any moment, in theory, this could turn around and go the other way.
But it's bigger than this year, though.
Well, yes and no. It most certainly is. Obviously, the larger conversation that we've all been having. But I've I hear what you guys are saying. I've kind of been the one with super glue on my hands, trying to at least vocally keep this together for the last few years. And something about this year has very, very much made it feel like the dam is broken for me. And the only thing I can liken it to is it's sort of made me feel like an addict. That's which I'm not, by the way. I mean, well, we're all addicted to something.
Orange and blackaholic.
I mean, I do have these damn, bubble sodas every day.
Yeah.
Anyway,
going right to your hips.
It's made me feel like an addict, and here's what I mean by that. The addict will say, or will tell everybody I got it. And it's going to be okay, and we've got it figured out. This time, it's going to be different. This time, I've got it. This time, it's under control. So this year, when the Giants had a new manager, spent a bunch of money, brought in players that felt like there was a middle of the order, and something hit me the other day, and I'm not going to name his name, but someone who used to wear the uniform texted me the first of Bryce Harper's 3-run home runs went over the fence. Wow. And the text was 2 words. Anyone want to guess what the text was?
Trouble brewing.
No.
OS.
No. How about you, Go?
Intentional walk.
No.
We stink.
No.
Got away.
At a certain point, I can just go ahead and I'll spill the beans.
Yeah.
Game over.
Wow.
And I remember this all too well from prior to 2021. And it was whenever the Giants fell down by multiple runs, y'all can just go get a snack. You can turn it off and head for the rest of your night. And 2021 was what turned it around. If you remember why that season was so special, 107 wins, but they kept fighting.
Darren Ruff, left and right.
They would come back, and they would be down 4 runs, and then they would late night Lamont.
You're right.
And this team,
Yaz hit 25.
Oh, man.
This team is devastating because they finally did all of the things that a lot of people ask them to do, and not a damn thing is different. There's still no jersey you want to buy. There's still no middle of the order. You can't even score 4 in a damn game.
One time in the last 11?
2 weeks, yeah.
And even that was a funny way to score 4.
Wow.
A guy in his 3rd major league at bat accidentally barreled one in the 9th to lose by less. And it just... I find all of that to be this year, with excitement having built at the beginning of the year, I find it devastating for the fans. Devastating.
But that's not on Farhan, Melvin.
It's on everybody.
It's on everybody.
Sure.
It's on everybody.
But your approach at the plate, if we're not hitting collectively, I would look at I'm being real, the hitting
Pat
coach.
Burrell. It's on all of them.
Okay.
I don't think anybody in that clubhouse right now is blameless. Even Logan Webb.
Wow. Oh, man.
Back-to-back rough outings.
We just talked about it.
I mean, maybe Camilo Doval, who's got 6 saves. I don't think he's blown one. He hasn't had that many opportunities. He's got a fancy new entrance and they dim the lights and the whole thing with the LEDs.
Not really fancy enough.
Well,
anyway.
it's not fancy enough because they do it every 3 weeks. But
that's a good
if
point.
you graded the free agent acquisitions right now through 36 games, which is premature.
It really is.
If we're doing school, this would be like the first of 6 trimesters. And right now your report card's coming home, and it's mostly D's and F's.
Cinch notice. Remember they used to send the cinch notice before the
exactly,
report.
and you had to beat your parents to the mailbox.
I got a B+, 2 D's, and an F.
Jung-Hoo Lee gets a B+.
Yep.
The D's are Chapman and Soler.
Correct.
Wow.
Snell is an incomplete, but really it's an F.
It's an F until
No
it's
doubt.
not.
No
Right.
doubt.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
And I guess that is
What
just
about
the end
what
of
did
the list,
Bowmel
right?
get? This is.
I don't
See,
even
this
know.
is where I'm
Right.
at. I'm interested.
I don't know how to
Yeah,
do that
it's
after
tough.
36 games. You know,
But you gave the other guy
I would give him a C-
Right, 'cause
at best.
Yeah, so like I look at the manager a little bit different because that's less tangible. Like I can't look at a box score and go, so what'd you do tonight? There are questions about the lineup. Like sometimes
Soler was down to 7th. I ain't mad at it,
but there have been days where you're like, why is that?
Flores lead. I get it.
Why are you doing that? And it feels slow, but I'm going to give him the benefit of like he's still feeling out who he's got. This is a new deal for him. Who he's got? What can they do?
He did botch a pitching change earlier,
no doubt,
which we would have absolutely grilled Kapler.
And by the way, yesterday afternoon, like Mason Black should not have been given another opportunity to go through that lineup
You're
again.
right.
He had not thrown that many pitches all year. And you know, like then again,
he got off to a good start.
That's what we asked for because last year, if you pulled someone out of a shutout and the bullpen came in and gave up runs, Kapler, you were going to get your vest on before the post game. So
Jordan Hicks has been.
That's
awesome.
That's why it's tough for me on a manager because we really in 36 games, you probably have 7 times where you're looking at Bowmel and going, there's a decision that we can now assess most nights. The manager. What'd you do?
Well, I look
you
at
stood
them,
there and watched the game.
And why I didn't like Kapler real quick. Dibbs as a manager to me is the psychiatrist.
Exactly.
So, Larry, let me talk to you to get you out of that funk. And I don't think Kapler had that pedigree, and I won't say chance, but Bowmel, I look at what happened in San Diego because you had everything at your disposal in regard to talent, and I'm not mad at him, but you couldn't crack what was going on in that clubhouse, and maybe Dr. Roof couldn't either. But now I'm like, this should be a tad bit easier from the mental, and early on, everybody's still scrapping.
Well, he looks better if they play better, and that's, you know.
The San Diego thing is a good question. Here's, I want to, what do you guys think about this? Does it, okay, Padres should have been better, right?
No doubt.
And there was a manager versus GM, total breakdown.
And player versus player, total breakdown.
But the fact that Chapman from prior in his career and then Snell followed him here.
I give you that.
Does that give you any sort of pause?
No, I give you that.
Of
they enjoyed working playing for the guy.
And I could tell you that if you ask a Padre fan after last year, Bowmel versus their GM AJ Preller, who are you mad at? It's Preller.
All right,
big time. So I would just say, how about for a manager, we have a different pace of report cards, and I'm not to the grading period yet.
Yep.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. Did you hear we had Brian Sabian on?
I had heard that. I didn't hear the piece, but I heard you guys were having him on.
Yeah, did not hear that.
Yeah, he's great.
My gosh, man.
He was overly praising this area and the fans and his experience here. And just
smart man.
Yeah.
Coming off of getting inducted into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame.
Chris Berman, back.
Oh, he did the intro.
Chris Berman did
okay.
it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Nice. Did you talk to Chris at all?
No, I didn't.
You didn't get over there?
Yeah, I ran out of little gas.
Okay.
Yeah, little red wine.
Which grape? You don't even know.
Yeah, no, I was
just the red kind. Yeah.
Whatever the hell they were pouring.
Sure, probably a little Pinot.
I brought up at the very end, I brought up the lunatic fringe.
He did.
I said, I still remember it to this day, and he couldn't remember that it was Vladimir Guerrero that everybody was wanting back then.
Yep.
And he shared that back then the reason he did that was because every once in a while there's conventional wisdom out there, and differently.
Yeah.
And he just felt like he had to say it. And what he said was he knew Vladimir Guerrero didn't want to play here.
Okay.
Like he knew Vladimir didn't want to come here. Plain and simple. And he knew that, I guess, from Felipe Alou, who had much.
In Montreal.
Right.
Yep.
And so that's why he addressed it like he addressed it. Like we can't get this guy.
Brian famously at a different San Francisco outlet.
Okay.
Walked into a conference room once upon a time. This is going way back now. And if my memory and the story serves correctly, this was after the Matt Williams and Jeff Kent deal, which if you do know the history of Giants baseball, you know that at first glance, Giants fans, not pleased at all. Like, you trading away favorites, right? And he walked in and he addressed the masses there because he wanted to. This was Brian putting on a PR hat.
Yeah.
I'm going to go talk to the people who talk about me. And the famous line that he screamed to the group, I am not an idiot.
Wow.
I am not an idiot. And it speaks to what you just said about sometimes you know what the masses don't know. You know, if you had told, and Matt Williams is still a favorite and he's back in the organization now, but if
Will Clark, well, he is, but yeah.
If the masses had known that Jeff Kent was going to win an MVP.
Well, they had Bonds under contract then too, right?
Yep.
And that's what he said. I asked him, do you, as you're making a trade, do you prepare for what the fan reaction may be? And what he said was, we had no choice at that point. We had most of our payroll tied up in two guys, and we needed to get more balanced. And that particular trade, he said, like, wasn't a no-brainer.
It wasn't perfect.
But it wasn't difficult for him because he thought it just made all the sense in the world.
Yeah.
So tell me if I told Stoney and the listeners this. You guys tell me if I'm being fair. So I'm in the house last night and I'm watching Larry Bear, who chopped it up with me. Saw him at the bar. I didn't say, how you doing, Larry? He chopped it up with me. Bobby Evans.
Get a drop? Like, what? Thank you.
Bobby
Good
Evans
Lord.
and Sabian. And I watched them. I had the guru cam of the room is coming to them, but they're also working the room. Like these are heavyweights. And this is where I want to be careful here. I watched Farhan Dibs, and I just felt like he wanted to go to a room where there was nobody in there. He didn't work it like I thought a guy in his position. And I got to be careful because I don't know what goes into that, how much that helps you be successful. But I'm watching from afar like there's a difference in Evans and Sabian and Larry Bear than the guy that's on the clock now.
Well, those guys are undefeated. And Larry Bear, I mean, if the team doesn't do well or they do play well, he still is a part owner of the team.
Yeah.
So there's a certain amount of undefeatedness that goes with that. Evans and Sabian, they're out of the game. So they don't have to worry about it.
So they're made.
Much more, at ease. And I don't know if Farhan's default is to work the room anyway. He doesn't strike me as a guy who wants to be out there pressing the flesh. It seems to me that he'd be more comfortable, like, scouting players and running the numbers.
I was surprised he was there.
I'd love to chop this up with you guys for a sec. I think Farhan Zaidi is not the same person he was when he arrived here 5 years ago.
Because
a little more unease?
Failure?
When I first met Farhan Zaidi, this would surprise people. Thank you. This is somebody who could walk in and command a conversation.
Man.
He is not the dork that y'all think he is. This is someone who is like engaging, is fun to talk to, like rip a cuss word or two in the like this is a dude now. This is a get a beer with the guy dude. I know y'all think he's a spreadsheet. This is a get a beer with the guy dude.
Wow.
I think he has been incredibly affected by the sound of the reaction to him, and the pressure has built in the last 2 years, and that makes somebody crawl in a hole.
You think I might have saw some of that yesterday?
I absolutely do.
Wow.
And I also don't think that kind of an event to celebrate his predecessor is his sweet spot. And in fact, I'd argue, in my opinion, if you really want to dive deep, this is his biggest weakness. His biggest weakness and his biggest mistakes have been when he got here, he was way too focused on making sure that this regime, we all know it, right? What did they want to be?
The smartest men in
They wanted to be right.
Yeah, wow.
And so when they wanted to be right, what that meant was we got to make sure that we're not being compared to what was already here. And they have gone to some surprising lengths to somewhat erase what was the greatest stretch in the history of San Francisco Giants baseball.
I brought up Bochy to Sabian.
All the way like Bruce now, and that was predetermined when he arrived. Okay. But from Bruce Bochy being out to pulling pictures off the damn wall.
That's ridiculous, man.
And Brian Sabian is, in my mind, he is the poster behind all of this. The disenfranchisement of him. This is a consultant within the organization who I know, and he won't say this on your show. Let me say it for him. He felt very strongly that he wanted to still have a voice. Somebody call me and just ask for my opinion.
He's doing that with the Yankees.
Somebody asked for my advice. They wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it.
A consultant who wouldn't be consulted with.
There you go. They would not talk to him. They did not want his fingerprints on this because they wanted to be right.
And erase the part of the past is the biggest, oh my goodness.
It has been their biggest weakness, and right now is teetering on being their undoing.
That's insecurity at the utmost.
Completely. And Mark's right about them wanting to do it their way and to get full credit. And, the last thing they would have wanted is to consult with Sabian and have it work. And then some people think, well, it's the old regime. It's just a carryover. Yeah. It's Sabi saves. So that's all fine and good if you go out and you have success. And I do think that's why Farhan is showing a little bit more unease, because he was supposed to come in here and fix the farm and build up the Major League roster, and they really haven't done that. The farm is in no better place than it was before he came.
And I thought Luciano Mato, and we saw a glimpse of it under Kepler, and Casey Schmidt or Chapman. I'd rather have Casey Schmidt at third as a youngster felon as opposed to Chapman. Come on, man.
Yeah, well, I think our default when a team, we're watching this with the Warriors right now too, right? Our default when a team is struggling is, crap, play the young people.
Well, you can't now.
Yeah, like I'm not right now. Your payroll is almost $200 million. You're not going to just hand the keys over to, right? Like you'll stink and get fired.
I don't like the part of
at some point you've got to take your failing vets, not your high-priced Chapman, who Mark had a funny tweet about. Well, he's pretty much going to opt in.
No, we just I'm so sorry for the people who didn't catch the sarcasm.
Yes,
I'm like, looks like Snell and Chapman might opt in.
Right,
we just talked about it.
But the Austin Slater thing, and we can continue to drill down on that. How long do you want to let Austin struggle and fail? Because it's not like.
What's the average down to now?
If you DFA Austin Slater, if you send him out on the street, I don't think that someone's going to pick him up and he's going to come back to haunt you. I don't think that's going to be the way that goes. So,
wow. All right, guys. Yep. Well, you have at it, and it sounds like you got a wonderful show coming up, and this is always the portion of the show that's a little bit awkward, but
and depressing. By the way,
don't go anywhere. You'll always want to leave it on 95.7 The Game.
Bye, Sonny.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, nobody wants to feel like an addict, right? Shout out to everybody out there who's addicted to something.
Well, we all are.
By the way, that's all of us.
Yeah, whether it's your device or a substance or gambling or sex. See if Grandy's paying attention. You're addicted to something. Everybody is, right?
Racy fast.
I live with a 20-month-old who's got an addiction to Cocomenin. Cocomenin. Every 40 or so minutes, it's Cocomenin.
That's your fault.
Well, we're trying to wean her. Found Miss Rachel today on YouTube, so we're trying to wean her off the melon.
Okay.
She's hooked on the melon. Cocomenin. So you're right. Everybody is addicted to something.
What are you addicted to?
I'm not going to answer that.
Wow.
We don't have time to get through all of my of my addictions.
I mean, my like I'm not a I'm not a vice guy. I'm
not addicted to
I'm really
any
not.
of those things.
You know what I mean? Like I do not struggle in the slightest like with alcohol. I've never taken a puff on a cigarette in my life.
Yeah.
Marijuana was a college thing like everybody else. And
I went to school for 13 years. Don't I know it?
It'd be a lot cooler if you had. But I do check my damn phone way too much.
Yeah.
But that doesn't feel like that's having some like cratering effect on my life, at least not at this point.
Right.
I'm not a vice guy, but the Giants are making me feel like an addict.
That might be your only vice, is your undying love of the Giants. And, I think that you are now starting to figure out, not that you want to quit them, but I think you're trying to maybe compartmentalize it in a different way. I've never heard you speak like you have been speaking, especially in May. You mentioned it yesterday.
Yeah.
You get to September and you're 70 and 80. Okay, now we can talk about what went wrong and how they suck and this and that. This team is only 15 and 21, and they're right in the thick of it for the third wild card. Yet you're saying things, and your tone is unlike anything I've heard from you in early May.
Because it's not about the standings.
Right.
It's not about the standings. The San Francisco Giants are currently 3 games out of a wild card spot.
The third card, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're also ahead of 2 teams.
That's it? In the National League?
In the National League.
Jeez. Colorado and Miami, right?
Correct.
Okay.
They are ahead of...
Look at me.
2 teams.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay? And those 2 teams are absolute disasters. It's not about the standings. The Giants are fine. We could look at their playoff... in fact, let's do that.
Sure.
SF Giants... playoff odds right now as we speak up to the minute.
Probably 40%. I'd say 40%.
Oh, I think it's probably below that. But let me look it up. San Francisco Giants playoff odds 23.3%.
Okay.
All right. So kind of like somebody getting a hit in the majors right now is the Giants' chances of making the playoffs.
Yeah, it's about the major league average 233.
Yeah. So like the Giants are fine in terms of the standings. It's not that. It's not that. They've made me feel like an addict because they duped me into thinking that this time it was going to be different. And I know it's super easy today and every day. I know what most Giants fans' first go-to is. You and I got a fight, and I'm sorry, Joe, if you feel like I don't want to out you, but we're kind of open books on this thing.
I think they did most of their show on this very topic.
Well, he hadn't even been in.
That's right.
He's not even been in.
My bad.
But Shasky was listening to us yesterday, and I got we got a 5 exclamation point sentence, and it's he got to go. He's got to go.
Right.
And I get that that's the snap reaction for a Giants fan. And I, my bulletproof vest is off. I can't hold that damn together anymore. I can't do it. There's not enough on my side. But I also know that, okay, fine. They do that today. Does that fix it?
No.
We done now? You have a new president of baseball ops, and you're like, get me some tickets.
Playoff tickets.
Woo, a new guy in a suit. Maybe he'll be at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame and talk to people next year. Like the San Francisco Giants did this offseason what all of you have been yelling that they don't do. They did it.
They extended Farhan Zaidi.
Well, there's that. But they spent.
Yep.
They spent some more. They got people you've heard of. They got a new manager. They put together a lineup that has people who have hit 30 home runs. They've got people now. It's the same damn thing. I don't care that they're 15 and 21. I care how lifeless they are. And this season was supposed to start with life. It was supposed to have life. I get sports. There's ups, there's downs. You cannot control sometimes when you hit a line drive and it's at someone and you lose a baseball game. I don't ask or call for. I don't live in Philly or New York. I don't expect the athletes to just get a hit because I want them to. Or throw your damn curveball right where you want to every time. It doesn't work like that. Klay Thompson can go 0 for 10, and I'm not leaving the boat and deciding that he's washed and he sucks. I don't think it works that way. But the San Francisco Giants, and the reason that Farhan Zaidi has essentially lost my ability to even try to come on the air and defend anymore is that he is the president of baseball ops. He's not the president of the standings. He's the president of baseball operations, and the operation is lifeless. And some of that has to do with who you bat third, and some of it has to do with how you behave on an off day, what you put on the walls of the clubhouse, the morale that you build within the stadium, both in the clubhouse and the marketing department and the ticketing department and the rest of it. I've talked about this before. This lifeless thing is not just the dugout. It's a whole organization. The whole organization. If I had a noise to make to describe what it feels like to walk through the hallways of the Giants the last 3 or 4 years, it's
yeah.
And I'm sorry, you're the president of baseball operations. And that's the baseball operation right now. It is lifeless. It has failed to inspire from within and on the outside as well. And going into this year with a lot of differences, in the end, this is on me. I got my hopes up. And this team doesn't even show any fight. And I find it totally disappointing.
Well, they got your hopes up, and it's what they wanted to do. And they should have gotten your hopes up. And it's exciting to get into a season and have hopes that have been raised. And that's where you got because of Soler and Chapman, because of Snell and Jung-Hoo Lee and so much more. It looked like, on paper, this team was not only going to be better, but they were going to be more exciting. And here we are 36 games in, and they're not better, and they're somehow just as dull, even though Conforto came out hitting, and Soler's had some tape measure shots. Jung-Hoo Lee has run 5 kilometers to track down the ball in the outfield. There have been moments of pure excitement, but by and large, and you look at this 7-game road trip as a great example where you're averaging barely over 2 runs a game, and you're 1-6. And yeah, they're good teams you're playing, but you shouldn't be getting demolished by good teams. It would have been okay to go 3-4 so far on the 7-game trip with some excitement and some pop and some sizzle, but you're 1-6 and you've looked flatlined and you've looked overmatched by both of those teams.
I don't care who you're playing. If you can't score 4 runs, you're not going to win very many baseball games.
Yeah.
I don't even know. This is a stupid idea, but hey, we're on the radio. Let's have some fun. I don't want to sound narcissistic. I don't think anybody gives a rip what I go and do after these baseball games, but I feel like trying to inject some life into this series. So, like, I almost want to make a bet. I don't even know what the promise is. I don't know if it's that I go do something embarrassing. I don't know if it's that we do something fun for our listeners. The Giants have got to score 12 runs in this series. And if they don't, I will fill in blank.
12 in Colorado?
They got to score 12 runs in Colorado.
Man.
Which is not even a big ask at all. The Giants teams that I used to watch about 5-6 years ago would usually do that by the 3rd inning of the first game.
Yeah.
They'd have at least one. You'd go to Colorado and at least one time you'd rock a 15 spot. I'm asking for 12 runs in 3 days at altitude. And if they can't do it, I will blank. I tried to think on the way over, like, what would matter to people? What would matter to people? I'm not wearing a Dodger uniform.
Okay.
I'm not wearing, like, I won't do that.
That would probably burn you. Your skin, second degree.
That's religion.
That's going to be a no from you, dog?
It's going to be a no from me, dog.
That's a no for me, dog.
However,
we had a former PD who, before I joined the morning show, back when it was Chad, Joe, and Lowe, if Lowe lost a bet, he was going to have to walk naked down Market Street. The bit was they were going to get a dog named Naked, and he was going to walk naked down Market Street.
Not bad.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
So that was the bit.
I'd like to not get arrested.
Okay.
Loco Moco on YouTube. Willard's got to give Dibs a foot massage on air if they don't.
I've been there, and I've got
I know you have.
PTSD. Thank you, Loco Moco.
Yeah. But you had to deliver it.
You're damn right I did.
This would be you getting it.
I did
I don't
get,
know, do you even like a foot massage?
Not from you.
Yeah, exactly.
Not from you.
That's a good answer.
I don't, if I'm getting a foot massage, it's either by a professional or perhaps it will lead to further rubbing.
Oh,
can I say further rubbing, Grandy? Am I on thin ice today?
This is This is a fun one from Never Go Full Jeff.
Okay.
Hey Willard, you would have to wear a shirt that says Giants baseball. That's going to be a no from me, dog.
Pretty good.
That's not bad. We could get one of those made.
Or we can get a Howard Eskin t-shirt. The Giants suck.
Oh, my God.
And that would be a t-shirt you could wear.
The Giants suck.
Just checking your Denver forecast.
What do we got?
37 degrees with rain showers. So
I don't
not
care.
real hitting conditions tonight.
I don't care. You've got
It's going to be cold, Mark.
I don't care. 12 runs in 3 days is not...
It's a big ask.
It's not asking anything at Coors Field.
It's a big ask.
Nothing.
Do you know how many times the Giants have scored 12 runs in a series? I'm seeing they actually got 16 against the Rays when they dropped 2 of 3, including an 11-2 win.
Well, there you go. They had
Marlins series was 10 runs.
Okay.
4 games against the Diamondbacks. You went 5-1-7-3. That's 4 games.
Okay, that sounds like 16. Yep, that's 4 nights.
The Mets, 5-5-2. That's 12 against the Mets. There's the 12 you're looking for.
Andis Brown, how about Mark has to dress like Kapler and criticize this year's team in his voice?
Pretty good. I mean,
That was my Halloween costume a year and a half ago.
He's so stubborn.
They scored 5 runs against the Red Sox. And against the Phillies in 4 games, you scored 11 and 4. Not quite 12 and 3.
And that's a hitter's park, too.
Yeah.
Those are good pitchers, though. The Rockies don't have any of those. They don't have any good
pitchers. I think one series, Mark, this year, you've gotten 12 and 3.
That's the thing. They're not just at altitude. They're playing the worst team in baseball. Sorry, White Sox. They're playing the worst team in the National League.
I think those 2 teams are tied, I believe. Last I checked, yeah.
Are they really?
Both
the White Sox got hot.
Yeah.
The White Sox are a half game behind.
Oh, they must have lost
They're
yesterday.
8-27. The Rockies are 8-26.
There you go.
That's what I'm saying. This is a perfect storm. The Rockies are 8-26, and they play a mile high. If you can't score 12 runs in 3 days there,
yeah, you've got problems. You've got real problems. I don't know what to tell you.
Uncle Looney says, no sauteed spinach for a week. I don't think I could do it, Loon. I don't think I could do it. Yeah. This is, oddly, on May 7th. This is the most disappointed I've been in the entire Farhan era.
Wow. And it's 36 games in.
36 games in. Because of what this year represented. Because of what this year was all about. And it's not, again, it's not the standings. It's the lifelessness of your product. We'll take calls. 888-957-9570. Of course we'll take calls. Always do. Sponsored by the Alameda County Probation Department. Let's boogie. It's Willard and Dibs.
Purpose, great pay, outstanding benefits, and a promising future, the Alameda County Probation Department is seeking dedicated people to make a difference as a juvenile institutional officer associate. Visit joinacp.
this is the most disappointed I've been in the entire Farhan era.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Streaming live on Twitch and YouTube, okay? You should get there. It's fun. Got little Dibs over here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Feeling good on a Tuesday.
24?
We're still 23. Next weigh-in Thursday. We try not to weigh every day.
That's smart.
Because then some days you're up 2, other days you're down, and the days where you're up, the tendency is to be like, forget it, man. I'm getting a pizza.
Do you have that whole dude, the scale doesn't work?
Yeah, I have a really good scale.
You pound on it, and you're like, well, I had something stupid happen today where you're like, I did. I don't do it every day, but I hopped on a scale, and I'm like, that feels a little hot. So I got off, and, you hit it with your foot so it reboots, and I got back on, and I was 4.5 pounds less.
What?
And now I'm like, well, now I don't trust you.
Right.
And our relationship is totally skewed. Now we're on a bad
playing
foot.
with my emotions.
Yeah, exactly. What are we going to do? Name the scale Farhan?
Right.
Hey, what are you doing? don't tell me one thing and then do another. Can't do that.
Yeah.
So anyway.
The scale I have, it's Abion, Abyon. An app comes with it. Pretty damn reliable. So when I step on and I'm up 4, it's like, yeah, you fat SOB, you are up 4, aren't you?
What'd you eat last night?
Yeah, I might have had a couple of cocktails on the weekend.
Yeah.
And the supper and I went out for a little din-din. Might have thrown in a couple of IPAs, so it'll cost me, but we're going to work it off.
Okay.
We're getting back in it.
Anyway, you can come see We Little Dibs on Twitch and YouTube. And subscribe to the channel. All the 95.7 The Game content, as you know, is there all day long. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And you can also download our free Odyssey app where all the content lives. You just scan the QR code that's in the bottom right corner of our Twitch and YouTube streams with your smartphone. 888-957-9570. I don't know if it'll, quote, be their undoing. I don't know what's going to happen. And I know, by the way, you'll notice that I keep using the word they, not him.
Him.
Fans, we know what we know. You know the person out front. But this is a they thing. I very, very much couple ownership with Farhan, and even some of those under Farhan. But he is the president. As Sepp Blatter once said, the president of everything. So he is the president, and therefore the buck stops there. But I am going to keep using the word they when we talk about this, and I really do think this is almost like the conversation we had with Klay yesterday. They're fighting their own history, and they need to stop. They need to stop it. If you want to get Giants fans back on your side, and if you want to get morale in that building headed in the right direction again, you need to attach yourself to the past instead of competing with it. That's what you need to do. You need to stop trying to compare yourself to Brian Sabian. You need to stop trying to go, hey, I know you won in 10, 12, and 14, but watch how we're going to win. We can do it different because it's smarter and it's into the next century. And the Giants were famously one of the last teams to use analytics. And Farhan came in and said, watch what we're going to do. And in that process, there are little things and big ones where they started to strip down the history of the Giants. And I understand why they do it, because we all want credit for the things that we do. And when you want to build something new, you want it to feel new. But the problem with doing that is you started to strip down the period of Giants baseball that made us all feel very good. There's never been anything better in Giants baseball than what happened 10 to 15 years ago. There probably never will be in the rest of our lifetimes or anyone's lifetime. That was wonderful. The memories are thick. They are real. They make us smile. I can think of it bats that happened in 2014 and remember them better than what happened last night. That made us feel good. It made us feel connected. That's what made Giants baseball fun and inspiring and intoxicating. And so when you disassociate yourself from fun and intoxicating, then you become this. You become the opposite of those things.
And Steiny made a great point earlier when he was talking about the ownership of the city. And, everything was about the Giants. You knew when they were playing, you knew who they were playing, you knew who was pitching, and the excitement was real. And he said from 2010 to 2015, I would argue you could even go further back before that, because the Bonds era, even though they didn't win World Series, when Barry was playing, there was a buzz around the team because of Barry Bonds. And so even before 2010, when they finally won the World Series, all the way through 2015, and even to the end in 2016, when things started to fall off, there was a palpable buzz about the team, and you don't have that now. So forgetting the standings for a moment, which we can do because you look at the next 12 games, 6 of which are against Colorado. You got 3 Cincinnati's and 3 LA Dodger's. The odds are you're probably going to come out of that at 7-5 or something between 7-5 and 5-7, and you'll be in about the same spot with the same viability to be a playoff team. But you're right about the bigger issue. It's about the team and the excitement level around it, and it had me thinking about the NBA playoffs, and we had a great show thread going on all day today about homegrown talent. And it's kind of playing off what you said yesterday and the Giants needing to find some homegrown talent. And if you look at the NBA, all the buzz right now is about the Ant-Man in Minnesota, and they drafted him. And I know OKC didn't draft Gilgeous-Alexander, but he feels like he was a part of them. He
got there as a pup.
Everyone else on OKC basically was drafted. And you go to all these other teams, Brunson in New York and around the association, you've got homegrown talent. And you go to baseball, and this is what you've asked for. This is what Farhan said he was going to do. And yet you look at the AAA roster, and it's almost like the AAA roster, Mark, is full of more exciting names than the Major League roster. The people that we clamor for up with the big club, they're all down in Sacramento.
Well, that's the characteristic, though, of an unhealthy organization.
Right.
That's the backup quarterback syndrome. Okay,
it's true, but
that's what fans of an NFL team who don't have a good quarterback, they always love who they're not watching play.
Good call.
Because it's just something, it represents hope. It represents hope. That's all Luciano, Ramos, and Matos and Schmidt are doing for you right now. They represent hope. Even Jonathan Kuminga. Those of you who are like, nope, can't trade Jonathan Kuminga. He represents hope. I don't know if there's anything rational about that at all for any of these teams. Is there anything rational about, like, Jonathan Kuminga could lead us to a championship in 6 years?
No.
That's irrational.
Right.
Marco Luciano's going to be a perennial all-star. Irrational. He might not even be a big leaguer, for crying out loud.
Right.
I don't know. So you're right, and that's a problem.
Yeah. If you look at just Sacramento right now, Schmidt, Matos, Ramos, and Luciano, and I'll save, the Brett Wisely and some of the other names we could throw out, but compared to the Major League club, Soler hurt with the shoulder, Conforto's quieted down, Chapman looks like last year's Chapman in the second half. The Major League bats have been so underwhelming, not even to get into Austin Slater, and yet I'm not saying they're all tearing it up in AAA, but it is a little bit of the backup QB syndrome because many fans are clamoring to at least see these guys as opposed to see more of what we've had all year with the Giants.
The other thing that pops into my mind about what you're saying, and this is where I do think that there are two arguments to be made. One is the lifelessness of the Giants. The other one is the lifelessness of the sport, and I do think that rule changes, and we're still far off because baseball's always the last one to know. They're always the last one to know. But I do think that the mound's going to have to be lowered or something.
Yeah.
How many hitters in baseball right now are you like, that's an exciting player? How many?
Man, probably about 15.
Yeah.
Across the entirety of the league.
The Dodgers have 3 or 4.
Yep.
There's Bryce Harper.
The Braves have 3 or 4.
The Braves have I don't know about 3 or 4, but I hear you. They've got a good lineup. There's Ellie De La Cruz, right?
Yep.
I guess maybe Are there some Padres? I don't know. That almost feels like it's run its course. Like, Tatis and Machado, like, well, okay. Corbin Carroll in Arizona looks terrible. Like, okay. And then go to the American League. Who are you excited about? Who's exciting?
I'm just looking at the list of OPS in baseball.
Yep.
Dodger, by the way, 1-2 with Ohtani and Betts, both over 1,000.
Ohtani is.
Ozuna of Atlanta's at 986. Juan Soto, Alec Bohm, Altuve, 964 OPS. Having a great year for a struggling Houston team. Sally Perez still doing it. But then you're getting into, names that are not necessarily household. Ellie De La Cruz is 13th. Bobby Witt Jr. is another guy. But to your point about, really exciting Major League Baseball hitters, part of it is they only play 4 or 5 at-bats a game, right?
Yeah.
So unless you're really dialed in on watching all these guys, you don't get the same impact as you do for, like, the Ant-Man example.
Dodgers don't just have 1 and 2. They've also got 19 and 20.
Yeah.
They've got 4 of the top 20.
Get it out of the ocean and the Fresh Prince.
And, Will Smith. That's right. None of them are Freddie Freeman. I don't know where he is.
He's 30th.
Oh, he's 30th. Okay.
They got 5 of the top 30.
I mean.
And let's just play.
What are we doing?
Where's the first SF to the G? Oh, here he is, 76th. Michael Conforto.
76th.
Correct.
The Dodgers have 5 of the top 30. The Giants have 1 in the top 76.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yep. And the Dodgers also have Teoscar Hernandez at 39.
Good.
So they got 6 ahead of the first Giant. 6. Not 5, but 6.
The Shohei thing is
good little player.
Quick aside, Dibs.
I like it. First quick aside.
Shohei Ohtani.
We need to get quick aside sponsored.
This has not gone well. Shohei Ohtani, if you remember at the beginning of the year, there were 2 things as the year started that a Giants fan was sort of going, okay. So first of all, that's too much money. That was dumb because you're going to be paying for that for a long time. And then the second thing was, he might go to jail for gambling.
He might go to jail. I missed that show. I was off.
So you were. And
UNFP did 2 shows.
It wasn't just one show. It wasn't just one show. So Ohtani is overpaid and deferred and also in a gambling scheme. So that's how we were going the first 2 weeks of the season. You notice it got quiet because, yes, his OPS is 1139. He also happens to, by himself, lead the majors in home runs. He leads the majors in total bases. His batting average, is first in the majors. We are looking at potentially Triple Crown. Here's the truth. You couldn't have overpaid Shohei.
Right. They got him at a bargain, Mark.
When he supposedly, this is the story, when he brought that contract to the teams, this is what we're thinking, $700 million, $680 million deferred. Do you say yes? And the Giants are like, yeah, we say yes. As it turns out, you should have countered. I know you brought the deal. We'd like to see your deal and raise it.
Exactly. How about $1 billion?
$1 billion. You probably would have gotten the money back already.
Right.
I mean, seriously, I'm being sarcastic, but good God.
Yeah.
There's no match.
You ran down all the categories, but you left out one, Mark.
What's that?
He also leads the league in volume.
Oh, my goodness. It sounded like a shotgun. Gone again.
I know. That was last night to straightaway center.
That sound courtesy NASA, which I believe is where the ball wound up. If you know who that's from, actually, Grandy, the actual courtesy, but
Sportsnet LA, Joe Davis on the call.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Joe.
My ear blew out at the crack of the bat. I couldn't hear anything after that. After the,
I mean,
that wasn't a cheapie. It's about $470.
He different.
Yeah.
Grandy sent that clip to us last night, and I simply wrote back, thanks. I enjoyed that. I really enjoyed watching that.
Thanks.
If you could take the uniform off him, which I know you can't, but Yeah, right. Seriously. I mean, I haven't heard a hit that loud since Chris Fulton hit me with a bat in 1972. That hurt.
You could combine every piece of Giants contact through the first 36 games into one sound, and it wouldn't equal that. Nope.
I mean,
trade them all.
Right.
Just for that guy.
$1 billion. I wonder if he still would have taken LA, though. It seems like he likes it down there.
Well, I mean, Shohei, to his credit, I do think, and the word has been on him all along, he's been here probably longer than we realize and has yet to play a playoff game. And his focus, his reasoning behind deferrals and all of the things that they did with that contract was because he was like, I also want to be on an awesome team. So if you really wanted to be on an awesome team, there's the money side to it, but Shohei doesn't need money. Do you know how much money that guy makes overseas?
Loses a lot gambling, though, is the problem. You make a lot, but those parlays, if they don't hit. Good Lord.
Very good. But, I don't think that's what was motivating him at a certain point. He wanted to be on a really good team. And if you look around baseball, that means you actually have very limited options. There are only 5 teams where you look at them and go, we're going to win. We're going to win. I know the Giants players thought that at the beginning of the year. Remember what Blake Snell said? He's like, and I forget what the question was even about, but he was talking about sort of the connectivity and there's a lot of getting to know each other going on there, which is the only thing that I'm still going to hold in my hip pocket in terms of hope. The Giants, I know that we think in baseball it's just a bunch of individuals and the collective is just a sum of the parts. I don't think that. I think baseball is just like other sports in terms of the chemistry, in terms of the ability to work together, the je ne sais quoi, whatever the hell you want to call it. I think there's something to that, and the Giants don't have it right now. And you got a new manager and a bunch of new players. Blake Snell is trying to, you know what I mean? I heard a story recently. I think he ended up in where a lot of Giants do. I think maybe in the East Bay, in Lafayette. And Blake's like, wow, traffic. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that takes a long time to get to the yard. My first reaction was, you're on a 1-year deal. You probably should have asked around. Lafayette is for the multi-year guys. Brandon Belt lived in Lafayette.
Yep.
You're going to hang out for a while. You can do Lafayette. If you're going to leave in October, maybe I don't know, a loft in the city, but whatever.
Plenty of nice spots in and around the downtown area.
I just but they're still figuring it out. And maybe when they do, they will play better baseball. Maybe. But that also feels like grasping at straws.
A little bit of a reach, yeah.
I don't think where they live is going to make them hit the fastball any better.
And I do think that playing better leads to better clubhouse chemistry and the rest of it. And, Bob Melvin can only do so much. And, the team is in many ways getting to know each other, so to speak. But when you lose games, then it's going to be harder for everyone to feel good about what's going on, especially when you have so many guys struggling. And for Blake Snell, he can't even pitch. I know he's throwing bullpens now and hoping to get back soon. But I wonder if, and we're not going to dwell on the standings too much 36 games in, but by the time you get all of your pitchers back and you get Cobb back and Robbie Ray is able to get healthy by July, are you going to still be in the mix enough where that's going to make a real impact down the stretch? Because right now it's trending toward, hey, we got everybody back healthy with our staff, but we're 22 games out.
Brother, you let me borrow a guru. You hit me in the cardiac with your OPS stats. I've always, and I know it's not true anymore because hitting stats are down across the board.
Yeah.
I've always, if I were somebody landed here from Mars and they're like, explain OPS and what's good. I've always said you start to be good when you're at 750. That to me tells me you're playing good baseball. Solid baseball. If you're up around 800, that's incredible. If you're 900, you're a star. If you're Shohei, for God's sakes, if you're over 1100, you're up in Barry Bonds type territory up there. Okay, so that's sort of like that's the chart for me of OPS. If you had told me, before the year, there are currently in Major League Baseball 71 players with an OPS of 750 or higher. So that also tells you, that means you're doing pretty good. You're one of the top 71 hitters in all of baseball. And they've got none of them.
Right.
None of them.
Number 71, the pride of Bishop O'Dowd, Nico Horner.
So when Guru asks, right, like, blame Farhan, your answer to that, like, nobody escapes this. 71 players are at 750 or better in OPS, and you, as a major market, huge marketing arm, flagship MLB franchise type, you have none of them. Not one. Like, you have to try to do that. That's like fading the dibbers.
Yeah.
Like, you have really got to work to not have one guy.
Yeah. Of qualified players,
who's rocking the ball around a little bit.
Patrick Bailey's at about 800, but he doesn't qualify. So if we're going to pick nits, but that is the alarming reality of Major League Baseball, but particularly the Giants.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibbs.
And I'm happy to present to you my love of Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. It's a family-owned bank, and it's got the family-owned feel. I was just in there last week to make an in-person deposit, and you walk in, the friendliness, the customer service, it just jumps right out at you because you're not just an account to them. You're an actual person. They've been doing it now for 60 years with 22 branches around the Bay Area, and they've built a great local ecosystem that is built on the relationships that benefit our Bay Area communities. They're proudly independent, and they're members of our communities, those ones that they serve. You know that the people are from here, and they care about their customers, and that means a lot when you go in to do your banking. When you deposit your money there, like I just did last week, you know that money stays right here locally. They support family-owned businesses and the home ownership right here in the Bay Area. It's truly a community bank. They support nonprofits, and they make meaningful grants for the betterment of our Bay Area communities. You heard it once, you've heard it many times. It's Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
It's cheap 4x4 season, which means exciting adventures.
Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Still?
Yeah, I'm hanging in there, Mark. I'm trying. I'm trying real hard to be the shepherd.
Well, for me, this is clearly one of those moments relatable to all of us in life. Why do you yell at your family members, your loved ones, the most? Right? Like, why? Why is that? And something I try to sometimes, it's really hard. God, you want to talk about the things that are hard in life, and there's a long list. But like in those moments, you might be in it. You might be in it with a family member, a loved one, your child, your significant other, and try to remind yourself that this discord comes from care. You don't, right? If somebody you don't care about ticks you off, it's easier. I'm not saying it's not like you'll get out of your car and go get them. But you know what I mean?
If I can.
Yeah, but it's easier. You don't drive away from that person thinking about how you need to circle back in a couple days and maybe recover as a group.
No, we're going to go ahead and we're on to Cincinnati.
We're on to Cincinnati.
Had a good one yesterday. There was a
you did?
Pedestrian.
Let's go. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
I got the green, and Kathy Crosswalk thinks that she's just going to stroll against the red in front of me, and she thinks I'm going to slow. I'm going to slow down.
Yep.
Hey, Kathy, I'm not slowing down. So she comes out 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps, and I'm going through, and I got the green, and all of a sudden now she realizes this guy's not stopping.
This guy's a maniac.
So I give her the half swerve left and give her the sneak, and she gives me the one finger as I drive by, and I slow down, and I pop my head out the window. I gave her a little 5-word salutation.
Oh.
And we were on to Cincinnati.
What were the 5 words?
No, I'm not going to say
Can you say any of them?
You.
All right. Yeah, that's a good word.
Started with you. And then it was expletive, strong expletive, one more expletive, and I'm heading to the Bay Bridge.
And I'm out.
And yeah, I'm going to keep my job. You. Yeah, so.
Oh my God.
Anyway, I'm trying to be better.
How often? How many times a month are you yelling at people out your window, swerving?
Probably once a week.
Good Lord.
About once a week.
Really?
Yeah. And I pick my spots now.
It doesn't sound like it.
Kathy Crosswalk is definitely getting an earful. Kathy Crosswalk.
I'm a little surprised.
It's clearly red.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't name her Karen Crosswalk. That would
probably should have.
Yeah, but
I think Karen. It's been a bad run for Karen. It's been a really tough go for Karen. Because if your name is Karen,
it's horrible go.
It's a name change.
Horrible go.
I mean,
like that's the human version of what happened to Corona beer during COVID.
Not bad.
Everyone's just like, good God, we're just sitting here being like a beer with lime, and all of a sudden you nicknamed a pandemic after us. What the hell's going on around here? What do we do?
Sales went down, but then sales went up. I think they survived it pretty well.
People were filling up their recycling bins that year, man. Good God. Remember those videos when people would stroll through town on trash day? And you just like, look at these bins.
Yes.
And the bottles are just...
Well, you couldn't leave the house. It was one of the only things you were allowed to do.
We're going all the way up. Oh, God. Anyway.
You could go on walks. You could play golf.
Yeah.
And you could get blotto.
Oh.
You couldn't even get toilet paper.
That's a good day.
Right.
You could get toilet paper. You had to be strategic.
Man, you had to get there early.
You know, I'm going to file that one as the weirdest thing I've ever watched society do. There are awful things. There's war. Gosh, what's going on right now overseas? There are things that you're like, depending on your culture or whatever, you're just like, I don't even understand what the hell, like why? What's the history of this? Why are people so awful to each other? But if you asked me, what's the weirdest thing you've ever seen society do? It was the COVID run on toilet paper.
Right.
What the hell got into everybody? What is that? Like,
fear.
But why that? Like if you're sitting there going, we're going to run out of stuff, I don't know, my head would have gone to, let's get chicken. Like that's something I can cook and it's versatile and I'll eat it and stay alive. Toilet paper, quite frankly, if you did run out, you have other options. Go get a soft thing of napkins. you're going to be okay.
Yeah.
Why did we freak the hell out about toilet paper? That's weird.
I need to have my tuchus taken care of with 3-ply, Mark.
And that's a great question.
Thank you, Buster. Thank you. We asked Tim Kirkchin a good question yesterday, and it was about drafting and developing with the San Francisco Giants.
In today's baseball, the best way to win is to draft and develop your own guys, get them signed long-term a la the Braves and several other teams. Otherwise, you're going to be in the market every offseason to try to get somebody to come in and fill a spot that you couldn't fill through your farm system. You just have to take another hard look and say, why isn't this happening? It's also cyclical, that things turn, and suddenly here comes a player you didn't expect to be really good. But you're right. They need more production from their homegrown guys because it often, well, sometimes it doesn't work when you just go get free agents and say, come on, let's join this team, big ballpark, tough place to hit certain days. We need you to produce right away. It doesn't always work that way either.
Okay, and then there was this from Kirkchin, and this is where we wonder, 888-957-9570. Really wonder how this one hits you, okay? Because mine is clearly wearing very thin. Tim Kirkchin, not a Giants fan, just a wonderful reporter, is preaching the P word.
The guys that they picked up in the offseason who we thought would make a big difference offensively, that just hasn't happened yet. But it's early, and I'm not going to worry tremendously about the Giants just yet. I think they have to get much better than this offensively. They have to get Snell back. A few other things have to happen, and it just hasn't happened yet. We're 35 games in. Things change, but this has not been an encouraging start.
He didn't use the word, but you know damn well what he's saying. Patience.
Right.
Ugh.
You got to be patient, though, and you know it deep down.
Well,
126 games left to go.
Again, but I'm going to separate these two things and keep reminding people, for me, this isn't about the standings. It's not about the stats.
Right.
That's frustrating, no doubt. Nobody in the top 71 OPS, and thank you for not only the Bailey thing and those of you on YouTube or Twitch or Twitter who fired off about Lamont Wade.
Yeah.
I know that there are hitters who are not embarrassing themselves out there, but they're not in the lineup enough to really carry a team. And they're not those kinds of hitters anyway. Lamont Wade hits a lot of, base hits. Like, great. If the next guy strikes out, you know what a base hit gets you? All it does is waste all of our time.
Yeah.
So thank you for letting me go get pizza.
Well, then you get the double play ball usually after that.
It's a good point. It's a good point. But anyway, the patience is wearing thin because it's not just about this year. It's not just about this year. It is about an organization that has found its way to being lifeless.
Right. And the whole thing that we were talking about with Tim Kirkchin was draft and develop and be able to produce players from within. And part of your rant yesterday was position players that were homegrown, and they haven't had any since Buster, Brandon and Pablo. And this whole group since then, and you mentioned the name Hunter Bishop yesterday, first-round draft pick of Farhan Zaidi. He's in Double-A. He's about to turn 26.
He's not going to make it. I hate saying
He's
that.
about to turn 26,
yeah,
Mark.
I'm not a dream crusher, but like he right now has every look of someone who's not going to make it. And if he wasn't a first-round draft pick, they'd done released him already.
Right.
No doubt.
I was looking at an article that Guru actually left up because when I come into Goo's seat, he's got 27 tabs open, and I always like to see what the Goo was going through during their show. One of them was Prospects 1500. They listed the top 50 Giants prospects.
Oh, no.
And Hunter's not on that list.
Oh, God. Yeah.
Not on the list.
No, he has shown.
Kyle Harrison, Carson Whisenhunt,
Sure.
Jung-Hoo Lee are your top three.
Well, you're not a prospect if you're the starting center fielder.
This is from
making over $100 million.
This is an article from January.
Okay.
So
Jung-Hoo Lee was never a prospect. He got $100 million to come be the center fielder. That's not a prospect.
Mason Black is number 11.
Okay.
Landon Roop is on here.
Yep, he's got a good curveball.
Keaton Wynn, number 20. So
these are people who are in your rotation.
Yes.
We're sponsored by Express Employment Professionals. Two things. We really do want to get to your calls. Your patience, Mike in Santa Clara, you will be first up. Promise that. We'll come straight to you. 888-957-9570. How would you describe your patience? You got patience? Wearing thin? Where is it? Plus, there was one specific Giant somewhat called out by Tim Kirkjian in a concerning way. We'll play that for you coming up next as well. It's Willard and Dibs.
If you're ready for a new job, let Express Employment Professionals help you. Express is your one connection.
That's a good question.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I got Fresh Farhan.
Fresh Farhan?
Fresh Farhan.
Exciting. He's fresh.
Fresh.
Exciting.
Very good. He's fresh. He's so fresh. We'll get to it. We'll also get to the player that Tim Kirkjian said, you know what, there's like really only one spot you have to avoid when you're pitching to him. And if you do, he won't hit the ball very far.
Jeez.
Good Lord.
That's not a good sign.
Okay. So all of that coming up, but Mike in Santa Clara first. 888-957-9570. Patience, any of it for the Giants right now? Hey, Mike, what's good?
Hey, guys. Happy Tuesday.
Isn't it, though?
You know, oh, man, I love the topic. And the thing is, it's so early in the season still to really think about, like, what the hell is happening right now. But at the same time, you also have to think about, when is enough? I mean, look, I was in Scottsdale watching the Giants for a couple of weekends, and I loved what I saw. But Scottsdale is, you know, obviously one thing compared to, you know, playing in the regular season. And my reason for calling was, when do we actually start freaking out about this? And do we actually just break it down again and start looking to just trade for really good prospects at this point? You know, I mean, getting a couple bats and even trading, like, I'm not saying Logan Webb or, you know, Harrison or anything like that, but I'm never worried about pitching. It's the bats that are really concerning. And the last thing I'll keep to you guys is, hey, on your COVID thing about the toilet paper, the bidet was, you know, the greatest godsend ever. I'm just letting you know.
Listen, we had a great saying on my senior trip when we went to Cancun, Mexico, and the hotel had a bidet. Every day is a good day for a bidet. Okay? That was our saying, Mike. And so it was especially true 4 years ago. Not so much anymore.
Right. And now they have something that you can connect to your toilet called the Tushy. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
I'm sorry?
It's called the Tushy. It's basically
that's attached to your body. You're right that it goes on the toilet sometimes.
The Tushy, it's in only one of our bathrooms.
Was this from like Shark Tank or something? Like where'd you?
I don't know, but
Tushy.
The in-laws had a Tushy, and so Supper, my lovely wife's like, we got to get a Tushy. And I said, I'm not really big on the Tushy.
I'm kind of scared to ask. What's the Tushy do?
The Tushy is basically a bidet. It just fits onto your toilet seat and then connects to your toilet, and then you can...
A mobile bidet?
Exactly. Portable. It's portable for when you need... Hi, I'm Dan Dibley. Whenever you need to get into those hard-to-reach places, I use the Tushy. Nothing like a blast of cold water right up in there.
Look.
To get those difficult spots.
I know the Giants have been playing like butt, but I didn't know the conversation was going to go here.
I didn't either.
I really didn't.
I didn't either.
Tim Kirkjian on one particular Giant.
He's better than a 230 hitter. I think he's better than a 250 hitter. But last year with the Blue Jays, I know I checked with some people, and they said, look, if you throw the ball to this position, this spot with Matt Chapman, he can hit it out of the ballpark with anybody. But once you recognize that this is the ball that he crushes and you can avoid that, you can get him out. It's what people in the business call a collision hitter, that he swings a certain way like most of the time, and if you throw it in that bat path, he's going to do some serious damage. But if you avoid that bat path, not only can you get him out, you can strike him out.
Okay. That's a terrifying comment. How much did they give Chappie? How much did they give him? What was the deal? The 1+1?
That was maybe about 20, right?
Maybe a touch less. But
1 year, $18 million contract.
Okay. There you go. With a player opt-in.
With a 1+1, right? Yeah. It was a one. But
the first year is $18 million.
Right.
$2 million signing bonus.
Okay. I mean, Tim Kirkjian is doing research with the Blue Jays, and that's the intel that he's getting back. And the Giants, not only did they sign this guy, it was the worst kept secret in baseball for 2.5 months. Like Bob Melvin, Matt Chapman, they want Matt Chapman. They want Matt Chapman. The only guy who didn't know they were going to sign Matt Chapman was J.D. Davis.
Yeah, boy. That was awkward.
Sorry, but he was the only one who didn't know. And you bet donuts against it. But anyway.
Yeah, well, you had to have 2 of the 4 land.
No, it was just 1.
No, it was 2, I thought.
No, it was 1. That's why I said
I didn't know it was over 1.5, I thought.
No.
Any of the Boris 4.
Although it wasn't the Boris 4 because we removed
Montgomery, I think you removed, and you put in.
I think it was Bellinger. It might have been Bellinger had already signed.
No, Bellinger was one of them, and the other one was, I think, Corbin
Burns. Yeah, whatever it was.
It was not Montgomery.
Anyway, whichever it was. Yeah, you're right. But yeah, they just had to be 1. That's why once upon a time I asked you if you needed to get me donuts twice because I won the bet twice.
Right. Not happening.
But anyway, the point is that like. Everybody knew they were dying for Matt Chapman. And I know that Bomel sees this as much more than his stats. He saw also a need for clubhouse leadership. Guys like Buster Posey and Brandon Crawford aren't here anymore. Who's going to be that veteran presence? And it was supposedly Matt Chapman. Logan Webb has shown signs through his career of also wanting to be that guy, especially as the homegrown version of it. But the offense needed an accomplished veteran clubhouse leader type. And I actually can't even speak right now to whether or not that part is going well. I don't know if that part is going well. Like, is Matt Chapman, is the group, do they have cohesion, Dibs? Do they have Steve Kerr's favorite word? Do they have connectivity in the clubhouse? I don't know. Certainly nothing that you can see.
Yeah, you can't see that it's not there, but I think that a lot of that is a byproduct of winning. And when you're on a trip, a 10-game road trip, and thus far you're 1-6 on the road trip, I would imagine that there weren't a barrel of laughs when you're flying from Philadelphia to Denver.
Good Lord.
After getting swept away. And, the Boston to Philly trip was a brief one, but you dropped 2 of 3 against the Sox. And right now, across the board, Logan Webb, who had been, he and Jordan Hicks, your best pitchers. Logan's had a couple of rough ones in a row. And Keaton Wynn couldn't get out of the first inning. Kyle Harrison's been good, not spectacular.
Getting better, arrow up. Yep.
Snell is not available, so he's not even on the trip. And so the pitchers themselves, and you've got a series of bullpen arms who are coming and going because they're rookies who are just long guys, and Doval's back there going, hey, can we get a lead at some point? I'd like to pitch again. I mean, I pitch once a week. And then offensively, there aren't a lot of guys who are, as you would say, arrow up. Lamont's been good. Tyro's been hitting better of late. But other than that, you've got guys who are struggling. So how can there be connectivity when you've got 7 of your 9 hitters really struggling?
I mean, they can like each other. But fans don't give a rip if you like each other if you're not winning.
Right.
So, but I do think it can be a precursor to turning this around, right?
Yes.
Again, everything I want to say today is that I am completely, the word devastated is too strong because we're just talking about baseball here. But my hopes and my desire to see this be different and spend money and bring my kids and the lovely Christy to the yard this year and do all of those things, that part of me is so disappointed. It doesn't mean that they won't win a wild card at all.
Right.
There's plenty of time on that. But it's not about that for me. It's that you're watching a baseball team that is just all too familiar. It's all too familiar. By the way, Matt Chapman, Lucas really wants this stat on the air. He tried yesterday, and we didn't get to it. So he decided to reboot it, and he wants me to say it. So, Lucas, I'm going to say it, okay? Is now a good time?
Sure.
All right. Matt Chapman is second in baseball in errors.
What?
As in, he has the second most errors.
As in, he's committed the second most errors?
Second most errors in baseball. The guy who even if he went into a little bit of a slump, he was still a clubhouse leader. And that glove, the hot corner. And let's be real, he's had some amazing plays. You can watch him play and tell that he can play, but also the numbers are the numbers, right? This is the old Nick Bosa argument. It's like, okay, I can watch you and you can tell me that you're like amazing, but also we'd like some output. Second most errors in baseball.
Yeah, with 6. That sounds like a lot.
It's a lot.
Yeah, that's 1 in every 6 games. That works out to be about a 25 error season, 26 errors over the course of the full year, which would be too many for a guy who, Gold Glover, right, in the past.
He would not be a Gold Glover.
I don't think so, Mark.
If he does that.
Yeah. Only O'Neal Cruz has more errors. The young shortstop for Pittsburgh
and
with
he's
7.
Probably not a shortstop.
Right.
There's this thing in baseball that's sort of like developed, I think, starting with A-Rod. Marco Luciano is an example of one of these guys, where it's like you give a guy a glove and you're like, hey, he got a pretty good glove, especially for the fact that he's 7'8".
Right.
Let's put him at short. He'll be the best player in baseball. He can hit home runs and man the most important defensive position on the field. He's A-Rod. And a bunch of these guys can do it. They don't do it well.
Ellie De La Cruz also tied for second with 6 errors.
Yeah.
You got a 6'7" O'Neal Cruz and a 6'5" Ellie De La Cruz. Those are shortstops? Those are tall stops. We need to change the name of the position. Batting third and playing tall stop.
You've had some good ones today.
O'Neal Cruz.
I'm
trying.
I like your sound today.
Appreciate it.
That's good.
A little bounce in my step today. I'm feeling good.
I got fresh Farhan. You want fresh Farhan?
I love some fresh Farhan.
Everybody wants some fresh hand? We got some Farhan, and it's fresh. There you go. Thank you, Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle. Let's give her some credit. She caught up with Farhan Zaidi, and she wrote about it. Want to hear it? Want to hear it? Here it go. Okay. Quote, the start overall has been hugely disappointing because we obviously invested a lot in the team. We've had a lot of changes that we expected to show up in our record, in on-field performance. Even in spring training, we saw a lot of positives that we expected to carry into the season, and it hasn't happened. We haven't hit our stride.
Okay.
That's Fresh Farhan 1.
Hugely disappointing.
Disappointing, yes.
And I wonder if he's talking about more than just the standings, as you and I were discussing.
Of course he is. And Fresh Farhan to address that very question in a moment. Because remember the phrase, we invested a lot in the team. Okay? Next. When you're the San Francisco Giants and you go on a road trip and you lose 6 out of 7, there's going to be frustration and disappointment, as there should be. It's fair to say we put a lot of chips in this year. We spent a lot of money, and we signed guys that led to forfeiting draft picks and international pool money, all with the expectations that we will be really good and competitive this year. So I do think there's more at stake, and the expectations are even higher for us than they have been in the last few years when they've been justifiably high as well. Fresh Farhan.
Fresh Farhan.
Number 2.
So the disappointment goes beyond the standings, as you and I were talking about, and it's, the chips being put in this year, forfeiting draft picks and international pool money, both of which will hurt your ability to continue to improve this roster and get better down the road.
Yep.
So you allocate a lot of resources for this year. You weren't quite all in on this year, but you went pretty deep on this year. You mentioned it, second most money spent in free agency in the offseason.
I bet they would challenge your statement that they weren't quite all in. Like the only way they could have been more all in is if they had landed Shohei.
I guess, yeah. I mean, they did invest.
And they tried.
They invested a lot, money and years in Jung-Hoo Lee. They invested a lot of money in the short term in Snell and Chapman, but player options looks like they might be sticking around for another year.
Soler got 3 years.
Exactly. So they did absolutely make a pretty significant investment. And this road trip was disappointing, and it's not over, I know, but for more than just the one-loss record, you lost 2 catchers on this trip. Bailey and Murphy both, and Murphy for a longer time than Bailey, who hopefully will be back by the next homestand.
Fresh Farhan number 3.
More Fresh Farhan?
All we can ask for is consistent effort and preparation, which I see on a day-to-day basis. I can't criticize the effort or preparation from our players. I think they really care, and it's why you're hearing a lot of frustration from them. I think we just have to grind out the stretch.
Okay. Consistent effort and preparation, it's important, but it's not as important. You and I have had this long debate about process versus results. If your process is good with consistent effort and preparation, and I do know that their hard hit rate from an offensive standpoint is really good, which if it continues, you would figure those balls are going to start to find the dirt instead of finding the leather.
I mean, if I asked you right now, do you think the Giants are this bad? What would be your answer?
No.
I agree with you.
I don't think that they are 21-15 good, but they're probably not 15-21 bad.
Interesting.
They're probably somewhere in between. And I look at the games that they've lost.
So you're saying they're a 500 team?
Basically.
You think they're an 81-win team?
Yeah. And if you look at their game log this year, and I don't have it all in front of me, but the really good teams are cuffing them around, and they're beating the bad teams. They're a little bit like the Golden State Warriors in that way.
Look at that. I mean, who are the really good teams?
Philly's a really good team.
There's the Phillies, sure.
The Dodgers are a really good team.
Whacked them around. That's a combined 0-7 right there.
Right. And I mean, I wouldn't necessarily put Boston in that group. Boston's in the good, not great group.
Yeah.
But the Padres are in that same category. They're fine.
And the Giants are 4-3 against the Padres.
Right.
Yeah.
So against the really good, which would just be Philadelphia and the Dodgers, they are 0-7, right?
Yep.
So you're 15-14 against the rest of baseball. And I would bet over these next 6 against Colorado, they're going to win 4, if not 5 of these games. Because that's kind of what the Warriors did this year.
Did they only get 5 against them? I thought it was both 3-game series.
No, I said they're going to win 4, if not 5.
Oh, 4, if not 5. Got it. Of the 6. Got it. Okay. Fresh Farhan 4.
We got more Farhan?
This is the one.
This guy's a chatterbox.
This is the one.
Okay. Because the one that you already read got starred by Lucas. So you think this one's better?
Well,
he didn't star your copy?
I don't know if it's better.
Lucas got a highlighter today. This is cool.
I think this is the one that might get a reaction.
Okay.
Might upset you a little bit.
Jeez.
Yeah. Since you're a Giants fan.
Big time.
Quote, on the offensive side of things, we're pretty committed to this group. We have a lot of veteran players, and really, there are only a couple spots where we even have the roster flexibility to change the roster if we decided that made sense. But frankly, we have such a number of guys who just aren't producing the way they would expect that it's hard to pinpoint any one move as a panacea. I don't necessarily see any immediate moves on the horizon. But I think we're getting to the point of the year where the sample size starts being more meaningful, and you have to at least start thinking along those lines.
End of Farhan number 4.
Well, and therefore, I mean, that is speaking to, I know where everyone's head is. Number 1.
Right field.
Why not bring up Elliot Ramos and give Austin Slater a hangnail? And maybe that's what he's referring to toward the end.
Right.
We're starting to get to the point of the year where the sample sizes start being more meaningful. The problem is Austin Slater might not be one of those guys. He's only had 34 bats.
Right.
He doesn't get to hit a lot.
The thing that struck me is there are only a couple of spots where we even have the flexibility to change the roster if we decided that made sense. And one of those spots is right field, but your point is well taken. You face a lot more righties than you do lefties. So you want a lefty bat to put out there more often than not, and that is not Elliot Ramos. It's not Luis Matos. Who would that be in your farm? I don't know if you have a lefty stick who's ready to come up and take that spot. And the other part of it is, whoever you bring up, young guy, you want him to play every day.
Well, but you're talking about Yaz, who's been hot as of late. Like, Ramos could supplant Slater. To be the right-handed right fielder.
And play twice a week. Which is what you don't want to do.
Correct.
My thought would be...
But that's what you signed up for. You have 2 platoons.
Right.
You have 2 platoons on this team. And so if you sign up for that, then you got to play them. Whoever that person is, is not going to get a lot of at-bats. Wilmer Flores doesn't get enough at-bats. Unfortunately for the Giants, he is again one of their best hitters. I know his numbers aren't great this year, but you can see it when he hits. Wilmer Flores is a professional hitter. He can hit the ball. They need him in there more. Then again, he platoons with Lamont Wade, who's also been good. Like first base, while not sparkly, has not been a problem. And he's right. What other position would you even consider making a change? You got like shortstop, maybe?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's
Ahmed's got a 569 OPS.
Yeah, Ahmed, he's not a very good hitter. He never has been. He's a good glove. He's good enough over there. Sometimes he trips on the dirt, but other than that, he's a very good and capable shortstop. But if you do decide that Luciano is ready to rock, that's a spot. He's not making a lot of money. You could make that move.
Right.
You could put Ramos out there for Slater. Conforto's the left fielder. Jung Hoo Lee's the center fielder. Chapman, Estrada, Bailey. Those are your everyday players, and that's done. You're not moving those guys.
Right. And Estrada's been hitting better of late. Chapman's sitting at 209 with 4 home runs. It hasn't felt like he's homered in a long time.
But he's your $18 million third baseman.
Exactly.
He's Matt Chapman.
And that's the way that's going to go. So Casey Schmidt is blocked. Luciano's blocked unless he can go out and play a different position. And the big question is right field. Would you want to have Yaz be a guy who's just a pinch hitter and you give, Elliot Ramos or whoever every day at bats out there? Does that make you better? I don't think it necessarily does in the short term because defensively, those guys can play good right field. And you don't know about putting a Rook out there, especially at third and king, which is a little bit of a tricky spot.
They did not like Matos' defense.
Right.
They did not. Ramos has not really gotten any sort of an everyday chance whatsoever. But I can tell you that about a year and a half ago, it at minimum felt like the organization was just kind of out on Ramos. So he's going to have to sort of play his way up here double time. And his OPS is bouncing around 1,000 right now at AAA, but that's a different hitting environment than Major League Baseball. So I don't know. It does not sound like they're close to many changes. The changes they'd like to see are simply the at-bats that the current guys are giving them. Have got to be better. Bomel said it.
Yeah.
Right? Clean it up. There's your new Giants marketing phrase.
That's right. Giants baseball, clean it up.
It's not nothing like it. Giants baseball. Clean it up. Right? There you go. Clean it up.
And Farhan does go on in this piece to defend Austin Slater, talking about his inconsistent playing time, and he didn't really get much time in camp, and he's in this platoon role where he's been really successful the last couple of years. So for everyone, including myself, who wants to pull the plug on the Austin Slater experiment, it sounds like Farhan Zaidi he's wanting to see more in terms of at-bats from Slates before he makes any move.
This quote is funny. He's taking some swings where I've just been genuinely surprised that he's swung and missed because he looks really on time. And those are pitches he usually hits. What do you got, Grady?
Yeah, really quick, guys, before we go to break. A little bit of news from the NBA. T-Wolves center Rudy Gobert has won the Defensive Player of the Year award, his 4th DPOY, tied for the league record.
Rudy Gobert.
There you go.
DPOY in absentia.
Also, Father of the Year.
There you go. Yeah. There you go. I wonder if he, right? I wonder if he already played a little one-on-one. Did the baby come yesterday? I think did the baby come yesterday? That's why he missed.
I don't know. That's why he missed the game. I don't know if it was delivered or not.
By the way, Gilbert Arenas, stop. I hate it. Every time a guy misses a game for the birth of a baby, there's some athlete there to rip them and say, baby,
right.
You can get to the baby next week. Get out of here. Stop it.
And I will update you on where Draymond Green finished in the DPOY voting.
That's fun. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. And it's Willard and Dibbs.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath,
opens up an entirely different can of worms.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Quick aside, Dibs.
Brought to you by
the National Hockey League.
Okay.
We are in the throes of the NHL Draft Lottery.
I'm nervous.
We are down to 3.
I'm a Sharks fan.
Rick Celebrini's son is going to be the guy, yep?
Yeah, I think so, according to my mock.
Okay. And
my latest hockey mock.
I like the pick.
I like the player.
I like the player.
It's so good.
We're down to 3. It's Anaheim, Chicago, and San Jose. With and I don't know, is this like the percentages the same as the NBA with the way they do the whole rigmarole?
I'll look it up.
But anyway,
at tankathon.com.
Yeah. So the Sharks have the best shot at the first overall pick, but they don't have it yet. And Dibs, we've gone to commercial.
Oh, man.
We're down to 3.
Such a tease.
Anaheim, Chicago, and do you know the way to San Jose?
Yeah.
18.5% chance. So they do have the greatest chance. Chicago with 13.5 would be your second choice.
And Anaheim?
Was 11.5.
Okay, but those percentages are all higher now because they are the only 3 left.
Right. Okay.
Okay. So now.
So 3 for 3 spots.
Spin that out over 100%, and it feels like San Jose's probably got at least a 40, 45.
Something like that.
Something like that.
Sharks coming off a 19-54-9 campain.
They did their part.
Doesn't sound like it's very good. Wow.
All right. So you can hit the thing or whatever if they get the first pick.
Wait, you're going to move on?
Well,
we're not just going to talk hockey till this happens?
This is a commercial break.
What do you got on the Sharks?
They got skates.
Mm-hmm.
I know that Patrick Marleau was part of last night.
Congrats.
Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame.
Bash off.
Okay. And, yeah.
Tomas Hertl's still playing.
I'm sorry?
No, he's not.
Sorry.
Sharks.
Joe Pavelski's still playing. Still skating. Stars moved on.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
What else do you want to say, Lucas?
Pete DeBoer, Game 7 GOAT.
How long is this going to go before we get to
former Sharks head coach? In case you didn't know, I think he's
like
8-0 in Game 7s.
Okay,
just beat the Knights.
Okay.
Big win for Pete DeBoer and our Sharks.
God, the Golden Knights. Have you ever been to Vegas when there's a Golden Knights game?
Actually, I have,
dude.
Very, very fun.
It hits like they are excited.
We were up in a suite a couple of years ago. We were on our March Madness trip, and the great Matt Villano, travel writer extraordinaire, as you well know. I'm sure you've seen his bylines.
All the time.
He hooked us up with a suite. There's about 12 to 14 of us up there in the second level getting after it, watching pucks fly.
Oh, you've actually been to a game.
Oh, for sure.
I'm talking about
in the bag.
Yeah, I'm talking about just being outside.
Well, outside
the arena.
Outside's pretty fun as well.
It's pretty great.
T-Mobile.
Well, it's Las Vegas.
It's
out
the
there.
Strip.
Yeah.
But it's that whole courtyard they have out there, and courtyard doesn't do it justice because it's Vegas. And you go in there, and the Golden Knights, those fans, they love that team, Mark. Vegas born.
Macklin Celebrini.
He's your son's age.
Based on my eyes, appears to be 12 years old.
I like the player.
The number 3 pick in the National Hockey League draft will go to the Anaheim Ducks of mighty Anaheim.
I almost got in a fight at a Ducks game.
So there's There's Pat Verbeek looking absolutely furious with life. And we're down to Kyle Davidson of the Blackhawks and Mike Greer of the Sharks, the representatives on hand.
Here it is.
And the number 1 pick will go to...
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
Yeah! Come on! Celebrini won't just mean that a Warriors hurt in this town anymore. It now means that the San Jose Sharks are going to be home to the number 1 pick in the National Hockey League draft.
With the first pick, the Sharks select Rick
else.
Celebrini's son. He is going to be 18 in June. Exactly. The pick is in, and I like the player.
The pick. I really do. I like the pick. Good.
And honestly,
good for the Sharks.
For the sake of Dr. Rick Celebrini working for the Warriors, and I mean, to be able to go down and see your son down the street.
I wonder if he paid somebody.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
Frozen envelope.
Yeah, like a little, you know what I mean? Chicago, it's cold there. I know they're hockey players, but come on. Let's keep it local. So there it is. Sharks have won the draft lottery.
Okay. It's the beginning of the turnaround. It's been a long time.
And it's going to be a long time.
Yeah. All right.
Before we do that again.
Hockey talk with Willard and Dibs. Kind of.
What on earth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was good.
Go Sharks. Sweet. All right. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app. Make sure you replay that segment, in fact, wherever you find your favorite podcasts. And while you're there, make sure to check out how both the Morning Roast and Steiny and Goo reacted to the Giants losing how many games in Philadelphia?
4.
4. All 4 games in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And now the Giants are on to Colorado, and we have not gotten an answer to what I asked earlier in the show. If the Giants do not score 12 runs in this series, I will fill in blank.
Okay.
I'm just saying. I'm putting it up like, and you may go, why are you doing this? Because I'm trying to put a little freaking energy into this whole shebang. Can we attach to these games and do something? Like, can we demand some runs? You're going against a horrible team in a mile above ground. The ball's going to fly like crazy. They're throwing Daniel Hudson out there tonight.
Huddy.
He's 0-5 with an ERA of 6. Who does he think he is? Blake Snell?
Nice.
So let's go. Let's go.
Rockies team ERA 5.65, which is dead last in Major League Baseball.
Which is why I'm not asking a lot. I'm asking for 12 runs in 3 days.
A team that gives up 5.5 earned a game against an offense that scores about 2.7 of late per game. Something's got to give, Mark. This should be a get-right series for a bunch of these Giant hitters.
Should be.
Especially on the heels of Farhan talking to Susan Slusser of the Chronicle and saying that it's been hugely disappointing. If that doesn't reverberate throughout the clubhouse in Denver, I don't know what will, Mark.
I
just had to get one in there.
I wish everyone could see your facial expression when you said that.
Hugely disappointing.
The eyebrow raise is really next level. It really is.
Trying to serve multiple audiences here.
It's been hugely disappointing. Boy, I don't know. Has anyone else been saying that?
You have. Oh, yeah. And the fact that he is speaking now, I think, speaks to how huge the disappointment is internally. Because he knows his seat's not hot. Tim Kirkshin said it yesterday. There is no hot seat. And he's in a spot where he did what many fans have longed for him to do. Even people like myself who said Farhan has not been able to sign a long-term guy to a 9-figure deal. Jung-Hoo Lee, you did that. You brought in a couple of the biggest free agents in Chapman and Snell. And you even surprised us with Soler. We all came into the year with so much excitement, and it's just been one big dud so far through 36.
You want to hear more Fresh Farhan?
More Farhan?
Well, let's
talk. Long article.
Let's talk about Pat Burrell, the hitting coach.
Oh boy,
the hitting coach. We all love Pat the Bat, right?
The machine.
Allegedly.
Okay.
Just kidding. He's the machine. Quote, I'm very happy with our hitting coaches. Again, it comes back to these areas of effort and preparation, and they have a really good rapport with our players when they are struggling. How would you know anything else? They understand there's a mechanical element and there's a psychological component when you're struggling. And I think they're really thoughtful in how they're trying to support our guys. And I think our players have a lot of confidence in them. More Fresh Farhan on Pat Burrell.
Okay.
Quote, I didn't think he would appreciate how hard hitting is as much as he does. But Pat's got incredible empathy for hitters who are struggling. That was a really weird quote. I get it. I understand it. It's not wrong, but that's an odd thing. I didn't think Pat would appreciate
how hard hitting is as much as he does. But Pat's got incredible empathy for hitters who are struggling. What are we getting at there?
Austin, it's Pat. I know you're struggling, and bring it in. Bring it in for the big hug. Come on, Austin. Bring it in for the big hug one time.
Are you wearing your machine hat while we do this?
Who knows?
I mean,
the team's hitting 236.
Which, by the way, is kind of just middle of the pack.
It's ahead of 11 teams.
Yeah.
And I mentioned in my lower the mound comp to 1968, one of the reasons why they lowered the mound then was because 8 teams were hitting 230 or lower. And you look at this year, and you've got 9 teams hitting below 230.
Yeah.
So the comparison to 1968, at least on that front, is appropriate.
It's almost reached a spot where it feels like if a pitcher is getting hit, certain pitchers, they're not all great, but the great ones, if they're getting hit, it's just because their stuff's not working that day. If Camilo Duvall blows a save, it's because the stuff wasn't working that day. If his stuff is working, you have no shot.
Right.
None. You cannot do it. 102 miles an hour. What the hell are we talking about? And then you throw a dirty slider at 93? Right. Stop that.
It's impossible.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. It is time for Cleared to Play. Let's take you inside the tent. Get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Hey, Doc, what's good?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing okay, except for we're super mad at the Giants.
Seems par for the course this season.
Yeah. Do you have any idea, Doc, when they will recover from being bad?
That's a tough question, and Dibley might have to be their catcher. I mean, they're kind of going pretty slim at the catcher position.
Let's talk about those guys. Patrick Bailey concussion. What are we looking at here? It's a 7-day list in baseball, but obviously there's a lot of variance with concussions.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think this is Bailey. I think is his second concussion as well too. So anytime a player, particularly at the catching position, where the hand-eye coordination, the ability to kind of catch, react quickly, it's kind of critical. So for a second concussion, you may have an individual who kind of clears through the protocol, just like we know in NFL players, but gets to the final step. And yes, you can exercise, you can bat, you can do all those things, but is your ability to catch, 90, 95 mile an hour balls? Are you able to call a game? Are you able to kind of have those subtle kind of motor movements that may come back quicker for a football player? It could be a little bit longer. So, years ago, it was this 15-day protocol for concussions, and a lot of MLB players were not reporting it. They dropped it down to 7 to increase the number of concussions that are reported. But for a player who's had a second concussion, this could be a little bit longer, particularly at that position. It might be a little bit easier for an outfielder or, say, a shortstop to come back. But for a catcher, you definitely need to make sure everything is okay and you're fully recovered before coming back.
And we all remember Mike Matheny, Giants catcher, whose career was cut short because of repeat concussion. So our thoughts are certainly with Patrick Bailey. Tom Murphy with the knee sprain. That was a weird one, kind of a self-inflicted injury, but between a grade 1 and a grade 2, what did you see with the Murphy knee issue?
Yeah, I think that I think they reported that he felt, quote unquote, a pop. And typically the two things when you feel a pop you're worried about, number one, is it a meniscus? Or number two, is it an MCL injury? And typically when you're thinking of 4 to 6 weeks out, they're saying it's a quote-unquote knee sprain. You're thinking it's probably a grade 1 or 2 MCL, which for a baseball player can be problematic at the catching position because you are squatting, going up and down. You are rotating. So even though it seems like for a catcher that shouldn't be a big deal because they're not running, there's a lot of strain on an MCL, particularly when you're squatting and coming back up. So 4 to 6 weeks for a grade 1 to 2 for a catcher does seem to be something that's appropriate. The real question is, and it's hard for catchers as well too, is that how are you going to be able to respond when contact's coming towards you, particularly on that leg? So a lot of confidence really goes into play in terms of when these players will come back, particularly with that constant force on that knee. You just can't be part of the game where you forget about it. You're constantly feeling that. So it can take a little bit longer for these to recover.
Doc, let's hear about Jorge Soler as well, who, by the way, is again not in the lineup tonight. And all they have mentioned is it's a shoulder issue.
Yeah, when they're a little bit vague, that typically means it's probably a little bit of kind of inflammation in the rotator cuff, maybe a little bit of soreness kind of just in the muscles around the shoulder. There doesn't seem to be any reports of an MRI. They don't seem to be concerned. It seems to be more day-to-day. So I think this is probably just a little bit of soreness. It's hard to be impactful hitting if you have some soreness in the shoulder, particularly at the DH position where you are putting a lot more power on the ball. So I think it's something that we'll just monitor. It doesn't seem like anything serious. They haven't made the decision to put him on the IL. And for a lot of baseball players, people are very quick to get MRIs, particularly on the shoulder. So the fact you don't hear a report of one, and it doesn't seem to be a longer, prolonged absence, I think hopefully we'll see him back in a couple days.
To the NBA we go, where the Nuggets are in a little bit of trouble against Minnesota, and Jamal Murray, his arm's okay based on him being able to throw his heating pad onto the court, but what do you make of the hamstring injury?
It clearly seems to be impacting him a little bit. I mean, I think in general, when you look at kind of hamstring and calf injuries in NBA players, it can take 20 to 25 days to start feeling normal. And remember, Murray also had that ACL injury in the past as well, too. So anytime you're feeling a little bit issue in the soft tissues there, it does raise a little bit of concern. Is there some degree of mental compensation, worrying about that ACL? Is it kind of affecting your way you're running or jumping? But he clearly doesn't look the same, and it definitely is. It's coming up in his play, and hopefully he's able to turn it around. But the Timberwolves look really good right now, regardless of how his hamstring is going to be feeling.
Doc, while we're on the NBA, I want to throw a little bit of a curveball at you. When he was 19 years old, he was a rookie. He played in 79 games. He has never played in 65 games again in an NBA season. His name is Brandon Ingram. Yep. Should the Warriors be interested, or is that health history a concern?
That health history is definitely a concern. I think that whenever you see a change in what players are playing, so if they've had like a great run and then you see that drop off, you do worry about, is this a soft tissue issue with him? Is there something mechanically that's going on? It's particularly when there's not like a true defined, like, oh, he tore his ACL, he tore his Achilles. So definitely a point of concern. It would be less concerning if, look, he was like a 50 to 60 game player and he was consistently there. But when you see that drop off after a rookie season, absolutely, you get concerned about his longevity, particularly with an older team where you'll need someone to be eating up minutes next season.
All right, Doc. I know that there is a live batting practice session today for Blake Snell. There was a bullpen session over the weekend. We can only assume that you will be live on the scene for the BP session and live tweeting the event. Is that correct?
Yeah, with no Warriors basketball, I got to find something to live tweet about. So yeah, Blake Snell jersey in the cart. Yeah.
Let's go.
Eligible to come off the injured list tomorrow, Doc.
Absolutely. I think he'll be all right. We'll see him out there.
There could be emergency Pandia. Stand by. Stay close to your phone. Thank you very much, sir.
No problem. Take care, guys. Yep.
All right, there he goes. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. Yes, Blake Snell is eligible tomorrow.
Okay. And I don't know when they would just get him into the rotation, because where are we now? Is it Hicks tonight?
Harrison tonight.
Oh, it's Harrison. So
Kyle Harrison tonight.
I guess he could just pop back in for the game on Thursday, I suppose. Just slot him in there, or do you wait until he...
Well, the Mason Black game is the in theory is the hole in the rotation that was created by Blake Snell,
and that would be the Friday game then, I think, back home, because he pitched yesterday.
Correct. Yeah. Is that right?
It'd be Saturday.
No, it'd be Saturday.
Yeah.
So maybe.
Okay.
Maybe this weekend. I don't know if he needs to ramp up.
Right.
He might need to ramp up.
Yeah, you're probably right. He's been out for 3 or 4 weeks, so he probably needs a rehab start.
Yeah, but he didn't remember now. He's the guy that didn't want to do that with the late signing in spring.
Right.
Jordan Montgomery with the D-backs went on the assignment. Blake Snell said, we're going to do this with the big club. Let me go out there and give up 12 runs in a couple innings in a real game first, and then we can get hurt and assess.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, well.
If you're a San Jose Giant, you're hoping he comes down there for a start, because that means an extra good spread and maybe gifts for the fellas. That's what the major leaguers do at times.
That'd be great. Yeah.
Go down there and, like, spread some iPads around.
Yeah, they're like, there's a rich guy here.
Yeah, exactly.
That's fun.
We're having a nice dinner tonight. No pizza.
Giants lineup. You want to hear it?
Sure.
No Soler.
Okay.
No Soler, as mentioned. Kyle Harrison will pitch. The 9, Jung-Hoo Lee will lead off and play in center field. Tyro Estrada will bat second and play second. Lamont Wade Jr. will bat third and play first. Michael Conforto is in left, batting fourth. Batting fifth, the designated hitter, Wilmer Flores.
Okay.
Yaz bats sixth in right. Matt Chapman, Chappie, is over there at third base, batting 7th. Blake Sable is in the squat and is going to bat 8th. Nick Ahmed, that's 9th. Plays shortstop.
There you go.
There's your lineup tonight.
Chapman down to 7th. And, at the bottom of that order is a little tough. Hopefully Blake Sable can, get the bat going. I know he's had trouble throwing since he's been with the big club. But I like your idea about getting some runs tonight, Mark. I like your chances of getting 12 runs.
Yeah. Well, they don't have to get them all tonight.
Right.
They don't have to get them all tonight. I really do want to hang something on this, and we've had a few ideas, but nobody has really inspired us yet. I really do. I want to ramp this up. If they're not exciting, then we'll be exciting, damn it. Either the Giants score 12 runs in this series, or I will blank. What is it? What do we want to write in there? Let's do something for the people. Let's have some fun. I want you to be sitting there tonight, watch the game on TV when you get home from work, and be thinking either the Giants are going to win or I, the fan, am going to win. At least by getting a smile out of it.
Egg on face again? We're doing this again?
I will do the whole show with an egg on my face.
We can do that.
There's no way you're willing to do that.
I'm totally willing to do that.
With an actual egg on your face for the whole show.
Is Dibs willing to stick in there with the smell for 4 hours?
What does that mean, a raw egg? It would drip down and be gone. You got to cook the egg.
And what, just put it on your hair?
Yeah, just put it on. No, I got a growing forehead over here.
Yeah, you do.
It's getting
Not
bigger.
quite a 5 head.
No.
It's 4 and change.
4 and a hook.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. You just smack it right up against that forehead.
Over easy, obviously.
Yeah, well, right.
Yolk down. Yolk side down. That'll stick.
I'm not trying to make a mess in the studio. I'll make the egg however you want.
Wear a poncho.
I don't care about me. I care about the equipment. I'm not trying to be Steiny and mess everything up in here by knocking stuff all over the place.
He hasn't spilled in a couple of months now. It's been a good run.
You want to know why he hasn't spilled? Because he doesn't touch his own dishes. You and I are the ones cleaning them up every afternoon.
Yeah, this guy is such a D.
Well, you're damn right. I ain't your mom, Steiny, but I have been your daddy before. Anyway, you want to do that? You want me to do, what is this? Is it Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday?
Yep.
I do that. Here's the problem. I ain't coming in on Friday.
Yeah, that's right.
I ain't coming in on Friday. But if you no, that's
at least you said it up front. Because if the Giants score 8 runs and you don't show up,
Friday is a day.
Yeah.
We'll tell you about that later.
Enjoy it.
But
you're here Thursday, right?
Yeah, but they're not playing yet.
Day game.
Is it?
Day game.
What time?
Getaway day.
What time?
12 o'clock first pitch.
Perfect. There it is.
All right.
You want me to do Thursday's show? Obviously, it probably will take until, it won't be the full 4 hours because the game won't end until about an hour in. You want me to do Thursday with actual egg on my face? You got it.
All right.
No problem.
Let's do it.
All right. I wanted it to be stupid, and that is. So that's good.
Okay.
What was the first time we had this bet? Do you remember?
It was if somebody... Was it somebody got traded or?
No, it was if Belichick.
Bill Belichick, yep.
If Belichick came to the Niners. That was stupid.
I feel like this is way more realistic.
Yeah, well, you got to ramp it up. You dip your toe in the water and then, you know what I mean?
Especially cold weather tonight in Denver. This could be a pitcher's duel.
Good Lord, if they lose 1-0, boy, that changes things, doesn't it? We're sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Love your phone calls, 888-957-9570. You want to hear more from what Bob Melvin had to say that was probably his foremost quote yet. We'll let you hear that coming up next. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly.
The first overall selection in the 2024 NHL Draft belongs to the San Jose Sharks.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Celebrini, yo. He's staying home.
I love it.
And his first name?
Macklin.
The return of the Macklin?
Yeah. Oh, I
Look
get
at
it
what
now.
Granny's doing.
I get it. Okay.
Word pictures.
I get it.
That was Luke.
That one flew right over my head where the egg is.
We had to walk you into it. It's all good.
Flew right over my head.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sharks have never had the number 1 overall before.
Really?
They've picked number 2 thrice, one of which they took a guy who was just inducted into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame.
Patty Marlowe.
Patrick Marlowe.
Mm-hmm.
That's my Ruzanowski. And Pat Falloon also was, I think he was the first ever selection by the Sharks, and he was taken number 2.
I think you're right. And would we characterize him like
he was a Shark,
but he was a little bit of a disappointment?
Perhaps. He's a fan favorite.
Yeah, like he was good.
Yeah.
He was good, but like when you get drafted there, you're supposed to be great, right?
Yeah.
Celebrini's supposed to be great now.
Oh, he better be.
Not good.
Macklin.
Great.
Born in 2006.
You want to keep that name Mac, you better be great.
He's got time, though. He's going to be 18 in June.
Plenty of time.
Yeah, we'll go ahead. That's and the last one? Thank you.
What?
That's Dan Ruzanowski. That's Guru doing
That's
Dan
Guru
Ruzanowski.
yeah, I know it's Guru.
It's my favorite. Who lost the 2000 presidential election? Exactly. Gar is my favorite. Those are drops that go like 2 buildings back.
Those go back.
Those go back 2 buildings,
That's
not
way,
1 building.
That's way pre-me.
Oh, for sure.
That's way pre-me.
No, that's back to when we were on 3rd Street.
Yeah.
That's pre-Grandy, and that might even be pre-Lucas.
No, that was my beginning. It's definitely pre-Willard being in the Bay Area, though.
Yeah, I mean, those are some old drops.
Pre-2019? Well, I was in the Bay Area in 1975, Lucas.
You better check yourself, whippersnapper.
Don't you ever.
I love the young people.
Don't you ever paint me as a non-lifer. I had to go somewhere else on a trip. I went on a trip. It took 20 years, and I got my damn ass back. Okay? That's how long it takes sometimes.
Went on a trip to enemy territory.
You damn right. You damn right. Thank you.
Oh, boy. Too soon.
I was like Donnie Brasco, man. I was down there. Oh, well, the Lakers and Shaq and Kobe. It's like, good Lord. I'm in here.
You're playing a game?
Well, not playing a game.
And you never played like, I'm a Laker fan.
Oh, no.
Okay.
No. But like you end up, when your work is attached to what they do, you know what I mean? It's like, dude, I got an all-expense trip to New York for a week to cover them in the finals. Like, so like, was I rooting for them to beat the Kings? Yes. Would I ever root for them to beat the Warriors? Hell no. Hell no. My favorite story I like to tell people, and imagine now, me, kid from Foster City, the most diehard Giants fan you could ever meet, and ends up with a job where my office 81 times a year was Dodger Stadium. Ugh.
You had to broadcast from there every...
No, but I had to be there. I had to do the post-game locker room.
Gotcha.
I had to be there. I mean, maybe not 81. I didn't go every weekend. But Monday through Friday, if they were home, I was there. And this is when Jim Tracy was managing the squad.
Oh, my God.
And Jim is a peach of a human being. But my favorite moment, and this is always this is the story I use to describe my time there and how it felt. The Giants were in town. The Dodgers and Giants were racing down the stretch in the NL West. It was tight. I'm sitting in the press box, and for those of you who are not industry people, you can't be peeping up in the press box. You can't be cheering. You can't like Rich Aurelia takes one deep. You can't be like, yeah, Richie. You can't. That's a no from them dog.
Big time.
Especially if it's for the road team. I'm sitting there watching these games. I might as well have been eating my wrist. I was so nervous. These games were so big. The Giants get game 1. I think that pushed them maybe up a game in the standings. This might have been, maybe I'm misremembering. I don't think it was the Brian Johnson year, the home run.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was a year like that though, where it was tight. It's tight. We're down the stretch. Giants get game 1. Game 2 is like Dodgers, they got to win this one or else they're up a creek. And it goes deep. It goes into the 9th inning. And the Dodgers pull it out. And I'm like, God, I'm furious. But I head down to the locker room, clubhouse, and I just happened to be the first reporter in the room for Jim Tracy's post-game manager talk. Yeah, and there was no, there was no podium and backdrop and all that. It's just Jim at his desk. It's just Jim. And I walked in, and because I was the first one there, Jim looks up at me, and if you're on Twitch and YouTube, I'll give you the look. If not, I'll just describe it. I walk in, and Jim looks at me and gives me the, phew. He gives me the sheepish grin like, whew, we got away with one. Boy, we needed that one when we pulled it out. And I'm looking at this man, and I have the oddest out-of-body experience because I'm like, for that moment, I'm alone in the office of the manager of the LA Dodgers, and I can't stand your uniform. I can't stand your stadium. I hate your hot dogs. I hate your players. I hate everything. Boy, do I hate your predecessor. I hate everything about everything you all are. But I'm in the guy's office, and he's sharing a phew moment with me. I'm like, you don't even know who you're looking at. I wanted to look at him and just be like, with every fiber of my life, I wanted you to lose that baseball game. But, hey, Skip, what'd you think about that at bat in the 8th inning? Well, that was a game changer. I mean, just, what am I doing? What am I doing here?
Had to be 2004. Dodgers win the West with 93 wins. Giants took second with 91.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. And I was there for the few. And I just wanted to. Yeah.
By the way, guys, a little bit of news out of the NBA.
Let's go.
You guys saw, those of you that watched Denver, Minnesota, Game 2 last night.
Sure.
In frustration, Jamal Murray threw both a towel and a heat pad onto the court. He threw the heat pad into live action, in the key where there was a play going on. Big deal. Per Shams Charania, he has the NBA has fined Jamal Murray $100,000.
Oh,
he will not be suspended, but $100,000 fine to Jamal Murray.
I mean,
wow, that's a big number.
Well,
Draymond doesn't get that number.
Draymond gets 90 days behind bars.
Well, okay.
But Draymond's immediately arrested and charged with assault and battery.
You're saying if he does that.
Correct.
I'm saying for the stuff that Draymond has done, they don't fine him $100K.
No, he should be suspended for that. That is the kind of thing that is endangering everybody on the court. He threw a heating pad. That's basically the size of a loaf of bread.
I love when you turn into dad.
This is the kind of thing.
No, but you really should hear yourself. It's fun.
I mean, he threw a heating pad. Somebody could have gotten hurt.
Somebody could have slipped and absolutely damaged the bone.
They could have tore up an ankle or ligament. I don't know what we're doing anymore, and nobody defends the officials more than I do, but how is Michael Malone able to barge onto the court in the middle of live action and all but choke the official Mark Davis with both of his hands, and he doesn't even receive a technical foul?
Well, officials should.
What are we doing?
Officials should be choked. All of them.
Mark, what are we doing? Did you see that? You saw that last night.
I saw all of this stuff last night. Yeah.
I mean, he came out of nowhere, Michael Malone.
I mean, they were clearly, look at their behavior. They were beyond embarrassed.
Dude,
they were beyond.
Act like you've won a championship before.
No doubt.
You're the defending champions, Denver.
Yep.
Do you even remember when you were the preeminent team in the association?
Well,
not 11 months ago. And I get it. Minnesota's taking you apart.
Oh, the dynasty that's in their head is crumbling as we speak.
It's over.
Yeah.
I mean, the way they're acting, they might lose this game in 3.
Huh.
They might just not show. They might lose Game 3 in Minnesota and just go home.
They might get swept.
They are an embarrassment.
No. They really, really, really might get swept. And Minnesota is impressive.
They are.
They are impressive. I mean, it was not that long ago that we sat here on this show and talked about if this Minnesota thing doesn't go right, watch out.
Yeah.
Karl Anthony Towns is going to be available. Well, he won't be available until after the parade because that's the way it looks right now.
Cat's going nowhere.
Long way to go. Long way to go, and Boston might have a thing or two to say about it. But in every championship run, there's some things that either A, you do that are really impressive, and then B, some things sort of like twist your way. And the Kristaps Porzingis thing combined with their play over these last 2 games in Denver, that's the place where you can't win. Rocky, Adrian, you can't win.
Totally.
They did it twice, and on the second one, when Denver is got to have it, they come out and they're up by 30 the whole night. That was the stunning game of the year. It does bring up an interesting conversation, by the way, and Lucas was batting this around earlier. Like the Minnesota Timberwolves, let's spotlight them for a second and then transfer it over to what it may or may not mean for the Golden State Warriors. Forget about Cat being available or not. It's not about that. It's about the making of a champion. How do you go about doing it? You could make a very easy argument, and I have through very often, the number of times in the history of the NBA that you can concoct a championship, like let's just get it all together and win it, at least in somewhat recent years, the 2 examples that work the best are LeBron to the Heat, LeBron and Bosh to the Heat, and Garnett to the Celtics.
And Ray Allen and Paul Pierce,
However, even those had at least one homegrown star. Paul Pierce, Dwayne Wade. Even those. So largely, if you want to win in the NBA, you got to have your people. You got to have some homegrown. You've got to build towards something. You've got to have some continuity that comes together. Look at the Nuggets. Look what Boston, who's going to win this year? It's probably going to be Boston or Minnesota. Those would be the odds on right now, as of the moment. Both of them are very, very homegrown. You're going to throw some pieces in there, but like your cores are homegrown. So how about the idea of the Golden State Warriors essentially giving up about everything that's homegrown that could be a part of their future in an effort to maximize these last 2 years for Steph Curry and Draymond Green?
Well, there's 2 ways to look at it. One is you're giving up your homegrown core, which could be a homegrown core that can win you a championship, or you're giving up your homegrown core who are players who you don't think can be core pieces to an eventual championship. So if that's the way you look at it, if you don't think that Moody and Kuminga and TJD and the Poughkeepsie kid, if you don't think that they can be core members of a championship team, then you're really not giving up core members of a championship team in order to get veterans. You're giving up good players to go all in the Steph Curry window. So there's 2 ways to look at it. And the other piece of it is, okay, so you keep your young guys, and they're not good enough soon enough. And Steph, Klay, and Dre, they leave whenever they leave. Klay might be gone in 2 months, and the other guys are gone whenever. You don't really have a lot of draft capital. You're going to lose your pick this year, and next year your pick will probably be in the teens. If Steph is here and Draymond's here and the kids get a little bit better and you're a 46 win team, maybe you stagger into the playoffs and you're a first-round loser, and now you're picking 15. And then 1 more year of Steph, we're going to try one more time, and then you're picking 16. You're not going to get better anyway unless you get really, really bad. And you're not going to be really, really bad with Steph.
You have a point. I think this is actually maybe more about the picks than it is about the Jonathan Kumingas of the world or the Podolskis.
Right.
Like, I do think it's a little bit more about the picks because,
Podziemski.
Well, we sit here right now and assume, well, Steph is here, so that pick's going to be 16. Right. Or Steph could get hurt and you could get the number 2 overall pick in the draft. It's happened before.
Yeah.
It's literally happened before. And I think that one fair thing to discuss is the idea of even relying on older players you still like. This is a fair conversation now. I still like Steph Curry. I still think Draymond Green affects winning. However, they're also moving into a space in their career where it starts to, the likelihood increases big time that they are not going to be able to play a full season. We sit here and if Draymond hadn't been suspended, well, then what? What would have happened? Would they have won 3 more, 4 more? Would they have been ousted by Minnesota in 4 rather than simply being ousted in 1 by the Sacramento Kings? If he had played all those games, would he have stayed healthy? The guy's got back problems for crying out loud. He had to miss some games down the stretch. The Warriors were largely lucky with their older players and how healthy they were able to stay. Are you going to roll the dice and bet that they're going to do it again next year? Like, I sort of think the Warriors may not have a choice here. I've already been on record. I'd rather lose than trade Steph Curry. So this is about Steph to a certain degree. It doesn't mean he runs the show. But as long as he's here, you sort of only have one choice in terms of how you want to go about it. Then again, you could present a lot of different things the same way. The Warriors have already started the process of acting like keeping the big 3 together means they're trying to win a ring. And that's absurd.
Well, it just led to them winning a ring 23 months ago.
Right. And those 23 months are starting to feel longer and longer ago.
Especially when you look around the Western Conference and you look at these 4 teams that are still playing, and especially what Minnesota's doing to Denver, they're making the Joker look kind of like a joke.
And those teams are getting further and further away.
Right.
Like I'm sorry, Steph, Klay, and Dre are not beating those teams. I don't think that it means that those guys can't be on your team, but there better be some other really effective 20-point per night type people on your team if you want to still have all 3 of those on your team. And I don't know if that's even possible.
I thought you were going to say 20-something-year-old people.
That too.
Because I look at Anthony Edwards with Minnesota, and it's like, my God, he is so young and explosive, and he's unstoppable right now.
He right now looks like the guy.
And
that's the guy.
Just the speed, and Gilgeous-Alexander, the same thing, the speed with which he plays. And you look at the Warriors, and they're older and slower. How are you going to contend with that?
Okay, we're going to play something for you from Brian Geltzeiler. He is with SiriusXM NBA Radio. Steiny's got a crush on him, so that's fun. And he came on with Steiny and Good today and had some really interesting things to say. We'd love to throw it out to you at 888-957-9570. And it is essentially this question. Are you willing to move youth or not? Are you willing to move draft picks or not? So Steph Curry, we know that everybody wants to maximize the remainder of the career, but to what level does it shake your nerves that the Warriors might mortgage their entire future for whatever is left of Steph Curry? And even if they were to win, let's get stupid for a sec. Let's have fantasy party. Let's act like the Warriors and Steph have another ring in them. How much is that worth to you if I told you that it would also bring with it potentially as much as a decade-long struggle post-Steph to be good? Is that a trade you would make?
To get one more bite of the sweet, sweet apple.
One more ring, one more parade, and then a retirement and a decade of indifference.
It's worth it for me.
It is.
Absolutely. Because the counter is, okay, so you don't go all in, and you kind of let the Steph, Klay, and Dre era end the way it looks like it's going to with, you're a 10 seed and you're a 9 seed, you're an 11 seed, you're a 10 seed, and Steph retires and we all cry, and Draymond leaves and goes and acts as a Pistons, and Klay's off to Orlando this summer, and you turn around after three more years of Steph or whatever it is, and Steve leaves and Steph is gone, and you're left with this core. This core is not going to be good enough to win a championship without, really getting lucky in the draft or finding the free agent to come in. And even at that, I don't think that you're going to be able to resurrect this and turn it into a championship team anyway. So give me one more run.
Brian Geltzeiler NBA, Sirius XM NBA radio. Listen to what he says about the idea of parting with youth.
Where are you if you go and you trade Kuminga and Podziemski in a deal to bring in Kevin Durant? And Kevin Durant at 36 shows he can't hold up physically anymore. Listen, Durant had a great year. But my point is that older players come with risk. Miami's out of the playoffs right now because Jimmy Butler couldn't even compete in that Boston series because he was all banged up. Okay, Dame Lillard played how many games against Indiana at his age at 34 years old? Right, guys get older and they get hurt. And they can't necessarily play. Younger players seem to stay healthier.
Okay, that's obvious. Let's let him get loose on this a little bit more.
Listen, you have risk as it is. You turn around and pony up some of your young players for vets that you think have star power and can carry you to win in the playoffs. You already have guys that can win in the playoffs. What you need are guys to get you to the playoffs and be in an advantageous situation. And I do think, when you look at Kuminga and Podziemski in particular, I think both of these kids are not, they both can get better next year. They're not going to be the same players next year. They're both hardworking kids. They both improve. Kuminga's got a crap ton of confidence. And I love that about him. I really do. I think in some ways you have to be patient. Do you want to tweak things around the margins a little bit? You want to tell me you can use CP3's contract and a future first to bring in an extra rotation guy, an extra salaried guy that'll help you, maybe a little more size? I wouldn't argue with that. You want to tell me use CP3's contract to bring in a guy like Clint Capella and give you a little bit of a different dimension inside with a veteran player? No argument. Right. But it cannot cost you, any of your four young guys right now, including Moses Moody.
I mean, the guys have such a crush on him. Do you hear the noises they're making as he's talking? Yeah, man, it's like they dove into a perfect short rib with mashed potatoes or something.
Sounds like me when I get that one slice of pizza a week.
I'm going to eat it.
Brian Geltzeiler, man.
Steiny said that's who he would have introduce him to the Hall of Fame.
No, it's a full-blown man crush.
Geltzy.
There's no two ways about it.
Right.
All right, so youth out the door. I do have one caveat to this and a potential solution. I don't think you'll agree with me, but we should bat it around. And we would love to hear from you. Nicholas in Santa Rosa, you be first. 888-957-9570. We are presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Let's head into the 5 o'clock hour and talk this out a little bit about the Dubs' future on Willard and Dibbs.
And before we head into that 5 o'clock hour...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's out. It's out.
It's out?
Yes. The goose is loose. 95.7 The Game, social media channels. The great Whitley Sandretto, who now in the offseason, way too early offseason.
Yeah.
She's cruising around here making content. She's doing the darn thing. And so this week, she got all of us to answer the question, which NBA player could you score a bucket on? Buckets. And so check out all the 95.7 The Game social channels, Twitter, Instagram, for all 6 of our answers, except for one of the 6 of us, Substitute Teacher Day. One Joe became another. That's right. DiVincenzo Spadoni.
Restaurant quality fill-in.
He got to get in there and get a little herd.
Yep.
So he had a good answer, too.
I haven't seen the full video. I feel a little bit put on the spot because Whitley Sandretto, the aforementioned social media expert, she came in here and didn't prep me at all, handed me the microphone, and I was basically put on the spot. And you got a chance to sit here and hear the question and begin to mull over what your answer would be.
That's right.
And when she did it the first time, my response was,
yeah, you sound like Beaker from the Muppets.
It was a struggle for your boy.
And it's a tough question.
It is, because the honest answer for all of us is not a one of them.
Nobody.
Not a soul. So which NBA player could you get a bucket on? No one. Which Major League Baseball pitcher could you hit a home run off of? I won't know one.
Yeah, none.
Which football player could you get a yard on? What?
He said R.A. Dickey. Knuckleball.
Give me a knuckleball.
Chance.
Find a hole.
No, he said, could you hit a home run? That's the other thing. I couldn't hit a home run off of a Little League pitcher.
Right.
I could at a Little League park.
I'm looking for one pitch in one location. Shout out Matt Chapman.
There you go. That's a collision hitter right there. That's Mark Randy. That's Mark Randy.
Man, I've taken BP at 3rd and King and with the metal bat. And I've hit some balls that I thought were pretty good drives.
Bombs. Just like out of the infield.
You want to talk about... I hit a couple too, not even the warning track. Yep. I hit a couple probably about 270.
No, dude, it's out
metal
there.
Bat.
That's out there.
Part of the problem was the batting practice pitcher was... He was throwing me some junk and brushing me back.
Well, you deserved it.
Bill Lasky.
You deserved it.
I was maybe running my mouth a little bit too much. Lasky, first pitch is about, 70 miles an hour. Not that fast, but at the ribs. Gotta hit it.
Of course you gotta hit it.
Hit that S again. I was trying to hit that S.
Anyway, no, you did.
These guys make it look easy.
Well, and speaking of making it look easy, though, back to the content at hand. You did. You were a buffer for me.
Yeah.
You were. And I appreciate that.
And I liked my answer.
Because it's like, what? That question was difficult.
Right.
The NBA player I could score on, it's an easy answer. The one who sags off of me. I can get a jump shot off.
A jump shot?
I could.
It's a set shot at this point.
Well, no, it's not. I mean, my jump shot is not... what do you mean at this point? When I was 18, I barely got off the ground.
Right.
But it's still a jumper. It's a jumper.
There's a jump that's involved.
I don't shoot it like a free throw. My feet leave the floor, not by much, but it's like Scotty Scheffler hitting a golf ball. We leave the ground. We do. We do. We leave the ground. Just a little bit. All right. 888-957-9570. We're talking about the Dubs' future. And Brian Gelsiler got us on this conversation, plus just inspired by the homegrown nature of the new kids in town, the Minnesota Timberwolves, and whether or not the Warriors should be mortgaging any of the future for Steph Curry. I don't think the Warriors have a whole lot of a choice. You kind of have to. You have to do whatever you can to be good right now. If you could do that without getting older, that would be great. So in other words, like the Kevin Durant proposal that I threw out, it may be complete like pie in the sky. but it didn't include Jonathan Kuminga. And so maybe that would be a non-starter for the Suns. But if I'm going to deal Kuminga, well, I better get Brandon Ingram back. And the reason I say that is the only way that I really want to deal my high-level youth is if I get more youth in return. Brandon's only 26. That's young, but it's ready to win young as opposed to 21.
Right.
So that's all I'm saying. I am still pro Kevin Durant, but mortgage everything, all the draft picks and the Kuminga and the Poughkeepsie kid, that feels hot. That feels hot to me.
Poughkeepsie kid.
Especially when, Brian Geltzeiler kind of laid it out where if you don't touch the 4 young guys, then you're looking at making moves around the margins. If you can get anything for the Chris Paul contract, you got to guarantee it. You don't have to fully guarantee it. You can guarantee a portion of it, and then the team would have to take on the totality of the contract. So you'd be looking for a team that wants a 39-year-old point guard who is going to become expiring, and then you have that salary slot on your books that you could then do something with the next year. And then you're talking about trading a draft pick as well. If you can trade Andrew Wiggins and a draft pick and maybe get a player back in that price point, that becomes something that's appetizing, I think, as long as you...
I mean, who is it? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
don't know who
can
would
do
be.
it. Like you said, if you can do it.
And the Utah report from yesterday about how they're going to be looking for 4 or 5 first-round picks for Lauri Markkanen.
That's a no.
And that's when no team is going to do that. And then you have to go out and pay Markkanen. So any player that you're going to get back is going to be flawed in some way. But I'm not a guy who wants Brandon Ingram, and I'm glad that the great Doc Pandia kind of supported my fears about his lack of durability and the injury concerns.
Saying that it's a concern does not mean it's a bad idea. Like, there's a concern with all of these players.
Yeah, but some are more of a concern than others.
If I offered you Klay Thompson for 2 more years, got any concerns?
Yeah, but not so much about injury.
Really?
Yeah, he just played 77 games.
Okay, well, actually, that doesn't even... Right, but if he played 77 games and you hate 10 of them, then he only played 67 games.
Well, that's any player.
Well,
you could look at any player in the association and
I don't know.
Other than a select few and say, yeah, there's some bad games in there.
Right, except for, again, we're looking for a 2. You're looking for a 2. And Klay can't really do that anymore. Certainly not for 77 games. You know what I mean? Like a legit NBA 2 doesn't do 0 for 10. That's not in the repertoire.
Yeah, it was a struggle.
You don't do that. Klay's still a solid player, but he's a 3-4 type guy now, in my opinion. Nicholas in Santa Rosa with Willie and Dibby. Hey, Nicholas, what's up?
Hey, how's it going, guys? How you doing?
Good.
Hey, legit. Hey, I hear everything you guys are saying. Curry is the man. You got to continue building around Curry. We love Klay Thompson. You can't count on Klay Thompson, though. He's wishy-washy. I mean, I think it's time to finally move on from Klay as much as we love Klay. And then I think trading Wiggins is a must. We need to get some more help for Curry while he's still essentially in his prime. He's not in his prime, but he still has those prime years left. And, we got to get some help for him while he's still moving around, making shots. You can't count on Curry every single game. He needs help. We need a KD. Hey, draft Bronny if that's what it takes to bring in LeBron. Let's get it going, man. We need some help. I'm just leaving the A's game right now, but I love my Warriors, and let's get back in the playoffs. I wish I was making plans to make a game to go to a playoff game, So let's get the Warriors back in the playoffs, baby. Let's go.
Nicholas, thanks. Again, it's not about Steph Curry getting help. That's a given. That's what we're talking about. But what does that look like, and who is it? He mentioned 2 names, Kevin Durant and LeBron. I see one of those as a total pipe dream, and the other one's not far off of it. But again, what does that look like? And I think that's kind of what we're getting at today. I think you could convince the majority of the Warrior fan base that Kevin Durant is a great idea. At what cost is my question.
Right.
What are you sending out? Are you mortgaging your entire future for Kevin Durant? Now, you made some interesting points with regard to what these draft picks will largely look like. I think this is fair. This idea of the four young guys, Kuminga, Moody, Podziemski, TJD, are they a core? No. Are any of them core pieces? Maybe.
Well, you hope Kuminga is.
Right. Are any of them good, solid NBA players? I'd argue all four of them. I can already tell you that.
Yeah.
So if you were to give any of them up, the question becomes, what are you really giving up? My answer would be likely not a lot. If you're measuring the Warriors by title contention, you're probably not giving up a whole lot.
Well, even if you measured them individually, and I know not everybody has the same opinion. This is from the great Rich Mitchin, who paid $1.99 on the super chat.
Let's hear it.
In any scenario, we're better without Kuminga.
Well, he hates Kuminga. He's on here every day talking about that.
Well, $1.99, he deserved to have his day in court.
Cash me out
All
one
right.
time.
I think that's why he finally paid. He's like, I've been saying this every day for the last 4 weeks.
If you look at each player individually and you think about the ceiling, Jonathan Kuminga's ceiling is the highest of the four, and he could be a 20-point-a-game guy at his best. I think the Poughkeepsie kid, Podziemski, he could be a solid starter bench player. TJD could be a good, sturdy, reliable big, a guy who can get you, 10 and 8 over the course of a night or course of a career. Moses Moody, I think, is more of an eighth man Swiss Army knife guy. So yeah, are the four of them a core in and of themselves? No. Kuminga could be a number 2 on a very good team. I don't think he'll ever be a 1, quote unquote, but if Kuminga's getting 20 a night as your 2, you could be a very good team.
You could be, but here's what I mean by the statement I'm making, and I'll give it to you after I tell you that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class money market today. Here's what I'm getting at. What I'm getting at is not when I say you're not giving up much. That doesn't mean that Jonathan Kuminga is not a really good player. I guess what I'm saying is if you hold on to everyone, and you're like, all right, Steph, I'm sorry. I know you're Steph, but we're not budging. We are keeping our future. We're keeping our good young players and all of our draft picks. We will not move them for an established veteran star. Okay, fine. When Steph's done, you've guaranteed yourself what? And maybe guarantees too strong of a word.
You're a lottery team.
You've even created the likelihood of what?
You're a lottery team.
All right, then what are we doing?
If in 4 years, Steph retires, Draymond's contract is up, Klay's already been gone, and the rest of it, Wiggins would be up at that point as well, and 4 of your starting 5 are Kuminga, TJD, Pods, and Moody, and you add in whoever else, maybe it's Gee and some of the other younger players, and maybe a pick that you get 2 years from now, you're a 23-win team. You're 23-59 without any additional outside help.
Remember, though, there's all that we don't know, which means that you would have free agent signings each year, and you would be keeping your draft picks, and you would be making those draft picks, and you don't know who those people are going to be.
Well, we're assuming that the draft picks are picks in the teens or maybe lower lottery, and they're fine players. They're rotational guys, and you add them to this mix. I don't think you're going to find a superstar between now and then, and so you never know. And as a free agency destination without Steph, and when Draymond's leaving, I don't know how attractive this is, and that's something that Joe Lacob believes. He believes in Golden State as an ongoing free agency destination. That will have to be played out as well.
I would split the difference. This is what I'm saying. I would not gut the youth for a 35-year-old player. I would give some. I absolutely would give some because I don't believe that right now there's an obvious negligible difference. Like there's an obvious difference with the idea of who they will be post-Steph if they, quote-unquote, mortgage the future or not. I don't think there's an obvious difference right now, which means that is there a risk you're taking? if you send some of the youth out, there is a risk that you're taking. Absolutely. There always is. It's worth the risk. It's worth the risk. The Golden State Warriors, for multiple reasons, and at the top of the list is not winning a ring. But for multiple reasons, they have got to aggressively try to be good next year and the year after. They have to. It's just the rules. It's the way that it works. You can't have Steph Curry and you can't half step. So I'm not calling for gutting, but if opportunity presents itself to get a hopefully younger but productive player who you can count on for 20 plus a night, if that opportunity presents itself and it means that you need to give up some youth,
right?
You have
and
to do
some
it.
Picks, I agree.
You have to do it.
Well, think about it in terms of Steph Curry just alone and in and of himself. If you want Steph Curry to finish his career as a Golden State Warrior, and I would imagine that everyone in the fan base, most people in the fan base, and I would say everyone in the organization wants that to happen. How do you make it so Steph doesn't covet playing for another team at any point? Steph has 2 more years under contract. The thinking would be this year, by mid-year or the end of the year, you're going to give Steph an extension if he wants to continue to play basketball. If you don't go for it in some way, if you bring back, Chris Paul is gone and Klay goes to Orlando and you just come back with Wiggins and, the same cast of characters, and Steph has to do again what he did this year, which is really shoulder the load and exert a lot to be a 10 seed, would he be more or less likely to want to sign an extension and keep doing it here in Golden State?
It's just funny because I know that people get a little bit, annoyed maybe with this idea of star players controlling the organization. It's like, why do we have to let him run the show? Why do you have to automatically placate the star? And it's like, you're not wrong, but think about the other option. I mean, is that really something that you're willing to do? It's not tick Steph off, but it is like what you're basically asking is, are you okay with kind of just lollygagging your way through the remainder of his career? I think that would be just disastrous from an entertainment standpoint.
I think from his standpoint, too.
You can't signal to people that you're like, well,
it's been a good run,
but later will be cool. Nobody wants to hear that, and especially not when Steph Curry is still playing ball.
Does he want to hear that? That's the part that I'm stuck on, because if next year goes like this year and, they're just not good enough to be a playoff team and it didn't feel like the organization did all it could to get better, then he reaches the end of next year and he's on the final year of his deal. And maybe it becomes a thing like, will Steph sign or won't he sign? And maybe Steph decides, look, I'll be 38. I do want to try and win a title one more time. Maybe I'll go to Oklahoma City, or maybe I'll go to Orlando and join Klay. I don't know. The last thing you want to do is alienate the chef.
The great Rich Mitchin is just spending cash right now. 2 more super chats. One of them, waste Steph's final years or go for a chip. I mean, I almost feel sort of like splitting the difference here. Like there's a piece of me, the whole go for a chip thing, it's like that's going to be the marketing motto. But the underbelly of this is that it's not really about that. It's not going for a chip, it's looking like you're going for a chip. And if that happens, it's fine. But the bottom line is you can look around the league, and the very high likelihood is that there's no way right now for the Warriors to win a ring. That's likely.
Well, you can go for it by being a team that is, at least is in the playoffs.
You have to. That's right.
Dallas is going for a chip right now.
There you go. You have to create the show.
Right.
And the show is we're going for a chip. And then take us on the journey. And if you don't and we're wrong, just like this year. At the beginning of this year, we were all convinced that this was a minimum like
a top 6 seed.
A competitor.
Yeah,
I won't call him a contender, but a competitor. They ended up not even making the playoffs. But that makes it a compelling year and worth our time. And Steph and Dre and TV characters and all of that. You have to do that again. If you just kind of, Klay, okay, couple years. Okay, that's it. Now let's play again. You don't look like you're trying. So there's two pieces here. You have to try. You also have to look like you're trying.
Right. And looking like you're trying is all you're really asking for. And look at the Indiana Pacers right now. They were a 6 seed, and they won a series against Milwaukee. So
still playing.
They're going for a chip. Now, I don't think they're going to get by New York. And if they do, I don't think they get by Boston. And if they somehow do, I don't think they're as good as OKC, Minnesota, or Denver. But they're going for a chip. And you can say the same thing about the Dallas Mavericks, who the Thunder are probably better than they are, but they might be able to beat the Thunder.
We'll see.
And then Minnesota and Denver, they'll be underdogs if they face them. Dallas will not be favored in any series the rest of the way, but they're, quote, going for a chip. They were a 5 seed. And this is one thing Brian Geltzeiler said with Steiny and Goo earlier that I thought was really interesting. He said, don't get it wrong. The regular season does matter. Because everyone always says, the regular season, it doesn't matter in the NBA. And his argument was, it actually matters a lot more than people think because it sets you up to be able to go on and do something in the postseason. So for the Warriors, the regular season actually really mattered because you squandered so many games that you wound up as a 10 seed. So it turned out the regular season really does matter for a lot of teams.
Oh, it does. No doubt.
More than we think.
That Dallas OKC series starts here in about an hour and a half. I'm in on that one. Sign me up. I'm interested to see how that one goes.
Yeah.
That one's fascinating. The 1 seed, but young and plucky.
Sure.
She's not listening. It's okay.
Okay.
Love you, Christy. And then Dallas, who's a lot of people's dark horse pick and has maybe the best player in the league, or certainly someone who's on a very short list.
Oh, God.
I mean, what?
He's
he is
so hard to watch.
I know you don't like him, but
it's not about like or dislike. I watch when he plays, and there are things he does, and I go, that guy is incredible. And then the way he just cries pouts and flops and sulks.
Yep.
He's a tough one to like.
Yep, but he's a great player.
Phenomenal.
Literally a great player.
I mean, between he and Jokic, it's like couple of the best slow-mo players in history.
Well, Jokic is just,
Well, Luka's the exact same. Dribble, I'm going to shoulder you, I'm going to fall away and lazily flick it from 28. Good!
Jokic is like if Grimace played basketball.
Oh, shout out McDonald's.
There you go. More great Rich Mitchin. JK hasn't been playing as long as other NBA 21-year-olds. That's true to a certain degree.
What does that mean? Apropos of what? So therefore, he should be given more time, or
I think that's what he's kind of saying. Is it remains very sort of unproven and undecided where that career is going, and I think that's fair. J.K. had tremendous bounce this year. He really took a big step forward. I'm a big fan. I really like the kid, but to sit here today and think that we know where that's all going to end up. What does the completed JK product look like? Oof, that's hard. I don't know. And there have been those who have said, and even on this show, there have been those who have said, JK's really good, but he doesn't really fit. And that is the interesting one for me. If I could corner Dunleavy, Kerr, and even bring Bob Myers back and ask some behind-the-scenes questions. Does JK's talent fit what you do here in this offense that surrounds Steph Curry? Does it fit? I'd love to know that answer because it does feel sometimes like the Warriors are like, let's do our thing, and then it's like, ooh, the first 10 seconds of the shot clock didn't work. All right, now let's transition into JK time. Here's the ball. Now go do something.
Yeah.
And he'll do it or he won't. And obviously he's wonderful in transition. He's wonderful with a lob. But is it within the flow? I'd argue until he's consistent with a three-pointer, it's not.
No, 32% this year. His lowest mark in his 3 years. And he shot it a little bit more than he normally does. But that, to me, is the biggest area of his game that he needs to improve in order to become him, as you like to say. Because right now, he is exactly what you described him to be. He's the, we need a bucket guy late in the shot clock. In transition, he's unbelievably unstoppable, lob threat, offensive rebounding, putback guy, but in the flow of a half-court offense and spotting up for threes, It's not his strength right now.
Yeah. Let's do Eddie in the city. Hi, Eddie. You're on with Willard and Dibs.
Hey, guys. I listen to your show all the time.
Thank
Watch
you.
you on YouTube.
Thank you.
You're not gonna like what I have to say.
Oh, then stop. I'm gonna stop thanking you. No, go ahead.
But
go ahead.
Stop thanking me. So the Warriors' future depends heavily on Mike Dunleavy. I was impressed on his drafting, but he's a little bit suspect because he didn't do anything at the draft. At the trade deadline. Gafford was gettable. P.J. Washington was gettable. And the Warriors needed a shakeup, and they didn't do it. But I think they were also set up for failure. I just want to say also that I appreciate the dynasty, and I understand just how much of luck that it was, because I believe, and you're not going to like this, the part you're not going to like, Bob Myers set this team up for failure. Years and years after Kevin Looney being drafted, he blew the draft, and it culminated in the 2020 draft. You could have, I saw a report where they could have traded up for Edwards. You could have traded the number 2 pick for Sabonis or Miles Turner. You could have traded down for Halliburton. What you couldn't do is draft a super raw project at center in the championship window. 2021, you could have got a 3-and-D wing 6'10" Franz Wagner, and you could have got the kid in New Orleans, Trey Murphy, the third, 2 6'10" 3-and-D wings. I like Kuminga. He's not better than those two guys I mentioned. I think the dynasty is over, and I don't think that anything that they do, the basketball guys have spoken. You can't make that many mistakes and come out smelling like roses. But it was enjoyable while it lasted.
Yeah, Eddie, I don't think that your call is going to anger us the way you thought it would. However, while you have some good points in there, I think that we do throw this stuff around a little bit too much. There were at least a few of those that when he said them, I'm like, no, that's not accurate.
Right.
They could not have traded up for number 1 to get Anthony Edwards. No. They like Ant. That was a hard no. That was I don't know where you got that. That's not my intel. That was never there for the Warriors. Can you criticize the fact that they did hold the pick and go with Wiseman? Obviously, you can. Bob Myers, if you just want to spotlight the draft, a little bit of a mixed bag, and always there's more to it than that. I could easily fire back about Bob Myers, and you say, he set them up for a lack of success. Well, I could also argue, do they have all the rings without him? Is Draymond just completely off the rails and sideways without him? He was a very, very nice, psychological glue piece for this organization on a number of fronts. He held a lot of stuff together. Bob was the guy that everybody went to when it was like, I need this, or I need that, or I need an ear, or I need something. He held it all together. He ran around in circles, putting fires out and helping everybody. It's why he got worn out before he got gray hair.
Right.
So I don't know. The whole thing is a mixed bag. Did they have some misses in the draft? No question. I never get too hot and bothered when teams do, because I feel like they all do. Mike Dunleavy, the other thing he said, I don't know, what did you think about this? He didn't do anything at the deadline. Then he threw out a couple of totally uninspiring names that he, quote, could have gotten. I'm like, could he have? And for who? What are we giving up?
Yeah.
What's the framework of that? And if they had done those deals, that leads to what? We got to the 9 seed instead of the 10? I'm not coming down Dunleavy's road for this year. He had a great draft, and I don't think much was on the table for them at the deadline.
Well, the Gafford trade was one he highlighted, and he went from Washington to Dallas for Rashawn Holmes and the first-round pick from Dallas in the 2024 draft, which the Warriors don't own. So if they were to part with a player, I guess it would have been somebody like Kevon Looney, somebody of that ilk, and their 2025 first-round pick. Now you bring in Daniel Gafford, and does that help you get from the 10 seed to the 6 seed? I don't think so. And then it would be another year where your first-round pick is gone because this year's pick is conferred to Utah unless you somehow win in the lottery and you land 1 through 4.
Yep.
So how much good money are we going to shovel after bad in a year that I don't think that you were a Gafford away from suddenly being a real force in the Western Conference?
I don't know exactly how to put names on this. My hope for the offseason is that the Warriors clearly look and feel like they're going to be better. Maybe they won't be. I thought the Giants looked like they were clearly going to be better. Maybe they still will be.
Right.
So far, they're not. So we can be wrong on these things, but I want the Warriors to feel and look like they're going to be better. I am absolutely open to certain younger assets being moved, provided that the team as a whole doesn't become even more 35-year-old reliant. That doesn't mean that Kevin Durant is off the table. I just don't want the whole team to look like that. I don't want the entire team to be Draymond, Kevin, Steph, 2 second-year players, or maybe not. Maybe they're gone too. I don't want those 3 and all the mins to come show up. No, that's too much. But if there's a way to split the difference, make some moves, clearly look and feel like you are going to be improved, and go for whatever it is that therefore is out there for you. I think that's all you can hope for right now.
You're pretty hamstrung otherwise. Yeah. You're handcuffed. And, the big possible moving pieces are the Chris Paul contract, which I would say there's maybe a 5 to 10% chance that you can do something with that. You'd have to find the right team to want to take on that contract fully guaranteed at $30 million and give you back an asset for that. And the other piece is the Wiggins move. And if by trading Andrew Wiggins, who's making 26.2 this upcoming year, if you can trade him, can you get back a player, even if you have to throw in Moody, who has a player option final year at about $6 million? If you can get a player back or 2 players back who can help you more than Wiggins and Moody have, then that's a trade I'd be interested in. But really, Mark, what you might be looking at is Chris Paul walks, Klay walks, and then you use that available space to bring in a couple of veteran mid-level types and then run it back with Steph and Wiggins and Draymond and GP2 in a rework deal, the 4 youngsters and a couple of new vets and a Guy Santos here and there, and that's your team.
We're going to keep going on the phones. Just a couple quick things here that I just saw on Twitter that I want to pass along. First of all, for those of you enjoying the New York Knicks run, Mitchell Robinson, the team has announced, has a stress injury to the left ankle and is out at least 6 to 8 weeks. So,
geez, that's NBA Finals. That's going to do it.
Yeah, that's probably going to do it. Because, by the way, it's also at least 6 to 8 weeks. So Mitchell Robinson, and this is less official, but unfolding as we speak, the St. Louis Cardinals, who are one of the worst teams in baseball as well, but they do have one player playing really well. His name is Wilson Contreras, and apparently he is dealing right now on the field with some sort of what appears to be significant injury. Katie Wu reports the initial impact and his reaction after are brutal to watch. So, guys, follow along with that if there's anything that becomes a little bit more official in St. Louis for Wilson Contreras.
I'm reading from Jeremy Karp on Twitter, who says he took a rough shot there on the JD Martinez swing. He's leaving the game. So this might have been one of those swing of the bat, follow through shots to the head. I'll see if I can confirm that.
Yeah, that one's rough. So we'll follow along with that one. Connor in San Diego next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Connor, what's up?
Hey, guys. First time, long time. Wanted to comment on, I think, the Bob Myers comment here. So I think it's unfair to come down his road from the standpoint of you can't have it both ways. You can't win championships and then not have some inevitable downfall of it. And I think also the other thing I wanted to point out too is that we've talked about how the decision-making process when it comes to the draft picks is complicated, especially when you have Joe Lacob, who is obviously very involved. So I don't think it's fair to say that we can't put it all on Bob Myers' doorstep saying that, hey, he failed with James Wiseman, when I believe that it's come out that that's been a big thing where Joe Lacob wanted him, right?
No doubt. Yeah. Well, Joe Lacob, listen, this is just me, I never buy the after-the-fact stories of how the draft all came together. You know, I still sit here today, I don't know about you, Dibs, and thank you, Connor. Like, I still sit here today, I don't know what to think about what Kyle Shanahan was doing with Mac Jones and Trey Lance. I have no idea. I've heard the same story a billion times. Did he want Mac? He changed his mind. Someone else changed his mind.
Right.
Blah, 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 blah. I don't know. I don't know. And I don't spend too much time whether, this was right, that was right. I don't know what to believe. Was Joe Lacob behind the James Wiseman pick, or did Joe just really like James after he got here? Either one of them doesn't necessarily speak all that well for Joe Lacob and
James Wiseman
and his talent evaluation. James Wiseman, gosh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
You don't get to apologize and then blast a guy.
He can't play.
Take back the apology portion of that.
He can't play.
You're not wrong. But
so
you don't have to couch it with, I'm sorry,
no,
but.
I'm sorry.
Brock Purdy.
That's a sorry but is what that is.
He can't play. Like I'm
he can play.
I'm sorry.
But he's not, I don't think he's good enough to play in the association.
Yeah.
Within a year or two, he's going to be getting double-doubles. In New Zealand.
Thank you. Oh, I thought you were going to say it in and out.
No, he's better than that. He can play professional basketball.
I'm gonna eat it.
There's no doubt. He can play pro basketball.
Yeah, he could probably also eat a burger.
I don't think that he can be a double-double guy in the association.
No.
He's going to wind up, I don't even know if he can do it in Europe, in Eurobasket.
So, I mean, if Joe Lacob drafted him or Joe Lacob just really loved him after the fact, what's the difference? It was wrong.
Right.
It was wrong both times, or either one of them.
Yeah.
So, hey, this is kind of crazy.
Talk to me.
You want to hear something else?
Yeah.
So there's a few things going on right now all at once.
I had a piece of insignificant news, but go ahead.
Well, everything's insignificant. We're just saying.
It's all relative.
Yeah, we're all talking sports.
I don't think the NFL schedule is getting released on Thursday as I had hoped.
Oh, buddy.
Looks like next week.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah.
I know you were looking
some
for
delays, yeah.
All right.
I'll be excited whenever it happens.
Wait, you thought it was going to be Thursday?
Yeah.
Okay.
Traditionally, it's been the second Thursday of May the last few years.
What time of day?
Usually in the afternoon, but NFL does a whole thing like, coming up, week 2.
Yeah, well, no, now.
But they haven't even promoted it.
But they've got all the teams that do the social media reveal now of their schedules as well.
Right.
And some of them get really, really creative. Who was the team last year that went out in the public and showed the fans the logos?
Panthers.
It was the Panthers.
So
Thank you. They showed the logos. It was kind of like Jay Leno's jaywalking. It's like you go out to the park, right? And you just find people. Just people are cruising around. And you'd show them the logo of like who the Panthers are going to play week 2. And they'd find these people and they'd be like, all right, what team is this? And you just show them the Charger logo. And they'd be like, is it the Bolty Bolts? And then they're like, week 2, they're playing the Bolty Bolts. And like they did that for all 17
really
weeks.
Funny.
It was tremendous.
That's great.
You're going to have to wait till the 15th now.
Yeah, looks like it.
That's too bad. That's too bad. But anyway, our buddy Pincus wrote an article on the Bleacher Report about an idea for a 4-team trade to convince Pat Riley to trade Jimmy Butler. The Warriors are not one of the 4 teams. I know that's the first thing that all of us would think about.
Right.
But Butler and Hero in a 4-team trade that would involve the Cavs, Sixers, and Wizards. Do you care for me to go through the whole thing?
Sure.
All right, for fun. The Heat would get Donovan Mitchell, Kyle Kuzma, and then 3 trade exceptions. Cavs would get Tyler Hero, the number 15 pick, the Suns' second-round pick in 26, the Clippers' first-round pick in 28, the Heat first-round pick in 2030. Pincus is an absolutely evil human being. I mean, look at all this stuff. And a couple of trade exceptions. Bottom line is the Sixers would get Butler. I don't know if Philly's even open to that. And then the Wizards would get a bunch of, kind of the scraps, including Ty Jerome.
Oh, wow. Reunited with Jordan Poole.
That's one of the reasons I wanted to read it. I'm like, Ty Jerome's in it. Plus, Nikola Jovic is in it.
Oh, that was scary.
Jovic is in the deal. I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, Jovic.
Yeah.
That's a big letter. That V, holy hell. If you extend it a little bit too far.
Right.
However, are you going to convince this guy to trade Jimmy Butler? Butler said, get me out of here. What did Pat Riley say in response?
For him to say that, I thought, is that Jimmy trolling or is that Jimmy serious? If you're not on the court playing against Boston or on the court playing against the New York Knicks, you should keep your mouth shut in your criticism of those teams.
Okay. So the response is the fact that Butler basically said, if I was playing, the Celtics would already go home.
Yes.
However, I'd also add, for me, the reason that sounds so firm is because there have also been conversations behind the scenes about getting Jimmy Butler out of Miami. That rumor is out there, and it seems to be an annual thing with Jimmy Butler. Jimmy's a lot. Jimmy's a lot to handle. He's getting well into James Hardenville of like, I've worn out my welcome in a lot of cities. I will never not love Pat Riley. He is a dying breed. He's the only one left. He's the only one left in the whole NBA.
Well, the dude's an OG.
Of course.
I mean, he played at Kentucky in the mid-'60s, 60 years ago. Pat Riley's got to be
114.
I was going to say he's got to be coming up on 80.
I'll look it up.
I'll do the math, but he is one of one.
79.
Yeah,
just
coming up
79.
on 80.
Just
there you
turned
have
79
it.
a couple of months ago.
There you have it.
Does not look a day over 64, by the way.
Still smooth.
Yep.
But he's always been a straight shooter, but now he's at the point where, you're not afraid to say anything.
He's the last human in the NBA that will look a star in the face and go, shut the bleep up and get out of my office.
Right. And what's Jimmy going to do about it? Because,
well, I mean, not like he's got the ability to cause problems.
Sure.
But what kind of problems? I know that we love Miami out of the play-in, but like they're not really going to compete for a title on an annual basis.
No.
Right now, they're not.
And Jimmy even calling out his head coach, who's one of the best head coaches in basketball, second longest tenured head coach in the association.
Probably most people's answer for best coach in the National Basketball Association.
Yeah, depending on, how well the team does. Right now, his stock a little down because they got knocked out, but everyone wants to look at Popovich as the gold standard. And, man, Michael Malone's stock was soaring until the last couple of nights.
And now Minnesota's coach's stock is...
Finchie.
Finchie is soaring, too.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
He could take a shot, too. Take a hit. Scary. Ruptured patella.
Yeah.
How about the Wolves GM, Tim Connolly? He built Denver, and now he built Minnesota. He built a great team, and now he built maybe the only team that could take him down.
It's a good point, yeah.
It's pretty good.
And it speaks to the homegrown conversation we've had because Karl Anthony Towns drafted, Anthony Edwards drafted, Naz Reid, undrafted free agent find.
Naz Reid doesn't miss.
Right.
He doesn't miss.
Naz Reid was undrafted, and now he's come on to be unbelievable.
We've reached the point where a Naz Reid three-point attempt is one of the more exciting moments in any evening of my 10-year-old's life. He starts cracking up when the ball moves around. He watches NBA for a job. I'm like, I don't know.
Your 10-year-old?
I don't know where he got it. Anyway, ball's moving around the floor. If it ends up in Naz Reid's hands for a three-pointer, before the ball's even left his hand, he'll be like, Dad, here we go. He doesn't miss. And I swear to God, it goes in almost every single time. What was he last night?
4 of 8.
Well, when we were watching, because I sent him to the showers, I'm like, Minnesota's up by 100 points. First half, he hit 3 of his first 4. And I wasn't watching with the one that he missed. I saw him fire 3 times. He didn't hit the rim. And that guy is the most gargantuan human being not named Jokic in the world.
And he's their third tallest guy.
And he's a weird, fascinating player.
Minnesota's a fascinating team in this era of who needs a big man? Nobody. They got Naz Reid at 6'9". They got the Stifle Tower. And then your two guards, Karl Anthony Towns at 6'11". I mean, that team's got size on size. And,
yes, they do.
And the poor Joker, every time down on offense, he gets it and he tries to do his little thing from the mid post. It's like, damn. I thought Gobert was gone.
Hey, this is off topic, but maybe on topic, and definitely relates to the Warriors. But based on what you're saying right now, who was it that called our show yesterday? Might have just been a caller who said, "Look, it's not a big man's game anymore," and that's been a popular thing to say for the better part of a decade. And the Warriors had a lot to do with that. Defensively, they're running Kevin Durant out there as their center in what was called a death lineup. So. Oh, you don't need a big man anymore. And now we just sort of let that roll off the tongue. It's a wingman's game now. It's not about the big man. Okay, talk to me about the teams who are doing well. Is it not a big man's game?
Minnesota's got a handful of bigs.
There's this guy named Jokic.
Pretty big guy.
He won it all last year. You watch, the MVP of the league last year, Joel Embiid. People think that Boston's chances to win it all have cratered now because Kristaps Porzingis is out. I'm not going to tell you that I'm out now on guard play. I get it. Everybody's shooting threes, but I don't know, man. And that does also affect the way the Warriors roster build. In the most simplistic of points that I could ever say, the Golden State Warriors are too short.
Yeah.
And shout out too short.
Thank you.
But they're too short. So maybe it's not a big man's game, but a little bit.
Well, there's room for the big man.
It's a problem if you don't have any.
I'm looking at the DPOY voting that's come out, and I teased it about an hour and a half ago about where Draymond finished. Well, he didn't finish at all because he didn't play the requisite 65 games in order to garner a vote, but
entirely different.
Because you couldn't avoid choking and punching opponents, Draymond. That's why you were unable to be in the DPOY mix. But if you look at the votes, Rudy Gobert won the award, 72 first place votes, big man. Second place, Victor Wembanyama, 19 first place votes, big man. Third place, Bam Adebayo, big man. Fourth place, Anthony Davis, big man.
Very big man.
So your top four are all bigs. They're all guys who can protect the rim. And I know this is just DPOY, but offensively, three of those four are really good. And then there's Rudy Gobert. So there is room for a big man in this league. And you got to have at least one.
Yeah, like more than room for it. It's still a necessity, or has become one again. There was a minute where it wasn't. And that's because there wasn't anybody at that size who was dominating play. And that's now over. Nikola Jokic won the title. Embiid won the MVP. Minnesota, the straw that stirs the drink is Ant. I get that. But also look at what they do. Look at what they do. And I know some of their 7-footers fancy themselves as 6'6" wingmen,
right,
who just sit out there and shoot threes. But especially as you're talking about on the defensive end, which is the unsung more important side when you're trying to win a title, Minnesota all year long has been the top defensive team in the NBA by metrics. Gee, I wonder why. Because there's 107-footers on the floor all the time. And what do you do? What do you do? And they are bothering the Nuggets. I have never seen Nikola Jokic look like that.
Yep.
He was bothered. His shot was getting blocked. He was getting pushed around.
Yeah.
That man, last night for long stretches, second, third quarter, he could not function anymore.
And they didn't even have Gobert. I'm their number one defender.
Correct. Great point. I've never seen that happen in any 20-minute stretch of watching Nikola Jokic the last 3 years. Last night, they got under his jersey.
They snatched their soul, and that's why you could see the frustration. Murray's got the hammy issue, throwing his hot pad out there, $100,000 fine. Michael Malone, red-faced, storming out on the court to get into the face of an official. That team feels like it's completely broken. If only the Warriors would have had a 7-footer, Mark, that they could have drafted and developed. A guy who ended the season with a 21.17 rebound masterclass against a Victor Wembanyama-less San Antonio.
Who's that?
Hi, this is James Wiseman.
Yeah,
He's
really?
trending in the right direction.
21-17?
21-17.
This is James Wiseman.
Good for J-Dubs.
He got the start in a tough 28-point loss at San Antonio.
Wait, what was the date?
That was April 14th.
Okay, so he was playing against G Leaguers.
I mean, why you gotta?
Because that's why he's able to put those numbers up.
Are you saying that Sandro Mamukelashvili
Thank you.
is a G Leaguer?
That's a lot of letters.
The Egyptian Giannis.
Is he really?
That's what we call him, the Middle Eastern Giannis.
Yep. That's a great
Seton
name.
Hall, shout out.
Speaking of Lucas's voice, let's go back live to Lucas for this Wilson Contreras update.
Not like you casuals in there.
What do you got,
League
Luke?
pass. JD Martinez, you brought it up when he struck Wilson Contreras on that catcher's interference.
Yeah.
It wasn't on the backswing. He caught him on the foreswing, like on the normal swing, straight to the forearm, the wrist area of Wilson Contreras, and it literally broke his arm. The Cardinals already released that he has been diagnosed with a left arm fracture for the Cardinals catcher.
That's like, I mean, you're gone for a while. Well, that's a while.
Yeah,
that's months.
Probably 8 to 12 weeks. Get me Pandia. Depending on which bone. Is it the ulna? Is it the radius?
TBD.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like this happens more and more now. Is it the pressure of the stolen base, so the catcher's reaching out to get the ball more often?
Yeah, they do.
I actually saw this from an MLB.com beat reporter who covers the Cardinals, saying that the Cardinals have encouraged Wilson Contreras to get closer to the plate to try to get more low strikes, to be able to frame it better.
Update.
Damn
the Cardinals have discouraged Wilson Contreras from getting closer to the plate.
This has to be on the pitch count, right? It's all on the pitch count.
Do you want the nickname?
Pitch clock is what you meant.
Do you want the nickname League Pass Luke? Do you want that?
Sure.
All right, there it is. Back with more on Willard and Dibs.
This week at Safeway, get amazing digital deals for members. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Roast.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, remember we were talking about this guy, Sirius XM NBA Radio, Brian Geltzeiler.
Yeah.
Steinian Geltzeiler, sitting in a tree. Kissing.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, Steiny loves him some Geltzy. And there was one more little ditty that we didn't play for you from Geltzy. That's pretty interesting. And it encompasses a word that we have not used with regard to Warrior basketball very often: optimism. Take a listen to this now.
My view of what is important in the league hasn't really changed at all. We look at the regular season and understand it's really important. Here's what I will say regarding the Warriors in that vein. The Warriors are unique, and they're very different than the Lakers, and they're very different than the Suns in this way. They actually have a promising young core of players. Okay, Jonathan Kuminga is going to be a really good player, and they will make an enormous mistake if they trade him. Okay, how many teams started a rookie and made the play-in tournament this year in Brandon Pajewski? Right? That looks good. Guy plays multi-positions in the backcourt. He can shoot, he can guard, he can pass. He plays hard all the time. What a revelation Trace Jackson-Davis was. What a nice compliment next to Draymond in the front court, doing all the little things, athletic as hell. Another really good young player. I mean, and I still think there's a future with Moody. My point is this: you don't want to totally panic based upon the results of this year.
I largely agree with him. I don't want to sound like I'm straddling a fence, because I'm not. I think that the answer is in the middle. When people go, get everybody out of here and draft Bronny and bring in LeBron. All right. Not a great idea. Really not. But the other group that's like, hey, don't touch the young people. Sorry. Don't.
Jesus.
I mean, sometimes I get into a cadence of just wanting to give Grandy things.
Yeah.
He's been so good to me. You know, he rips you all the time. He plays buzzers when you're talking. All of that stuff comes at a cost. And so I like to give him things. And
Good
so,
cut it, Grandy.
Yeah, there you go. Anyway, back to the issue at hand.
Right. You were saying something about the young people?
Right, and not touching them.
Right.
Like, don't touch the youth. Don't move any of the youth. That's a little extreme also. I think you have got to keep your hands in both cookie jars. This has to be about Steph. I'm not blowing up everybody who is under 23 on the roster by any stretch. There's some good players there. But if there's an opportunity for movement that also makes you more relevant, fun, interesting, and hopefully better next year, you have to do that. You have to.
It depends on what the return is and how long they're going to be here. And Geltzeiler is making it seem like moving Jonathan Kuminga would be a huge mistake. So he sees a tremendous upside for Kuminga, not only for this upcoming year, but for the future as well. So it all depends on what you're going to get back and how much that can actually help you over the course of this year and next year. Because I look at the Steph Curry window and the Warriors' real window as 2 years. That's how long Steve Kerr has, if I'm not mistaken. And that's how long Steph Curry has. Draymond's got one additional year on top of that. So does Wiggins if he wants to opt in, if he's still here. So I think about all the improvements in terms of 2 years.
Yeah. I mean, right. That's like, and we've been told that that's what they're doing. I mean, there's always the what we think they should do and the what are they going to do. That's our answer every time somebody calls up and goes, you know what, I think they need to look at trading Steph Curry. It's like, we can have a good time. You want to have a beer and talk that out? Let's do it. It's not going to happen. It's not like, as long as you're having that conversation
right
under the backdrop of, well, you want to talk about something crazy for a little while? You know what I mean? Like, what if unicorns were real? Well, all right, let's have a beer and have some. What if they were?
Be able to skip traffic, get on that thing, and just float over everybody on the Caldecott Tunnel.
Amazing. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like that's trading Steph Curry. It's a unicorn.
Yeah. magic carpet ride and, flying on dinosaurs and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
Or dragons, whatnot. So it's not happening. And I also think that any real profound move is a long shot. And, if you are going to do it, for me, it's going to involve Jonathan Kuminga. So unless you can find a way to involve Kuminga in a trade and get rid of a contract or an asset that you're not totally in love with and bring back somebody on the order of Durant or Paul George or Brandon Ingram, somebody who's a real number 2, then all these conversations to me are non-starters.
Okay, wait a minute. We're not offering Brandon Ingram a contract. That's the word from the Pelicans. We're not offering him a contract.
He's got one more year.
Right. But that means he's only got one more year.
Right.
I understand that you're probably not making that acquisition unless you're willing to give the guy an extension. But that trade is now, in theory, out there for the world to consume. It almost feels like a need, not a want, but a need. So what's that really cost you? It's one of the reasons that the more I dive into this, the more intrigued I am. Maybe that's the word. Intrigued by the Brandon Ingram idea. Could you do that without Jonathan Kuminga?
I don't think so. First of all, salary match, you need to match Ingram's about $33 million.
Okay, so that means that
Wiggins and Kuminga together are $33 million.
Okay.
So for me, if I'm looking at it from New Orleans' standpoint, I want a real asset, and I know that beggars can't be choosers when you're in a seller's market, but there will be other teams that are going to make an offer for Brandon Ingram if he's going to be free this offseason. So you are going to have to compete against other teams to attract him.
Yeah, you would think.
And if I'm New Orleans and you're offering me Wiggins and Moody, that's going to be a no unless you want to throw in a pick.
What about picks?
A pick or two? I mean, if the Lauri Markkanen trade idea was 4 or 5 first-round picks, then what's Brandon Ingram's market going to be?
But they don't have to get rid of him. Like the Pelicans.
Right, there is a little bit of that.
The Pelicans seemed to throw up a signal that it's like, you'd be stupid to keep him. You could keep him and let him walk. But if you're not going to offer him a contract, you're crazy not to get some assets from him. But that means that your trade is under that umbrella.
But you could also trade him at the deadline, which, in deadline spur action, Ingram's making 36 next year, not 33. So you need to, and as we know from our conversations with the experts, with Pincus and others and Bobby Marks, you can't aggregate salaries until after June 30th, and you can't take back even $1 more than you send out. So you'll need to send out $36 million to bring in Brandon Ingram. So that's Wiggins and more. Yeah, that's Wiggins and Moody and more.
Well, but no, again, there's picks, there's Chris Paul.
But picks don't have any value, as we learned from Eric Pincus.
Not from the financial side.
Right.
Don't forget about Chris Paul.
Yeah, back to New Orleans.
Well, remember, New Orleans.
And they do need a point guard.
Well, and does New Orleans want Jonathan Kuminga knowing that he needs an extension?
Yeah.
The whole point is we don't want to pay Brandon Ingram. We want to pay Trey Murphy. We don't want to pay Brandon Ingram. All right, so now are you acquiring someone that you also need to pay? Or do you want Chris Paul, who is an expiring contract, and you could gather up picks and one young player? Maybe it is a Moody.
Yeah. That's a fair way to look at it because we've talked about NBA teams not being able to pay 4 players big money, and McCollum's making 33, Zion's making 36, and so if you add in Kuminga, who would need to be paid, now you're paying 3 guys in the $30 million range.
We're sponsored by Safeway, and right around the corner is Mark Grandy, everybody. What are you doing here? What are you doing at 6 o'clock?
Our good friend Nick Friedel was on the Morning Roast today.
Oh, he was.
So we'll hear from Nick talking a lot about how Orlando's a perfect fit for Klay.
Oh, goodness.
He's an Orlando guy.
How many evil laughs did we get?
We'll have to listen and find out.
All right.
I caught a couple 2-3 on my drive.
Yeah.
And then you guys talking about what you're kind of talking about now, youth or veterans and all that.
Okay.
So we'll hear both that.
So not Macklin Celebrini.
Not the NHL lottery.
I thought we killed it for 5 minutes on the NHL. It's the best hockey we've done.